Chapter 1. Hey, Kayataro, this is a place for forging swords, not your free tavern. Please refrain from coming here just to drink, Zheng Xiong remarked as he observed the inebriated Kayataro. After downing a bowl of liquor, Kayataro, with eyes closed, replied, Zheng Xiong, your wine is simply delightful. And as I have mentioned before, if you wish to learn the art of the sword, I would be more than willing to teach you in exchange for drinks. With that, Kayataro resumed his drinking. Zheng Xiong, with a slight twitch of his lips, continued forging the blade in silence. As Kayataro, still sipping his drink, gazed at Zheng Xiong, who was engrossed in his work, he suddenly rose, clutching a bowl of liquor, and approached the forge with a hazy smile. Zheng Xiong, you have a secret. You don't seem as weak as I imagined. Hearing Kayataro's words, Zheng Xiong paused his hammering momentarily before resuming, saying, Who doesn't have a secret? By the way, assist me in forging this sword shortly. Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's statement, Kayataro's body jolted, and he quickly retreated, eyeing Zheng Xiong warily. Zheng Xiong shrugged. It's not the first time you've assisted me. Why the tension? Kayataro looked up at the sky, then anxiously exclaimed, You promised there won't be any lightning this time? Every time we forge together, I end up being the one struck. Zheng Xiong glanced at the sky and nodded. I assure you, there will be no lightning this time. Well, there was no lightning, just a rather large red flash instead, Zheng Xiong commented, glancing at Kayataro, who was now fainted, his hair transformed into a frizzy mess from the earlier incident. He then lowered his gaze to inspect the attributes of the newly forged sword. Unnamed sword extremely ominous. Quality, red. Durability, 600,600. Sharpness, unbreakable. Weight, 7.88 kilograms. Special effects, Bloodblade. Inflicts a continuous bleeding wound upon striking the target, leaving an unhealable scar after healing. Blood Restoration. This equipment can absorb the blood of slain targets to continuously enhance itself, no upper limit, and automatically repair damage. Repair efficiency depends on the strength of the slain target. Energy Reflection. This equipment can absorb special energy attacks from opponents and rebound them with a power of 280. After reviewing the attributes of the newly forged sword, Zheng Xiong casually retrieved a jade box from his system space, carefully placing the sword inside before storing it away. With the sword safely tucked away, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the 10-year sword forging achievement. The following rewards have been granted. 15 years of Kayataro's true swordsmanship and 5 ice jade burns. Please continue your efforts. At that moment, Kayataro regained consciousness, rising to confront Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong, you tricked me again. Didn't you promise there would be no lightning this time? Zheng Xiong regarded Kayataro, responding, 2 bottles of watered-down sorghum liquor. He then produced 2 bottles of diluted liquor from his system space for Kayataro. Kayataro stared at the liquor, unamused, and disdainfully retorted, Is this all? Do you take me for a fool? 50 bottles of undiluted fine liquor is what I require. If not, you might as well find someone else to assist you with your peculiar sword forging. And let me see the sword you just forged. Zheng Xiong, his expression serious, cautioned Kayataro, Kayataro, upon seeing the sword I forged, you must control your emotions. Do not be lured in by its murderous aura. After saying this, Zheng Xiong retrieved the jade box containing the sword from his system space. Kayataro approached with urgency, his demeanor grave as he inquired, What is the name of this sword? Why does it emanate such a heavy, murderous intent? Zheng Xiong looked down at the sword within the jade box. I have yet to decide on a name. Perhaps one will come to me in the future, a name befitting its master. Until then, I shall keep it hidden. Just then, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the nearby road. Kayataro, upon hearing the commotion, turned to Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong, those fools have started again, you must intervene. Kayataro gestured towards the distant uproar. When Zheng Xiong did not respond right away, Kayataro glanced back to see Zheng Xiong fully armored save for a pair of iron gauntlets. What are you staring at? Hurry up. From the sounds of it, those fools are ganging up on someone. It could very well be your precious apprentice they are attacking. With that, Zheng Xiong dashed out of the forge towards the source of the noise. Kayataro caught the iron rod, tossed his way, and sprinted after Zheng Xiong. Upon arrival at the scene, Kayataro witnessed a tangle of 4 individuals, with Zheng Xiong rhythmically slapping one of them across the face. Causing trouble again, I warned you against this. Kayataro, gripping the iron rod, stood in disbelief at the unfolding scene. At that moment, a young warrior clad in a crimson samurai robe approached Kayataro. Master, have you provoked Uncle Xiong again? Why is he so irritable today? Kayataro, with a peculiar expression, gazed at Rurouni Kenshin. Do you think he needs any provocation? If he could, he'd challenge me to duels every day, given his short temper. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Kayataro observed Zheng Xiong, who was still engaged in his brawl, and urged, Kayataro, quickly throw me that iron rod. This fellow's mouth is tougher than the iron I strike. I've been trying to teach him a lesson, but he refuses to acknowledge his mistakes. I need to clear the air with him. The individual being slapped, now dazed, trembled and pleaded, Uncle Xiong, I admit my fault. Please don't be impulsive. We've known each other for so long. It doesn't have to come to this. By the way, why are you wearing gloves to hit me? I can hardly feel it. Disregarding the man's words, Zheng Xiong turned to Rurouni Kenshin. You should return with your master. What you are about to witness will be rather brutal, and you are not suited for such sights. Rurouni Kenshin, intrigued, remarked, Uncle Xiong, have you entered an early midlife crisis? Why so irritable? As Kenshin spoke, he was abruptly seized by Kayataro and dragged away. Zheng Xiong continued. Kenshin and I will take our leave. The bewildered Rurouni Kenshin exclaimed, but I haven't finished speaking, master. Be silent. Quickly come with me, foolish apprentice. Do you wish to be pummeled by that irritable bear? Kayataro scolded as he pulled Kenshin away. Zheng Xiong watched the departing duo, then turned his attention back to the dazed and resilient individual in his grasp, addressing the 4 individuals feigning unconsciousness on the ground. All right, you all may leave now. As soon as Zheng Xiong spoke, the group of feigning individuals sprang to their feet, bowing collectively before Zheng Xiong and promptly fleeing the scene. Observing the retreating quintet, Zheng Xiong shook his head, muttering, what a bunch of talents, yet their brains seem a bit faulty. After 10 years, they still linger around this corner, drinking the wind. After voicing his thoughts, Zheng Xiong extended his hand into the void, accessing his personal attributes. Character, Zheng Xiong. Age, 31, adjustable. Forging level, extraordinary next level, peak mastery. Combat level, capable of matching the world's mightiest Kayataro in drinking contests, yet unable to overpower him in combat, can freely thrash others. Current unfinished task, subdue Kayataro and escort him to the underworld to unlock a new world portal. Achievements in forging, numerous you can imagine. Profile, a prodigy who has achieved extraordinary status after 10 years of forging, yet the least gifted host encountered by this system since its inception. Having reviewed his personal details, Zheng Xiong paid no heed to the description and closed the profile with his mind. As for why he accessed it manually instead of through thought, it was merely for the sake of ceremonial flair. Zheng Xiong, donning white gloves, repeatedly examined the reverse blade, sword damaged in his hand. Kenshin, while this sword may not compare to those I forge, it undoubtedly ranks just below my craftsmanship in this era. The patterns and engravings are certainly the work of that old master, Akasura. Rurouni Kenshin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is the final piece crafted by Master Akasura before his passing. However, due to my earlier battle, it has come to this state. Uncle Xiong, could you restore it? I implore you. With that, Rurouni Kenshin bowed deeply before Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong squinted his eyes as he gazed at Feitsuan Jianxing and remarked, if you want me to repair it, I have no objection. However, I would like to know who severed it. I must converse with that individual. Such behavior indicates a propensity for violence, and it is my duty to steer such a person back onto the righteous path. Upon finishing his statement, Zheng Xiong unleashed his formidable aura and surged forward. Feitsuan Jianxing looked on in astonishment at Zheng Xiong's display of power. Baiku Qingzhong, unfazed by Zheng Xiong's explosive energy, merely glanced up at the ceiling and said, Zheng Xiong, should you dismantle this place, you shall have to find someone to rebuild it yourself. I certainly lack the funds to hire someone for that task. As Zheng Xiong continued to exude his powerful aura, he momentarily halted upon hearing Baiku Kingzhang's words, turning to look in the direction he was gazing. It was at that moment that Zheng Xiong realized his forge had transformed into an open-air structure. To alleviate the awkwardness, he cleared his throat and subsequently stated, "Qing Zhang, would you kindly find someone to repair this building? Rest assured, I am financially capable." With that, Zheng Xiong produced a 500 yen bill from his clothing and handed it to Bai Qing Zhang. After receiving the bill, Bai Qing Zhang remained seated, unmoved. Zheng Xiong regarded Bai Qing Zhang, who had yet to rise. "Hurry up. Why are you just sitting there? Is your hemorrhoids acting up again? Move a little, it won't hurt so much." "Bai Qing Zhang, have you lost your wits from smithing? This meager amount of money makes it exceedingly difficult for me to find someone to rebuild your forge. Uncle Xiong, is it truly wise to have given my master so much alcohol? He won't drink himself to death in your forge, will he? Furthermore, aren't we supposed to seek out Shishio and the others? Why are we at Master Akatsuki's place?" As Zheng Xiong walked, he glanced down at Feitsu Jianqing. Qing Zhang is so inebriated that there is not a single drop of blood left in his veins. It is all alcohol. He is perfectly fine. And as for our visit to old Akatsuki, it is my desire to pay my respects to him. He is my guiding light. Feitsu Jianqing looked at Zheng Xiong in shock, unable to fathom that Zheng Xiong and Shinya Akatsuki shared a master-disciple relationship. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless sounds of metal striking metal echoed from the doorway. Zheng Xiong and Feitsu Jianqing observed the blacksmith diligently crafting a kitchen knife. Sensing their presence, the blacksmith paused his work. "Greetings. How may I assist you?" "Ah, Mr. Jianqing, what brings you here again? I had already informed you that I no longer forge such perilous blades. I am currently limited to crafting kitchen knives and sickles for harvesting rice." Zheng Xiong approached the blacksmith with a smile. "Are you Shinya Ayake's?" "I am Zheng Xiong, a close friend of your father, Shinya Akatsuki. I am here to pay my respects and inquire about a matter. By the way, how much would it cost for you to forge 200 kitchen knives?" Shinya Ayake's stared at Zheng Xiong in disbelief. "Mr. Zheng Xiong, did you just say 200 kitchen knives? Is that truly the case?" Upon seeing Zheng Xiong nod in affirmation, Shinya Ayake's was filled with excitement and bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude before rushing back inside to calculate the total cost. Feitsu Jianqing observed the enthusiastic Shinya Ayake's retreating into the house before turning to Zheng Xiong. "Uncle Xiong, what do you intend to do with so many kitchen knives?" "Usually, it's my master who prepares the meals." Under the threat of Zheng Xiong's knife at his throat, Feitsu Jianqing ceased his banter. Just then, Shinya Ayake's dashed out of the house. "Mr. Xiong, what are you?" Zheng Xiong sheathed the knife and smiled at Ayake's. "Have you calculated the total? How much is it?" Shinya Ayake's glanced at the bill in his hand. "Mr. Xiong, the total comes to 80,000 yen. Would you prefer to pay now, or shall I collect the payment once the knives are forged and delivered to you?" As Shinya Ayake spoke, he noticed Zheng Xiong producing a banknote from his clothing. Zheng Xiong placed a note, amounting to 100,000 yen, into Shinya Ayake's hands. "This note is for 100,000 yen. Use the excess to craft a sickle with a heavier handle for me. I shall return in 5 days to collect it. As for the kitchen knives, you may deliver them whenever they are ready. Now, kindly escort me to your father's location. I wish to pay my respects." Just as Shinya Ayake's was about to lead Zheng Xiong and Feitsu Jianqing to the shrine where Shinya Akatsuki resided, a boisterous voice and the sound of running footsteps approached. "Shinya Aokatsu, Imbuk, hurry and hand over the last treasured sword your old man forged for me. If you don't, you will regret it today." Upon hearing the man's voice, Shinya Ayake's face went pale. "That devil has returned. Mr. Jianqing, you were once a samurai, right? Could I possibly ask you to help me drive that monster away? He truly might kill someone." Tears welled in Shinya Ayake's eyes as he spoke. At that moment, Zheng Xiong placed a reassuring hand on Shinya Ayake's shoulder and said earnestly, "Do not worry. Ayake's, everything will be fine." With that, Zheng Xiong casually drew a knife from behind him and handed it to Feitsu Jianqing without even glancing at it. Jianxing, take this and eliminate that scoundrel for me. My dear, there is still more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent parts are even more thrilling. Feitsu and Jianxing's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Uncle Xiong, perhaps you should first examine the knife you have drawn. Are you certain you want me to wield it against someone rather than to incite laughter? Zheng Xiong gazed quizzically at the knife handed to Jianxing. In his grasp lay a blade that was unsharpened and somewhat rusted. Zheng Xiong awkwardly shoved it into Feitsu and Jianxing's hands. That if I tell you to use it, then use it. Do not fill the air with unnecessary chatter. I could tea that moment. The man who had just spoken loudly approached the group. As he drew near, he surveyed XNAI, Qing Kong, Zheng Xiong, and Feitsu and Jianxing. Humph. Have you sought help this time? Perfect. I shall eliminate the two of you, and then we shall see if he dares to withhold my treasured sword. The man declared, drawing the blade from his waist and charging towards Feitsu and Jianxing, exclaiming, Do you truly believe you can defeat me wielding such a rusty knife? Fooled that as he spoke, he suddenly felt himself seized by someone. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was struck twice by Bang Bang. The sword I forged, do you dare to question it? That fellow, Qing Tianshou, does not even dare to criticize my craftsmanship. It seems you are courting death. Zheng Xiong's anger escalated as he struck the man with increasing force. Meanwhile, Feitsu and Jianxing and XNAI Qing Kong observed the scene unfold. XNAI Qing Kong remarked, Mr. Xiong, you are not going to beat me for my failure to forge a proper kitchen knife. Are you? Feitsu and Jianxing responded, It is not impossible. Uncle Xiong has quite the volatile temperament. After all, slap. A shoe thrown by Zheng Xiong sent Jianxing flying. Jianxing, do not speak ill of your Uncle Xiong behind his back. I am rather gentle. And you, Qing Kong, take us to your family patriarch, a Kong Ling Tang. I have brought him a tribute. Zheng Xiong declared, effortlessly lifting the unconscious man, who was now battered and bruised from his blows. Mr. Xiong, how did you know that my father's reverse blade was here? XNAI Qing Kong stared in astonishment at the jade box in Zheng Xiong's hands. Zheng Xiong gazed down at the box. Stroking it thoughtfully, I know because this jade box is a gift I presented to XNAI Kong. The material for the reverse blade, Zhenda, were supplied by me, hence I am aware of its location. Just then, a familiar whistle pierced the air outside the shrine. Upon hearing the whistle, Zheng Xiong turned and handed the jade box to Feitsu and Jianxing, then hoisted the now unconscious Sashida Tiao Zhang, who had already divulged everything before being knocked out again, onto his shoulder. Let us go. We must meet an old acquaintance and, in 5 days, discuss matters with Shiji Xiongzhen. As Zheng Xiong emerged, carrying the bloodied Sashida Tiao Zhang. The patrolling guards outside the shrine recoiled in fear. At that moment, a man smoking a cigarette stepped forward. Zheng Xiong, why are you not diligently hammering away at your ironwork in the outskirts? What brings you here, and why have you so thoroughly battered this man? Do you wish to spend time in prison? Zheng Xiong looked at the smoking man, who spoke unaffectedly, and burst into laughter, then remarked, Saito, it has been far too long. You still possess the remarkable ability to converse while smoking. I have yet to meet anyone who can rival you in that regard. By the way, this fellow is a subordinate of Shiji Xiongzhen. He has just confessed that in 5 days, Shiji Xiongzhen will bombard Kyoto and initiate a comprehensive regime change plan. The individuals present, save for those already aware, gazed at Zheng Xiong in shock. As Saito approached Zheng Xiong, he quickly inquired, Where is Shiji Xiongzhen? Tell me at once, so that I may lead a team to thwart him. Jianxin, I can understand that your companions are samurai, or something similar, but how does a Jinchuriki enter the fray? Zheng Xiong looked speechless at Sagara Zozuk. I could see that moment. Sagara Zozuk donned a horned helmet, wore shining armor, equipped heavy iron shoes, and sported steel gauntlets, his entire ensemble weighing nearly 200 jin, yet it did not hinder his ability to walk normally. Uncle Xiong, do not mind Zozuk. He possesses immense strength and will be just fine. That said, why has my master chosen to participate this time? Does he not typically refrain from conflicts? Zheng Xiong lifted his gaze to see Baika Sijiro striking a cool pose atop a rooftop. Hey Sijiro, cease your rooftop posing and descend to explain to your foolish disciple why you have chosen to join us this time. Baika Sijiro glanced down at Zheng Xiong, then leaped from the rooftop. Upon landing, he strolled towards Zheng Xiong and the others, coolly declaring, "I have come here today to bid farewell to my friend Zheng Xiong. After this battle, he will return to his homeland of Longxia. He expressed a desire to witness my full strength before returning to his hometown, hence my presence." After speaking, Bai Casidro turned and leaped back onto the rooftop, resuming his cool demeanor. Feitsu and Jianxing regarded Zheng Xiong. "Uncle Xiong, are you truly leaving this place to return to your homeland?" The others also looked at Zheng Xiong. The man before them had appeared, producing an array of high-quality weapons, armor, and peculiar accessories. Compelling them to equip themselves, they had no choice but to comply. Shinomori Aoi had been thoroughly beaten for refusing to don the weapons and armor provided by this man, suffering for an entire hour, his face still marked by visible bruises. Zheng Xiong looked up at Bai Casidro, disregarding the others. "Casidro, do you have some sort of issue? We are about to engage in battle on a ship. Not on rooftops. Why do you keep leaping onto the rooftops? Is the air up there infused with the scent of alcohol?" Just then, Zheng Xiong and the others witnessed an astonishing sight. Bai Casidro bent down and retrieved an enormous gourd from beside him, then proudly regarded Zheng Xiong and the others below. "Zheng Xiong?" Suddenly, a knife flew from a distance, piercing through the giant gourd. In an instant, the fragrance of alcohol pervaded the air. Zheng Xiong observed as the liquor gourd was skewered by the flying knife, then glanced at the masked figure atop the opposite rooftop, shaking his head. "Jianxing, let us board the ship and seek out Zheng Xiong. The warrior who just threw the knife and shattered your master's gourd has begun his countdown to demise." As Zheng Xiong spoke to Feitsu and Jianxing, a massive shadow suddenly loomed over them all. Why has the sky suddenly darkened? Zheng Xiong looked up. There, a colossal skeletal visage gazed down at them, cradling a diminutive, alien-like elder in its hands. The small elder bellowed from his elevated position. "You pathetic lot, do you dare to thwart the great plan of Zheng Xiong? Do not delude yourselves. Nibu, reduce them to mere pulp." At the command of the diminutive elder, the enormous skeleton began to move, raising its massive blade and preparing to cleave downwards towards Zheng Xiong and the others. Zheng Xiong regarded the rapidly descending blade with a dismissive expression directed at Nibu. Do not presume that your size equates to strength. Today, I shall demonstrate what it means to overcome the mighty with the small." With that, Zheng Xiong donned his glowing pink gauntlets and unleashed a powerful, rising dragon fist against the colossal blade. Following a tremendous clash, the descending blade shattered into countless pieces, scattering fragments in all directions. Among them, a shard from the blade fortuitously struck Bai Casidro's liquor gourd, creating a substantial hole in the already damaged vessel. Upon witnessing the large hole, Zheng Xiong's expression shifted dramatically. He turned and hoisted Feitsu and Jianxing onto his shoulder, sprinting towards the nearby large black ship while exclaiming without looking back, "Those who do not wish to perish here, hurry and follow me onto the ship." With that, Zheng Xiong accelerated away. Observing Zheng Xiong's retreating figure and the carried Feitsu and Jianxing, Saito and the others momentarily failed to grasp the reason for their flight. But upon sensing the palpable aura of death overhead, they instinctively followed Zheng Xiong. "Jianxing, why are you so eager to unleash your ultimate attack? Wait for the right moment. And Saito, can you refrain from striking a pose while aiming? Had it not been for the Jinchuriki's armor being full body, you would have opened fire on his backside. By the way, Kamada Aoi, the two knives I gave you can generate lightning when crossed, enhancing your attacks. Why are you persistently forming a cross?" Zheng Xiong stood on the second floor, observing the fierce battle below while offering his commentary. Suddenly, a short knife flew upward straight towards Zheng Xiong. "Shut your blathering, you imbecile!" Zheng Xiong's true self raised his head and roared furiously at Zheng Xiong, and upon finishing his words, he leapt into the air, raising his blade to stab at Zheng Xiong. Fei Ciyuan Jianxing, witnessing this, sheathed his sword and assumed a lazy posture, remaining motionless. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed behind Fei Ciyuan Jianxing, accompanied by the sound of a blade being drawn. Fei Ciyuan Jianxing swiftly dodged the attack from behind and turned to face the assailant. He beheld an extraordinarily handsome young man, smiling as he gazed at Fei Ciyuan Jianxing. "Mr. Jianxing, One must not be careless on the battlefield, for it could lead to death, the young man remarked, before launching into another rapid assault. Fei Zheng defended against the handsome youth's relentless attacks. He spoke amidst the clash. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Zheng Xiong, do you truly comprehend the reason behind your sword strikes? Saito Zheng Xiong retorted while attacking. The strong survive, while the weak perish. This is my swordsmanship. Realizing he could not reason with Saito Zheng Xiong, Fei Zheng raised his hand to deflect the incoming blade and proclaimed loudly, "Since you adhere to such twisted reasoning, I shall show you what it truly means for the strong to survive and the weak to perish." With that, Fei Zheng began his counterattack. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, causing both parties in fierce combat to cease their attacks and look towards the source of the blast. Emerging from the smoke was a robust man, carrying someone in his grasp. "Hey, that rascal is one of yours, isn't he? He just ruined my large gourd of fine wine. How will you compensate me? If not, you might want to reconsider," the man stated, delivering a punch to a nearby ship pillar, which shattered instantly with a resounding explosion. Zheng Xiong, evading Zheng Xiong's assault, addressed the muscular man. "Qing Shilang, have you been drinking counterfeit wine again? You come in here creating a ruckus and smashing pillars. If this place collapses, we're all done for. I mean it, you mummy. Could you show me some respect while I speak? Stop stabbing my little bear and interrupting me. What if you actually hit me?" Zheng Xiong, however, paid no heed. "Shut up, you idiot. I intend to slay you. Your incessant prattle is unbearable." Thud. Zheng Xiong was struck down by a punch from Zheng Xiong. At this point, 2,000 words are omitted due to the graphic nature of the scene. "Uncle Xiong, when will you return here again?" Fei Zheng inquired as he stood on the shore, watching Zheng Xiong prepare to depart on his ship. Zheng Xiong smiled at Fei Zheng and the accompanying Kamiyama. "I have already said that I will return when your child is grown, that I hope the gift I leave for your child will be to their liking. By the way, that letter for your master must only be given to him once I have left. So do not forget," Zheng Xiong said, waving farewell before turning to enter the cabin. Watching Zheng Xiong step into the cabin, Fei Zheng and Kamiyama bowed deeply. Unbeknownst to anyone, once inside the cabin, Zheng Xiong was no longer within. "What world is this?" Zheng Xiong inquired curiously, surveying the enormous and peculiar trees surrounding him. "This world is that of One Piece. Your current location is the East Blue Windmill Village in the mountains. The new world will unlock upon completion of the final task, and reward for passing through the world of the wandering swordsman will be issued." The system responded to Zheng Xiong's question. Following the system's answer, a transparent frame appeared before Zheng Xiong. Character: Zheng Xiong. Age: 20. Adjustable. Forging level: Peak Mastery. Next level: Divine Forging Apprentice. Combat level: Top Admiral. Current initial task: Heal Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, restoring him to his prime and obtaining the qualifications to be a member of Whitebeard's crew. Final task: Reach the final island, uncover its secrets, and unlock the New World transfer. Description: A powerful individual who merely wishes to survive, grow stronger, and complete tasks as a forger. After reviewing his personal attributes, Zheng Xiong expressed his dissatisfaction with the system's description, feeling it lacked an understanding of the essence of survival and merely sought to entice him into seeking adventures. After confirming his direction, noticing the village at the foot of the distant mountain, he proceeded down the mountain. 5 days later, an iron shop specializing in forging farming tools appeared at the entrance of Windmill Village. Due to the owner's unique pricing method and the high quality and affordability of the forged items, the reputation of Bear Hammer Blacksmith Shop swiftly spread throughout the village. One evening, Zheng Xiong found himself bemused as he faced 3 children brandishing iron rods, threatening him to forge weapons for them. "Luffy, I can understand you want an iron rod, but why on earth would you need a 1.2-meter iron rod topped with a 4.5-meter blade? Can you even wield it? More importantly, how many berries do you have to pay me?" Luffy sat on the ground, pondering while picking his nose. "When my grandpa arrives, you can ask him for it. Uncle Bear, don't you think the weapon I just imagined is super cool?" Luffy exclaimed, growing increasingly excited. Zheng Xiong ignored Luffy and turned his attention to the other 2 children. Sabo, Ace, Come back in 3 days for the iron rods and as for the berries. I won't charge you this time. But you must help me carry your silly brother Luffy away, so he stops causing trouble here. After a brief exchange of glances, Sabo and Ace nodded in agreement and proceeded to hoist the boastful Luffy onto their shoulders. Running into the mountains with him, as they dashed into the mountains, Luffy finally realized, "Hey, Sabo and Ace, let me down. Let me down. Uncle Bear hasn't agreed to forge that super cool weapon for me yet." Sabo and Ace chimed in unison, "Shut up." Watching the trio disappear into the mountains, Zheng Xiong chuckled and closed the blacksmith shop's door. 3 days later, the three children returned to Zheng Xiong's blacksmith shop. "Uncle Bear, hurry and open the door. We brought a mountain pig," Sabo exclaimed, pointing to the large mountain pig behind him. Zheng Xiong's voice echoed from above the three children. "What on earth? How did you manage to bring the pig leader here? Quickly return it. Thankfully, you haven't killed it. Do you know there's still 80 piglets depending on it for sustenance?" Upon finishing his words, Zheng Xiong jumped down from the roof of the blacksmith shop, grasped the mountain pig with one hand, and exclaimed, "Off you go," before tossing the mountain pig back into the mountains. The three children were left dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. "Uncle Bear, you're so strong. Can you teach me? I want to become strong like you," Ace said. "Uncle Bear, for the tuition fees, you should ask my grandpa. Ace and Sabo's fees will be included with mine," Luffy added with a grin. Zheng Xiong looked down at Luffy, then glanced at Sabo and Ace, silently retrieving a piece of paper and placing it before Luffy. "Your grandpa is notoriously unreliable. I'm afraid he won't honor his commitments. So, hurry up and sign here." As Zheng Xiong spoke, he suddenly crouched down and swiftly turned, delivering a punch behind him in a flash. However, his rapid motion was evaded by a figure that had appeared unexpectedly, who jumped out of Zheng Xiong's attack range. Once the figure landed, the old man remarked, "Young man, I was merely testing you. No need to be so aggressive. Also, when have I, Carp, ever been a deadbeat?" Zheng Xiong, surprised to see the old man who had suddenly appeared and was now picking his nose, exclaimed, "Carp, why did you arrive 2 days early? Didn't you just come to the East Blue 2 days ago?" Carp, still picking his nose, replied, "Do I need to report my visit to see my grandson to you? By the way, who are you? I've never seen you before." 10 minutes later, after Zheng Xiong's self-introduction and the three children's explanations, Carp regarded Zheng Xiong and proclaimed, 1,000,000 berries plus a personal recommendation for the rank of Navy Admiral. I'll come back in a year to assess them if they do not meet my standards. You and the three of them will return to Navy headquarters for training." Zheng Xiong pondered for a moment, then looked up and replied, "Right, but the berries must be transferred first, as far as I know. You old man frequently defaults on payments." Ultimately, Zheng Xiong fell into a contemplative silence as he gazed upon the 50 Sea Kings before him, accompanied by Carp, who stood resolutely by their side. "Young Bear, I lack the funds, so I shall use these Sea Kings to settle my debts. You must diligently train my precious grandson, and Ace, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now," Carp declared before vanishing into thin air with a swift leap. As Zheng Xiong watched Carp's abrupt disappearance, his attention was drawn back to the lifeless forms of the 50 Sea Kings. He retrieved 3 petite fruit knives from behind him and tossed them to the trio of young ones. Today's first lesson: quickly dismantle the bodies of the Sea Kings and convert them into meat. Understood? Luffy, what on earth are you doing? At that moment, Luffy was attempting to gnaw on the flesh of a Sea King's back, but his youthful age rendered him incapable of making any progress. Zheng Xiong? "Hey, Sabo, hurry and get your foolish brother Luffy down from there. If he continues gnawing like that, how will we have any meat left?" After a brief commotion, Luffy lay sprawled on the ground, a large chunk of meat clutched in his mouth, while Ace and Sabo held down his hands and feet. Zheng Xiong's expression darkened as he waved his hand, summoning all the Sea King corpses into the system space. The three children then displayed eager expressions, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zheng Xiong looked at Luffy, who was still gripping the Sea King meat stubbornly while being restrained, rubbed his nose, and took a deep breath. "Ace, Sabo, you may stand. Luffy, come here. I have something special for you." Once released, Luffy approached Zheng Xiong with curiosity. In a flash, Zheng Xiong snatched the piece of Sea King meat from Luffy's mouth and fastened a belt around his waist. Suddenly, a special sound effect and radiant light enveloped the scene. When the sound and light dissipated, a small figure clad in armor appeared before Zheng Xiong. Wow, this is so cool. Uncle Bear, is this belt a gift for me? Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Zheng Xiong, however, replied with a weary expression, You wish. This warrior armor is a special training suit for you all. I will reclaim it once your training is complete. He then tossed two identical belts to Ace and Sabo. Zheng Xiong nodded in approval as Ace and Sabo caught their belts and donned them. Now, we shall commence basic training. Run around the village 500 laps, followed by 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, and practice 500 meters of fundamental footwork. After that, the three of you shall take turns attacking me. Let us begin. If you do not complete this, do not expect any meals. Thus, the rigorous childhood training of the brothers Luffy, Sabo, and Ace commenced a year later. On the shores of EC's Windmill Village, three figures clad in shirts emblazoned with the character for Bear lay on the beach, breathing heavily. After a while, the three figures shakily rose, striking defensive poses as they faced the descending Zheng Xiong. Upon landing, Zheng Xiong smiled at the trio in their defensive stances. Your combat awareness is commendable. However, I have previously stated that you should never defend against only one direction. Always remain vigilant against potential attacks from any angle. With that, he vanished from sight, and soon after, the three children felt a gentle tap on their heads from Zheng Xiong. Luffy rubbed the large bump forming on the back of his head, while Ace did the same. Sabo, silent and contemplative, touched the bump on his own head and then assumed the initial stance that Zheng Xiong had taught them. As soon as Zheng Xiong reappeared, Sabo launched an assault on him as if teleporting. Observing Sabo's sudden attack, Ace and Luffy quickly coordinated their efforts to join in. Yet, Zheng Xiong, noticing the trio's rapid approach and the unexpected gust of wind from behind, remarked without turning around, Carp, is this how you assess my training effectiveness? He then turned to Carp with a smile. In an instant, the trio and Carp found themselves surrounded by a shattering illusion. Once everything returned to normal, Zheng Xiong stood before Carp, grinning, while the three children lay unconscious on the ground. Carp regarded Zheng Xiong with a serious expression. Was that your devil fruit's ability? Can you manipulate the space around you at will? Zheng Xiong approached Carp, chuckling. What you just witnessed was not a power of the devil fruit. It is a unique technique I devised, which I call broken mirror space. He glanced down at Sabo, who remained incapacitated on the ground, sighing inwardly. Then he turned his attention to Ace and Luffy, who were gradually regaining consciousness. What was that, Uncle Bear? Why did I faint all of a sudden? Luffy inquired, bewildered. Ace shared the same curiosity as he looked at Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong picked up Sabo and began walking toward the blacksmith shop. What you just experienced was my original technique. If you wish to learn it, you must possess the resolve to shatter everything to unleash its full potential. He paused, glancing at Ace. Ace, you are still young. I shall teach you this technique once you come of age. As for Luffy, you shall run around the village 100 times, then shatter 1,000 pieces of sea rock before returning. Also, swing by the village head to procure some fruit wine for me. Just tell him it's for me. Having spoken, Zheng Xiong carried Sabo away from the beach. Carp watched as Ace followed closely behind Zheng Xiong, while Luffy turned to begin his laps around the village. Uncle Bear, are you preparing to set sail? Take us with you. Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Just then, a visible bump began to form on Luffy's head, emitting wisps of smoke. Carp, standing behind Luffy, raised a massive black fist. Luffy, you stay here and train diligently in the village. Once you come of age, join the Navy and protect the peace of the seas. At that moment, Zheng Xiong turned and said, Please be quiet. Do not disturb Sabo's rest. Let the boys sleep soundly. As for me, I am indeed preparing to set sail, but that will only happen after a certain individual arrives. Carp, step outside. I have matters to discuss with you. And Luffy, you should head to the village head to fetch that fruit wine. After speaking, Zheng Xiong glanced at Sabo, then exited the blacksmith shop, with Carp following closely behind. Zheng Xiong remained silent as they walked, eventually reaching the beach, where he faced the sea and inquired, Carp, does this vast ocean require a true ruler? What manner of ruler is needed? Carp regarded Zheng Xiong seriously upon hearing this. Zheng Xiong, do you aspire to be the ruler of this ocean? Take my advice. You are not yet strong enough to act recklessly upon these waters. Once you attain such strength, you may speak of rulership. Until then, return with me to join the Navy. What say you?" After staring at the ocean for a considerable time, Zheng Xiong shook his head. "You have not provided me with the answer I seek. So I shall not join the Navy. However, you may bring the young ones from the Navy to me for training. I will offer them 6 months of training free of charge, provided the Navy supplies me with certain resources." With that, Zheng Xiong tossed a scroll to Carp and turned to leave. Upon inspecting the scroll, Carp's expression shifted dramatically as he looked up at the retreating Zheng Xiong, contemplating, does this fellow intend to establish a production facility for Navy weaponry here? Meanwhile, as Zheng Xiong walked further away, he muttered to himself, according to the timeline, in a year's time, red-haired Shanks will arrive in this village, offering his Kirin arm to ignite Luffy's journey to becoming the Pirate King. Yet, the nearby Sea Kings have already been consumed by Luffy and Ace. Lost in thought, Zheng Xiong was suddenly alerted by the sound of rapid footsteps and a familiar voice approaching. "Uncle Bear." "I'm back," Luffy exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he sprinted toward Zheng Xiong. A massive jug of wine precariously balanced atop his head, with a large monkey trailing behind him, chattering incessantly. Zheng Xiong slapped his forehead in disbelief, exclaiming, "This chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. How is it that this fool has once again brought over the wine that Monkey King was drinking?" Before long, Luffy and the Monkey King found themselves before Zheng Xiong. After a friendly explanation from Zheng Xiong, the Monkey King cast a glance at Luffy, who was sprawled on the ground, wearing an expression akin to that of a small, unassuming creature, before turning away with his new gourd of wine. Not long after the Monkey King's departure, Luffy sprang to his feet with a sudden burst, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Zheng Xiong picked up a massive wine jug and strode towards the blacksmith shop. Ignoring the still laughing Luffy, Zheng Xiong entered the blacksmith shop. Sabo happened to awaken at that moment. Upon seeing the enormous wine jug in Zheng Xiong's hands, Sabo lowered his head in silence. Observing Sabo's quiet demeanor, Zheng Xiong set down the jug and sat beside him with a smile. "Sabo, what's the matter? Is it because you were knocked out by my technique? Why the long face? Come, have some fruit wine. By the way, where's Ace?" Zheng Xiong glanced around but did not spot Ace. "Uncle Xiong, I just want to fetch some cups. Where's the fruit wine?" Ace entered, carrying 4 specially crafted wine cups. Zheng Xiong chuckled at the sight of Ace and his cups. "It's all thanks to you, Ace, for understanding me. Place those cups down. We'll be feasting soon. Also, go fetch Luffy. He's nearby, laughing uncontrollably. Let us not let him laugh himself silly." Zheng Xiong took the 4 specially crafted cups, filled each to the brim, and retrieved a heap of Sea King meat from his system space, placing it on the dining table. After a while, Luffy, Ace, and Garp all returned to the blacksmith shop. Garp observed the 4 filled wine cups, picked up the one adorned with Luffy's face, and drank it in one gulp that he then nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "This is exquisite fruit wine, and it's brewed solely by the Monkey King." Meanwhile, Luffy, gazing at his empty cup, fell into a state of despondency. Seeing Luffy in such a state, Zheng Xiong casually conjured a new cup of fruit wine from the void, placed it before Luffy, and said with a smile, "Luffy, finish this drink and then call over the Pig King, Monkey King, Cow King, and all the villagers, and I'm throwing a feast tonight." Faced with the fruit wine before him, Luffy downed it in one go, nodded, and dashed out of the blacksmith shop. Night fell in East Blue's Windmill Village. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, with humans and animals coexisting harmoniously, some engaged in drinking contests, others in strength challenges. Zheng Xiong raised his cup, smiling at Garp. "What do you think of the feast I've organized?" Garp, astonished by the sight of humans and animals mingling so amicably, curiously inquired. "How did you manage this?" Just as Zheng Xiong was about to respond, a series of explosions erupted from the beach. Zheng Xiong's expression darkened instantly as he turned his gaze towards the beach. The trio, who were reveling in the festivities, along with the villagers and animals, all looked towards the beach. Garp too glanced in that direction, his expression grim. "It seems we have some unwelcome guests this evening." Zheng Xiong, "I'll handle it. You all continue." With that, Garp prepared to leave. Zheng Xiong stopped him with a raised hand, asking him to wait, then added, "At your age, it's best not to leap into action." Let Luffy and the Animal Kings deal with it. We shall sit here and continue our feast. After Zheng Xiong turned to face the trio, he said, "All right then, I want to go. Let Luffy handle it." Garp nodded and resumed drinking and eating. Zheng Xiong called out to the trio, who were still gazing at the beach, "No more staring. Ace and Sabo, take Luffy to gather the equipment, then head to the beach to deal with the unexpected visitors." Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Ace's figure blurred before suddenly appearing in front of him. "Uncle Xiong, give me the flame gauntlet. I can handle this alone. Sabo and Luffy's current strength isn't enough to deal with those guys." Just as Ace finished speaking, Sabo excitedly appeared at Ace's side, shaking his shoulder and exclaiming, "Ace, what nonsense are you spouting? We're brothers. How can Luffy and I let you go alone?" "Right, Luffy." Sabo turned to Luffy, who was in the midst of devouring a large meat pie. Luffy looked at Sabo, then at Ace, and nodded, and he then swallowed the large piece of meat pie whole. Seeing Luffy's agreement, Sabo turned back to Ace and said, "See, so stop saying such things, Ace." After releasing Ace, Sabo approached Zheng Xiong, took a deep breath, and said, "Uncle Xiong, give me the 1,000-strike God Stick AS for Luffy. No need to ask. It's definitely the Knight's ancient armor." While Sabo spoke, he suddenly looked up as a cannonball came hurtling towards him. Zheng Xiong raised a hand and waved it at the cannonball. A violent explosion erupted in the sky. After destroying the cannonball, Zheng Xiong cast a dark glance towards the beach and then provided Sabo and Ace with the weapons they requested, along with the armor Luffy favored, saying, "This time, there is only one target. Exterminate the enemy." "Understood?" The trio exchanged glances and responded loudly, "Understood." They then dashed towards the beach. I could see that moment. The beach was in chaos. A pirate, looking rather cunning, stood beside his captain. "Brother Gaia, we should leave at once. That I just checked the map and the time. It seems today is when the naval hero Garp is scheduled to arrive. He is likely here on the island right now." Gaia, pleased with his recent handiwork, turned pale upon hearing his subordinate's words. Grabbing the pirate by the throat, he shouted in a frenzy, "Are you trying to hasten my demise and jeopardize your rise to power? You were the one who chose this location, and now you're the one suggesting we flee? Why didn't you check the time earlier?" After berating him, Gaia sounded the emergency retreat signal, urging his crew, who had already landed on the beach and were preparing to charge towards Windmill Village, to hastily withdraw. The pirates, initially slow to respond to the retreat signal, suddenly heard a child's voice ring out, "Blazing Inferno." An orange light surged towards the pirates at their feet, followed by columns of fire shooting skyward. The unsuspecting pirates were engulfed by the flames, turning to ashes before the remaining pirates could react. Another child's voice echoed from above, "1,000-strike slash." A massive shadow of a stick descended from the heavens, accompanied by multiple afterimages that enveloped the pirates. In an instant, those ensnared by the stick's shadow were crushed into a pulp. Witnessing this spectacle, Gaia and his subordinate fled in terror towards their pirate ship, completely oblivious to the dark figure charging towards them. "Knight's charge." With that cry, Gaia and his pirate subordinate were sent soaring. Gaia had never imagined that he would remain airborne for so long, longing to crash to the ground rather than endlessly ascend and descend. For a full 30 minutes, Gaia found himself suspended in midair, and just as he was about to touch down, an unseen force propelled him upward again. The most vexing part was that each time he was lifted, he realized his body had stiffened, rendering him unable to retaliate. Thus, Gaia, the cannonball fanatic worth 12 million berries, along with his cunning subordinate, met their end on the beach. "Enough, Luffy. They are already dead. Stop now. Your body cannot withstand the Knight's ancient armor at its maximum speed. If you continue, you will perish." Ace and Sabo appeared beside the rapidly darting Luffy, forcefully restraining him to bring his frenetic movements to a halt. With Luffy immobilized, the ever-persistent Gaia and Fei Wu, who had been repeatedly launching him into the air, finally descended to the ground. As Ace surveyed the fallen pirate captain and the scattered, incomplete crew nearby, he pondered how best to handle the situation. Suddenly, a rhythmic sound of running echoed from the distance. Before long, the animal leaders arrived before Ace and the others. The monkey leader, thumping his chest and gesturing towards the pirates, communicated something to Ace using sign language, as taught by Zheng Xiong. Ace nodded in acknowledgement before glancing at the other animal leaders. After a brief exchange of looks with the monkey leader, the rest of the animal leaders nodded in unison towards Ace. Then it is up to you all to deal with this. Remember to leave the place spotless. Uncle Bear enjoys coming here to play with the Sea Kings. And if it's not clean, he might just play with you instead, Ace remarked before turning to depart. Sabo, bearing Luffy on his back, bowed apologetically to the animal leaders and followed Ace out. Kapu, munching on roasted meat, observed Ace and Sabo return less than half an hour after their departure, alongside Luffy, who lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. Did everything get resolved? What happened to Luffy? He was only gone for a brief moment. And now he is already asleep? Zheng Xiong rose and approached the slumbering Luffy, crouching beside him. After a moment of observation, he turned to Ace and inquired, did he use that knight's lung technique again? Ace, scratching the back of his head, responded with a hint of exasperation. Uncle Bear, you know as well as I do that Luffy has only mastered the knight's technique among the combat styles you taught him. If you don't allow him to use it, he has no other means of attack aside from taking hits. Upon hearing Ace's words, Zheng Xiong took a deep breath, calming himself before standing up to face Kapu. Kapu, you should let someone else teach Luffy. I truly cannot teach your precious grandson that IT has been a year, and just look at Sabo and Ace. While they could at least contend against a regular Navy captain, your grandson seems to lag behind. Zheng Xiong's expression was one of frustration. Kapu continued to gnaw on his roasted meat. Unperturbed, I don't care about anything else. You've received so many benefits from me. So you must ensure he learns properly. Kapu replied, before lowering his head to resume eating, soon accompanied by the sounds of snoring. Zheng Xiong silently regarded Kapu, who had fallen asleep while eating, and Luffy, who lay on the ground, deep in slumber, before exiting the forge with a smile. The banquet having concluded, details omitted. As Ace and Sabo watched Zheng Xiong leave the forge, they exchanged a glance before silently following in his wake. The reason I gathered you all here today is to introduce you to someone and witness a battle between formidable opponents and upon returning, do not divulge today's events to that old man Kapu. Otherwise, Zheng Xiong paused, eyeing the three newly arrived Navy captains. Smoker, feeling the weight of Zheng Xiong's gaze, stood at attention and declared loudly, Instructor, I was asleep in the training camp today and saw nothing. Zheng Xiong scrutinized Smoker for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. He then turned his attention to the ominous spider, who had fully mastered all his current sword techniques from all schools in the world of Kenshin. The ominous spider stood at attention and proclaimed, Instructor, I was practicing swordsmanship in the training camp today and was completely unaware of anything. Zheng Xiong regarded the ominous spider with satisfaction before shifting his focus to the last individual. The somewhat eccentric Fire Mountain, as perceived by Zheng Xiong. Fire Mountain, noticing Zheng Xiong's gaze, chuckled and then swiftly drew his long knife, knocking himself unconscious with the back of the blade. Watching Fire Mountain collapse to the ground, Zheng Xiong's lips twitched. He had anticipated this outcome. Fire Mountain often knocked himself out over the slightest provocation, and his speed was so swift that even Zheng Xiong occasionally struggled to react. After a refreshing splash of seawater, Fire Mountain shook his head and awoke. Observing the revived Fire Mountain, Zheng Xiong turned back to the sea, awaiting further developments. Suddenly, a ship appeared on the horizon. Zheng Xiong scrutinized the ship's flag, and after a moment, confirmed it belonged to Shanks, the Red Force. Before long, the Red Force docked on the beach. A group of individuals disembarked, chatting amiably and completely disregarding Zheng Xiong and the others, until a red-haired man stepped forward. Upon stepping ashore, the red-haired man spotted Zheng Xiong and the others nearby and curiously remarked, Are you Navy? Did you specifically wait for me? The previously jovial pirates halted their banter, their expressions darkening as they turned to glare at Zheng Xiong and his companions. Zheng Xiong glanced at Ace and Smoker before asking the red-haired man. They aren't dressed in Navy uniforms. How did you discern they're Navy? After exchanging glances with the other pirates, the red-haired man collectively shouted back at Zheng Xiong, Because you're wearing one, you idiot! Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiong rubbed his nose, waving dismissively. All right, I'm aware I'm wearing it now. No need to shout that I need to discuss something with the captain. Could you all step aside for a moment? As Zheng Xiong finished speaking, The pirates remained motionless, some even drawing their weapons. The red-haired man stepped forward and inquired, "What do you wish to discuss with me? I don't recall having met you before." The red-haired man regarded Zheng Xiong expectantly. Awaiting clarification, Zheng Xiong, observing the tense pirates and the red-haired man, smiled and said, "Shanks, there's no need to be so tense. I simply wish to test your swordsmanship. As for this attire, let us put it this way. If you cannot defeat me today, I am truly the future head instructor of the Navy and the nightmare of all pirates that, if you do win, I'm merely a blacksmith at sea. So, what do you say? Care to give it a try?" Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Shanks threw back his head and laughed heartily, responding, "Then consider today your victory. Go be your Navy head instructor. Now, step aside. My crew and I need to replenish our supplies here before leaving. We have no other business." After Shanks finished speaking, he began to walk forward, and his crew followed suit. Zheng Xiong, observing this scene, turned to Smoker. "Conceal the area to avoid being photographed." Smoker nodded and crouched down, pressing his hand to the ground, immediately causing a thick black-red mist to rise and envelop the surroundings. As the mist enveloped the area, Shanks raised his hand, signaling his crew to halt. Zheng Xiong drew his long knife from behind and pointed it at Shanks, declaring, "Shanks, let us begin. If you don't defeat me, you and your crew won't be leaving here today." This moment, Fire Mountain discreetly nudged ominous Spider, who looked at him in confusion. "Spider, if I'm not mistaken, the one about to fight the instructor is none other than Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, right?" Upon hearing Fire Mountain's words, ominous Spider wore an expression of defeat. "You took that long to realize it was Shanks? Fine, remain quiet. The instructor is about to make his move. In that instant, Zheng Xiong and Shanks' blades clashed fiercely before swiftly separating again, followed by another intense collision. After dozens of exchanges, Zheng Xiong leaped backward, exiting the combat range. With his trembling left hand propped on his long knife, he smiled at Shanks and said, "Let us call it a day for now, Shanks. Next time, I will surely take you down." At this point, Fire Mountain whispered to ominous Spider beside him, "Spider, look, the hand that the instructor has hidden behind is shaking more than your 8 limbs. He is even faster when it comes to starting a fight." As Fire Mountain concluded his sentence, everyone turned their curious gaze towards Zheng Xiong and ominous Spider. Zheng Xiong shot a furious glare at Fire Mountain before turning back, transforming into 9 afterimages that swiftly attacked Shanks from various directions. Initially, Shanks used one hand to block the afterimages, then resorted to using both hands, ultimately resorting to dodging the afterimages to evade the assault. As Zheng Xiong's afterimages grew more realistic, Shanks finally unleashed his true power, activating his unique Conqueror-S hockey to contend with Zheng Xiong. Amidst the chaos of 9 afterimages rapidly moving, Zheng Xiong suddenly proclaimed, "This chapter isn't over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." Ominous Spider, pay attention. This is the true extreme 9-headed dragon flash. Zheng Xiong's voice faded. 9 spectral shadows transformed from ethereal to corporeal, converging upon Shanks from various directions with a speed akin to instantaneous movement, launching their assault. Once the shadows had struck Shanks, they gradually turned to ash, dissipating into the ether. This moment, Zheng Xiong, with his back turned to Shanks, coldly remarked, "Go to the village, Shanks. Restock your supplies, and leave swiftly." Observing Zheng Xiong's back, Shanks sheathed his sword and replied with a hearty laugh, "What is your name? I acknowledge your strength. If you truly join the Navy, you might become a nightmare for all pirates. However, I must add, the Navy is not as righteous as you might imagine." With that, Shanks made his way toward the village, followed closely by the pirates. After Shanks and the pirates had departed, Zheng Xiong exhaled a sigh of relief and murmured, "Indeed, with the strength of a junior admiral, one cannot hope to match any of the 4 emperors." Just as Zheng Xiong spoke softly, Ace rushed up to him, breathless and agitated, exclaiming, "Uncle Xiong, Luffy has gone missing again." Hearing this, Zheng Xiong abruptly lifted his head, as if recalling some dreadful event, his expression shifting dramatically as he uttered, "Smoker, maximum power fog coverage. Ghost Spider, assist Smoker with sword intent. Fire Mountain, tremor the earth. Sabo, weather forecast." Quickly, Ace, watching Zheng Xiong's precise commands given to everyone but himself, called out loudly, "What about me, Uncle Xiong?" Zheng Xiong glanced at Ace, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "You go to the bar and find Makino. Tell her we'll be over shortly for dinner, and check if that rascal Luffy is loitering there at this time." The Makino Tavern was bustling with activity as a group of pirates clumsily held a small child upside down. Shaking him, "Spit it out, quickly. That thing is not food." After a while, the pirates gave up and returned to their tables, realizing that the devil fruit had fully merged with the child, who was now a devil fruit user. The child, who had just been shaken, unperturbedly stood up and walked over to Shanks, smiling as he said, "You must be the pirates Uncle Xiong mentioned. That my name is Luffy. Can I join you? He said this is my destined job, one that no one else could do better, and that I am to be the Pirate King." Shanks scrutinized the child for a moment, as if discerning something, and chuckled. "No, you have your own adventure to embark upon, so you cannot join my crew. However, I hope to see you at sea someday. When that time comes, wear this." With that, Shanks placed a straw hat atop Luffy's head, then lifted his cup and drank heartily. After a few moments, Shanks looked at Makino in astonishment and said, "Is this a new brew? It's even better and stronger than before." Makino smiled and nodded, explaining, "This exquisite liquor was crafted by a man named Zheng Xiong, who arrived in the village last year. The IT is called Wuyangjio, and that child is his apprentice. He should be arriving soon." And no sooner had Makino finished speaking than Zheng Xiong and the others entered the tavern. Upon entering, Zheng Xiong scanned the room and soon spotted Luffy, who was smiling and standing before Shanks. Zheng Xiong and his companions regarded Luffy, and with a sudden gust of wind, Zheng Xiong vanished from the tavern entrance, reappearing behind Luffy, reaching out to grab him. Just then, a powerful hand intercepted Zheng Xiong. "Let go, Shanks. This child is my apprentice, and it's not your place to interfere," Zheng Xiong asserted, looking up at Shanks. Shanks firmly held Zheng Xiong's hand, shaking his head. "I have no objections to you taking him back, but I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately." Zheng Xiong gazed at Shanks with confusion. "You have questions for me? Alone?" After drinking another cup, Shanks nodded affirmatively. Zheng Xiong contemplated for a moment, then turned his back to Shanks and said, "Then follow me, that I will share what I can, but I will not reveal what I cannot." After Zheng Xiong had spoken, Shanks queried, "With your current strength, why not go directly to Whitebeard to prove yourself? There is no need for me to act as your introducer. And what you claimed earlier, was that true?" Zheng Xiong, facing the sea, replied calmly, "Luffy is indeed a descendant of the D clan. As for whether he can inherit Roger S. will, you need not worry. I will ensure he becomes that kind of person before I leave here. By the way, I notice your companion's gear is rather lacking. How about I craft a tailored set for all of you?" Zheng Xiong smiled at Shanks. Shanks regarded Zheng Xiong seriously for a long moment before asking, "How much?" Zheng Xiong pondered and replied, "Let us have a spar first, then we can discuss the price. I may consider raising or lowering it. Now we should return, as 3 of my apprentices are actual Navy personnel, and it's not good for them to be mingling with pirates." Meanwhile, in the Makino Tavern, a group of pirates and Ace were gathered around 2 individuals, competing to see who could eat more. Jesus Burgess laughed heartily. "Lockie, slow down. That kid can't keep up with you." Ace shouted excitedly, "Luffy, can you handle it? If not, let me take over. You're eating so slowly, you're about to lose." Luffy, after swallowing a large plate of meat, seized another and declared while chewing, "Ace, you're usually the slowest eater, so stop talking. Just watch. I'm definitely going to win this contest." With that, Luffy increased his pace, gradually catching up to and even surpassing Lockie. Zheng Xiong and Shanks stood at a distance in the tavern, observing this comical scene. Ultimately, Lockie triumphed over Luffy by a mere 3 plates, earning the title of Windmill Village's glutton. 5 days later, on the eastern coast, at Windmill Village Beach, Shanks stood on his departing ship and called out, "Zheng Xiong, come find me here when you set sail. My companions and I are usually around to be by the way. Your forging skills are quite impressive, though a bit pricey. Can you explain why you made my sword this color? It doesn't seem to suit me." Shanks drew the newly forged griffin pink, crafted by Zheng Xiong over 3 days, and inquired loudly. Zheng Xiong, standing on the shore and gazing at the blade that flickered with pink light, responded, "The pinker the color, the more vicious the cut." Trust me, Shanks, it's true. Only after Shank's ship had sailed into the distance did Zheng Xiong breathe a sigh of relief, for the Griffin Pink possessed a rather unique effect. Extremely powerful, yet somewhat impractical. Weapon, Griffin Pink, exclusive to Shanks. Weight, 24.75 kilograms. Quality. Red effect, severing the weak. Can easily sever the weapons of opponents whose strength is 20 points lower than its wielder. Effect, the pinker, the fiercer. After this weapon has tasted blood, the blade will gradually turn pink, and its quality will enhance. Maximum, red-pink. Effect, do me a favor. When Shanks wields this weapon and utters the specific phrase, do me a favor in certain situations, his strength will surge to invincibility within the vicinity. Effect, Griffin's appearance. When Shanks invokes do me a favor, he can summon the Griffin giant wolf to intimidate those present. Alright, let us head back. By the way, Smoker, you three should return to Navy headquarters next month. There's nothing more I can teach you here. Please send my regards to Old Man Garp. That a month later, Smoker, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider stood aboard a Navy ship, saluting Zheng Xiong on shore before departing from the small island that had significantly enhanced their strength in a short time. Zheng Xiong watched the Navy vessel recede into the distance and turn away from the beach. This year, Luffy had turned 7, and Ace and Sabo would soon set sail as well. It was time for me to prepare ships for them in advance, and I should also venture out to sea next year. When Zheng Xiong returned to the blacksmith shop, he beheld Ace and Sabo meticulously grilling meat, while Luffy was energetically mashing fruits with a large wooden mallet to extract juice, with a smile gracing his face. Zheng Xiong observed this scene before voicing his recent contemplation. Upon hearing his words, Ace and Sabo continued their grilling with calm demeanor, while Luffy halted his fruit-smashing efforts, excitedly rushing to Zheng Xiong's side and exclaiming with sparkling eyes, "Uncle Xiong, take me with you when you set sail next year." Zheng Xiong gazed at Luffy and shook his head. That's not possible. The previously established order of departure must not be disrupted. In 10 years, Sabo will set sail first, followed by Ace, and you will be last. By the way, Luffy, do not even think about sneaking away. I have hidden your ship and special equipment in a secret place. After you come of age, you may ask Makino for them. Now, let us finish breakfast and resume our training. A year later, on the beach of Windmill Village, a crowd of people and animals gathered to bid farewell to Zheng Xiong as he embarked on his journey. "Uncle Xiong, do come back to see us often. We will miss you," shouted the children of Windmill Village as Zheng Xiong prepared to set sail. Just as he was about to leave the shore, he suddenly halted his actions, turned, and transformed into a shadow, instantly appearing in the cabin to address the dark corner. "I've told you before, you are not of age yet. You are forbidden from setting sail. Now, all of you, disembark at once." After saying this, Zheng Xiong effortlessly grabbed 3 figures cloaked in darkness, who had quietly lurked in the shadows, and exited the cabin, returning to the shore. "Village Chief, please keep a close eye on these children." After a brief commotion, Zheng Xiong officially set sail, departing from Windmill Village. Not long after Zheng Xiong's ship had sailed away, Carp appeared silently on the beach, gazing at the receding vessel in contemplative silence. With a sigh, he eventually turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiong, having distanced himself from Windmill Village, noticed the area was deserted, so he left the helm and made his way to the deck, where he produced a homemade fishing rod to fish. As his hook descended into the water, a massive black shadow soon emerged beneath the ship. Excited by the appearance of the shadow, Zheng Xiong reeled in his fishing rod and leaped into the sea. With a roar, as soon as Zheng Xiong hit the water, the black shadow opened its enormous mouth and surged toward him. Zheng Xiong's eyes widened at the sight of the rapidly approaching maw. He then engaged in a fierce underwater battle with the Sea King beast, resembling a gigantic shark. Before long, the corpse of the colossal shark floated to the surface. Bah! If anyone dares to tell me again that shark fins are the most delectable delicacy, I'll show them what it's like to revert to their original form. Emerging from the water with a look of disdain, Zheng Xiong spat out the fin he had just bitten into before diving back beneath the waves, swiftly swimming toward his drifting ship. "Captain Buggy, this ship can sail on its own without anyone at the helm. How impressive! Let us take it back. It might fetch a good price since it can navigate without a crew." One of Buggy's crewmates exclaimed as Zheng Xiong resurfaced. Hearing the voices aboard his ship, Zheng Xiong utilized the technique to instantly appear on deck. "That I apologize, but this is my ship. That I was just out for a swim. Now please leave this place. Thank you." The individuals who heard his words turned in fear to behold Zheng Xiong's sudden appearance. "Are you a ghost? Is this a ghost ship? How did you appear here?" "Shut your mouth, fool. This gentleman is clearly human." One of Buggy's crewmates, sporting a large red nose and resembling a clown, interjected after tapping the speaker on the shoulder. He then approached Zheng Xiong with a grin, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Buggy, an adventurer in search of treasure, not a pirate." And Y companion just spoke out of turn. "I hope you can forgive him. Since this is your ship, we shall leave by the way. If you know of any treasures in the East Sea but lack the time to pursue them, feel free to commission us. We can negotiate a fair reward." After bowing, Buggy turned and directed his subordinates to orderly depart from Zheng Xiong's ship and return to their own vessel. Zheng Xiong quietly observed the scene without protest, nodding only after Buggy and his crew had returned to their ship. He then tossed 3 scrolls at Buggy's feet. "Take these 3 scrolls and seek treasure at the designated locations. Once you've uncovered the treasures, I shall come and find you." After speaking, Zheng Xiong turned and returned to the helm, urging the ship to accelerate away. Buggy glanced at the scrolls at his feet, looked up at the swiftly departing vessel, and took a deep breath before shouting to his crew, "Set sail! A new treasure hunt awaits! Captain Buggy, there really is treasure here!" One pirate exclaimed, rushing to Buggy with a handful of gold coins. Before Buggy could respond, another group of pirates shouted, "Captain Buggy, come quickly! We have a letter for you!" Curiously, Buggy approached the commotion, took the letter from a crew member, and began to read. Upon finishing, he tore the letter to shreds and tossed it into the sea, proclaiming loudly, "Quickly, load all the treasures onto the ship. Be meticulous in your search. There should be a piece of clothing with a special design among them. Aside from that clothing, the rest of the treasure is ours. So search carefully." Buggy's crew responded enthusiastically before diligently searching for the clothing among the treasures. Nevertheless, it wasn't until the late night of the following day that they finally located the garment emblazoned with a distinctive pattern. Buggy stared at the clothing in his hands, pondering, "Do you think the employer who hired us is a bit deranged? Why place my likeness on this garment? It looks rather imposing. That is you in the future, not the present you." Zheng Xiong suddenly interjected, descending from above to address Buggy. "Have you been following me?" Buggy asked, bewildered at Zheng Xiong's sudden arrival. Zheng Xiong shook his head and proclaimed loudly, "You must have seen the contents of the letter as well. Now make your choice. Either remain in the East Sea for 10 years without venturing to other seas for treasure, in which case all the treasures will belong to you, or today will mark the end for all of you." With that, Zheng Xiong brandished his weapon, unleashing a unique aura that suppressed Buggy and his crew. Buggy's face darkened as he braced against Zheng Xiong's imposing presence, standing firm. "Sir, I acknowledge your strength, but that does not justify forcing me and my crew to stay in the East Sea for 10 years. Upon finishing his statement, Buggy and his crew swiftly drew their weapons and charged at Zheng Xiong. Surprised by Buggy's swift attack, Zheng Xiong remarked, "Impressive spirit, as expected from a former member of Pirate King Roger's crew. But this is where it ends." He then sheathed his weapon and countered Buggy's rapid strikes with precise punches and kicks. As Zheng Xiong engaged Buggy, a voice rang out from above. "This isn't over. You bastard, don't think you can trap me in the East Sea for a decade." Zheng Xiong suddenly looked up at Buggy, who wore a puzzled expression, before he could fathom Zheng Xiong's smile. One of the pirates on the ground shouted, "Captain Buggy, you're—" Just as the pirate began to speak, a sharp, delicate cracking sound echoed through the air. Buggy's face paled in an instant. "Oh no! If only you had agreed sooner. Remember, stay in the East Sea for 10 years and don't wander. I have plenty of methods to find you," Zheng Xiong declared before vanishing, leaving behind a weeping Buggy on the ground. "Captain Buggy, it's all right. I know a doctor in the East Sea who specializes in treating broken eggs. He should be able to help you," an older pirate suggested, stroking his beard as he glanced at the sobbing Buggy. "But Captain Buggy is a broken egg, not just cracked. Will that work?" After an intense exchange among the pirate crew, they ultimately reached a unanimous decision to seek out a doctor capable of providing a more robust egg for Buggy. At that moment, Zheng Xiong was perched atop a large tree, observing the distant clash between the pirates and the navy. After 30 minutes, Zheng Xiong yawned and leapt down from the tree, promptly falling asleep beneath it. "Boss Buggy, there truly is treasure here," a pirate exclaimed, rushing towards Buggy with a pile of gold coins, his excitement palpable. Before Buggy could respond, another group of pirates shouted, "Boss Buggy, hurry over. We have a letter for you." Curiously, Buggy approached the source of the commotion, took the letter from the pirate's hands, and began to read. Upon finishing, he tore the letter to shreds and cast it into the sea, declaring, "Quickly, load all the treasure onto the ship. Search carefully for a garment adorned with a unique pattern. Apart from that, the rest of the treasure is ours. Be thorough in your search." The crew responded loudly and set to work searching for the special garment among the treasure. However, it wasn't until deep into the night of the following day that they finally located the item. Buggy gazed at the clothing in his hands, a perplexed expression on his face. Do you think the employer who hired us has some sort of mental issue? Why would he imprint my likeness onto this garment? It looks rather imposing. That is your future self, not your present self. Zheng Xiong suddenly descended from the sky and remarked to Buggy. Buggy, taken aback by Zheng Xiong's sudden appearance, asked, "Have you been following me this whole time?" Zheng Xiong shook his head and proclaimed, "You must have seen the contents of the letter. Now, make your choice. Either remain in the East Sea for 10 years without venturing into other seas for treasure, in which case all the treasures will belong to you, or today will be the day of your demise." With that, Zheng Xiong brandished his weapon, the Fong Tian Huaji, unleashing a unique aura that suppressed Buggy and his crew. Buggy, his face darkened, stood defiantly against the pressure, saying, "Sir, I acknowledge your strength, but that does not justify forcing me and my crew to remain in the East Sea for a decade." After declaring this, Buggy unleashed his weapons, launching an assault on Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong, slightly surprised by Buggy's swift attack, noted, as expected from a former member of Pirate King Roger's crew, "Your audacity is commendable, but it ends here." He then sheathed his Fong Tian Huaji and countered Buggy's rapid strikes with a single punch and kick. Just as he did so, Buggy's voice echoed from above, "This isn't over, you bastard. Don't think you can trap me in the East Sea for 10 years. Zheng Xiong looked up at Buggy, who wore a puzzled expression. Before Buggy could comprehend Zheng Xiong's laughter, a pirate on the ground shouted, "Boss Buggy, you're—" Before the pirate could finish, a sharp cracking sound of an egg echoed through the air. Buggy's expression changed dramatically as he realized what was happening. "Oh no, you. If only you had promised me earlier. Remember, stay in the East Sea for 10 years and don't wander off. I have ways to find you." With that, Zheng Xiong vanished, leaving behind a tearful Buggy. "Boss Buggy, it's all right. I know of a doctor in the East Sea who specializes in fixing broken eggs. He should be able to help you," an older pirate said, stroking his beard as he looked at the weeping Buggy. "But Boss Buggy is a broken egg, not just a broken shell. Will it work?" After another fervent discussion among the pirates, they ultimately resolved to visit the doctor who could mend broken shells and procure a sturdier egg for Buggy. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiong was still observing the battle between pirates and the navy from his vantage atop the tree. After 30 minutes, he yawned and jumped down, falling asleep beneath the tree once more. Unaware of how much time had passed, Zheng Xiong awoke to find the moon hanging high in the sky. Stretching, he remarked, "Ah, that was a delightful sleep." Just as he spoke, a voice from nearby echoed the same sentiment. Zheng Xiong turned in surprise to see a disheveled middle-aged man with a nonchalant and slightly greasy demeanor emerging from the shadows of the tree. The middle-aged man, upon spotting Zheng Xiong, expressed astonishment. "To think there is someone else sleeping here like an old man. Youngster, you aren't one of those stragglers from the recent naval battle, are you?" Zheng Xiong, recognizing the man, exclaimed, "Admiral Kizuru, Borsellino, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be napping at Navy headquarters at this hour?" Before Zheng Xiong could finish a sentence, he activated the Shumpa technique and vanished from sight. "Preparing to flee at O. It seems you know of me and my sleeping habits," Kizuru remarked, transforming into a beam of light and appearing directly before Zheng Xiong, delivering a swift kick in his direction. "Have you ever been kicked by light?" Zheng Xiong quickly unsheathed his reforged weapon, the red blade, and raised it to defend himself. However, Kizuru's lightspeed kick still sent Zheng Xiong flying a considerable distance. With a grave expression, Zheng Xiong confronted the admiral. Kizaru, are you truly intent on fighting me? Kizu, scratching his nose and retracting his foot, replied nonchalantly, Youngster, no need to get so worked up. I was merely joking. It's not my working hours yet. Farewell. With that, he vanished in a flash of light, leaving the forest. Watching Kizaru's departure, Zheng Xiong drove the red blade into the ground and sat down, gazing at the faint cracks appearing along the blade. Indeed, as Old Man Carp had mentioned, Kizaru is the strongest among the three admirals. He nearly inflicted damage on my red-quality red blade with just one kick. Weapon name, Red Blade. Bound character, Zheng Xiong. No spirit currently. Weight, 85 kilograms heavy slash, when wielded with both hands. It can sever equipment below the supreme grade and inflict an additional 200 damage to the target. Lightweight, when wielded with one hand. Speed is increased by 400 and it delivers equivalent attack effects 4 times. Ultimate Sword Insight. Wearing this equipment allows for the automatic comprehension of the world's top swordsmanship, continuously optimizing and refining it, only effective for the bound character. This effect disappears when worn by others. Bloodthirsty Blade. This equipment can absorb the blood of living beings, repairing and continuously strengthening the blade up to red quality. Transformative. This equipment can absorb effect from all equipment of the same level, optimizing and altering its appearance. Description. Once an ominous blade, it was reforged by a certain blacksmith, transforming it into its current state. Blade's Whisper. You wouldn't want to know what inhumane operations that blacksmith performed on me. After reviewing the information on the red blade, Zheng Xiong stored it back into the system space and moved to a distant tree to resume his slumber. Meanwhile, back on the Navy's ship, Kizaru retrieved a Din Mushi from his clothing and contacted Carp. Moments later, the Din Mushi transformed into Carp's likeness. Kizaru, have you encountered Zheng Xiong yet? How is he? Kizaru replied nonchalantly, I did run into him. He's quite a remarkable young man, able to withstand my kick without harm, though he does tend to get overly emotional. After a few more idle exchanges, Carp abruptly ended the call, observing the Din Mushi revert to its original form. Kizaru set it aside and lay down to rest. Youngster, I didn't expect you to still be here. That aren't you afraid that I might mistake you for a pirate and throw you into impel down, never to emerge again? It's daylight now, and that means it's my working hours. Kizaru called from atop the tree, looking down at Zheng Xiong. Lying comfortably, Zheng Xiong casually replied, Do as you wish. If you want to capture me, go ahead. I can always find a way to escape once I'm inside. If you don't believe me, you can certainly try. Zheng Xiong, upon finishing his words, closed his eyes. Huang Yuan, intrigued by Zheng Xiong's statement, remarked, Very well, I shall give it a try. With that, Huang Yuan transformed into a radiant light. Swiftly approaching Zheng Xiong, who lay sleeping, and then raised his hand to unleash a blade of light. Clang! The pure light, coalescing into the celestial Tengu, collided violently with Zheng Xiong's crimson blade. Zheng Xiong rose, casting a cold glance at Huang Yuan. Time and again, you disturb my slumber. Huang Yuan, if you do not leave something behind today, you shall not escape. With that, Zheng Xiong commenced the execution of various sword techniques from the wandering swordsman's heart world, launching a fierce assault on Huang Yuan. Oh dear, you've grown angry, young man. Such a fiery temper. And is that blade of yours the legendary Supreme Blade? I've never seen it before. Huang Yuan adeptly evaded Zheng Xiong's relentless sword strikes, until he caught sight of Zheng Xiong's sudden smile. Before Huang Yuan could inquire about the cause of Zheng Xiong's mirth, Zheng Xiong abruptly leapt away from him. Upon landing, Zheng Xiong sheathed his crimson blade and grinned at Huang Yuan. Next time you attempt to catch me, spare the chatter, for a villain cannot capture the protagonist. Farewell, verbose old monkey, and do take heed of your feet. Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's inexplicable words, Huang Yuan looked down in confusion. To his astonishment, a clear hexagram appeared beneath his feet, rapidly ascending with blinding golden light. The dazzling golden radiance enveloped the surroundings, obscuring all visibility. Huang Yuan unleashed the 8-span jewel from his position, swiftly directing it towards the spot where Zheng Xiong had stood. However, Zheng Xiong had long since departed. Once the golden light dissipated, Huang Yuan, observing the place where Zheng Xiong had been, retrieved his Din Mushi from his attire and contacted Carp. casually stating, "The young man has slipped through my fingers. I am now preparing to return to headquarters." Without waiting for Karp's response, Huang Yuan abruptly ended the call. "What a delightful sensation it is to hang up," he remarked, departing the forest as if the brief skirmish had never transpired. Meanwhile, Karp, who had just been hung up on, was en route back to the Navy headquarters. I could see that moment. Zheng Xiong, having narrowly escaped Huang Yuan, was sprinting across the sea without a hint of concern for sinking. I shall find a different island to rest upon. Let's see how this old rascal intends to pursue me. Does he wish to escort me, to impel down? Dream on. After an indeterminate duration of running over the water, Zheng Xiong suddenly spotted a beach not far ahead. His excitement surged as he quickened his pace towards the shore. Just as Zheng Xiong approached the beach, he came to an abrupt halt before a small child who was dozing off. Lowering his gaze, he observed the familiar-looking child with green, algae-like hair. This child looks oddly familiar. Green algae hair? Zoro. So noisy. Who is it? Can't you see someone is sleeping here? The young Zoro mumbled, rubbing his eyes as he stood up, groggy. Listen, you have two choices. Either learn swordsmanship from me, or I shall beat you until you relent and agree to learn my techniques. The once drowsy young Zoro, gazing at the crimson blade before him and the towering figure that overshadowed him, uttered a phrase that would leave him trembling in recollection for years to come. Beat me until I relent. With Zoro's words, a tragic scene unfolded on the beach. Zheng Xiong, wielding a belt, relentlessly chased after young Zoro, delivering blows to his rear while inquiring, "Will you learn?" 2 hours later, as Zheng Xiong applied medicine to young Zoro's wounds, he remarked, "Had you simply stated your willingness to learn my swordsmanship, we could have avoided this, that I must admit. You have quite the endurance for pain. Now, I shall take you to a wonderful place to learn true swordsmanship." Young Zoro, with a tearful expression, simply nodded. Thus, Zheng Xiong brought young Zoro to the sword dojo in Frost Moon Village, commencing a rigorous 2-year training in swordsmanship. 2 years later, one evening at the dojo's entrance, Yang Shilang said, "Zoro, I entrust you to my care. Remember to pass on the killing moves and the 3 swords I have left for him when he sets sail as an adult. Also, remind him to ally with a fool named Luffy, for he can lead him to surpass me and reach the pinnacle of the world." I shall take my leave without bidding Zoro farewell. It's troublesome. Yang Shilang nodded with a smile. Rest assured, I will. Also, Zheng, please delay your departure. Zoro wishes to surprise you, and Guena has something planned as well. Zheng Xiong acknowledged Yang Shilang with a nod. Very well. I shall stay a while longer. I am curious to see what surprises these 2 little ones have in store for me. Just as Zheng Xiong finished speaking, 2 distinct voices and rapid attacks from 2 children suddenly emerged from above and behind him, simultaneously targeting Zheng Xiong. Mountain crushing strike, shattered stone, steel cutting flash, tornado. Witnessing the swiftly descending blades above and the rushing tornado behind him, Zheng Xiong smirked that he drew a simple blade, enveloped it in haki, raised it with his left hand to block the overhead assault, and then, using his right elbow, delivered a powerful blow towards the tornado, dispersing it. After completing these maneuvers, Zheng Xiong chuckled. Guena, I have told you before. The tornado should be a silent and furious force. That is its ultimate power. And Zoro, who taught you to use the mountain-crushing strike in such a manner? Pay attention. I shall teach you one last time. Zheng Xiong swiftly seized the 2 swords from Zoro's hands and, aiming at a massive stone in the distance, struck down fiercely. With a rush of wind, Zheng Xiong, who had been standing at the dojo's entrance, suddenly appeared above the colossal stone. The stone itself, upon Zheng Xiong's descent, was reduced to ashes. Moments later, Zheng Xiong reappeared at the dojo's entrance, addressing young Zoro. Did you observe my previous actions? The mountain-crushing strike, shattered stone emphasizes speed and pressure, not the brute force you just displayed. Very well, I have imparted all I can teach you. Should you seek me in the future, find me at Sabeti Archipelago. Farewell. With that, Zheng Xiong vanished from sight. Zoro shouted into the empty air, Uncle Xiong, you didn't give me a map. Where is Sabeti Archipelago? Where is the Grand Line? I don't know the way. At that moment, Zheng Xiong's voice resonated from the heavens. 8 years from now, seek Luffy in Windmill Village of East Blue. The answers lie with that child. Following this, the sky erupted with explosive sounds and the sight of Zheng Xiong sprinting through the night. Yang Shirlang, watching the distant figure of Zheng Xiong fade into the night sky, waved his hand in farewell, then approached the visibly dejected young Zoro and ruffled his hair. Zoro, I shall now teach you swordsmanship. Rest assured, while I may not match your Uncle Xiong, I was once a master swordsman myself and will not lead you astray. Yet young Zoro continued to gaze forlornly at the night sky, disregarding Yang Shirlang. Just then, Guina rushed over to young Zoro, tugging on his ear and exclaiming, "You rascal Zoro! Uncle Xiong just left, and you've already forgotten the teachings of respect he instilled in you." "Ouch, Guina! What are you doing? I haven't forgotten. Let go, you're going to rip it off." Young Zoro struggled to free himself from Guina's grip. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiong, racing across the night sky, suddenly sneezed and began plummeting straight down. However, as he descended, he rubbed his nose, unfazed, and pondered aloud, "There remains much time before that child Luffy sets sail. I must hasten to cultivate some powerful allies for him." Zoro has already made contact. Now, who shall be next? Boom! As Zheng Xiong descended from the sky, alarms blared, and the sounds of personnel bustling about filled the air. Who goes there? At that moment, Zheng Xiong realized that he had seemingly descended upon a naval base somewhere in the East Sea. Convinced that it was wiser to avoid trouble than to invite it, Zheng Xiong leapt from his position, once again treading upon the air, swiftly departing from the unknown naval installation by the time the naval soldiers arrived. They could only find a large crater left by Zheng Xiong's abrupt landing, with nothing else in sight. Consequently, as dawn broke, the base transmitted photographs of the crater to naval headquarters, claiming that an unidentified object had attacked the base the previous night, albeit with no reported casualties. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiong, who had created the crater, was squatting at the entrance of Cocoa West Village, holding a lollipop and smiling at an adorable little girl, saying, "You just mentioned your name is Nami, and that your mother is Belmere, correct? Come now, don't be shy. Let Uncle treat you to some delicious food. Would you kindly take me to find your mother?" The little girl gazed at Zheng Xiong with fear, then looked up and began to see the sound of Nami's cries. A throng of uncles and aunts burst forth from the village, wielding spatulas, rolling pins, scissors, sickles, bricks, and other implements, advancing towards Zheng Xiong with furious expressions. Zheng Xiong, drenched in cold sweat, scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, parting the crowd, a woman stepped forward and addressed Zheng Xiong. "Sir, may I ask why you are bullying my child Nami? Has she done anything wrong?" Zheng Xiong, observing the angry stares of the uncles and aunts, hastily declared, "It's all a misunderstanding. I am merely a blacksmith, and I only wish to show this child my newly forged kitchen knife. I had no intention of frightening her. My sincerest apologies." As he spoke, he produced a gleaming kitchen knife for the uncles and aunts to see and explain the situation. Ultimately, the uncles and aunts chose to believe Zheng Xiong and retreated from the village entrance, leaving Belmere and Zheng Xiong to converse, though some individuals remained nearby, observing Zheng Xiong's every move. Of Belmere, regarding the man before her with curiosity, inquired, "You say that someone sent you here to protect me? And you wish to open a blacksmith shop here?" Zheng Xiong nodded at Belmere and replied, "Indeed. Is there a problem? If not, I shall seek out your village chief to discuss the location of the blacksmith shop." With that, Zheng Xiong made his way into the village. While Belmere pondered the veracity of Zheng Xiong's words, she called out to him, "Wait, who exactly sent you here? What is their name? I can't shake off the feeling that you might be deceiving me." However, Zheng Xiong continued walking without looking back, solemnly stating, "Consider it a fabrication if you wish. I have other motives for coming here." With that, he pressed onward into the village, soon vanishing from sight. 5 days later, outside Cocoa West Village, a blacksmith shop appeared before Belmere's home. She stared in disbelief at the newly constructed shop and at Zheng Xiong, who was vigorously hammering a glowing piece of iron within. As Belmere's frustration mounted, she quickly approached Zheng Xiong and exclaimed, "Hey, Zheng Xiong, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for me? From your initial deliberate interaction with Nami to capture my attention, to now establishing a blacksmith shop right in front of my home. Along with the words you spoke days ago, I find myself increasingly suspicious of your intentions." Zheng Xiong, focused on hammering the hot iron, replied without lifting his head, Protecting you is genuine. As for the blacksmith shop, that was the location designated by the village chief. It is not my concern. And as for liking you, he paused, finally raising his gaze to assess Belmir, then lowered his head to resume hammering, stating, "You are too frugal with fabric. I do not favor those who are stingy to be. By the way, all the fruits you grow in your backyard can be sent to me. I quite enjoy fruit. The price, you can decide." Thus began the peculiar relationship between Zheng Xiong and Belmir, which continued until Zheng Xiong departed from Cocoa West Village a year later, on the beach of Cocoa West Village. A group of bloodied fishmen arrived in the dead of night. It was evident that they had just escaped from a brutal battle point. One of the fishmen shook his head, struggling to regain his composure, and approached a tall, bloodied fishman who was gasping for breath. "Brother Along, the battle is over. Brother Taigu was truly taken down by the celestial dragons." Before the fishman could finish, the towering fishman seized him and bellowed, "Silence! Do not utter that trash, nor speak his name again. If you do, I will kill you. Do you understand?" Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed across the moonlit beach. Before the tall fishman could react, a dazzling flash of a blade sliced through his neck. "Ugh!" was the last sound the tall fishman made in life. A man's voice then rang out, "I apologize for being in a hurry and not indulging in the plot. So I have brought your brother Along's brief fish life to an end. Now, I present you with two choices. Either accompany your brother Along on his journey, or reform and learn blacksmithing and combat skills from me, contributing to the village's agriculture and defense." The remaining fishmen looked at the man who had appeared, chattering incessantly. Fishman A asked, "What is this human talking about? And why is brother Along standing there, unmoving? Wasn't he the one who despised humans the most?" Fishman B replied, "It seems he wants us to learn blacksmithing and fighting." Before the other fishmen could react, the tall form of brother Along split in two and collapsed. Witnessing this scene, the fishmen's expressions changed dramatically, and they glared at Zheng Xiong while angrily charging towards him. What followed was a brief, harrowing spectacle of a single man pummeling a crowd. The fishmen, bruised and battered, begrudgingly signed the unequal treaty Zheng Xiong had crafted, and together with the villagers of Cocoa West, they endured a year of grueling training. This year of rigorous training forged an unbreakable bond of friendship between the fishmen and the villagers, along with a shared fear of one. Zheng Xiong Point one afternoon, on the beach of Cocoa West Village, a group of people and fishmen stood harmoniously together, indistinguishable between laughter and tears, waving farewell to Zheng Xiong. At that moment, Belmir shouted loudly to Zheng Xiong, who was gradually drifting away on a boat, "Hey, come back often. I've grown plenty of your favorite fruits and watermelons. I'll save some for you when you return." Zheng Xiong, standing on the boat, sang out, "Farewell, farewell, my friends." He gradually receded from view until he vanished entirely. Following Zheng Xiong's departure, the fishmen and villagers embraced, weeping. The village chief of Cocoa West lamented, "Wah, wah, wah. That devil has finally left. You cannot imagine. I haven't had a decent night's sleep in a year. That devil, Zheng Xiong, is utterly inhumane." Amidst the villagers' complaints and the fishermen's grievances, the deeds Zheng Xiong accomplished during his year in Cocoa West Village became the stuff of legend. Every newcomer to Cocoa West Village marveled at the harmonious coexistence of its villagers and fishmen, as well as their combat prowess, which rivaled that of Vice Admiral. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of it all, Zheng Xiong, wore a furrowed brow as he gazed at an elderly man in the captain's quarters, snoring loudly and drooling. "Old man Carp, when did you board my ship?" Zheng Xiong inquired, astonished. Carp remained blissfully asleep. Zzz. Seeing that he could not rouse Carp, Zheng Xiong approached him, crouched down, and said, "If you can sleep so soundly, you might as well find a cooler place to do, so that I'm in a hurry and have no time for such niceties." With that, Zheng Xiong hoisted Carp, chair and all, ready to toss him into the sea. Just then, Carp's voice suddenly echoed in Zheng Xiong's head, "You dare toss me into the sea, boy? If you even think about it, I will ensure you end up and impelled down, and I will personally escort you there." Before Carp could finish his warning, Zheng Xiong unhesitatingly hurled Carp and his chair into the ocean like a cannonball. Bang! As the figures of Carp and the stool plunged into the ocean, a colossal splash erupted skyward. Following this, Carp's furious roar resounded. "Zheng Xiong, Yet at that moment, the sea bore no trace of Zheng Xiong. Only the vessel, drifting away with the tide, remained. Karp, gazing at the ship freely floating upon the waves, let out another thunderous shout, and then commandeered Zheng Xiong's vessel to set course for Windmill Village. Just after casting off Karp, Zheng Xiong, who was swiftly sprinting across the sea, glanced back and, upon realizing Karp was not in pursuit, breathed a sigh of relief and mused, "It seems I can no longer remain in the East Sea. I must quickly locate Usopp and take him to Jezeb for training." With that, Zheng Xiong quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived at the West Slope village where young Usopp resided. However, before Zheng Xiong could step into the village, he was met with a barrage of chaotic attacks. Lord Usopp's tactical ambush has been a resounding success. Young Usopp, hands on his hips, laughed heartily from a tree at the village entrance, completely oblivious to the two unconscious comrades at his feet or the figure observing him. "Are you Usopp, Jezeb's child? You certainly resemble your father, both in appearance and in your uniquely peculiar fighting style," Zheng Xiong remarked. Hoisting Usopp onto his shoulder, he then descended to the ground, ready to depart West Slope Village. Just then, a fisherman wielding a harpoon emerged from the village, gazing in shock at Zheng Xiong and the Usopp slung over his shoulder. After a moment of astonishment, the fisherman aimed his harpoon at Zheng Xiong. "Hey, who are you? Where do you intend to take our village's Usopp? Someone come quickly. There's someone trying to abduct Usopp." With the fisherman's cries, curious villagers emerged from the village to investigate. Zheng Xiong, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt an eerie resemblance to events from his past in Koko Village. Realizing he could not linger, he swiftly knocked Usopp unconscious and leaped into a tree, making a hasty exit from West Slope Village. The villagers, still bewildered, suddenly heard a man's voice echoing from above that, "I am Zheng Xiong, the brother of Usopp's father, here to take Usopp to find his dad." Then, the sky reverberated with a series of booming sounds before gradually fading away. On the fifth day after Zheng Xiong's departure from West Slope Village, Karp arrived with a contingent of Navy soldiers. "Who is the village chief here?" "I am Vice Admiral Karp, on a mission to capture the pirate Zheng Xiong, who has been reported to have been here," Karp said as he produced a photo of Zheng Xiong waving from a ship. Name: Zheng Xiong. Bounty: 11 million berries. Crimes: maliciously attacking the East Sea Navy base, resulting in extensive destruction. The villagers of West Slope Village gazed at the image in Karp's hand, and an agitated middle-aged man rushed to Karp, pointing at the photograph. "Vice Admiral, I am the village chief. And this is the scoundrel who appeared in our village 5 days ago and abducted our child, Usopp." As the chief recounted the tale, Karp silently added a note to Zheng Xiong's record of crimes: a penchant for forcibly abducting uniquely handsome young boys. Subsequently, Karp and his Navy departed West Slope Village and returned to Navy headquarters, where they disseminated Zheng Xiong's new information, alerting naval forces across the seas to apprehend him. "Zheng Xiong, what brings you here with my son? Has he offended you in some way?" Jezeb inquired curiously, watching Zheng Xiong, who is currently engaged in a tussle with Lucky Lu over a chicken leg. "Zheng Xiong? Yes, your boy has indeed crossed me. When I was wandering through West Slope Village, he suddenly attacked me with a barrage of random objects, so I brought him to meet you and for you to train a lad," Zheng Xiong replied. Continuing his contest for the chicken leg with Lucky Lu, Jezeb's mouth twitched as he observed Usopp, who was rolling his eyes and twitching on the ground. "When I was your age, I lacked your courage. I wonder who you learned it from," Jezeb muttered before lifting Usopp and departing the dining hall. "Hey, Zheng Xiong, have you seen the Navy's bounty on you?" a lion-headed man remarked to Zheng Xiong. While still grappling for chicken legs, Zheng Xiong paused, chewing on one as he looked at the lion-headed man in confusion. "Me? Wanted by the Navy? Huh." Nearby, Shanks, who had been drinking, looked in astonishment at Zheng Xiong. "You didn't know?" Zheng Xiong tilted his head back, swallowing a large piece of chicken before replying. "What would I know? These past years, I've merely roamed through various villages in the East Sea and taught some villagers. I haven't caused any trouble. By the way, what has the Navy put a bounty on me for? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading." A small monkey scampered up to Zheng Xiong, dropping a bounty notice at his feet. Zheng Xiong glanced at the notice, and upon reading its contents, his expression turned to one of disbelief. Carp, Zheng Xiong proceeded to deliver an hour-long heartfelt greeting to Carp. 2 days later, aboard Shank's ship, the crew looked at Zheng Xiong, who was fully armed. Shank stepped forward. Are you off to negotiate with Whitebeard, or are you looking to pick a fight? Zheng Xiong waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about the details. Just tell me where Whitebeard's fleet is located and how many there are. The more, the merrier. This Zheng Xiong and Shanks conversed on a secluded island in the East Sea. Carp's voice suddenly echoed from another part of the island. Zheng Xiong, come out. I know you're in there. I'm giving you 1 minute, or else. Upon hearing Carp's voice, Zheng Xiong's expression changed dramatically to, oh no. That old man Carp has found me. Shanks, I must take my leave now. We'll meet again. With that, Zheng Xiong packed away his gear and leapt into the sea. Shortly after his plunge, Carp's figure descended from the sky. Carp looked quizzically at Shanks and his crew, red-haired. What are you and your crew doing here? What is your relationship with that scoundrel Zheng Xiong? Shanks and his crew exchanged glances with Carp before continuing their tasks. After downing a large mug of chilled liquor, Shanks replied, think what you will, but if we keep chatting here, that guy Zheng Xiong will swim far away to, oh, by the way, he just mentioned wanting to join Whitebeard. Upon hearing Shanks' words, Carp's expression darkened as he turned his gaze toward the rapidly rising plume of water in the distance, and he then sprinted across the waves toward the splash. Damn you, Zheng Xiong. This time you shall not escape my grasp. In the dead of night, over the North Sea, Zheng Xiong stood atop the ocean, laughing heartily at Carp, who was not far behind. Old man Carp, you've been pursuing me for 3 years. From the East Sea to the North Sea, yet you still cannot catch me. That it would be wiser to pursue someone else. Carp glared furiously at Zheng Xiong before unleashing a powerful punch into the air, sending a fierce gust of wind toward Zheng Xiong. Shut up, you scoundrel Zheng Xiong. This time, I will capture you and send you to impel down. Zheng Xiong, watching the approaching gust, chuckled and replied, if you can. Then come on, farewell. Moments later, Zheng Xiong was struck by the wind and shattered into fragments, cascading into the sea. Carp, observing the dispersed fragments of Zheng Xiong, scoffed derisively. Another one of these tricks, truly lacking in originality. With that, Carp turned and began to retreat. Not long after Carp's departure, Zheng Xiong resurfaced from the depths of the sea, addressing the retreating Carp. No, I've merely changed positions this time, and quite innovatively at that. Farewell, old man Carp. With that, Zheng Xiong submerged once more. Suddenly, he found himself facing a scene of sheer horror. Carp stood before him in the water, their foreheads almost touching. Zheng Xiong. Carp. On board a naval vessel, in the depths of the hold, Zheng Xiong wore a dejected expression as he gazed at Carp, who was seated across from him, munching on rice crackers. Old man Carp, what is your true intention in trying to drag me back to the Navy? Surely it can't be due to my trivial matters. Carp remained silent for a long while, observing Zheng Xiong, who appeared increasingly puzzled. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Carp finally spoke. Zheng Xiong, you are indeed a perilous individual. I had scarcely noticed it until now, but after reviewing your actions over the past 3 years across the 4 seas, it has become clear to me that you are orchestrating a grand scheme. To have been captured by me is merely a part of your strategy, is it not? At the very moment Carp finished his statement, Zheng Xiong deftly freed himself from the shackles of sea stone that bound him. A smile adorned Zheng Xiong's face as he looked at Carp. You are correct, old man Carp, but not entirely so. Being captured by you was indeed part of my plan, but that was after I caused a ruckus in Marineford. Although I find it somewhat regrettable that my plans have been intercepted, I have still achieved my objective, and why people should be here to retrieve me now. Farewell. Just as Zheng Xiong concluded his words, the canine-headed warship Carp occupied was assailed from all directions by unseen forces, resulting in the vessel becoming riddled with holes in an instant. That moment. A youth with hair resembling instant noodles and mysterious patterns adorning his face shouted from Zheng Xiong's former ship. Hey, Zheng Xiong, are you dead yet? We've come to rescue you, and we've reclaimed your ship. Zheng Xiong, upon seeing the boy standing on his former vessel, vanished from his spot and reappeared behind the youth. Little Jean, from now on, please refer to me as Uncle Xiong or Godfather. It's a matter of courtesy. Thank you, Zheng Xiong said solemnly. Basil Hawkins raised his hands in compliance. All right, Uncle Xiong, I promise I won't misname you again. Can I retrieve my sword now? With a swift motion, Zheng Xiong reclaimed his red blade and prepared to command others to set sail for their retreat. I could see that moment. Carp descended from above, landing before Zheng Xiong. Hey, Zheng Xiong, you coward. You've destroyed my warship without leaving any form of compensation and intend to flee just like that? Zheng Xiong, gaze fixed on the furious Carp, shrugged and replied with a smile. Perfect timing. I've been eager to test my skills from these past years. Come along. I have no intention of losing my ship. Zheng Xiong turned to Basil Hawkins and instructed, Little Jean, take everyone to the designated location. If I do not return within 3 days, proceed to the place I've given you to find Shanks and bring me back. He then leapt into the air, heading towards a small island not far away. Carp glanced at Basil Hawkins before turning back to see Zheng Xiong nearing the island. With a sudden leap, he too soared through the air to land on the island, allowing Basil Hawkins and the others to depart unimpeded. Subsequently, Basil Hawkins navigated Zheng Xiong's ship at great speed, disappearing into the North Sea. Clang! The red blade collided violently with Carp's hockey-infused iron fist that 9-headed dragon flash. Zheng Xiong swiftly conjured 9 phantoms, each wielding a blade in different stances. Lunging towards Carp, Carp shattered one phantom with a punch while admonishing, Zheng Xiong, you would do well to abandon your impractical dreams. With your skills, the title of ruler of the seas is beyond your grasp. You'd be better off returning to the Navy as a guardian. Old man Carp, I shall reiterate, I will not become a Navy soldier. Infinite flow. Demon blade. Zheng Xiong unleashed a ferocious strike enveloped in black flames. Although Carp managed to block the attack in time, the charred and smoking mark on his right arm testified to the power of Zheng Xiong's strike. Carp, glancing at the scorched mark on his arm, moved with the swiftness of the wind, enveloping Zheng Xiong and launching a rapid onslaught. The island was soon filled with the sounds reminiscent of cannon fire, continuing for a full 2 days until the island sank beneath the waves. In the surrounding waters, all sea kings perished. The ultimate outcome of the battle on the island resulted in Zheng Xiong's disappearance into the sea, while Carp returned to the Navy headquarters, replacing a full set of dentures. Old man, do you think there's any hope for this one? Such grave injuries, his chest is half penetrated, Marco remarked, observing Zheng Xiong, who lay on the ground, his body wrapped in bandages and bleeding profusely. Whitebeard, seated upon a massive throne, grasped a colossal wine cup and took a hearty swig. After setting down the enormous vessel, he replied, if this fellow were to perish so easily, it would be an affront to his current moniker. Moreover, the red-haired pirates have already administered some treatment during his transport. Just as Whitebeard prepared to resume drinking, the figure that had been lying down, now resembling a mummy, staggered to his feet, revealing Zheng Xiong beneath the unraveling bandages. With a pale complexion and eyes closed, Zheng Xiong rasped, so, it was you who saved me. Speak your wish, and I shall fulfill it, be it treasure or something else. Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter, prompting the surrounding pirates to join in. Marco stepped forward, declaring loudly, Hey, you're quite the character, but do you realize who you are speaking to? Do you even know where you are? Zheng Xiong opened his eyes to behold the pineapple-like hairstyle and a vaguely familiar face. Surveying his surroundings, he turned to Whitebeard and said, You're Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, and that is Marco, the Phoenix. Hey, kid, who are you calling Pineapple Head? And you better not address my old man by his full name. Marco retorted, swiftly throwing a punch at Zheng Xiong. Without looking back, Zheng Xiong executed a high kick, knocking Marco unconscious in a single blow. Only then did Zheng Xiong turn to see Marco sprawled on the ground, rolling his eyes. Honestly, your old man hasn't even spoken Y-E-T. I could see that moment. Whitebeard rose, seizing his naginata, and delivered a powerful downward slash towards Zheng Xiong while bellowing, Zheng Xiong. Upon hearing Whitebeard's voice and sensing the overwhelming pressure, Zheng Xiong quickly pivoted, drawing his red blade and raising it to block the sudden strike. Clang! The red blade met the naginata with a resounding clash. Zheng Xiong looked at the suddenly aggressive Whitebeard and remarked, Whitebeard, don't you find this somewhat unfair? After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, Whitebeard raised his naginata, turned, and returned to his colossal seat. He picked up a bottle of liquor and drank deeply before addressing Zheng Xiong. That slash was merely a warning to do not lay a hand on my children while aboard my ship. Now that you've recovered, be on your way. You're not welcome here today, and before you leave. Take a look at this. I believe you want to know about it. Zheng Xiong accepted the scroll tossed to him by Whitebeard, scrutinizing it with curiosity. Upon finishing the contents, Zheng Xiong's expression darkened as he looked up at Whitebeard. Is everything in here true? The Navy's ghost spider has truly had his hands severed and can no longer wield a sword? Observing Zheng Xiong teetering on the edge of fury, Whitebeard nodded slowly. It was done by Kaido of the Beast. He suddenly attacked Eni's lobby not long ago. The one guarding Eni's lobby was none other than Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. He faced Kaido alone for a full 20 minutes without defeat, only to ultimately have his hands torn off by Kaido, who then consumed them. Upon hearing Whitebeard's account, Zheng Xiong's eyes glinted with a crimson glow, and his body began to shimmer with red-black lightning as he exclaimed, "Where is that bastard Kaido now?" After Whitebeard closed his eyes and named a location, Zheng Xiong leapt into the sky and transformed into a streak of red-black light, racing away in a specific direction. Shortly after Zheng Xiong departed, Marco groggily rose to his feet and approached Whitebeard, asking, "Old man, is that guy a match for Kaido? He wants to be killed. Will he?" After downing another bottle of wine, Whitebeard replied, "That fellow is not Kaido's equal, but if Kaido wishes to kill him, he would find it a difficult task. That be why the way. Neither Kaido nor his calamities are currently in Wano in the land of Wano." At the base of the Beast Pirates, a sudden crash resounded as a crimson and obsidian figure descended from the heavens. Upon landing, a voice thundered, "Kaido, come forth and meet your demise." The pirates, who had been merrily conversing, exchanged glances before erupting in furious shouts, charging towards Zheng Xiong. Confronted by the oncoming horde, Zheng Xiong brandished his red blade, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he surged towards the pirates. In an instant, he zipped past them, appearing behind the throng. Zheng Xiong bent low, eyes shut, and slowly sheathed his red blade. I could see that moment. The pirates behind him disintegrated into a gruesome shower of flesh and blood, splattering the ground. With his eyes still closed, Zheng Xiong remarked, "It seems that Kaido is absent. Consider this an interest payment." Having uttered these words, he turned and departed from the Beast Pirate stronghold. Merely a day after Zheng Xiong's exit, Kaido, accompanied by 3 of his formidable subordinates, descended from the sky. As Kaido touched down, he was immediately struck by the pungent scent of blood and an eerie silence. I could see that moment. One of the calamities. Jack approached Kaido and reported, "Boss, I just surveyed the area. All the brothers left here are gone, and the ground is drenched in red, with remnants of flesh scattered about. The presence of such potent blade energy suggests that few could accomplish this feat at sea. Hawkeye Mihawk is one." Kaido lowered his gaze at Jack and grimly replied, "Are you suggesting that Hawkeye attacked my base?" Another calamity. Ash then rasped, "Hawkeye's blade energy is not of this nature. I have witnessed it before. His is the epitome of sharpness. While the energy present here is utterly ferocious." Just as Ash finished speaking, the sound of footsteps and applause echoed through the air. The 3 calamities and Kaido turned towards the source of the noise as Zheng Xiong emerged from a base. Clapping slowly as he approached Kaido and the 3 calamities, he removed his sunglasses, pointed at them one by one, and declared, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the master and instructor of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. As for who Ghost Spider is, you need only to know his connection to Eni's lobby. By the way, Kaido, have you taken a dump today? It would be best if you haven't. I shall be quite displeased." With that, Zheng Xiong drew his red blade, transforming it into a flash of crimson light aimed at Kaido's abdomen, exuding the intent to eviscerate him. Observing the swift approach of Zheng Xiong, Kaido's expression darkened, and he retaliated with a powerful punch. The 3 calamities unleashed their distinctive attacks in simultaneous response. Zheng Xiong, embodied as red light, evaded the calamities, maneuvering behind Queen, seizing the moment before Queen could react. He executed a heart-piercing thrust. Jack, witnessing this, shouted, "Queen, watch out behind you." In a desperate bid, Jack shoved Queen aside. Thud! The red blade pierced through Jack's chest. Jack! Queen, who had just been knocked aside, turned to see Jack impaled by Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong, now confronted by Jack's sudden appearance, withdrew the red blade from Jack's chest, leaping into the air and transforming into crimson light, preparing to escape, seeing one of his most valued subordinates, Jack, grievously wounded. Kaido's eyes flared crimson as he roared, "Damn you! You shall not leave here alive today." Thus, a horrifying spectacle unfolded in the skies above Wano, where a dazzling, sword-shaped crimson light clashed repeatedly with the dual form of a man and dragon. Continuing until the depths of night, in the depths of night on Wano's shores, Zheng Xiong expelled a mouthful of blood, panting heavily, using his red blade as a prop as he gazed at the bloodied, battered Kaido not far away. "Kaido, you bastard, weren't you going to make me shit myself? Where is it now? Prepare to die." "Zheng Xiong, you bastard, you activated a bloodlock. How can you bleed so much and yet remain alive?" The two exchanged furious glares before vanishing from their spots, colliding with ferocious intensity. Kaido pressed down forcefully on the red blade, while Zheng Xiong pushed upwards with equal might. Realizing he was no match for Kaido in this manner, Zheng Xiong enveloped his red blade with his unique haki, allowing it to slice into Kaido's fist, persistently severing through bone. Seeing his tactic effective, Zheng Xiong shouted at Kaido, "Spit out my disciple's hands, or I shall take yours and fashion them onto Ghost Spider." With eyes ablaze, Kaido lifted his foot, aiming a stomp at Zheng Xiong's head, omitted excessive content for brevity with a furious glare directed at Kaido, who continued to hurl insults and occasionally attempted to stomp him. Zheng Xiong bellowed, "Piercing chicken strike." He swiftly withdrew the red blade from Kaido's fist, instantly appearing beneath him, delivering a rapid series of upward thrusts with the red blade, ultimately slashing upwards and vanishing into the sea. All of this transpired in a heartbeat, and as Kaido, grim-faced, surveyed the now deserted beach, he realized his comrades were violently spewing forth crimson liquid, resembling a torrent. Kaido crouched, hands covering his brothers, bellowing in despair, unable to cease. Thus the tale of a midnight lament echoed along Wano's shores, recounting a fearsome man's wails. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiong, having committed such a heinous act, was relentlessly pummeling a shark-like Sea King. Eventually, he trod upon the Sea King. Reaching the entrance of the Navy headquarters, as he entered the Navy headquarters, Zheng Xiong was intercepted by an elderly man seated at the helm, donned in sunglasses and picking his nose. This elderly figure, astonished by the sight of Zheng Xiong standing atop a Sea King, inquired, "What brings you here?" "Couldn't he handle Kaido, so you came to the Navy looking for assistance." Zheng Xiong, eyes closed, took a deep breath and replied, "Why didn't you inform me of such a significant matter? Don't tell me you truly didn't know where to find me." Kong, with a stern gaze fixed on Zheng Xiong, responded, "You know this is a serious affair, and given your current status, do you think I am at liberty to seek you out and inform you?" Zheng Xiong remained silent, contemplating Kong for a long while before asking, "Where is he now?" Kong, seated at the helm, regarded Zheng Xiong. "Ghost Spider is currently at Vegapunk's, undergoing treatment and modifications that I trust one need not elaborate on that name. Now, hasten and leave, for your presence is giving me a headache." "I am quite irked." Nodding in acknowledgement of Kong's words, Zheng Xiong remarked, "Kong, ensure Vegapunk modifies Ghost Spider to be more presentable. I worry greatly about his appearance. He will have to rely on his hands for the rest of his life." Having spoken, Zheng Xiong leapt into the sea, diving without a backward glance. Shortly after Zheng Xiong submerged, Kong produced a barrage of cannonballs, hurling them towards Zheng Xiong's previous position. Boom! Boom! The shark-like Sea King that had originally carried Zheng Xiong was instantly drenched in blood. You shall perish, you bastard Zheng Xiong." Meanwhile, at a safe distance from the recent chaos, Zheng Xiong floated on the water's surface, smirking slightly. Such an old man with such a temper, not a thought for a stroke. "Seriously, Kong, do you cheat with that?" Zheng Xiong submerged once more, departing. Suddenly, a massive black iron ball plummeted from above, crashing down at Zheng Xiong's recent location. Whitebeard, visibly displeased, glared at Zheng Xiong. "What brings you back here? Did I not previously state that my ship does not welcome you?" With a cheerful demeanor, Zheng Xiong responded to Whitebeard, "I have returned specifically to join the Whitebeard pirates. Do not be too hasty in your rejection. I possess a unique method to restore you to your peak strength in a short time. And as you well know, my capabilities are formidable. Now that I have spoken, who is against this? Who is in favor? By the way, I assume Marco is a tacit supporter. Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Marco, standing among the crowd, was instantly engulfed in fury, charging towards Zheng Xiong. You bastard! I have endured you for far too long. Zheng Xiong, unperturbed, extended his hand to seize the swift kick aimed at him by Marco. Hey, I've come to join you, not to instigate a battle, Zheng Xiong declared, releasing Marco's foot with a gentle pat, sending him flying back to his original position. Upon returning, Marco glared furiously at Zheng Xiong, but refrained from further aggression. Whitebeard regarded Zheng Xiong as if he were reminiscent of a formidable warrior with a pot-lid hairstyle from his past voyages. After a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, I agree, but you must recruit your own crew. My children shall not serve as your subordinates. Thus, Zheng Xiong joined the Whitebeard pirates, becoming the captain of the 3rd Division, albeit a leader without followers, as Whitebeard provided him with only a ship and nothing more. When news of this spread, reactions among those at sea varied. Shanks, glancing at the newspaper in his hands, chuckled softly before returning to indulge in a feast with his comrades. Kaido, seething with rage, tore the paper to shreds and bellowed towards the heavens. Zheng Xiong. He then summoned all his crew to seek retribution against Zheng Xiong in Whitebeard's territory. Upon reading the news at the Navy headquarters, Carp sighed and exited Sengoku's office. Sengoku, with a somber expression, gazed at the photograph of Zheng Xiong smiling on the newspaper, subsequently issuing a new bounty notice against him. Zheng Xiong was designated the moniker Redblade, with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. His crimes included a relentless spree of offenses across the seas over 3 years, resulting in casualties among both Navy personnel and pirates, and he had fought to a standstill against Navy hero Carp. As well as Kaido and his 3 calamities, Basil Hawkins stared at the newspaper in silence for a long time, his eyes closed as if deep in contemplation. That moment, one of his pirate subordinates approached him. Captain Hawkins, the Godfather has appeared. Should we seek him out or continue with his plan? Opening his eyes, Hawkins replied darkly, that man's plan must not be disrupted or thwarted. Otherwise, we shall all perish for now. We shall proceed as originally intended to acquire the Strawman Devil fruit, the Time Reversal fruit, and the Weakness fruit, and subsequently consume them as planned. That night, in a tavern within Windmill Village in the East Blue. 3 children's excited voices suddenly echoed. Luffy exclaimed, Uncle Bear is so cool. He actually managed to defeat Grandpa. Sabo corrected him. It's a stalemate, not a victory. Pay attention. By the way, I'm setting sail the day after tomorrow according to Uncle Bear's plan. See you all in the seas. Ace, visibly annoyed, waved his hand dismissively. All right, got it. You're leaving the day after tomorrow. I'm off next month. And Luffy, you're going next year. Just then, Machino and Dayton approached. Machino smiled and said, it's bedtime as per Uncle Bear's rules, everyone. Dayton, chewing on a cigarette and wielding a spike club, added, hey, the man has set a bedtime, and if anyone can't sleep, I'll use physics to put them to sleep. The trio of brothers exchanged glances before dashing to their beds, falling asleep in an instant, their snores echoing within 3 seconds. Machino and Dayton watched the slumbering brothers before turning to leave their room. Dayton, with a hint of regret, swung his spiked club and remarked, this thing hasn't seen action since the first use. Those 3 brats have learned well and no longer want to clash with me. Machino, stifling a laugh behind her hand, replied, Dayton, you know the power of that weapon. Luffy and the others have been struck by it many times, so naturally, Vivi learned to behave as they walked further away. Luffy and his brothers were lost in slumber. ZZ.name. Sleep-inducing spike club. Dayton exclusive, quality. Red effect. Sleep, you rascals. When Dayton strikes a target with this weapon, it ignores 85 of the target's defenses, inflicting at least 5 seconds of dizziness and a sensation of paralysis rated at 700 out effect. This hit hurts a lot. Each strike on a target causes an additional 300 pain. Disregarding any pain reduction abilities, this pain can stack up to a maximum of 20 effect. The more there are, the faster I get. The more targets in the vicinity, the quicker Dayton's own speed increases. Capped at 900. Is this how you amuse yourselves daily? Zheng Xiong stood beside Whitebeard, observing the pirates around him competing in strength, appetite, and drink capacity, lost in contemplation. Whitebeard, seated upon a massive throne, sipped his drink and spoke. Surely you don't believe my crew spends every day pillaging and burning. Such barbarism is behind me. Now, I simply wish to enjoy the latter half of my life with my children. Without further ambitions, Zheng Xiong gazed at Whitebeard for a long moment before responding, "Well, I happen to be quite hungry." With that, Zheng Xiong joined the pirates engaged in their eating contest, indulging heartily. Whitebeard closed his eyes. Observing Zheng Xiong immersed in the revelry, he truly resembles you. You tienned out on a beach in Windmill Village at dawn. Sabo waved from his ship, bidding farewell to the villagers and animal leaders. "Goodbye, everyone," Luffy called out. "Sabo, remember to find Uncle Bear at Sabati Archipelago." "Okay." Ace added, "TCH, stay safe, and don't forget what that guy taught you. Remember to look for him at that place." The villagers looked on in confusion, while the animal leaders expressed their bewilderment. Thus, Sabo embarked on his brief maritime adventure. Shortly after Sabo's ship set sail, Luffy, Ace, along with the villagers and animal leaders, witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories. Sabo's vessel was struck by cannon fire from a Navy warship on the Navy ship. A rotund man clad in an astronaut-like suit disdainfully observed the burning vessel. What kind of garbage ship dares to obstruct the grand ship of the Celestial Dragon? "Charlos," the man scoffed before turning away without a backward glance. Heading to his quarters soon, the Navy warship departed, leaving Sabo's fiery ship behind, disappearing from sight. Luffy shouted, "Sabo?" Ace echoed. The villagers and animal leaders gasped in shock. Oh. Ultimately, Ace was the first to react, sprinting towards the sea where Sabo's ship was ablaze. The animal leaders quickly followed, running across the water as if it were solid ground, watching Ace and the animal leaders dash across the sea. Luffy desperately wished to join them in rescuing Sabo. Unfortunately, due to his devil fruit powers, Luffy lacked the ability to traverse the sea as they did. When Ace and the animal leaders reached Sabo's burning ship, they found it deserted. Ace stood amidst the flames, frantically calling out Sabo's name, but to no avail that moment. One of the animal leaders, a gorilla, leaped into the water, surfacing with 2 sea kings in tow. It then returned to the ship, slapping the sea kings on the head with each palm, inquiring in beast language. Ultimately, the 2 sea kings, looking quite distressed, recounted everything they had just witnessed. The gorilla leader then animatedly explained the situation to Ace. Upon hearing the gorilla's animated account, Ace realized that Sabo was not dead, merely blown away by the cannon fire and had already fallen into the sea. Seeing Ace and the animal leaders return ashore, Luffy rushed to Ace, asking anxiously, "Ace, why did only you and the animal leaders come back? Where's Sabo?" Ace lowered his head, remaining silent that moment. The gorilla leader stepped forward to elaborate once more. After listening, Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. He was just blown away. Thank goodness, it's not a big issue. The villagers soon learned that Sabo was unharmed, merely blasted away by the Navy warship's cannon, and returned to their daily routines. In the dead of night, aboard a ship near Fishman Island, an enraged voice echoed, accompanied by the sound of a cup shattering on the floor. "Sabo?" Zheng Xiong, composed yet furious, demanded, "Calm down. What has happened has happened. What do you intend to do now? Shall I send my men to help you find that child?" Jean Gudwa inquired, addressing Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong glanced at Jean Gudwa and replied, "Thank you, Jean Gudwa, but there is no need to search for that child. If he were to perish so easily, I would be profoundly disappointed. However, since he has harmed my disciple, it is somewhat unreasonable for me, as his master, to remain uninvolved. By the way, you should refrain from getting involved in this matter. Go back and rest." Jean Gudwa stood rooted in place, staring wide-eyed at Zheng Xiong, remaining silent and motionless. Seeing Jean Gudwa's unwavering gaze, Zheng Xiong helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "Very well. When the time comes, just help me steer the ship jeeping to my evacuation point." The ship given to Zheng Xiong by Whitebeard. Thus, the astonishing event known as the Mary Geos Red Blade incident began to unfold in the dead of night. Within the Saint District of Mary Geos, A chilling scream pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of a blade slicing through flesh. "Excuse me, is this the Charlot family?" Zheng Xiong bellowed after cleaving a bodyguard in two with a single stroke, the celestial dragon, collapsing to the ground with yellow liquid seeping from his trousers. Trembled as he replied, "No, no, this is the Rosward Saint family. The Charlot family is on another street." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiong nodded. "Oh, then I killed the wrong one," he declared, swiftly severing the celestial dragon's head from his body. Shortly thereafter, he vanished, leaving behind a scene of carnage. Not long after Zheng Xiong's departure, Garp, accompanied by a tall figure clad in a red coat and wearing a hat, descended from above. Garp, unfazed by the gruesome scene, turned to the grim-faced individual beside him and said, "Sakazuki, let us head back and report to Sengoku that the Rosward Saint family in Mary Geos has been utterly annihilated, with no survivors." After speaking, Garp glanced up at the moon, murmuring, so crimsoned he then exited the area strewn with corpses. Sakazuki surveyed the gruesome remains scattered about, clicked his tongue in irritation, and turned to leave. This time it should be foolproof. Though it seems a bit late, just moments ago, Zheng Xiong had burst through the walls of a residence, inquiring if this was the Charlot family. Without a word, a middle-aged man inside had drawn a Thompson gun and opened fire at Zheng Xiong, while two youths also brandished pistols, aiming at him. Zheng Xiong deftly dodged the incoming bullets and instantaneously appeared before the two shooting youths, swinging the red blade and severing their necks, causing twin geysers of blood to erupt. Witnessing the brutal slaying of his sons, the middle-aged man's eyes turned crimson with rage as he hastened to pull the trigger with increasing fervor, shouting, "Bastard! Who are you? Why have you barged into my home? How dare you murder a member of the esteemed Charlot family, my sons? You will regret everything you've done tonight. I, the patriarch of the Charlot family, will not let you go. I swear." With that, he furiously continued to squeeze the trigger. Zheng Xiong regarded the frenzied middle-aged man, whose eyes were now bloodshot, and after evading the bullets, smiled and said, "I'm the Red Blade, also known as Zheng Xiong. Everything you are experiencing today is a consequence of your son, who, in his arrogance, obliterated my disciple Sabo. Now, perish." Zheng Xiong declared, lunging forward with the red blade aimed at the man's throat. "Enough, Zheng Xiong. You have already slain too many innocents tonight. Do you wish to join them in death?" Just in the nick of time, Garp arrived, using his iron fist to block Zheng Xiong's lethal strike. Zheng Xiong looked at Garp, then leaped backward, sheathing the red blade with a displeased frown. "Old man Garp, you couldn't have arrived any sooner or later, but you choose to come now, bringing an enraged dog with you. Are you trying to trap me here? Nevertheless, I am a free man. Farewell." With that, Zheng Xiong turned and leapt onto the wall, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from above. "Red Blade Zheng Xiong, you shall not escape tonight." Zheng Xiong smirked, remaining stationary. Garp, witnessing the familiar scene, shouted upwards, "Sakazuki, watch out behind you. That SA clone." Hearing Garp's warning, Sakazuki kicked backward forcefully. "Oh dear, old man Garp, who told you my technique cannot change position?" "You!" Sakazuki exclaimed in shock, turning to see the red blade piercing through his rear. Zheng Xiong kicked Sakazuki away, drawing out the red blade and disdainfully eyeing the faint red-yellow substance on its tip before addressing Garp and Sakazuki below. "Admiral, if you have hemorrhoids, you should have mentioned it sooner, and don't need to wait until someone else causes you pain before you realize it. Farewell." With that, Zheng Xiong vanished into the night sky without looking back. Sakazuki stood there, his legs crossed, muscles tensed in discomfort, trembling as he shouted at the vanishing Zheng Xiong. "Zheng Xiong." Garp, with a grim expression, glanced at the now bloodied Sakazuki. "Admiral, stop shouting and get out of here. Go get treated. Your blood is splattering all over me." Sakazuki cast a brief glance at Garp before seizing the unconscious patriarch of the Charlot family and departing the scene. Garp looked towards the direction of the Mary Geos port before turning to follow Sakazuki. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiong, soaring through the sky with incredible speed, reappeared momentarily, glancing back to find that neither Garp nor Sakazuki had pursued him. "Interesting, I've slain so many celestial dragons, and yet they do not intend to chase me down for a fierce battle." Zheng Xiong mused before once again concealing himself with remarkable speed. Soon, he descended upon a ship cloaked in the darkness of night, where Jean Gudwa, with wide eyes, and Bista, wielding twin blades, awaited him. Zheng Xiong waved his hand dismissively. Come on, it's not like I didn't bring you along for the chaos at Mary Geos. It is hardly necessary to react this way. Now, let us set sail. A figure emerged from the shadows, a man in a hood and sunglasses, who approached Zheng Xiong. Red Blade Zheng Xiong? Zheng Xiong squinted at the man before him. Admiral Kazan, I finally understand why Garp and that red dog didn't pursue me. You were waiting for me here, weren't you? Very well, this matter doesn't concern them. Let them leave, and then try to defeat me. Zheng Xiong concluded, gesturing for Jean Gudwa and Bista to depart swiftly. That ate this moment. Kazan spoke up. I'm not here to fight. I merely came to see what the man whom Garp claims can surpass Whitebeard is like. Now that I've seen it, farewell. With that, Kazan executed a backflip, disappearing into the vast darkness of the sea. Zheng Xiong watched as Kazan vanished into the abyss, then turned to Bista. Let us head back to the old man. By the way, Bista, what are you doing here? Bista shook off his shoulders, retracting his twin blades. Dad said you would come to Mary Geos tonight to do something that would shock the world, and he wanted me to assist you. Also, I'm not the only one here. Everyone else is around, just not in this location. They're drawing fire to buy you time for retreat. Upon hearing Bista's words, Zheng Xiong's eyes reddened with emotion. Did everyone really come? Bista nodded, then produced a flare gun, shooting into the sky. Let us go. Dad is waiting for us. When Zheng Xiong, Bista, and Jean Gudwa arrived at the location where the flare had just been launched, they witnessed two factions clashing fiercely. Whitebeard, wielding his naginata, stood at the bow of his ship, sternly observing Garp and Sakazuki not far away. Garp, with a darkened expression, looked back at Whitebeard, then at the pirates and navy soldiers embroiled in battle beneath the ship, and loudly declared, Whitebeard, have you considered the consequences of your actions? Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, a disdainful smile gracing his lips, before he boldly declared, Zheng Xiong is my crew member, my comrade. Though he is not my adopted son, I have not abandoned the habit of standing by my companions, and no matter the consequences, I shall bear them. As Whitebeard finished his proclamation, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the sky, casting his figure and Karp's furious glare upon him into stark relief. That moment, Sakazuki, standing beside Karp, let out an enraged roar and charged at Whitebeard, unleashing a fierce punch. Damn pirate, spare me your righteous facade. Perish! Just as Sakazuki was about to strike Whitebeard, a barely audible sound, akin to a knife piercing flesh, echoed through the air. Sakazuki felt a familiar pain in his lower back, turning in shock to see what lay behind him. My apologies for not cleaning up properly last time. I assure you it will be done thoroughly this time, Zheng Xiong remarked, twisting the red blade embedded in Sakazuki's back before yanking it out with a flourish, performing several backflips to evade the ensuing deluge of red and yellow rain. Karp, witnessing the approaching torrent, paled and swiftly darted aside. Whitebeard also leapt back, landing before Bista and Jingo, casting a peculiar glance towards Zheng Xiong in the distance, and inquired of Bista, does Xiong have a vendetta against this marine admiral? Why such ferocity? Jingo shrugged, responding, Xiong mentioned this fellow suffers from hemorrhoids and needs treatment. That moment, Zheng Xiong suddenly shouted to Whitebeard, Old man, quickly instruct the brothers to retreat. Continuing this battle serves no purpose, as Zheng Xiong called out. Karp appeared before him, unleashing a flurry of punches while demanding, Zheng Xiong, what do you intend to accomplish? Do you truly believe your antics can disrupt the current dominion of the seas? I tell you, it is impossible. Zheng Xiong raised the red blade, deftly blocking Karp's iron fist while retorting, this is no mere folly. Karp, you had better hasten to take your red dog away. If you delay any longer, he may truly bleed out. Karp's expression darkened as he halted, casting a glance at the weakened Sakazuki, who lay on the ground. Bloodied and pale, he then looked at the glowing red blade in Zheng Xiong's hand, gritted his teeth, hoisted Sakazuki onto his shoulder, and leaped off the ship. Ultimately, Karp commanded the naval soldiers to cease hostilities and begin their retreat, and the Whitebeard pirates followed suit, withdrawing from the fray. The press subsequently dubbed this clash the Battle of the Mary Geo's Harbor, disseminating the news across the globe, prompting varied reactions from those familiar with Zheng Xiong and those who were not. Slap! Kaido furiously hurled the newspaper onto the deck and bellowed, "How long until we reach Whitebeard?" At that moment, a burly pirate rose to respond, "Boss, we will arrive in 2 hours." Upon hearing this, Kaido's expression darkened as he leapt into the sea. "Accelerate your speed. I shall seek that rascal first." With that, Kaido submerged, swimming toward the Whitebeard pirates' encampment. Within a castle on a small island, a man with hawk-like eyes sat upon a cross-shaped throne, caressing the obsidian-black hilt of a broadsword. Murmuring, "Zheng Xiong, is it?" Silence fell once more in the East Blue. At the coastal border, a pirate brandishing a newspaper excitedly approached a slumbering clown, exclaiming, "Captain Buggy, news of Captain Xiong has arrived," caught in a dream of treasure hunting. Buggy's limbs and head exploded in disarray upon hearing of Zheng Xiong, shrieking as they flew in different directions. The nearby pirate crew, who had been counting their treasure, glanced at the chaotic Buggy before returning to their task. After the commotion, Buggy examined the newspaper closely. Confirming Zheng Xiong was alive, he cleared his throat and declared, "Next stop, treasure hunting in Moonlight Village." With that, Buggy's ship set sail for new horizons on an unnamed island in the East Blue. Ace was roasting a sea king while reading the newspaper, calmly stating, "Uncle Xiong is quite impressive. He has quickly made a name for himself. It seems I must also strive harder. In Windmill Village." Luffy gazed forlornly at Makino and Dayton. Dayton turned her head away, refusing to look at Luffy, and remarked, "Your sailing date isn't until next Monday. Your antics now are futile." Makino smiled and nodded, adding, "Do not rush. Luffy, Uncle Xiong has left you the finest ship and equipment in the world. It is time to continue your training." After hearing their words, Luffy lowered his head and exited the tavern, displeased, and began to run around the small island. In Kokoyashi Village, 2 excited girls approached a woman who was diligently watering fruit trees, exclaiming, "Mom, there's news about Uncle Xiong." The woman, deeply focused, vanished in an instant, reappearing with a watering can in one hand and a newspaper in the other. The 2 girls exchanged amused glances before quietly stepping outside, gazing at their family's now empty blacksmith shop. Nami remarked, "Uncle Xiong is truly something. He clearly likes Mom, but never says so." Nojiko responded, "Let them sort out their matters themselves. By the way, Nami, have you really decided to set sail to find Uncle Xiong?" Nami nodded in agreement, saying, "Rather than letting Mom wait for Uncle Xiong to return, I might as well go find him myself." In Frostmoon Village, a clang echoed as a man and woman engaged in a fierce duel, swords flashing in a deadly dance. Eventually, the man, panting and kneeling, addressed the girl, "Quina, the outcome is clear today. It is my turn to set sail and seek out that fellow named Luffy that Uncle Xiong spoke of. You shall remain here." Zoro then approached Yasop, who was cradling 3 swords with a smile. Yasop said, "That move is not the pinnacle of your strength. Uncle Xiong wants you to complete it. By the way, these 3 swords are named Snowfall, Sharp Cut, and Ghost Slash, Pseudo. The latter is particularly unique. You will have to discover its special quality yourself. Lastly, I wish you good fortune. The ship is waiting on the beach." Yasop handed Zoro the 3 swords, who held a map while scrutinizing a man absent-mindedly picking his nose. "You are Luffy? The one Uncle Xiong said could help me surpass him?" Luffy, seated at the bow of his ship, continued to pick his nose. "I'm Luffy, but who are you? Do you know Uncle Xiong?" Upon hearing Luffy's affirmation, Zoro brandished 2 swords. The Ghost Slash, Pseudo remained sheathed at Luffy. "Then there is no mistake. Uncle Xiong said when we meet, we should fight immediately. Whoever wins becomes captain, and we merge our ships." Luffy, upon hearing this, ceased his nose-picking, leaping to his feet in anger. "This ship, the Sunny, was specially crafted for me by Uncle Xiong. I will not let you merge it with yours." With that, Luffy vanished from the bow, and multiple phantoms of him appeared around Zoro, launching their attacks. Zoro, witnessing the sudden appearance of Luffy's doppelgangers, scoffed, "Illusion attacks. Are they?" 9-headed dragon flash. Thunder. Zoro vanished in place, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the sea. Darting between Luffy's phantoms, 1,000 spears barrage, Just as Zoro shattered all of Luffy's phantoms, Luffy materialized above Zoro, raining down punches. Zoro stood upon the sea, raising his swords to fend off Luffy's blows. The water beneath them rippled violently, swelling until it manifested into a tsunami-like wave, rapidly expanding outward to the East Blue Marine base. A colonel noted the sudden onset of a fierce tsunami near the base, suspecting it was man-made due to the sounds of intense battle. Colonel Mouse, who was sipping tea, waved his hand upon hearing his subordinate's report. Send 2 ships to investigate first. I shall follow shortly. Honestly, this wretched place in the East Sea is quite impoverished. I had thought that pirate, who called himself alone, possessed some strength, given his imposing stature. Yet after leaving here, he has vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the battle between Zoro and Luffy continued to rage on the surface of the East Sea, intensifying with each exchange. After Zoro deflected Luffy's attack with a swift slice, he called out, "Hey, let's settle this with one decisive move." Luffy, standing upon his ship, nodded in agreement. All right. With that, Zoro and Luffy each assumed distinct stances. Zoro declared, "Tenchi-san, Kyoku," while Luffy countered with "Giant Fist." At that moment, a naval vessel from the EC Navy arrived near the 2 combatants that a naval soldier shouted from the deck, "You 2 are under arrest. Cease your actions immediately." In response, the clash of their skills erupted. The already turbulent waters transformed into a full-blown tsunami, infused with Zoro's unique sword energy and Luffy's tremendous might. The tsunami surged forth, uncontrollably crashing into the East Sea Navy base, submerging it entirely. The colonel, who had just stepped outside the base, was caught off guard and met his demise at the hands of the violent tsunami and the accompanying force of energy. As for the other naval soldiers, while a small number were drowned in the wave, the majority were fortunate enough to float atop the sea. Observing the devastation before him, Luffy's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at the submerged naval base. He quickly grabbed the unconscious Zoro, resisting his own fatigue, and rode the waves to catch up with the already drifting Thousand Sunny. Unbeknownst to Luffy, the ship's exterior had become even more agile and colossal than before. With Zoro's vessel having vanished without a trace, Luffy hoisted Zoro onto the deck and rushed into the captain's quarters, shouting, "Thousand Sunny, set sail for Sabeti Archipelago." As Luffy's voice echoed, a voice resounded from within the cabin. "All right, speed at 180. Brace yourselves for takeoff." Meanwhile, the naval soldiers, still stunned by the sight of their submerged base, were about to witness another astonishing event. The Thousand Sunny launched from the surface of the sea, soaring into the sky, accompanied by 3 luminous objects trailing behind the ship. Amidst the chaos, as the Whitebeard pirates prepared to return to Fishman Island, Kaido suddenly emerged from the depths, leaping onto Whitebeard's ship with a thunderous roar. "Zheng Xiong, get out here!" Zheng Xiong, gripping the hilt of his red blade, stepped forward from the crowd. "Hey, Bullhead, feeling any better?" Upon seeing Zheng Xiong, Kaido's eyes turned crimson as he swung a powerful punch directly at him. Zheng Xiong, recognizing the ferocity of Kaido's attack, prepared to draw his red blade in defense. Suddenly, a massive Naginata descended in front of him, crashing down onto the deck. Kaido, poised to strike, quickly withdrew his fist, glancing at the towering figure behind Zheng Xiong. "Kaido, Zheng Xiong is my crew member. Attacking him on my ship is tantamount to declaring war on me," Whitebeard declared, drawing his Naginata with a single hand, glaring fiercely at Kaido. Kaido, dark-faced, shot a glare back at Zheng Xiong. "Edward Newgate, step aside. Do you have any idea how egregious this bastard has been toward me?" Whitebeard scoffed at Kaido that you're both men, and the size difference is so vast. Could it be he did something to you? Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Kaido erupted with a formidable aura, glaring at Zheng Xiong. "Yes, he did something to me." The crew aboard Whitebeard's ship, including Whitebeard himself, bore expressions of shock, glancing back and forth between Kaido and Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong coughed lightly and stepped forward to clarify. "Please don't misunderstand that I merely performed a complimentary acupuncture on this bullhead, and I never anticipated his temper would lead him here." Just as Zheng Xiong finished speaking, Kaido lifted his head, bellowing in rage, and threw another punch at him that you're full of crap. "You clearly used that damned red blade. I can't even urinate properly now. Do you understand?" Whitebeard swiftly intervened. blocking Kaido's punch with his Naginata. Kaido, Zheng Xiong, standing behind Whitebeard, spoke up. Old man, let him come. I can handle him. He might not be able to kill me. Whitebeard turned to glance at Zheng Xiong, recognizing the confidence in his eyes. He then pushed Kaido aside, sheathing his Naginata and standing aside. You two may descend and fight, but only for today. Before long, Whitebeard's fleet anchored at an uninhabited island, and all hands disembarked to witness the showdown between Zheng Xiong and Kaido. Bullhead, let me make this clear. The wounds inflicted by my blade are not easily healed. If anything happens, I won't be responsible, Zheng Xiong warned, brandishing his red blade. Kaido glared at the once vibrant red blade, now darkened, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Bastard, you're going to die today, Kaido roared as he unleashed a colossal punch. The pressure from his fist rendered the surrounding air heavy. Zheng Xiong swung his red blade, generating multiple arcs of sword energy to deflect Kaido's punch, simultaneously retreating to create distance. The two exchanged blows, each trading fierce attacks. Old man, I feel like that guy. Zheng Xiong is constantly getting stronger, Marco remarked. Whitebeard, seated upon his grand throne, sipped from his flask before responding. His swordsmanship is nothing short of monstrous. Were it not for my devil fruit abilities, he could inflict considerable harm upon me in close combat. As Whitebeard continued to drink, oblivious to the astonished gazes of his sons, Zheng Xiong dodged another of Kaido's attacks and said, Bullhead, let's negotiate. Bastard, I have no terms with you. Die, Kaido retorted, intensifying his assault on Zheng Xiong, disregarding the injuries and blood seeping from his battered fists. Zheng Xiong raised his red blade, parrying blow after blow, while occasionally striking back at Kaido. Just then, Kaido's fleet arrived at the island. Jin and Queen disembarked, with the remaining crew tending to the severely injured Jack aboard the ship. Queen, with a grim expression, remarked to Jin, that red blade is peculiar. Ever since Jack was pierced by it last time, he isn't healed, and the wound keeps bleeding. Jin slowly gripped his sword, eyes fixed on Zheng Xiong battling Kaido. Wait, buy me 2 seconds by holding back Whitebeard and the others. Just 2 seconds, and I will avenge Jack and assist Lord Kaido in slaying this man. With that, Jin assumed a stance, dark flames beginning to rise at his feet. Queen nodded, picking up his homemade Gatling gun. Don't worry. Even if I die today, that bastard will pay. As Queen finished speaking, he aimed at Whitebeard and the others, pulling the trigger. The Gatling gun erupted with a barrage of deep blue bullets, instantly resembling a jet of blue flames. Whitebeard and his crew, upon hearing the gunfire, instinctively took defensive positions or sought cover. Whitebeard, who had been lifting his flask, abruptly halted, rising in anger as he drew his Naginata and shattered the deep blue bullets with a powerful swing. Jozu, assist Zheng Xiong. Marco, take the others and leave this place. I will deal with that gun-wielding bastard. With that declaration, Whitebeard swung his blade fiercely toward Queen, exclaiming, Die, red blade. Zheng Xiong and Kaido engaged in a fierce back and forth, clashing violently, when suddenly a man's voice pierced the air from behind. Zheng Xiong swung his crimson blade backward to defend. Clang. Kaido, noticing the bothersome red blade suddenly raised behind Zheng Xiong, swiftly landed a punch that struck Zheng Xiong, sending him flying. Zheng Xiong spun through the air 10 times before barely dissipating the force of Kaido's blow. Upon landing, he shook his head and gazed at the suddenly appearing Jin. How dare you sneak in from behind? Masked man, you are as good as dead. I assure you, even the Minotaur cannot stop me, Zheng Xiong proclaimed, only to bend over and spit blood once more to tea that moment. Ja stood before Zheng Xiong, wielding a massive diamond shield and clad in diamond armor. Bear, can you still fight? No, we must retreat for now. Father says you cannot defeat Kaido at this point. Bang! Before Jaws could finish, Zheng Xiong, pale-faced, pressed his bloodied hand against Jaws. Buy me some time against the Minotaur. I must eliminate this masked fool. As Zheng Xiong spoke, a tangible dark red aura began to envelop him, and he vanished, reappearing above Jin, flashing around him incessantly and launching continuous attacks, plunging Jin into peril. You scoundrel, your opponent is me. Do not lay a finger on my subordinate, Kaido roared in fury at Zheng Xiong, then charged toward Jin, aiming to save him. Bang! Boom! Kaido was repelled backward by the massive shield. Jaws, having raised the shield to block Kaido's wrath, felt his palms split and blood begin to flow. As long as I stand with the dazzling diamond set crafted specifically for me by Bear. You shall not pass today. After taking a deep breath, Jaws lifted the diamond shield once more to face Kaido. Meanwhile, Jean was bloodied and struggling to fend off Zheng Xiong's relentless assault. Tap, 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 tap. Die, all of you die. Quinn, enveloped in white smoke, frantically pulled the trigger of his Gatling gun. Boom! Suddenly, a foot engulfed in blue flames materialized from thin air, forcefully kicking Quinn away. Fatty, hurry up and bring out the antidote. Or I will kick you to death. Marco yelled angrily as he grasped the unconscious Quinn. Marco, what happened? Didn't you all return to the ship? Whitebeard approached Marco, puzzled. Father, the blue bullets fired by this guy are problematic. Although you dispersed most of them, some remnants still reached our brothers in the wind. They're rapidly freezing, and Jindudo is in the worst condition. He sacrificed himself to cover for the others and is on the brink of death. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Marco exclaimed excitedly to Whitebeard. Who did you say is on the brink of death? Pediatrician, do not speak carelessly. Jindudo is wearing the special Conqueror S belt I made for him. How could he be poisoned? And he's almost dead? Zheng Xiong suddenly appeared before Marco, stepping on the unconscious Quinn, inquiring about Marco's words. After Marco confirmed Jindudo's condition once more, Zheng Xiong raised his crimson blade and thrust it violently into the prone Quinn. Thus, one of Kaido's calamities, Quinn, perished on the spot. Marco stared at Zheng Xiong in shock. Bear, he hasn't received the antidote yet. How could you kill him? Jindudo still needs it to survive. Zheng Xiong regarded Marco. Pediatrician, have you forgotten? The wine gourd I crafted for Father has detoxifying properties. Otherwise, with all the medication Father has taken in the past, he would have encountered issues long by the way. Father, hurry and bring Jaws back. The Minotaur is about to go completely berserk. Even with the gear I provided him, Jaws cannot withstand a fully enraged Minotaur. After Whitebeard handed over his wine gourd to Zheng Xiong, he turned and rushed toward Jaws. Issuing a retreat command without looking back, that moment, Jaws was bleeding profusely from both hands, his legs sunk into the ground up to his knees, and the diamond shield was riddled with cracks. Before Jaws could speak, Marco placed a hand on his shoulder. Jaws turned, looking at Marco in confusion, who shook his head. We must retreat. You must treat Kaido with caution. Even Father will need to be wary. If we remain here, Father will be distracted. After hearing Marco's words, Jaws nodded and muttered, My kneecaps are shattered. I need your help. Marco nodded, and blue flame wings suddenly sprouted from his back, with a burst of thrust from his shoes. He lifted Jaws and flew back to the ship. Edward Newgate, do you wish to die here? Kaido bellowed angrily at Whitebeard, who raised his massive Naginata with one hand. If you can, then come. Kaido roared to the heavens before unleashing a flurry of rapid punches at Whitebeard. Causing the island to erupt with thunderous sounds out on the Moby Dick, Marco observed as Zheng Xiong connected multiple 4 tubes to the wine gourd, placing the other ends in the mouths of Jindudo and the others. Curious as he asked, Bear, can this wine really detoxify? Without looking back, Zheng Xiong inserted the 4 tubes into the poisoned individual's mouths and replied, Rest assured, it's only a viral infection. The gourd's abilities will soon reveal a miracle. By the way, hasn't Father returned yet? Zheng Xiong glanced at the trembling island. Just then, Whitebeard descended from the sky, landing behind Zheng Xiong. From now on, that guy Kaido will be our sworn enemy. You better avoid acting alone. You cannot kill him before he dies. After Whitebeard spoke, he looked at Jindudo and the others, who lay on the deck, eyes closed, drinking from his wine gourd. How much longer until they awaken? Zheng Xiong pondered, stroking his chin. The earliest. It will take an hour. That fat man's poison is quite potent. It cannot be resolved quickly. After stating this, Zheng Xiong glanced at the information regarding the wine gourd. Whitebeard's wine gourd weight, 75 kilograms effect. Creation from nothing. Fine wine continuously produces delicious wine, up to a maximum of 10 tons. Effect, abnormality removal. Consuming the fine wine produced by this gourd can eliminate all toxins and negative states in the current world. Effect, life xanthan. Carrying this gourd increases one's recovery speed by 450, ignoring any reduction in recovery effects. Effect: under heavy pressure, when the wine produced by this equipment reaches its limit. Using it to attack can inflict additional damage of 10 tons multiplied by 350 times 1's strength on the target. Effect: self-healing. This equipment can utilize fine wine for self-restoration. After reviewing the information about the wine gourd, Zheng Xiong felt a surge of confidence. I could see this moment. Kaido stood on his ship, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the bloodied corpses before him. Just moments ago, his crew had rushed to inform him that Jack's condition had suddenly deteriorated, and before any treatment could be administered, he had perished. The bodies of Quinn and Jean, who had gone to confront Kaido on the island, were also brought back. Thus, Kaido announced to the world that anyone who could kill Zheng Xiong and bring him Zheng Xiong's head would have any demands met without condition. Since Zheng Xiong's fierce battle with Kaido, which resulted in the deaths of his 3 calamities, he had faced no less than 700 assassination attempts and ambushes over the course of a year. These repeated attempts had honed Zheng Xiong's strength to a level rivaling that of Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Ace, as if destined by fate, had joined the Whitebeard pirates within that year and had risen to the position of captain of the 2nd Division. The former captain of the 2nd Division, Jaws, was now the first acting captain of Zheng Xiong's ship, as Zheng Xiong was often absent. That at this moment, Zheng Xiong sat before Ace, his expression dark as he scrutinized him. I told you before. Joining Shanks or that fat lady's crew would be better than coming to this ship. He is powerful, I admit, but his crew is a tomb of destiny for you. Ace looked up at Zheng Xiong, grinning as he replied, because you're here, Uncle Bear, that you're so strong, and Father is strong too. With both of you together, don't believe I will meet my end on this ship. Ace is still taken as a son by Whitebeard. Zheng Xiong silently gazed at Ace for a long while before speaking. Have you found that Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach? If you do, let me know. I wish to have a conversation with him about life. Ace looked at Zheng Xiong, who had drawn his red blade, and shook his head in distress. Uncle Bear, is this how you intend to discuss life? I can't help but feel that once that Blackbeard appears, his life will be over. Upon hearing Ace's words, Zheng Xiong immediately sheathed his blade and squinted at him. It seems you haven't found that rotund fellow. Or perhaps you have, and you're concealing it. Bear, Teach left the crew long ago to travel the world and hasn't returned yet. Speaking of which, why have you been searching for him lately? Jozu suddenly stepped out from behind Zheng Xiong and inquired. Without turning his head, Zheng Xiong replied, I wish to alter the future I once beheld. The future Teach will throw the old man's crew into disarray and indirectly bring about the demise of both the old man and myself. Thus, I must eliminate any unstable factors before events truly unfold. Jozu regarded Zheng Xiong's back in silence for a long time before responding. Bear, you must understand that Father does not permit crew members to execute another crew member without just cause. If you wish to deal with Teach, you must first gather irrefutable evidence against him. After saying this, Jozu quietly resumed his position behind Zheng Xiong, ceasing to speak. Zheng Xiong turned to glance at Jozu before stating, I will find it. With that, Zheng Xiong dismissed Ace, instructing him not to cease his search for Teach's whereabouts, while he himself set out to find Sachi, requesting him to prepare a meal of Sea King's stir-fried rice. At that moment in the galley of the Moby Dick, Sachi lay sprawled in a pool of blood. A towering figure of unusual stature stood behind him, brandishing a devil fruit and laughing maniacally. Ha ha, Sachi, your luck is unparalleled. You have acquired such a rare devil fruit, but now it belongs to me. The hulking man proclaimed before swallowing the devil fruit whole without a change of expression. Then turning to leave the galley. Just then, Zheng Xiong's red blade suddenly appeared before the giant, pressing against his throat. Who are you? Why are you here? And you had better pray that Sachi is not dead. Otherwise, I guarantee you will be nothing more than minced meat on a grill, served to the great fish beneath the ship. After delivering his threat, Zheng Xiong activated his heart's one direction, restraining the giant before instantly reappearing in front of Sachi. Lifting him up and calling out loudly, Hey Sachi, you're not dead, are you? Sachi? Observing Sachi's clearly dire state, Zheng Xiong retrieved his snail phone from his system space and shouted, Pediatrician, hurry to the galley and save Sachi. Oh, and bring plenty of people. There's an unidentified individual here that I restrained. Damn it, He's getting away. Quickly stop him. Sachi's injuries are likely his doing. Meanwhile, the recently intimidated Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, was racing across the deck. His face pale and panic-stricken, muttering to himself, damn it, how could Red Blade appear in the galley at this moment? And what was that look he gave me? No, this is too terrifying. I must leave here quickly. Just then, Brayman K., carrying a barrel of alcohol, appeared before Blackbeard. Ho, ho, ho. Teach, you're back. Care for a drink? Blackbeard, gazing at the inviting Brayman K., smiled and replied, perhaps another time. Father needs me for something, so I must take my leave. With that, Blackbeard hastened away from the deck, jumping onto his temporary vessel and setting sail. Not long after Blackbeard's departure, Bista and Ace rushed to the spot where Brayman K. and Blackbeard had just encountered each other. Ace, filled with excitement, asked Brayman K., Mank, did you just see Teach? He returned, severely injured Sachi, and stole his devil fruit. Brayman K. pointed in the direction Blackbeard had fled, exclaiming, Teach just ran that way. I saw him take off on a ship shortly after. I let him escape, and now I must go capture him. After finishing his drink, Brayman K. swiftly downed the contents of the barrel, discarded it, leaped from the ship, and sprinted across the sea towards the rapidly retreating vessel, a technique taught by Zheng Xiong, employed by all non-devil fruit users of Whitebeard's crew. After exchanging glances, Bista and Ace shared a moment of understanding. Bista's lips twitched as he remarked, Mank, he couldn't have drunk too much. Could he? Young master. There's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Ace leaped from the Moby Dick onto his ship and shouted, Quick, follow Mank. He just drank. He might not be able to catch up with Teach. Thus, Bista, Ace, and Brayman K. commenced their pursuit of Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Pediatrician, I must insist that even if you cannot save Sachi, you must at least keep him alive. I'm going to find Father for the gourd of wine. Thud. Use it as you will. Sachi cannot die. Whitebeard, arriving at the galley unbeknownst to anyone, looked on with concern at the unconscious Sachi. Zheng Xiong picked up the gourd of wine and placed it beside Sachi, connecting in 4-line and inserting it into Sachi's mouth. Chef, you mustn't die. You haven't yet prepared the most delicious Sea King dish for me. Zheng Xiong cried out in despair. Hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Sachi, in a daze, weakly raised a finger and murmured, Bear, please find someone else to torment. After saying this, Sachi fell back into unconsciousness. Zheng Xiong, gazing at the unconscious Sachi, slowly rose and exited the galley to tea that moment. Whitebeard suddenly spoke, addressing Zheng Xiong as he stepped out the door. Bear, do not act impulsively. Teach is not a simple character. We should wait for him to be brought back. Ace and Bista are already in pursuit. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Zheng Xiong abruptly turned back. You mean Ace is pursuing Blackbeard Teach? After seeing Whitebeard nod, Zheng Xiong turned and waved his hand, saying, Understood, old man. I'm going back to sleep. Zheng Xiong then leaped off the Moby Dick and landed on his own ship. With a snap, Zheng Xiong ignited the newspaper in his hand, using the burning paper to light a cigarette. After taking a deep puff, he exhaled the smoke, saying, Old man, you should refrain from going this time. Ace is my apprentice. I will go retrieve him. With that, Zheng Xiong turned to leave, preparing to head to the Navy headquarters to rescue Ace. Just then, Whitebeard called out to Zheng Xiong, who was about to exit. Bear, do not forget, Ace is your apprentice and my adopted son. If anyone is to save him, it is I who have the greater right. You should wait here. I will bring Ace back alive. Zheng Xiong glanced back at Whitebeard before turning away, saying, Old man, what is your current condition? The pediatrician has informed me that you are no longer fit for intense combat. The gourd of wine I gave you was meant for your retirement, to alleviate your suffering, not for you to prove yourself on the battlefield, as for the great Naginata's unsealing, while it may temporarily restore your youth. Once the effect wears off, you will not have long to live. The Whitebeard pirates can survive without me, Zheng Xiong, but they cannot do without you as the soul of the crew. All right, I'm off. If I don't leave now, little Jean will surely become anxious. After giving a glance at the great Naginata in Whitebeard's hand, Zheng Xiong jumped off the Moby Dick and landed back on his original ship. Amaterasu Cloud Seal, bound character. Edward Newgate, quality, red color. Weight, 310 kilograms effect. Cloud Shatter. When Edward Newgate wields this weapon, each attack inflicts an additional 100 damage that ignores all defenses on the target. This effect does not apply to others. Effect: Quake Enhancement. The ability of the Quake Fruit is further enhanced by 350 effects, with a 50 range, for Edward Newgate only. Effect: Unseal. The violent seal imposed by a certain and scrupulous blacksmith is completely lifted. Once unsealed, the wielder fully restores to their strongest state for a duration of 90 minutes, after which the wielder becomes extremely weak, for Edward Newgate only. Effect: A father is always a father. Edward Newgate, when wielding this weapon, can command all crew members under his banner to obey unconditionally while continuously enhancing their attack power and speed, with a maximum limit of 180 and an effective range of 4,500 meters. This is exclusive to Edward Newgate. This is the great Naginata that Zheng Xiong has painstakingly forged over an entire year, utilizing a myriad of materials provided by the system, primarily for the purpose of violent sealing, which generates a unique power post-forging. Whitebeard gazed at Zheng Xiong as he jumped off the ship, a smile spreading across his face as he lifted his gaze to the sky. Xiong, I entrust the future of the fleet to you. I am but a remnant of the old era. It is best that I venture to bring Ace back. After speaking, Whitebeard rose and addressed Marco, who stood behind him. Let us go and retrieve Ace. Marco emerged from the shadows. Old man, this time you should stay here. We will bring Ace back, that we can handle it. Before Marco could finish, Whitebeard raised a hand, signaling him to cease speaking, observing Marco's silence. Whitebeard spoke with a grave tone. I am not so old that I cannot protect my own son. Xiong, that fellow always worries too much. Let's not keep Ace waiting too long. With that, Whitebeard ascended to the highest point of the Moby Dick, gripping the great Naginata, standing in quiet anticipation of their destination, Marineford. Xiaojin, how is it that from the 160 people I entrusted you with, only 35 remain? You had better explain this to me. Zheng Xiong narrowed his eyes, addressing Basil Hawkins with a cold demeanor. Basil Hawkins, unable to meet Zheng Xiong's gaze, trembled as he replied, I sincerely apologize. Uncle Xiong got on our way here. We encountered Admiral Akinu, Sakazuki, and the onslaught of magma rain. The others sacrificed themselves to cover our retreat, including the Devil Fruit user of the time rewind ability you requested. Now, only I, the Scarecrow Fruit user, and the Weak Fruit user remain. Taking a deep breath after hearing Basil Hawkins' words, Zheng Xiong regained his composure before responding. The crucial time rewind fruit is gone, but it is of little consequence. It will not hinder my ultimate plan. Let us depart from Marineford to embrace the beacon of hope for a new era. I am going to Marineford to save Ace. He is my brother. By the way, Ace is also the only one to inherit Uncle Xiong's martial arts. Luffy stated, seated at the center of the enormous ship, picking his nose, after downing a large cup of sake. Zoro remarked, so, that man will appear at Marineford in 3 days. At that moment, Nami shot Zoro a glare before saying, what do you mean by that man? Can't you just say Uncle Xiong? Zoro glanced at Nami before turning away to continue drinking. Usopp then interjected, come on, everyone. One of the reasons we set sail was to reunite with Uncle Xiong and share a growth with him. Upon hearing Usopp's words, the crew fell silent. Just then, Chopper, Frankie, Sanji, and Brook exchanged glances before raising their hands in unison, exclaiming, you mean Uncle Xiong, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division, Red Blade Zheng Xiong, right? Simultaneously, Zoro, Luffy, and Nami looked at the quartet in disbelief. You just now figured out that the Uncle Xiong we're talking about is Red Blade? Zoro stated, continuing to drink in silence. The quartet, having confirmed Zoro's words, gasped in shock and leaned back. However, before the quartet could utter another word, Luffy stood up and declared, everyone, go rest now. I've already set the route for the Thousand Sunny to Marineford. 3 days later, Zheng Xiong's ship arrived at the surface waters leading to Marineford. That moment, a blind swordsman suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the deck. Zheng Xiong, looking at the appearing swordsman, was filled with surprise. Yet before Zheng Xiong could speak, Basil Hawkins suddenly positioned himself in front of Zheng Xiong, confronting the blind swordsman with a stern voice. Who are you? A member of the Navy? Xiaojin, step aside. This blind swordsman is my drinking buddy. You are not his match. Zheng Xiong then stepped forward to converse with Fujitora. 10 minutes later, Zheng Xiong abruptly drew Red Blade and struck at Isho, subsequently delivering a punch that sent him staggering back. Sheathing his sword, Zheng Xiong addressed Fujitora, who was emitting white smoke from his feet. Isho, go back and tell Old Man Carp to gather more people. You alone cannot stop me. The blind swordsman nodded quietly, sheathing his sword before turning away and walking in a thin air, departing from Zheng Xiong's ship. Red Blade, is that truly what you said? Sengoku inquired. Observing Isho, Isho nodded with his eyes closed. Sengoku then turned to his old comrade, Carp, intending to say something but ultimately left the office in silence, allowing Isho to follow, leaving Carp alone in the office. You are the owner of the weak fruit? I did not expect you to be just a child. However, young man, once you board my ship, it will not be easy to disembark. Are you prepared for that? By the way, wait here for a moment. I have something to discuss with Xiao Jin. After speaking, Zheng Xiong stood and dragged Basil Hawkins behind him. Xiao Jin, what is going on? Did I not tell you that the scarecrow fruit belongs to you? The time rewind fruit to Yasiel and the weak fruit to Shank? Why is it now a child named Kobe? I wanted a strong man who could cleave boulders, not a mere child. What can he do for me? As Zheng Xiong spoke, he tightened his grip around Basil Hawkins' neck. Cough, cough, cough. Give me a chance to explain, Uncle Xiong. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiong abruptly released his grip and lit a cigarette from his system space. Xiao Jin, you had better provide me with a suitable reason, or I will have you take a dip in the sea behind the ship. You understand the consequences of eating a devil fruit and then bathing in seawater. Don't you? Basil Hawkins, pale-faced, glanced at the rising waves below the ship, nodding repeatedly as he hastily explained the reasons for having Kobe consume the weak fruit and the circumstances of his arrival. Following his explanation, Zheng Xiong returned to Kobe. Kid, in the World War 3 days from now, your performance will be crucial. Do not let me down. Kobe took a deep breath and responded loudly. Yes, I will not let you down. Uncle Xiong. Afterward, Kobe looked at Zheng Xiong with wide eyes. Zheng Xiong, observing the excited Kobe, nodded and proclaimed, Good. You have spirit. Now, let us adjourn. Everyone return to your quarters to rest and prepare for battle. With that, Zheng Xiong's ship vanished into the night, becoming undetectable. Right before the entrance to Marineford, in the deep night, within impelled down, Layer 1. Luffy, hurry down. Zoro, Sanji, and I are here. Usopp exclaimed while shooting at the approaching Navy soldiers to assist Zoro and Sanji. Zoro remarked, based on our strength estimation, Luffy, your brother Ace is very likely on the 5th layer. Sanji added, TCH, that means we have to fight our way down. Luffy, go. We've got your back. Luffy, hurry. The door to the next layer has been blasted open. Frankie shouted to Luffy, six-handed roadblock. As Luffy and the others rushed into the next layer, Robin stood at the entrance, using her devil fruit ability to seal off the path to the subsequent level. Quickly, capture those bastards. We cannot allow them to rescue the new prisoner. It will jeopardize my future as warden. Release Sphinx immediately. A vice warden, dressed as a pharaoh, exclaimed excitedly from the monitoring room. With his words, the sounds of various ferocious beasts echoed throughout the second layer. Wah, this is terrifying. Luffy, let's hurry to the next layer. Chopper trembled, following closely behind Luffy. Chopper, get on my head. Zoro and the others are fighting hard for us, buying us time that we cannot give up, regardless of what opponents come our way. We will send them all flying. Upon finishing his statement, Luffy gazed at the gloves adorning his hands and shouted at them. Uncle Kuma, let us unite and rescue Ace. As Luffy's words resonated, the gloves began to shimmer with a blue luminescence. Subsequently, Luffy's hands were enveloped in this azure glow, shadows of his form flickering behind him, while a transparent panel, visible only to Zheng Kuma, materialized. Blue fist, holy radiance, gloves, bound character, Luffy quality, red weight, 6 kilograms effect. Uncle Kuma, let us unite. When the bound individual, Luffy, dons these gloves and utters the fixed phrase, Uncle Kuma, let us unite, his overall speed is augmented by 110 for a duration of 2 hours, with a cooldown period of 2 hours. Effect, Ice Strike, shattering armor. Each successful attack on a target decreases their speed by 15 and inflicts a freezing effect. After hitting the target 5 times, they are forcibly frozen for 5 seconds, ineffective against targets whose strength exceeds as by 60. Effect: Blue Fist, Holy Radiance. The gloves erupt with blue light, dealing additional light attribute damage with every successful hit on the target. Rurouni Dawn. Suddenly, a beast with a human face and lion's body appeared before Luffy, effectively blocking the passage to the next level. "Step aside," Luffy exclaimed, raising his fist to unleash a barrage of strikes against the grotesque creature. Boom! Boom! Clouds of dust were kicked up. Chopper clung to Luffy's head, pressing down firmly on his straw hat. After a while, Luffy abruptly declared, "Let us go." With that, he sprinted towards level 3 of Impel Down. "Old man, in just 2 days, we can reach the inner sanctum of Marineford via this water route. I wonder if that fellow Kuma has made his move by now," Marco remarked to Whitebeard, who was seated on a massive throne, sipping from his gourd. Whitebeard remained silent, quietly consuming the homemade liquor from his gourd. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Kuma is a competent hunter. He won T-Act hastily. He is waiting, biding his time for an opportunity to change the tide of history. Until the true prey arrives, he will not reveal himself. Mark my words, 2 days from now, he will appear in the most conspicuous position at Marineford." With those words, Whitebeard resumed drinking from his gourd, preparing himself for the final battle. Marco, having listened to Whitebeard, ceased his chatter and positioned himself behind him alongside Jozu, awaiting the ultimate showdown at Marineford. Kuma departed without bringing Jozu, so Jozu and the entire 3rd Division remained with Whitebeard. Have we yet to locate the Whitebeard pirates? Sengoku inquired of a naval soldier, standing before him at the execution platform. The naval soldier lowered his head to report, "I deeply apologize. We have expanded the search radius, but still have not uncovered any trace of the Whitebeard pirates. There has been no communication from the Grand Line either." Upon hearing this, Sengoku sank heavily into his seat, gazing out at the sea, gesturing for the naval soldier to withdraw. Once the soldier had retreated, he moved to a shadowy corner, lifting his gaze to Ace, who was shackled by sea stone chains and kneeling at the execution platform. "Ace, I will surely rescue you. Wait for me," the naval soldier whispered before disappearing into the darkness. At that moment, Garp, who had been in a gloomy mood, suddenly sensed something and turned to the spot where the naval soldier had just stood. "Sabo? Uncle Kuma, should we not make our move? Only 2 hours remain." Basil Hawkins spoke softly from behind Kuma. "There's no rush. Can't you see this cursed door hasn't opened yet? Once it does, that's our cue to enter. I reckon the old man will arrive around that time as well." Kuma replied, gnawing on roasted meat. Just 30 minutes before Ace's execution, the tranquil surface of the sea at Marineford suddenly rippled. Then, the emblematic ship of Whitebeard, the Moby Dick, breached the water's surface, accompanied by several other vessels. The Navy personnel, poised for battle at Marineford, stood in astonishment at this spectacle. Just then, a naval soldier dashed towards Sengoku, breathlessly reporting, "Fleet Admiral, the gates of headquarters were just opened unexpectedly. We urgently contacted Impel Down, but have been unable to establish communication." Before the soldier could finish, another naval soldier rushed forward, exclaiming, "Fleet Admiral, the Straw Hat Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates have breached Impel Down, and the Blackbeard Pirates have opened the headquarters gates and all the prison doors. The prisoners are all heading this way." Sengoku, with a grim expression, turned to Whitebeard, who stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, wielding his massive bicento, and shouted, "Is this your plan, Edward Newgate?" Whitebeard, with a serious demeanor, locked eyes with the furious Sengoku and declared, "Release Ace." "Sengoku, my pirate crew has no intention of waging war against the world government." As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, boom, boom, 2 cannonballs exploded overhead, briefly deafening several naval soldiers. Following this, a ship slowly entered through the recently opened gates of the Navy headquarters. At its helm stood a disheveled young man, a cigarette between his lips, exuding a rebellious air, brandishing a blade with a crimson edge. The naval soldiers witnessing this scene collectively inhaled sharply. They swiftly aimed their firearms at the young man, preparing to fire. Sengoku, however, looked upon the young man with an even darker scowl, gritting his teeth. "Red blade, Zheng Kuma." Whoosh! A beam of light suddenly shot out from beside Sengoku, rapidly approaching Zheng Kuma. "You shall not harm my uncle Kuma?" BM. Basil Hawkins was instantly sent flying behind Zheng Kuma, rendered unconscious. Zheng Kuma glanced back at the fallen Basil Hawkins, his lips twitching before turning to point his red blade at the lecherous-looking middle-aged man before him. "Why are you here, instead of enjoying retirement at the Navy headquarters? Take my advice and leave now." Borsellino Kazu removed his glasses, gazing at Zheng Kuma with a resigned expression. "This is the Navy headquarters. What you just said, I return to you. Heed my warning and depart swiftly." Zheng Kuma shook his head, gesturing towards Ace, who was kneeling under the weight of sea-stone chains at the execution platform. "Release him, and I will leave. Otherwise, old monkey, you may find your life cut short by several decades. Feel free to test me." Kizuru shook his head and then swung the light sword that had suddenly appeared in his hand, bringing it down towards Zheng Kuma. Zheng Kuma, holding his blade with one hand, blocked Kizuru's strike. Squinting his eyes, "Have you made your decision?" Kizuru mirrored the squint. "It quite obvious. Let us fight." Thus, the two commenced their fierce battle, and the fight ensued. Whitebeard, wielding his Bicento, remained steadfast on the Moby Dick, meticulously observing Sengoku's every move. Marco began directing the crew to prepare for ground combat. Among them, a massive figure attracted considerable attention. As he made his entrance, he dashed towards the location of Ace's execution platform, shouting, "Ace, wait for me. I'm coming to save you." On the execution platform, Ace looked up, his heart racing at the sight of the colossal figure rushing towards him. Little oars. At that moment, a similarly gigantic naval vice admiral abruptly positioned himself in front of Oars, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow. "Demon Oars, the disgrace of the giant race. Today, I shall slay you here." Slap. Oars swatted the giant vice admiral's head into his chest cavity with a single strike. "Enough noise. I'm taking Ace back," Oars declared, making to advance towards Ace once more. "Little master, there's more to this chapter ahead. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The latter part is even more thrilling." At that moment, a shadow suddenly enveloped Oz from behind, shrouding his form and accompanied by countless barely visible threads entwining around his body. Oz found himself immobilized in an instant. A peculiar laughter echoed above him. "What a perfect and formidable physique. I have made my decision. I shall transform him into the mightiest zombie warrior." A strange figure adorned with sharp teeth loomed over Oz. "Moria, do not waste my time. Swiftly eliminate this fellow. If you delay any further, I shall dispose of you as well. Do you dare challenge that?" Moria, suppressing his laughter, cast an irritated glance at Don Quixote da Flamingo before conjuring a dark, elongated spike in his hand, poised to pierce Oz's neck and end his life. Just then, a voice resonated from a distance. "Moon Fatty, dare you lay a hand on him? If you slay little Oz, I assure you that once I deal with this old monkey, I shall slice you into pieces. Test me if you wish. And you, Doflamingo, best keep your distance. Should you interfere, I will make sure to beat the very essence out of you and use it against you." Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded on the fierce battlefield. Moria held his dark spike aloft, hesitant to strike, while Doflamingo manipulated the threads binding Oz, unwilling to loosen their grip. Oz stood, ensnared and motionless, unable to even muster a roar of fury. Sengoku stood before the execution platform, his expression grim as he addressed the remaining 3 warlords of the sea. The Empress had not arrived, and Jinbei was still en route. "You are to eliminate the demon Oz. He remains a persistent threat on the battlefield. Fear not the intervention of Redblade. Kizuru is currently engaged in restraining him." Sengoku's gaze drifted to the edge of the battlefield, where the distinct sounds of clashing weapons echoed, silently praying that Kizuru could delay Bartholomew Kuma just a while longer, preferably until this battle concluded and Ace was executed. Meanwhile, the highly anticipated Kizuru was lounging on Kuma's ship, indulging in fine wine and roasted meat, casually unleashing his powers into the sky, as for the clashing sounds of weaponry. They stemmed from Basil Hawkins, who was diligently barbecuing, occasionally clinking his 2 forks together, thus creating the noise that that moment. Kuma was using a personal transponder snail to contact Shanks, but was met with incessant silence. Frustrated by the lack of response, Kuma hurled the snail to the ground, brandishing his blade as he re-entered the fray. On the Moby Dick, Marco was cautiously engaged in battle against the Admiral of the Navy, Kazan Akiji, who sported goggles and a noodle-like hairstyle. Marco had anticipated a grueling fight, but was astonished when Kazan was unexpectedly sent flying by a kick, soaring so far that he vanished from sight amidst the battlefield. Marco stood in disbelief over his own strength. Whitebeard suddenly spoke up, "Urko, go to the execution platform and rescue Ace." Whitebeard's commanding voice snapped Marco back to reality. He nodded, blue flames sprouting from his back as he soared toward the platform. Suddenly, a young voice reverberated across the battlefield. "Ace, I have come to save you." Just as Kuma entered the fray, dispatching a Navy vice admiral, he remained unfazed upon hearing the voice, effortlessly knocking out a soldier attempting to ambush him from behind. "Luffy?" Kuma exclaimed, leaping into the air, propelling himself towards the source of the voice. Upon arrival, he beheld Luffy racing across the battlefield, relentlessly attacking the Navy soldiers obstructing his path. Those struck by Luffy's fist began to sprout ice crystals. Beside him, a warrior wielding dual blades, with a knife clenched in his mouth, assisted Luffy in forging a path forward. Kuma observed this scene from a distance. Suddenly, a grenade plummeted from the sky, landing at Kuma's feet before exploding in a cloud of smoke, forming Usopp's characteristic grin. "Uncle Kuma, over here. I'm right here," Usopp shouted, brandishing a megaphone. Kuma turned toward the sound, a smile breaking across his face as he reflected on how the little rascals he once encountered had grown into notable figures upon the seas. "Diamond Jozu, step aside. This is between me and Whitebeard. If you interfere, I shall eliminate you as well." One of the warlords of the sea, Crocodile, seethed as he relentlessly slashed at the enormous diamond shield before him. Meanwhile, the other two warlords either charged toward Kuma or remained on the battlefield, occasionally attacking the Whitebeard pirates, completely ignoring the command to eliminate Little Oz. Some Navy soldiers were desperately firing their weapons at Oz's immobile form. At that moment, Oz, bloodied, struggled against his restraints, on the verge of breaking free. Kuma gazed incredulously at Mihawk, who had appeared before him, immediately launching an attack without so much as a greeting. "Red Blade, let me witness the world's strongest swordsmanship," declared Dracula Mihawk, striking swiftly at Kuma. Kuma assumed a defensive stance, effortlessly fending off Mihawk's relentless onslaught. "I don't want to get close to those two." A figure suddenly descended between Kuma and Mihawk. After exchanging a knowing glance, they both swung their swords, engaging in a flurry of strikes. The figure that had just landed between them was reduced to a powdery form. Yet strangely enough, the powder emitted sounds and lingered in the air. It hurts so much. First of all, I have done nothing to offend either of you." The particles began to coalesce, gradually taking the shape of Buggy. At that moment, Mihawk sheathed his sword and took 3 steps back, assuming a stance for a decisive strike. "Let one blow determine the victor, Red Blade. Prove who is the world's greatest swordsman." Kuma nodded in agreement. "Then let one blow decide the outcome." Buggy trembled as he observed the escalating tension between the two. "Don't come any closer." A dazzling light flashed as Kuma and Mihawk switched places, standing back to back. "This time, I have not come in vain," Mihawk mused, plunging his sword into the ground and closing his eyes. Kuma sheathed his sword and bowed to the now blindfolded Mihawk. "You are truly the world's greatest swordsman. Even the old man could not inflict such severe wounds upon me." A visible scar traversed Kuma's nose, stretching from left to right across his face. After paying his respects to Mihawk, Kuma seized Buggy, who was squirming on the ground. "Take Mihawk back for treatment. Should he perish, you shall follow him." Eventually, Buggy, weeping, led Mihawk onto a ship. "Red Blade, if I am to tree Hawkeye, will he promise me to fulfill any request I make once he is healed?" Trafalgar Law inquired, his expression grave as he scrutinized Buggy. Buggy nodded vigorously in affirmation. Once Law received confirmation, he instructed his crew to commence treatment for Hawkeye. "Old man," Marco shouted as he blocked an attack from Admiral Akainu, only to turn around and witness a scene that ignited his fury. Admiral Sengoku and elite Navy officers, Spider, Smoker, Tontata, and Fire Fist had joined forces to assault Whitebeard, who was panting heavily as he fended off 5 opponents single-handedly. Sengoku, is this all that remains of your subordinates? Then you shall not claim ace today. With that proclamation, Whitebeard swung his Bicentennial, sweeping away the encircling Navy vice admirals and Sengoku himself. Sengoku, maintaining his composure, replied, "The son of evil will perish today, and you, the Emperor of the Seas, shall also meet your end today. The red blade that inherits your will shall die today as well." Tsurugi, attack! With the command of Sengoku, specially crafted shells were unleashed at a velocity akin to the speed of light, striking Whitebeard directly. Boom! Boom boom boom! The explosions persisted for a full 10 minutes before finally ceasing. During this tumultuous interval, Marco attempted several times to rush into the bombardment zone to rescue Whitebeard, only to be thwarted by Sakazuki. Upon hearing the incessant sounds of detonation, Bartholomew Kuma understood the gravity of the situation and hastened towards the epicenter of the explosions. Coincidentally, at that moment, the Bound Oz managed to free himself from the shadows of Moria and the threads of Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Just as Oz prepared to move once more, a towering figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Oz. He subsequently collapsed to the ground, his eyes gradually losing their spark. Ultimately lying prostrate, the immense hat perched atop his head fell away at that instant. Ace, kneeling on the execution platform, witnessed this scene and was stirred with the desire to rise, yet the weight of the sea stone prevented him from doing so. Oz! Hearing Ace's call, Oz's eyes briefly regained their vitality. His head, which had been resting on the ground, slowly lifted to meet Ace's gaze, weakly uttering, "Ace!" Soon after, his eyes fell completely lifeless. Ace, looking at the fallen Oz, was unable to contain his tears, overwhelmed with self-reproach. "Sengoku, do you truly believe this will be my end? Unleash the power of the Ama no Murakumo." As soon as Whitebeard's words left his lips, a roar akin to that of a mighty dragon reverberated throughout the battlefield, causing all those with wavering resolve among the Whitebeard pirates and Navy soldiers to roll their eyes and faint. Even Marco and the Navy Admiral, Sakazuki, momentarily succumbed to a daze. Once the smoke from the shells dissipated, Sengoku stared in astonishment at the young man who now stood before him. "You are Edward Newgate." Whitebeard, observing Sengoku's astonishment, erupted in laughter. Now the real battle commences. What just transpired was merely a warm-up. Upon finishing his words, Whitebeard plunged his massive naginata into the ground beside him, clenching his fists tightly as he began to gather power. With each moment of Whitebeard's accumulating strength, the earth and sea began to tremble violently. Boom! Whitebeard struck the air with his fists. The ground erupted with shock waves radiating outward, and the sea surged to form a colossal wave towering 15 meters high, crashing towards the Navy headquarters. The naval headquarters structures were instantly obliterated by the combined force of the wave and shock waves. Yet as they neared Ace's execution platform, both the seismic shock waves and the giant wave gradually waned into tranquility. Whitebeard gazed at the execution platform, which showed no signs of collapse, and prepared to strike with his naginata. "Whitebeard, do not waste your efforts. This platform is entirely constructed of sea stone, and you cannot cut through it." Sengoku shouted to T that moment. Kuma descended from the sky, unsheathing his red blade, and spoke as he approached, "I am not a devil fruit user. This sea stone has little effect on my red blade." "You have miscalculated, Sengoku." After Kuma's declaration, he aimed to cleave the execution platform. Suddenly, a fist appeared, launching Kuma away from the platform. Kuma stared in shock at the figure that had materialized before him. Kuma, Carp, with reddened eyes and tears streaming down, looked at Kuma, slowly rising from the ground. Kuma unsheathed his red blade and nodded at Carp. He understood the elderly man's difficult choice, and thus resolved to grant the old man liberation in his own way. With the red blade raised, energy waves began to emanate from his feet, causing all combatants, both Navy and pirates alike, to tremble in fear as their unsheathed swords began to vibrate noticeably. Suddenly, a male voice thundered across the battlefield. "Ultimate Blade, the descent of the demon god. 8,000 sword storm." As this proclamation echoed, Every sword and blade on the battlefield surged towards a single direction. Karp braced himself against the onslaught of the raining blades. Ready for the impending assault, so be it. Defeat me, Kuma. Following this, Karp was buried beneath a deluge of countless swords. Kuma, witnessing Karp being relentlessly assaulted by the blades, let out a pale sigh. Cough, cough. Indeed, for one who is not an immortal. Using the technique of 1,000 swords returning to the fold is unwise. It is undeniably impressive, but perilously lethal. After uttering these words, Kuma's complexion grew even paler as he spat blood onto the ground. Once he regained his composure, Kuma turned to observe the rejuvenated Whitebeard, who was engaged in fierce combat against Sengoku and a throng of Navy soldiers and vice admirals. It seems the old man is having quite the time. Kuma said, ascending the execution platform. His foot landed on the steps of the platform. He was taken aback by the overwhelming gravity that enveloped the area. Even he could feel a weight pressing down upon him. Rapidly swinging his fists, Karp shattered the descending blades, not bothering to glance back as he shouted, "This is a gravity field newly constructed by Vegapunk, Kuma. If you wish to rescue Ace, you must endure 3 tons of gravity and break his shackles. Hurry, you cannot hold me off for long with this." With that, Karp unleashed his immense aura, instantly shredding his navy uniform to pieces. Empowered by his aura, Karp attacked with renewed vigor against the raining blades. After hearing Karp's words, Kuma disdainfully glanced at the steps beneath him. "All this flashy nonsense has no effect on me," Kuma declared, swiftly wielding his red blade, generating waves of blade energy that slashed into the steps. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed from within the steps, and the gravity began to normalize. Feeling the weight lifting from the steps, Kuma turned back towards Karp, perplexed. He then sprinted forward, reaching Ace in no time. With a shoulder tackle and a rocket kick, he sent the giant executioner who had been restraining Ace tumbling off the platform. After executing this series of movements, Kuma severed the sea stone chains binding Ace and lifted him, leaping directly off the 8-meter-high execution platform. Shouting towards Whitebeard, who was engaged in combat with Sengoku and a multitude of Navy vice admirals and soldiers, he cried, "Old man, it's time to retreat. Ivetescued atse." Whitebeard turned to glance at Kuma and the ace he held in his left hand. Without turning his back, he continued to fight, stating, "Go on, Kuma. I am a relic of the old era, and there is no vessel to carry me into the new age. I will remain here to cover your retreat. I am aware of your dream. The future of the pirate crew is in your hands." They are remarkable companions. After Whitebeard spoke, he issued a retreat command to his crew, then fiercely brandished his naginata to attack. In an instant, he had divided the battlefield into 2, separating himself and Kuma. Kuma gazed at Whitebeard, who fought valiantly, and smiled bitterly. "Ace, take these and leave. Help me deliver them to him. The old man belongs to a bygone era, and there is no ship to carry him into the new age. I have grown weary over the years. Let us together perform the most magnificent finale for this world," Kuma declared, swiftly moving to the stunned Ace, who was about to speak, and knocked him unconscious with a swift strike before rushing back down the ship to incapacitate the enraged captains of the various divisions, bringing them aboard the Moby Dick. This series of bewildering actions left Marco, who was fighting Sakazuki, speechless. After narrowly evading Kuma's surprise attack, he bellowed, "Kuma, you bastard! What are you doing? Have you betrayed Pops?" Kuma, glancing back at Marco, swung his blade at the advancing Sakazuki, standing protectively in front of Marco while calling out without looking back, "The old man has already issued the retreat order. Ace and the other division captains are already aboard the ship. Marco, it's time to withdraw. Continuing this fight is meaningless." Marco gazed into the distance, observing the valiant and youthful Whitebeard fiercely battling, before shifting his attention to the surroundings where fallen comrades had begun to appear. Gritting his teeth, he issued the retreat order to all the crew members engaged in combat, yet remained rooted in place himself. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, upon receiving the command, began to fight their way backward. Before long, a significant portion had retreated to the ship, hastily starting their vessels, awaiting the return of Whitebeard, Bartholomew Kuma, Jozu, and Marco before departing for Marineford. Turning to Kuma, who was engaged in combat with a kind of red dog, Marco inquired, "How much longer does the old man have?" I wish to accompany him on his final journey. Kuma remained silent, and it was not until he had struck Akainu's left arm, forcing him back, that he glanced at the timer on the transparent screen. Initially believing Whitebeard had at least an hour left to fight, he was shocked to discover that the old man had only 50 minutes remaining. Excitedly, he shouted, "Damn it, Kuma, get the old man back to the ship? I'll handle this. Hurry, don't just stand there." Having spoken, Kuma turned and with a swift motion sent Akainu flying 10 meters away before preparing to kick Marco. However, Marco, well aware of Kuma's aggressive tendencies, transformed his back into wings and soared toward Whitebeard. Enraged at having missed Marco, Kuma dashed toward Akainu, who was slowly rising to his feet, and launched a series of strikes with the back of his red blade. "I'll make you stop calling yourself Akainu. I'll make you cease your reckless bombardment of the island." Akainu, battered and unable to retaliate, cast a disdainful glance at Kuma and unleashed a formidable aura that pushed him back. "Humph, you wicked pirate, you fail to comprehend the essence of absolute justice. There is nothing to discuss with scum like you. Perish." With that, Akainu summoned a powerful magma punch, the searing heat warping the very air around it. Kuma, witnessing the oncoming attack, swiftly leaped back, launching a flurry of blade winds to intercept it. "Old man, retreat. Get back to the ship for treatment. You can't sustain your current state for much longer," Marco said, having shielded Whitebeard from several gunfire assaults from the Navy. Breathing heavily after a long battle, Whitebeard glanced at Marco, and then at Kuma, who was still engaged with Akainu. Once more, he drew upon his strength. Fixing a serious gaze upon Marco, heed my final command. Take Jozu and all the crew and leave Marineford." Jozu, swaying precariously with cracks all over his body, stared in shock at Whitebeard before shaking his head. "Old man, you and Marco should withdraw. The fleet can do without me and Kuma, but it cannot afford to lose you. You are the soul of this crew." With a resounding clap, Whitebeard firmly struck Jozu's shoulder. "What nonsense are you spouting, Jozu? Quickly follow Marco and retreat." Having spoken, Whitebeard seized Jozu with one hand and, with all his might, hurled him toward the distant Moby Dick. In an instant, Jozu crashed onto the ship in a comical position, startling the surrounding pirates into alertness. Thud! Marco also descended from above, landing on Moby Dick in a similar fashion. The tremendous noise roused the various crew members and Ace, who had been momentarily stunned by Kuma's earlier attack. After tossing Jozu and Marco onto the ship, Whitebeard once again summoned his strength, preparing for a fierce battle that moment. A sharp pain pierced Whitebeard's chest. Looking down in astonishment, he saw a bullet hole visible through his chest. "Ha ha ha, Oka, your aim is impeccable. Long time no see, old man. You look remarkably youthful." Blackbeard approached, accompanied by his newly recruited subordinates. Boom! As Blackbeard drew nearer, a red blade suddenly descended from above, accompanied by a figure. "Blackbeard, it's been a while. Have you missed your Uncle Kuma? Never mind, just remember not to be too arrogant in your next life." With that, Kuma unsheathed his red blade and charged at Blackbeard. Kuma swung the blade. A figure beside Blackbeard, smoking a cigar, swiftly drew his own weapon to block Kuma's strike. Clang! The ground beneath the assailant cracked under the force of the blow as he disdainfully remarked, "Let me introduce myself. I am Shiryu, known as Shiryu of the Rain. I've heard your name too many times in Impel Down, and it's become tiresome, so I'm here to kill you." After Shiryu charged at Kuma with his blade, Kuma deflected the attack effortlessly and retorted to Blackbeard, "Accompanying you to the grave?" Kuma's words ignited Shiryu's fury, prompting him to unleash a frenzy of attacks in a desperate attempt to slay Kuma. Annoyed by Shiryu's relentless onslaught, Kuma exclaimed, "Damn it, you're weak yet insatiable. Get lost, you bronze tier wannabe." Once more, Kuma parried Shiryu's strikes and, with a single punch, pierced through his chest, crushing his heart. The rapidity of events left Blackbeard and his crew momentarily stunned as Shiryu fell lifelessly to the ground. Seizing the opportunity while Blackbeard's crew remained in shock, Kuma split into 9 figures, darting past them like a streak of light. Following this, Blackbeard and his companions were left with expressions of disbelief, their eyes devoid of vitality. Spitting out blood, Kuma wiped the corner of his mouth. "It seems that until I truly ascend to immortality and become a grand figure, I cannot afford to use these flashy moves. Each use costs me blood. He then approached the aging Whitebeard. Old man, I just told you to return to the ship for treatment. Why didn't you go? Now, it seems there is nothing left to say but your final words. And don't expect me to inherit the crew. I've used too many powerful moves, and after you pass, I fear I might have to visit hell to share some tea with you. Kuma coughed again, spilling a significant amount of blood. Observing Kuma's condition, Whitebeard's expression grew complex. Just as he was about to speak, Kuma waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I won't die just yet. But you, old man, it seems your time is up. Upon hearing Kuma's words, Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter, reinvigorating himself and restoring his wound from the earlier ambush by Blackbeard's sharpshooter. If I'm not destined to die just yet, then let me carve a path for you, so the world knows that until I take my last breath, this era shall be known as the Whitebeard era. With Whitebeard's proclamation, the final battle reignited. Seeing this, Kuma smiled. Then let S accompany the old man for one last bout of madness. Amidst the battlefield of Marineford, shrouded in smoke and strewn with bodies, the sound of wooden sandals echoed. Accompanied by other footsteps, all surviving Navy soldiers and returning members of the Whitebeard pirates turned to the source of the sound. There stood Shanks, leading his crew into the heart of the battlefield. Upon reaching the center, he regarded the battered and aged Whitebeard and the bloodied Kuma, who wielded a great blade in one hand and a red blade in the other. Nodding, he proclaimed loudly, "Give me some face. The war is over. If anyone still wishes to fight, I, Shanks, and the entire red-haired pirates will be more than willing to oblige." A resounding roar erupted from the crowd as Shanks spoke. A colossal wolf suddenly appeared behind him, assuming an aggressive stance and surveying its surroundings. Ultimately, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates departed from Marineford, bearing the lifeless body of Whitebeard on that very day. Bartholomew Kuma announced his withdrawal from the Whitebeard pirates, declaring that should the Navy seek retribution and dare to trouble the remaining members of the crew, he would once again storm the Holy Land, ensuring the complete annihilation of the celestial dragons. If the Navy doubted his resolve, they could put it to the test. But a year later, Kuma stood atop the final island, having unraveled all its secrets, and casually inscribed Bartholomew Kuma was here. He then stepped into the newly manifested portal to another world. Furrowing his brow, Kuma observed the anciently dressed individuals bustling through the alleyway, accompanied by the snow gently falling from the heavens. Which world is this time? He pondered. Ancient martial arts? Just as he voiced his thoughts, a translucent screen materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. Due to an anomalous energy fluctuation, you, who were meant to enter the world of Inuyasha, have instead been transported to the conclusion of the third installment of the Xianjian series. You must complete the main quest and the ultimate quest to unlock the portal to a new world. Current attributes: character, Bartholomew Kuma. Age, 95, adjustable, forging level, divine apprentice, next level, divine master, combat level. Venture to Mount Shu, and you shall know. Main quest: extend the lifespan of the critically endangered Zheng Xiong and Su Chongqing. The longer the extension, the greater the reward in the next world. Ultimate quest: locate the entrance to the demon realm and activate it after entering. Overview: a forging apprentice endowed with extraordinary abilities, possessing a flexible lower limit and no upper limit. Kuma's lips twitched as he read his introduction. He then exited the unnoticed alley and approached a burly man hammering away in a blacksmith's forge. "My friend, do you happen to know where the yeoman pawn shop is? I need to speak with the shopkeeper, Zheng Xiong, regarding some matters." The blacksmith paused his work, lifted his gaze to observe Kuma and the red blade at his waist, before returning to his task, saying, "Head out and walk right. You will soon find yeoman pawn shop. And, old man, it's best not to involve young Zheng Xiong in the affairs of the martial world, or else you may not be able to bear the consequences." Having said this, the blacksmith fell silent. Kuma nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded in the direction indicated. In a short while, he stood before a deserted pawn shop. The door was firmly shut, and on the steps sat a couple, embracing and conversing. The man, with a pallid complexion, said, "Shuejian, do you think this snow will cease? I truly wish it won't, for that way I can remain in this moment with you forever." Before the woman could respond, Kuma hastened toward them and interjected, "Which of you is Zheng Xiong?" There's a person named Su Changqing from Mount Shu with whom I had a confrontation. Having lost, I promised to extend the life of someone named Zheng Xiong. Upon hearing Kuma's words, Zheng Xiong and Tang Shuejian exchanged glances. Zheng Xiong then turned to Kuma and replied, "Old sir, did Changqing send you find me? I am Zheng Xiong, but there is no need for you to trouble yourself with my lifespan." Before Zheng Xiong could finish, Kuma retrieved a skeletal flute from his spatial system. "Enough of this chatter. I shall extend your life to— I need to return to find Su Changqing. Close your eyes and remain silent. And you, young lady, you may listen as well. It will benefit you too." With that, Kuma began to play the flute. Standing firm, he performed a melody titled "This Life Unchanged." Suddenly, he halted midway. Zheng Xiong and Tang Shuejian opened their eyes, gazing at Kuma in confusion. Clearing his throat, he said, "Apologies, I played the wrong tune. That was meant for Su Changqing. This is the melody for your healing. Now close your eyes." Zheng Xiong and Tang Shuejian exchanged uneasy looks. Sensing that the sudden appearance of this old man was somewhat dubious, yet they complied and shut their eyes. Observing their closed eyes, Kuma wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and began to play Forget Time. As the notes from the flute resonated, colorful musical notes materialized and entered Zheng Xiong and Tang Shuejian's bodies. Upon entering Zheng Xiong, his once pallid visage began to regain color, his aged appearance gradually transforming back to youth. Meanwhile, as the notes flowed into Tang Shuejian, her aura began to rise, and a thundercloud slowly formed above her, flickering with bolts of lightning. Kuma continued to play, disregarding the emerging thundercloud. When he finished the final note, which entered Zheng Xiong's body, the thundercloud above unleashed a lightning bolt aimed directly at the still closed eyes of Tang Shuejian. Swiftly, Kuma drew the red blade and unleashed a wave of energy that pierced through the thundercloud, causing the descending lightning to abruptly cease and vanish. The thundercloud that Kuma had penetrated began to dissipate into nothingness. Just before it completely vanished, a swift flash of lightning struck above Kuma, before disappearing entirely. Unbeknownst to Kuma, in the headquarters of the Myriad Worlds, within the operations department of the Heavenly Thunder Factory, a child was gritting his teeth as he watched Kuma on the screen. Just then, a voice called out from behind, "Employee number 9587, you have once again damaged factory property." Startled, the child turned to face the large figure that had suddenly appeared behind him, and with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The child stared at the figure that remained unmoved, having taken the hit with its face, and quickly withdrew his hand, whistling nonchalantly as if the incident had nothing to do with him. The large figure inhaled deeply, and soon the department was engulfed in a scene of utter chaos. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Now restored to youth and normalcy, Zheng Xiong pointed at Kuma's hair. "Old sir, your hair," Kuma, with smoke billowing from his mouth, sported a frizzy hairstyle and waved his hand dismissively. "This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. This hairstyle has become quite popular lately. I just had it done, so don't mind the details that be by the way. You now possess an additional 400 years of lifespan, and your wife has gained the same. I must take my leave. Farewell, Mount Shu." With that, Kuma vanished without a trace. The moment he disappeared, Tang Shuejian opened her eyes, gazing silently at the spot where Kuma had just stood. Zheng Xiong turned around, noticing Tang Shuejian's awakening, and approached her with a smile, saying, "You're awake, Zhupe. The old gentleman just informed us that we both gained an additional 400 years of life. By the way, he has returned to Mount Shu in a couple of days. We should visit Mount Shu to find Changqing and express our gratitude to that old man." Tang Shuejian regarded the smiling Zheng Xiong for a long moment before finally responding. "All right, I can see this moment." Kuma found himself in a room, examining the attributes of a skeletal flute in his possession. Bruce's blessing flute quality. Red, colorful, weight, 3.1514 G effect. Music performance flute. When using this flute, automatically comprehend divine level flute playing techniques. Effect. Life as melody. By consuming one's own lifespan, extend the target's lifespan by an equivalent amount. Effect. Life's anthem. While carrying this flute, it will continuously restore any lost lifespan. recovering 3 units of lost lifespan daily. This effect remains valid within the system space. After reviewing the flute's attributes, Kuma stored away, murmuring, "It seems my lifespan knows no limits. The loss and recovery bear little significance for me." With that, Kuma leapt onto the rooftop and sped toward Mount Shu. As directed by the system of Mount Shu's gate, Kuma approached the 6 disciples stationed there and stated, "I am Bartholomew Kuma, sent by another to seek a person named Su Changqing. Might any of you recognize him?" The disciples exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward to address Kuma. "Old sir, may I inquire who sent you to seek our sect leader? Do you have any proof?" Zheng Xiong shook his head. "Old man has no token to prove his identity. You may return to report to your sect leader, simply stating that an elder entrusted by Zheng Xiong has come to seek him, to renew his celestial fate." Just then, a man with white hair, slightly aged features, and a mature, composed demeanor descended from the heavens on a sword, landing behind Zheng Xiong. "Old sir, is Zheng Xiong well in the southern wilderness?" Zheng Xiong turned to gaze at the man, eager to know the answer. "If you wish to find out, journey to the southern wilderness yourself. By the way, Zheng Xiong sent me here to help you renew your celestial fate. You should quickly choose a location." After speaking, Zheng Xiong took out a flute and glanced at Su Changqing. Su Changqing's lips twitched slightly, as he seemed to see his brother, Jing Tian, who now ran a pawn shop in Chang'an. The resemblance in demeanor between this old man and Jing Tian from their first encounter was striking. Subsequently, Su Changqing led Zheng Xiong to the cultivation platform, where he often comprehended the essence of heaven and earth. Zheng Xiong observed the surroundings of the platform once more, then retrieved his flute. Closing his eyes, he listened intently. Without caring whether Su Changqing had truly closed his eyes, he began to play this life unchanged. Upon hearing the flute's melody, Su Changqing was inexplicably flooded with memories of his past experiences with Zheng Xiong and the events of yesteryears. The music seemed to linger indefinitely, and when Su Changqing finally opened his eyes, he discovered that the elderly flutist had vanished, replaced by a youthful figure standing upon the platform. Su Changqing frowned, ready to inquire further, when the youth gestured for him to remain silent, and then spoke. "It is still me, the old man, that I merely exerted a bit too much force while playing the flute, thus adjusting my age." Zheng Xiong nonchalantly replied, "When I played this life unchanged, I noticed my body and appearance rapidly aging." He cast a quick glance at his personal attributes, exclaiming in shock, "Good heavens, 1100 years old!" Terrified, Zheng Xiong continued to play the flute while hastily adjusting his age downwards. Although aging would not lead to death, it would render his body exceedingly frail. In that brief moment, he realized he could no longer hear sounds, and even the slightest movement caused his bones to creak. Su Changqing looked at Zheng Xiong in disbelief, then bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, old sir, for your divine art. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Zheng Xiong waved his hand dismissively, and "no need for such formality. Simply provide me with a copy of your sword manuals and cultivation techniques from Mount Shu. I shall set up a forging chamber outside your mountain gate. 2 days later, Jing Tian and Tang Xuejin observed Zheng Xiong, who was now roasting a massive demon fish over an open fire at the entrance of Mount Shu. Jing Tian approached, asking, "Young brother, are you also a disciple of Mount Shu? Could you tell me where your sect leader is?" Zheng Xiong lifted his gaze to Jing Tian and replied, "Su Changqing is at the cultivation platform. You can find him there. Also, stand back a bit. You're blocking the wind." With that, Zheng Xiong ignored Jing Tian and continued to turn the massive fish, casually sprinkling some cumin over it. Jing Tian's lips twitched in annoyance as he looked at Zheng Xiong, then glanced back at the entrance of Mount Shu, confirming he was indeed in the right place before retreating to Tang Xuejin's side as they entered the mountain. After entering Mount Shu, Jing Tian and Tang Xuejin soon arrived at the cultivation platform where Su Changqing usually practiced. There they found Su Changqing standing upon the platform, gazing into the distance, upon hearing footsteps behind him. He turned and smiled. "Jing Tian, how have you been lately?" After a brief exchange, Jing Tian expressed his astonishment. "Are you saying that the young man roasting fish at the mountain gate was actually an elderly man who regained his youth and enhanced his talent, transforming into his current appearance?" At that moment, Tang Xuejin stepped forward, describing Zheng Xiong's previous aged visage to Su Changqing. Upon receiving confirmation from Su Changqing, Jing Tian and Tang Xuejin recounted their encounter with Zheng Xiong. Subsequently, Su Changqing, Jing Tian, and Tang Xuejin hurriedly made their way back to the entrance of Mount Shu, eager to understand Zheng Xiong's motives for his actions. When they arrived, they found only the disciples of Mount Shu remaining, along with the skeleton of the roasted fish. But Zheng Xiong was nowhere to be seen. Su Changqing approached one of the gate-guarding disciples and inquired, "Where has Elder Zheng gone? Wasn't he just here?" The disciple stepped forward, bowed, and replied, reporting to the sect leader. After the elder finished eating the roasted fish, a streak of red light flew across the sky, and the elder chased after it in that direction. Exchanging glances with Jing Tian, Su Changqing said, "You wait here for my return, that I will be back shortly." With that, Jing Tian summoned his demon-suppressing sword from the void and soared towards the direction Zheng Xiong had departed. Su Changqing also summoned his own sword, the Wuchen sword, and followed closely behind. "Stop! Stand right there. Taste the wind of my fists." Zheng Xiong, inexperienced with the sword flight technique, nearly lost control as he took off from Mount Shu, almost colliding with a nearby red bead. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Currently, Zheng Xiong, standing on the Crimson Blade, pursued the red bead ahead, now only 30 meters away. However, lacking any long-range spells, having yet to learn them, he could only unleash punch after punch of wind to strike at the red orb. At that moment, Zheng Xiong noticed two figures appearing in the distance behind him. Confused, he turned to look. Soon, Jing Tian and Su Changqing arrived on their flying swords beside Zheng Xiong, just as they were about to speak. Zheng Xiong pointed towards the rapidly flying red bead and exclaimed, "That thing is toying with me. Catch it and beat it up first, then we'll ask questions later." Following Zheng Xiong's direction, Jing Tian gasped, "Fire Spirit Pearl." Su Changqing, upon hearing Jing Tian's sudden exclamation, also looked towards the red bead. In an instant, he appeared before the Fire Spirit Pearl, capturing it in his palm and swiftly applying multiple seals to prevent it from escaping again. Zheng Xiong then flew to Su Changqing's side, observing the Fire Spirit Pearl in his hand with a furrowed brow. "Is this the Fire Spirit Pearl? Should it be in the southern wilderness with Xian?" He asked Su, "Toss it over here. Let me take a look." Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's request, Su Changqing placed the Fire Spirit Pearl into Zheng Xiong's hands. Zheng Xiong accepted it and immediately began to examine its information through the system. Crimson Flame Pearl, weakened version of Fire Spirit Pearl, quality. Artifact, pseudo, effect, fire gathering. While wearing this equipment, it can automatically and continuously absorb fire attribute energy, ultimately transforming into a Fire Spirit Pearl. Effect, ominous sign. Its appearance heralds the coming of a great catastrophe. Effect, fiery speed. While wearing this equipment, movement speed increases by 50, igniting a raging fire along the path. Effect, seeking the fated. This equipment will automatically descend to the vicinity of the fated individual and attach itself to them, allowing the fated individual to become a primordial fire spirit body. Current target, by you. After reviewing the information about the pearl, Zheng Xiong sighed deeply and said, "This isn't the Fire Spirit Pearl. It's the Crimson Flame Pearl. Its appearance signifies it is searching for a fated individual in the mortal realm. Su, release its seal and let it go. One must not defy destiny." Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Su Changqing realized this was not the Fire Spirit Pearl. His previously anxious heart gradually calmed, and he nodded. He then released the seal on the Crimson Flame Pearl, allowing it to depart. Watching the Crimson Flame Pearl fly away, Zheng Xiong also confided in Jing Tian and Su Changqing about his reasons for extending their lifespans and enhancing their talents, seeking to unite them once more to save the world in 70 years. "So, old sir, are you worried that when you're no longer in the mortal realm in 70 years, the cultivators will be unable to withstand the emergence of that demonic god?" Zheng Xiong nodded. "I truly do not know where that demonic god is. Had I known, I would have long since reduced him to ashes without needing to trouble you." Su Changqing lowered his head in contemplation. Regarding the matter of the demon god, perhaps it would be prudent to consult Zhonglo, though it remains uncertain whether he currently resides in the mortal realm or the demon realm that on the rooftop of the southern frontier. The demon Lord Zhonglo was indulging in solitary libations, casting his gaze towards the opposite loft where Zixuan sat quietly upon the windowsill, just as Su Chongqing uttered the thought of seeking Zhonglo. The latter, sensing the call, transformed into crimson mist and vanished from sight. With Zhonglo's disappearance, Zixuan, her hair now pale and her vitality waning, lifted her gaze towards the spot where Zhonglo had just stood. Boom! Who among you seeks me? What is it? If there is nothing pressing, I shall return to the southern frontier, for Zixuan's condition is not optimal. Zhonglo materialized suddenly from the void, speaking swiftly while stealing a glance at Su Chongqing. Somewhat astonished by his rejuvenated appearance, yet he refrained from further comment. After exchanging knowing glances with Zheng Xiong, Su Chongqing pointed towards Zheng Xiong in unison, declaring, "It is he who seeks you," inquiring about the demon god. Zhonglo turned his gaze towards Zheng Xiong and coldly remarked, "Defeat me, and I shall impart the knowledge you seek." Upon finishing his statement, Zhonglo retreated, adopting an offensive stance. Observing this, Zheng Xiong hastily waved his hands and replied, "A fight is acceptable, but you must allow me the time to master some spells first. Currently, I only know the sword control technique." Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Zhonglo lowered his combative posture. "I grant you 2 months to hone your magical skills. When the time is up, come to the southern frontier to find me." With that, Zhonglo again transformed into crimson mist, slipping into the void and disappearing. Zheng Xiong watched the ephemeral figure of Zhonglo vanish. Was he always like this? Su Chongqing pondered for a moment before responding. He was like this during my time as well. When Jing Tian was with him, he seemed somewhat more normal. Jing Tian scratched the back of his head. Zhonglo is not inherently malevolent. Rather, he is simply exceedingly lonely, which may render him more aggressive. After listening to their exchange, Zheng Xiong gazed at the distant sun and stated, "Let us return by the way. Su, upon returning to Shushan, ensure you bring me all the subpar spells from Shushan. 2 months from now, I shall demonstrate to Zhonglo what it means to be bombarded by spells." The three then transformed into streaks of colored light. Soaring towards Shushan, Tang Xuejin was pacing back and forth at the entrance of Shushan. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared from the sky, soaring down on their swords. Upon landing, Jing Tian tossed the demon suppression sword back into the void and hurried to embrace Tang Xuejin. Engaging in quiet conversation, Su Chongqing sheathed his Wuchen sword behind him. Zheng Xiong, observing his immense red blade, tugged at Su Chongqing's sleeve. "Su, how do I make this smaller?" After a session of guidance from Su Chongqing, Zheng Xiong successfully reduced the red blade to a normal size and secured it in his waist sheath. He also learned from Su Chongqing about his true strength level. Great Luo Golden Immortal, Sword of Immortality version. Upon seeing his combat prowess displayed by the system as Great Luo Golden Immortal, Sword of Immortality version, Zheng Xiong twitched his lips but chose to disregard it, focusing instead on mastering all the spells of Shushan. 2 months later, on a serene morning by a small stream in the southern frontier, Zheng Xiong and Zhonglo exchanged glances before launching directly into battle. Zhonglo teleported in front of Zheng Xiong. Executing a cross slash, Zheng Xiong, struck by the attack, erupted in an explosion. After blocking the blast, Zhonglo prepared to retaliate when he heard Zheng Xiong's voice resonate above him. Spell bombardment. As Zhonglo looked up, he found a space above him empty. "Where are you?" "Right here." A barrage of various elemental spells descended upon Zhonglo. Amidst the onslaught, Zhonglo swiftly parried and sliced, attempting to counter the incessant barrage of spells. This engagement persisted for 5 full days. Whenever Zhonglo sought to retreat into the void, Zheng Xiong would cast seals to confine the area around Zhonglo, preventing his escape and accelerating his own spell casting to bombard Zhonglo relentlessly. Witnessing this spectacle, Jing Tian and Su Chongqing remarked that the battle had lost all aesthetic appeal, merely showcasing Zheng Xiong's relentless assault on the weakened Zhonglu. In the dead of night, by the stream in the southern frontier, Zhonglo glared furiously at Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong, whistling as he gazed at the stars, paid Zhonglo no mind. Jing Tian and Su Chongqing exchanged helpless glances. Zhonglo, incensed by Zheng Xiong's nonchalance, teleported in front of him, their faces mere inches apart as he roared, "Human, do you truly wish for death?" Who taught you to fight like this? Zheng Xiong pushed Zhonglo away, yawned, and pointed at Su Chongqing. It was him that he claimed you are invincible in close combat, and that in the skies and on the ground, no one has bested you in hand-to-hand combat since the days of Faping. Thus, in order to confront you, I must maintain distance and confine you within a limited range while bombarding you with various long-range spells until you are exhausted. After hearing Zheng Xiong's explanation, Zhonglo shot an angry glance at Su Chongqing and then took a deep breath. This time, I shall inform you out of respect for Jing Tian. Subsequently, Zhonglo divulged all he knew regarding the demon god to Zheng Xiong. Upon concluding, Zheng Xiong remarked, "If I understand correctly, for your demon god to manifest in the mortal realm, they must first undergo reincarnation as a human, endure the profound suffering of 9 lifetimes, and awaken their former powers and memories before they can appear?" Zhonglo nodded affirmatively. Precisely, which is why few demon gods undertake such a path. Only those with profound hatred for humanity would consider it. Yet, to my knowledge, several of those who attempted this were slain by Faping and did not survive. At this point, Zhonglo glanced at Jing Tian and continued, "I have matters to attend to. Zishuan's condition is deteriorating, and I cannot be absent for long to Su Chongqing. If you still consider yourself a man, you must shoulder your responsibilities." With that, Zhonglo vanished into the void. Su Chongqing furrowed his brow, staring at the direction where Zhonglo had disappeared. "What responsibilities must I bear?" Zheng Xiong stretched his back and looked at the still pensive Su Chongqing. "Su, it is not my intention to chastise you, but have you forgotten what you have done to Zishuan? Heed Zhonglo's words and promptly seek her out before it transforms into an irreversible regret." Jing Tian silently patted Su Chongqing on the shoulder. "Go. Before regret turns into reality." Su Chongqing regarded Zheng Xiong and Jing Tian, recollecting Zhonglo's words as he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the loft where Zishuan resided. Observing Su Chongqing's departure, Jing Tian turned to Zheng Xiong with a grave expression. "Old Zheng, why do we not directly inform Chongqing that Zishuan is carrying his child?" Zheng Xiong looked skyward and chuckled. "Fate cannot be defied. Matters of destiny must remain enigmatic. Should we reveal it to Su, given his temperament, he would undoubtedly act in a manner that disrupts the future. We are beings of the present. Let those of the future handle what lies ahead." After speaking, Zheng Xiong ambled toward the loft where Zishuan was, while Jing Tian, pondering Zheng Xiong's rationale, ultimately decided to dismiss the thought and transformed into a streak of light. Following suit towards Zishuan's abode, Zheng Xiong, with a twitching smile, observed the streak of light Jing Tian formed above. "Alas, both of you are taking advantage of me now that my magic is depleted." He continued his slow stride. "Su, Zishuan's passing is fated. Asking me to prolong her life is a daunting task." Just as Zheng Xiong finished speaking, Jing Tian pulled him aside and whispered with a smile, "Old sir, according to what you said before, I should perish in 10 days, while Chongqing in 120 years. Yet, look at us now. We both possess several hundred years of lifespan." After Jing Tian's persuasive rhetoric, Zheng Xiong approached Zishuan and Su Chongqing. "Most, I can grant Zishuan an additional 300 years of life, after which I must journey to the demon realm and no longer remain in the mortal world. You must promise me to safeguard this realm and persuade Zhonglo to take me to the demon realm, and I shall extend Zishuan's life." As Zheng Xiong just finished speaking, Chong Lu emerged from the void behind him, declaring loudly, "If you can truly extend Zishuan's life by 300 years, I will personally escort you to the demon realm and impart to you the demonic techniques I have cultivated. Without such techniques, your stay in the demon realm will be short-lived, and you shall inevitably transform into a mindless demon." Zheng Xiong turned to glance at the suddenly materialized Chong Lu, then at Zishuan, who had been sitting quietly and silently since the beginning. "Are you playing tricks on me? Are you trying to impress me?" Chong Lu gazed coldly at Zheng Xiong. "The only way for you to enter the demon realm is through me. Besides me, neither Jing Tian nor that foul Taoist can take you there. Choose wisely, for your time remaining in the mortal realm is limited." With that, Chong Lu turned away and ceased to speak. After hearing Chong Lu's words, Zheng Xiong rubbed his nose and looked towards Jing Tian and Su Changqing that he longed to assert that he could remain in the world of Xianjian Qixia for an extended period. After a prolonged silence, he turned to Zixian and said, "You all may step outside for a moment. I wish to have a private conversation with Zixian at tea this moment." Chong Lu unexpectedly approached Zixian, handed her a piece of jade, and looked at Zheng Xiong, saying, "I am not entirely at ease with this scoundrel. If he harbors any ill intentions towards you, shatter this jade, and I shall appear instantly to deal with him." As the one threatened directly by Chong Lu, Zheng Xiong rubbed his nose and retorted, "Minotaur, do not slander me. I am not as incompetent as you presume." Before Zheng Xiong could finish a sentence, Chong Lu vanished into the void. Jing Tian and Su Changqing bowed to Zheng Xiong before exiting the pavilion to wait outside. Once Chong Lu, Jing Tian, and Su Changqing had departed, Zheng Xiong gazed at the still silent Zixian before sighing and asking, "Do you have nothing you wish to say? If not, I shall begin." With that, Zheng Xiong took out a flute, preparing to play a tea this moment. Zixian suddenly spoke softly, "Might it be possible to transfer the 300 years of life you would bestow upon me to my child?" "Qing'er, I understand this request is somewhat excessive, yet I still hope you might acquiesce." Zheng Xiong shook his head and replied, "To grant you 300 years of life already necessitates my departure from the mortal realm to the demon realm to evade the heavenly Tao's punishment. If I were to transfer your 300 years to your child, it could adversely affect the future as a descendant of Nuwa. You cannot be unaware of the consequences of altering fate. Enough. Let us begin to..." As Zheng Xiong stepped out of the pavilion and crushed the jade given to Zixian by Chong Lu, a fist suddenly appeared before him, and before he could react, boom! Jing Tian and Su Changqing, along with the newly rejuvenated Zixian, witnessed Zheng Xiong fly past them like a projectile, crashing through wall after wall until he finally brought down the last room of the building. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Jing Tian quickly regained composure and rushed towards the ruins, calling out, "Old sir, are you all right? If you're fine, please respond." Meanwhile, Su Changqing had already begun casting spells beside the debris, clearing away remnants of the collapsed building, with Zixian assisting in the effort. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the rubble, displaying a peculiar gesture, accompanied by an elegant national dialect, to avoid excessive dialogue. See the reference to the top scholar of Zhuan. Ultimately, Zheng Xiong and Chong Lu ascended to the heavens for yet another battle. The outcome saw Zheng Xiong battered and barely clinging to life, while the two horns atop Chong Lu's head vanished entirely, leaving a cross-shaped scar at the corner of his right eye. 10 days later, atop Mount Shu, Zheng Xiong stood beside a sullen Chong Lu, bidding farewell to Jing Tian, Su Changqing, and Zixian. Su, here is my revised sword manual. Although it may not be particularly formidable, mastering it will allow you to disfigure this minotaur and render him half-crippled. By the way, do not let a fellow named Li Xiaoyao learn it. If he does, you must provide him with this jade to prevent his demise, for should he perish, it would pose significant trouble." Zheng Xiong indicated Chong Lu, while handing Su Changqing a piece of jade pendant and a pair of gloves, reiterating that if Li Xiaoyao learned the sword manual, he should receive the jade. If not, the gloves would suffice. Zheng Xiong then returned to Chong Lu's side, that we must depart swiftly. If we linger any longer, we shall both be struck by lightning. Just as Zheng Xiong finished speaking, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, flashes of lightning flickering ominously. Chong Lu nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us go, and do return that wretched blade of yours that I, Chong Lu, conduct my affairs with utmost integrity." Zheng Xiong sheathed the crimson blade at Chong Lu's waist, looked up at the sky, and whistled. "Dear master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the following segments are even more thrilling." Chong Lu cast a dark look at Zheng Xiong as he returned his weapon, yet ultimately opened the portal to the demon realm. Together, the demon and the man stepped into the demon realm. At the moment they entered, a thunderous bolt resembling a waterfall descended from the heavens, striking the very spot they had just occupied. Once in the demon realm, and after practicing the demonic techniques provided by Chong Lu for 50 years, Zheng Xiong quietly departed for the next world, leaving behind a letter, a pair of short blades, and a suit of armor. Demon Shortblade, bound character. Chong Lu, wait. Quality, divine artifact, pseudo-sub, effect, demon lord's authority, when worn by the demon lord Chong Lu. This equipment enhances its effects by an additional 500 and continually amplifies his imposing presence. It is ineffective for others and steadily drains the strength and lifespan of non-demon lords. Effect, lifeless under the blade. Targets struck by this equipment become immune to any healing effects. This effect is ignored by divine healing. Effect, armor piercing. This equipment disregards any defensive effects of the target, inflicting an additional 300 damage, with an additional 500 bonus. The other piece of armor was described by Zheng Xiong as merely decorative, lacking significant effects, asserting that a true man does not require such embellishments. Demon armor weight. Quality, red, color, effect, damage resistance. Wearing this equipment grants immunity to 85 of physical damage. Effect, thorned retribution. Wearing this equipment rebounds 220 points of physical damage to the attacker with each physical assault. Watch out. Quickly dodge. As Zheng Xiong stepped out of the world transfer portal, he found himself overshadowed by a colossal shadow, accompanied by the voice of a young boy nearby. Zheng Xiong stood still, looking up to see a massive hoof descending rapidly towards him. With a scoff, he disdainfully remarked, "Humph, a monster," and retaliated with a punch upwards. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, followed by a downpour of blood. The rain engulfed Zheng Xiong and the startled boy. Moments later, the boy transformed into a bloodied figure, eyes wide in shock as he stared at Zheng Xiong. Yet, Zheng Xiong stood amidst the blood rain, untouched by a single drop, before turning away and walking into the distance, as if the act of obliterating the giant monster had no bearing on him at all. Tap TAP. As the boy regained his senses, he realized Zheng Xiong was about to exit his field of vision. The youth, Hoopa, sprinted towards Zheng Xiong like the wind, calling out, "Wait, please wait." Zheng Xiong halted, turning back in confusion. "Young man, are you calling for me?" He inquired of the approaching Hoopa nodded vigorously and said, "Great demon exorcist, are you currently accepting commissions? I wish to request your assistance in returning to my village to eliminate a horde of monsters that are about to invade. I can offer you ample reward." Po's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he awaited Zheng Xiong's response. Zheng Xiong looked down at Hoopa for a lengthy moment, until the boy began to sweat under his gaze. Suddenly, Zheng Xiong spoke, "Will you provide meals? If you can assure me of food, I shall accompany you back to your village to deal with those monsters. As for the reward, you can decide what to give." Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Hoopa nodded enthusiastically, a smile gracing her face as she made her way home. Zheng Xiong followed closely behind, casually engaging in conversation with Hoopa while perusing the system. Current world, Inuyasha, character, Zheng Xiong, age, 31. Forging level, divine blacksmith, next level, divine master blacksmith, combat level, invincible, limited to the current Inuyasha world. Main task, experience the Inuyasha world, encompassing all character storylines within the protagonist team. Current plot, the destruction of the Exorcist village. Saving the village yields special rewards, while allowing its demise incurs no penalties. Final task, witness the protagonist, Inuyasha, slay Nariku, thus opening the portal to the next world. As Zheng Xiong finished reviewing the system data, they arrived at the entrance of the Exorcist village to that moment. A multitude of demons were assaulting the village, with glimpses of humans darting among them. The smile on Hoopa's face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as she unsheathed the sickle at her waist and charged toward the village entrance, prepared for battle. Just then, Hoopa suddenly heard a voice. "Wind style, annihilation." In that instant, she witnessed the swordsmanship that had often left her in awe during conversations with her juniors. Zheng Xiong appeared in the village, having arrived before the demons, his back turned to them. The demons, which had been roaring and battling the exorcists, fell into a stunned silence, before collectively transforming into a rain of blood, scattering in all directions. The exorcists, who had been valiantly fighting, were now drenched in the demons' blood, becoming figures of crimson. Nightfall at the exorcist village. In the village chief's home, Po's father pulled her aside, whispering with concern, "Is that adult eating dinner the exorcist you invited?" Hoopa nodded earnestly. Her father's lips twitched. Had Zheng Xiong not been dining in their home, he would have been inclined to deliver a sound thrashing to Hupa and inform her that Zheng Xiong was, in fact, a legendary swordsman, one of the few great sword masters of this era. Far from being an exorcist, Hupa observed her father's rapidly changing expressions, akin to the revolving lantern Zheng Xiong had mentioned earlier. Just as she was about to speak, Zheng Xiong emerged and addressed her father. "Are there any demons around? If not, I shall retire for the night." Before he could finish, the distinct sounds of demons echoed from the distant sky. Moments later, flying demons filled the heavens. Among them emerged a gigantic insect, which bellowed, "Who killed my offspring today? Step forward, I shall devour him alive." As soon as the insect finished its declaration, Zheng Xiong leapt into the air, appearing above it. With a single kick, he reduced the massive creature to a rain of blood. The entire event transpired in an instant, leaving both Hupo's father and the demons in a state of shock. Zheng Xiong hovered in the air, surveying the stunned demons surrounding him. "Stop staring. It will be the same for all of you soon." With that, he commenced a merciless slaughter. The demons, seemingly stripped of their voices, attempted to roar and retaliate, yet no sound emerged, rendering the scene akin to a silent film. Hupa and her father stood at their doorstep, witnessing this silent spectacle throughout the night, a sight that would later become a taboo within Hupo's clan. Forbidden to be discussed. Before long, the exorcist village was engulfed in a rain of crimson, yet this rain fell eerily silent and tasteless, continuing until dawn. As the sun rose, the exorcists who stepped out of their homes were horrified to discover that the familiar path beneath their feet had transformed into a flowing stream of red, meandering through the village. The village chief and his son, Hupa, gazed skyward, their faces pale. Observing this scene, the exorcists raised their heads in confusion. The sky above them was a blood-red hue, devoid of clouds, inscribed with the words, "This place is a cursed ground for malevolent demons, a sanctuary for benevolent ones." Upon reading this message, the exorcist's expressions shifted dramatically. That it was an overt challenge to all evil creatures of the realm. As they pondered who could possess such audacity, Zheng Xiong suddenly descended from the sky, landing before them. "That phrase was penned by me. If anyone among you is dissatisfied, step forward, and I shall enlighten them on the concept of reason. By the way, it is called reason." With that, Zheng Xiong unsheathed his crimson blade and unleashed an overwhelming aura, proclaiming, "Look upon me wielding the crimson blade with this astonishing might." The gathered exorcists unanimously expressed their support for Zheng Xiong's statement, advocating for him to become the village chief of the exorcist village. Thus, in the span of a single night and the following morning, Hupo's father transitioned from village chief to the chief's assistant. 1 year later, morning at the exorcist village square, Zheng Xiong patrolled the square, mentoring the young exorcist boys and girls one-on-one in swordsmanship and combat techniques. "Hurry up, move faster. At this pace, do you wish to become demon fodder?" Zheng Xiong shouted, then retrieved a wooden sword from the system's storage. "Pay close attention. We shall practice this today, the diagonal/action. You will only progress to the next movement once you can unleash sword energy." With that, Zheng Xiong demonstrated a rapid series of diagonal slashes toward the sky. Instantly, 2 crimson sword energies formed in shape, shooting upward. The sword energy struck a demon soaring through the sky, like a flowing stream. They effortlessly pierced through the demon, which then froze mid-air before gradually disintegrating into ashes as it fell. Zheng Xiong observed the vanishing demon, stowed the wooden sword back into the system, and addressed the astonished young exorcist before him. "Stop gawking and continue practicing. Hupa, take the lead. I will watch." Hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Hupa, with a pained expression, stepped out of the line and earnestly began practicing the movements Zheng Xiong had just demonstrated. After watching Hupa practice diligently for a while, Zheng Xiong nodded in satisfaction. "Hu, Hupo's father's name. You stay here and supervise them. I will check on Hupu and the others in the mountains. It has been far too long since they went in to catch a demonized wild boar." With that, Zheng Xiong vanished from sight. Hu nodded, furrowing his brow as he gazed in the direction from which Hupu and the exorcist team had departed that morning. Meanwhile, in the mountains, several exorcists were engaged in fierce combat with numerous demons. Point 1 Exorcist. after cleaving a demon in front of him with an axe, turned to a muscular man, bare-chested and clad in gauntlets, who was pummeling demons with his fists. Hu, take Coral and Ling back to the village to find the village chief. We will cover your retreat. If we delay any longer, that wild boar will arrive, and none of us will escape. The muscular man, having just killed a praying mantis demon with his fists, dodged an incoming attack and countered with a headbutt that felled the assailant, declaring loudly, "Do you think the village chief is unaware that we Haven Tea returned? If we just hold on a bit longer, the chief will be here soon." And no sooner had he spoken than Zheng Xiong's stern voice echoed from the sky. "I cannot always arrive in time to save the day. This shall be the last time. Upon returning to the village, you will run 100 laps around it, and remember to do so on your hands." With that, Zheng Xiong plunged into the throng of demons, swiftly dispatching them with punches and kicks. Demons struck by his fists burst into clouds of blood, while those kicked were left as mere skeletons. 3 minutes later, Zheng Xiong led the group back down the mountain toward the village, with the demons that had besieged them, along with a massive wild boar, now being dragged behind Hupu. "Village chief, this truly was an unforeseen circumstance. Brother Hupu exercised great caution. Please do not remain angry with him. All right?" Coral walked alongside Zheng Xiong, engaging in lively conversation. Zheng Xiong cast a sidelong glance at Coral, who stood barely taller than his shoulder, and chuckled softly as he ruffled her hair. "Coral," he said, "if I were to claim that I am not actually angry with Hupu, would you believe me?" Coral shook her head in response. "Village chief, you're joking again. That if you weren't upset with Brother Hupu, why would you have him drag such a heavy cart back to the village, performing handstands while circling the village 100 times? At that moment, Hupu, who was struggling at the back of the line with the cart, chimed in, "Coral, please stop. This is my fault. If I had been more cautious and not so hasty, we wouldn't have been ambushed by the monsters, and no one would have been in danger." Upon hearing Hupu's words, Zheng Xiong turned to look at him. Just then, a cacophony of buzzing filled the air as a swarm of bees suddenly appeared nearby. Before Zheng Xiong could speak, a red notification flashed before him. Due to unknown reasons, the Inuyasha storyline has ended prematurely. Nariku has now appeared, and the Shurkan jewel has been tainted. Monsters unique to Nariku are now present, the most ferocious of them all. The hellish venomous insects. Zheng Xiong drew his crimson blade, surveying the surroundings with a grave expression. Though he himself was invincible, the same could not be said for others. If the number of Nariku's venomous insects reached a critical point, even formidable yokai could fall. With this thought in mind, Zheng Xiong commanded, "Everyone, close your eyes, quickly." As soon as he uttered these words, the group complied, just as the sky darkened with a swarm of Nariku's deadly bees surrounding them. Zheng Xiong shut his eyes and thrust his blade fiercely into the ground. Infernal style. Earth devour. Instantly, the earth beneath him came alive, sprouting multiple tongues that ensnared the swarm of bees. As the ground returned to calm, an eerie silence enveloped the area, as if the preceding chaos had never occurred. Concealed in the shadows, Nariku furrowed his brow, then vanished like a gust of wind. The moment of Nariku's disappearance. Zheng Xiong sensed something amiss and glanced at the spot where Nariku had just stood, murmuring, "Nariku?" Afterward, he instructed everyone to open their eyes, preparing to return to the village. Suddenly, Hupu let out an excited shout. Zheng Xiong instantly appeared by Hupu's side, his expression fraught with urgency. "What is it, Hupu? Have you been poisoned?" Hupu shook his head and pointed to the cart, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Village chief, all the monster corpses are gone. This month, there is no food for everyone." Zheng Xiong followed Hupu's gaze to the cart, which had recently been laden with the bodies of monsters, now reduced to a pile of pristine bones, devoid of any flesh. After observing this, Zheng Xiong smiled and patted Hupu on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Let us go find more monsters. Yes. Oh, what if this batch is gone? We'll hunt down another group and bring them back to the village. There is no need to feel disheartened." With that, Zheng Xiong set off toward a direction thick with the scent of yukai. The others exchanged glances, and one by one, they followed Zheng Xiong in pursuit of their quarry. Meanwhile, at the exorcist village down the mountain, Huju paced anxiously in the square, It had been 40 minutes since Zheng Xiong had entered the mountains, and his absence was unprecedented. The recent commotion from the mountains heightened Huju's concern for Zheng Xiong and the others, as well as for the village's safety. Huju reasoned that unless 5 or more yokai over 300 years old launched a simultaneous attack on the village, it would be impossible to breach the sword array that Zheng Xiong had established. Yet, fate has a cruel sense of humor. The very events one deems improbable are often the ones that transpire. Huju, still waiting for Zheng Xiong's return, was instead met with the assault of a horde of monsters under Nariku's command. As he watched the yokai outside the village relentlessly battering against the sword array, he grew bored and fetched a lounge chair, brewing a cup of hot tea before reclining at his doorstep. Drifting off to sleep, Kahaku cast a disdainful glance at her father, then retrieved a piece of popcorn Zheng Xiong had previously given her, sitting on the steps of her home, munching while observing the monsters crashing against the sword array. The other exorcists followed suit in various ways, relishing the spectacle. Outside the sword array, in the shadows, Nariku directed the assault of the monsters, his expression heavy as he surveyed the scene before him. What a formidable barrier was it set up by that man from before? Nariku glanced toward the mountains, then urged the monsters to increase their assault speed. Nightfall in the depths of the forest. Roar! Boom! Zheng Xiong glared disdainfully at the fallen bear yokai. What a racket! I had no intention of killing you, yet you choose this moment to leap out and bellow. Hoopu! Get it onto the cart. Weary heading back to the village, Hoopu contemplated the fallen bear yokai as corpse for a moment, then directed the other exorcists to assist him in loading the bear's remains onto the cart. Let S go. With that, Zheng Xiong turned toward the village, followed closely by the others. Hoopu rubbed his hands together and then pulled the cart from behind. When Zheng Xiong and Hoopu's group were 3 kilometers away from the village, Zheng Xiong furrowed his brow as he gazed at the torrent of yokai ahead. Coral followed Zheng Xiong's line of sight. Village chief, that appears to be in the direction of the village. Hoopu, straining at the back of the line, heard Coral's words and dashed to Zheng Xiong's side, his voice filled with urgency. This is bad. It's indeed toward the village. Village chief, you must go and save the villagers. I'll hold them off here. Without waiting for a response, Hoopu prepared to charge into the throng of yokai. Stop. Zheng Xiong placed a hand firmly on Hoopu's shoulder. Everyone stay put. No one moves. After issuing his command, Zheng Xiong retrieved 2 3-meter-long great swords from his system space, wielding one in each hand as he leaped into the mass of yokai. Instantly, a tempest erupted within the swarm, rapidly expanding until it formed a towering tornado that engulfed the surrounding monsters. Seeing this, Hoopu quickly directed everyone to retreat, while he himself struggled to pull the cart, sprinting backward. Remarkably, the corpses on the cart remained steady, unaffected by any disturbance. Transport car quality. Artifact, fake. Weight, 350 kilograms effects. Preservation. Corpses devoid of life placed upon this cart will remain fresh indefinitely. Effect, swift movement, cart. When utilizing this cart, the user gains an additional 50 increase in movement speed. Effect, stability. While moving with this cart, the corpses will remain undisturbed by any external forces, never falling off. Effect, body refinement. Using this cart allows the user to withstand over twice their physical limits in gravity. Enhancing their physical capabilities, the immense tornado, accompanied by a terrifying gravitational pull, drew in the nearby yokai, shredding them into a bloody rain. As Zheng Xiong created the tornado, he sheathed his great swords, controlling the vortex as he swiftly approached the village. Meanwhile, Nariku, directing the monster's attack from outside the village, suddenly sensed a significant increase in wind power around him, a sharp pain developing in his back. Confused, he turned to see a towering red tornado hurtling toward him. In an instant, Nariku transformed into a noxious mist and dodged to the side. Boom! The spot where Nariku had stood a moment ago was instantaneously transformed into a massive crater. Did I escape? Hearing a voice, Nariku morphed into mist once more. Distancing himself, he regarded the sudden appearance of Zheng Xiong with a grave expression. Who are you? An exorcist. Zheng Xiong unsheathed his crimson blade, gripping it with one hand while pointing toward the exorcist village with the other. I am the village chief you just attacked. Zheng Xiong. Now, I offer you two choices, compensation or your life. You may attempt to flee, but I assure you, you will regret it. Nariku regarded Zheng Xiong for a moment before breaking into a smile. You are quite the amusing human. I shall return. After Nariku finished speaking, he began to disperse the miasma as cover, preparing to make his escape. Just then, a hand suddenly emerged from the thick fog, covering Nariku's face and forcefully pressing him into the ground. And I warned you, if you dare to run, you'll regret it. Furthermore, what makes you think I fear this poisonous gas? With each word, Zheng Xiong swung his fist downwards, causing Nariku's feet to lift intermittently. While Zheng Xiong was relentlessly pummeling Nariku, Huju's voice suddenly broke through. Village chief, could you please pause and let us out? This barrier prevents us from leaving and fighting. Upon hearing Huju's words, Zheng Xiong directed another rapid flurry of strikes towards the prostrate Nariku, eliciting continuous wails of despair. Witnessing this, Huju's expression changed dramatically as he turned and fled towards his home. Muttering, the village chief is truly fearsome, even taking down a male demon. This is utterly outrageous. The remaining demon hunters, who had originally been spectating in the village, hastily returned to their homes, leaving the streets of the demon hunter village utterly deserted. Looking up at the disappearing figures of Huju and the villagers, my lord, there is still more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come. Zheng Xiong shook his head and continued his assault on the Nariku beneath him. He persisted from day until deep into the night before finally ceasing. In the end, Nariku managed to escape, burrowing into the earth in a state of utter disarray. With Nariku's flight, the monsters that had initially besieged the village also hastily retreated. Not looking back, they had, from the very beginning, intended to flee upon arriving at this village. For how's a relentless demon slayer who found discomfort in a day without slaughtering demons? Yet, under Nariku's control, they were forced to resign themselves to suicidal assaults on the village, persisting until Nariku's departure. Observing the vacant pit left by Nariku's disappearance, along with the vague filth visible within it, Zheng Xiong stood up, hands on his hips, and exhaled deeply. That you managed to flee, but only just at that moment. Pu and others arrived, dragging a cart towards Zheng Xiong. Village chief, let us enter the village. Everyone is hungry. Zheng Xiong turned to look at Pu and the weary faces of the group, nodding in agreement. Let us go. We'll roast that bear and remember to smear it with honey. Pu patted his chest, assuring everyone that he would handle the cooking perfectly. Subsequently, Zheng Xiong dismantled the sword formation and led Pu and the others into the village. Bang! Inside an abandoned temple, a bloodied hand suddenly emerged from the floor. The Nariku's battered body slowly crawled out, and once on the floor, he turned to the side, muttering weakly to himself, "Damn it, is that guy really human? How can he be so strong?" After uttering these words, Nariku closed his eyes, and his damaged body began to visibly heal. Ultimately, Zheng Xiong departed the village in the early morning without anyone's knowledge, leaving behind 3 sets of armor, a pair of scythes, a dagger, a pair of tiger claws, and a letter for Huju. After leaving the village, Zheng Xiong was now lying on the back of a gigantic orange cat, eyes closed, engaging in conversation. Oren, tell me about your experiences in the cat kingdom. After all, we have no fixed destination. The large orange cat, while walking, suddenly paused before resuming its stride. There is not much to say. I am merely a coward who fled for my life. As the orange cat spoke, a myriad of memories flickered in its eyes, some joyful, others painful, ultimately coalescing into the present mundanity. Zheng Xiong fell silent for a moment before closing his eyes, as if inquiring or perhaps just speaking to himself. Have you never thought of returning to reclaim your kingdom? After he spoke, he drifted into slumber. The large orange cat silently shook its head, gazing into the distance, softly replying, "It no longer holds meaning. This is just fine." Upon finishing its sentence, the orange cat continued onward into the unknown. In his sleep, Zheng Xiong's mouth curled into a slight smile. After an indeterminate period, the large orange cat suddenly halted. Ahead, an old monk and a young monk were besieged by a horde of monsters. Should we intervene? By the way, that old monk looks somewhat familiar. Zheng Xiong, who had been asleep on the back of the large orange cat, suddenly opened his eyes, rising to say, "What are we waiting for? It's not every day we encounter someone you know. Oren, let us go save them." With that, Zheng Xiong drew his red blade, transforming it into a long cross spear, signaling the large orange cat to charge. The orange cat nodded slightly. Then, with an almost imperceptible speed, it dashed towards the horde of monsters, becoming a blur as it passed through them. Instantly, the monsters surrounding the old and young monks shrieked in agony. Turning to ashes, the acrid scent gradually spread. When the large orange cat reappeared, it was already on the other side of the road. At this moment, the orange cat turned back to the old and young monks. "Say, Mingxin, it's been a long time. Where are you headed? Would you like me and Xiong to accompany you?" "No need for reward." The old monk, with a serious expression, gazed at the large orange cat and the boy on its back. Responding, "Zheng Xiong, didn't you go missing 2 years ago? How did you end up here? And who is that boy on your back?" Upon hearing the old monk's words, the large orange cat shook its head and replied, "I now go by Oren, not Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong perished 2 years ago along with the cat kingdom in that night of flames. As for this boy on my back, his name is Zheng Xiong. You can call him Xiong. By the way, Mingxin, is this young monk your disciple?" The large orange cat asked curiously, looking at the young monk. The young monk felt the gaze of the large orange cat upon him, his complexion paling as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Just then, the old monk stepped in front of the young monk, blocking the large orange cat's intensely aggressive gaze, stating, "Enough, Zheng Xiong. Don't make things difficult for the young man. By the way, his name is Mithra. We have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave now. Farewell." After the old monk spoke, he led the young monk in the direction for which the large orange cat had just come. Watching the old and young monks depart, the large orange cat wished to exchange more words with the old monk, but ultimately said nothing, merely watching them fade into the distance. Old friends meet, exchanging a few hurried words before parting once more. Time flows like a shuttle, and they meet again by the bridge of the Yellow Springs. Zheng Xiong stood quietly on the back of the large orange cat until the figures of the old and young monks vanished from sight. "Let us go, Oren. We should continue our journey. We will surely meet the old monk again. Don't be too saddened." The large orange cat nodded. "We will meet Mingxin again, but before that, let us find something to eat nearby. I am a bit hungry after that rush." Zheng Xiong jumped off the back of the large orange cat, casually transforming the cross spear back into its original form, then bent down to pick up a stone from the ground. "Let us go. We'll catch something delicious." With that, Zheng Xiong hurled the stone into the sky with great force. The stone struck a flying monster above, causing it to explode into ashes. The large orange cat looked up at the monster that had just burst into ashes. "I need to eat a lot later. I've exceeded my exercise quota for today." Walking ahead, Zheng Xiong nodded and headed into the forest. "Master, do you know that enormous cat demon? It seems to recognize you." Mithra asked curiously. Driangxin, walking ahead of Mithra, stopped, remaining silent for a long while before finally speaking. "That is a deeply sentimental and profoundly mischievous character. Mithra, if you encounter that fellow again, never ask about the story of cucumbers and the human anatomy. For if you do, the consequences will be severe. Don't ask how severe. You wouldn't want to know." Mithra, after listening intently to the words of the old monk Mingxin, nodded earnestly and vowed that should he ever encounter a large orange cat, he would never again pose such bizarre questions. Observing Mithra's solemn promise, Mingxin seemed to catch a glimpse of his younger self, and with a sense of satisfaction, he nodded before continuing on his way. In the early morning, along a dirt path in the mountains, a youth and a weathered old man walked side by side. "You should have roasted that bear paw instead of boiling it. It was utterly unpalatable," grumbled the old man, casting a stern glare at the youth beside him. With a bear paw that size, it might take 2 days to cook thoroughly, so boiling was the only option, even if it's not fully cooked. "The broth can still be savored," replied Zheng Xiong, nodding thoughtfully after hearing the orange cat's words, then gazing into the distance, lapsing into silence. The two continued their quiet journey until dusk fell and they entered shrine. Inside, Zheng Xiong beheld a strikingly handsome youth clad in a crimson robe, with pale hair and dog ears. Quietly leaning against the statue, in disbelief, he rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "Inuyasha, what are you doing here?" Shouldn't you be sealed to a tree by Kikyo at this time? And what is the story behind this shrine? The beautiful youth, leaning against the statue, cast a sorrowful glance at Zheng Xiong and gently caressed the statue beside him, murmuring, I do not comprehend why you would say that Kikyo has sealed me to a tree, but if her sealing could bring me back to life, I would willingly remain in eternal slumber there. With that, Inuyasha closed his eyes, lapsing into silence, his hand tenderly resting on the statue's face. Zheng Xiong felt as if thunder rumbled above him. How had the fiery, valiant Inuyasha from the anime transformed into this gentle, lovesick figure? Wasn't this the narrative reserved for his brother Sesshomaru in the later chapters? At that moment, the orange cat, now transformed into the weathered old man, spoke gravely. This fellow's mind has been severely traumatized. He now seeks to escape life. That if we do not save him, he will not survive beyond 3 days. Moreover, there is a half-dead entity within that statue. Its body retains vitality, but its soul is absent. Zheng Xiong glanced at the old orange cat, then back at the statue Inuyasha leaned against, sighing wearily. The unforeseen circumstances leading to this fractured narrative of Inuyasha were indeed troubling. Mithriya was still training with Mingxin. Kahaku was alive. Sango remained in the village. Kagome had yet to arrive in this timeline, and Nariku had appeared prematurely. The Shirkan jewel was already tainted but had not yet scattered. Suddenly, a transparent frame popped up before Zheng Xiong, displaying multiple pieces of information. 1. Travel to modern-day Neon Country. Locate Kikyo's reincarnation, Kagome, and bring her to this timeline. Upon her arrival, she will rectify the current disarray in the Inuyasha narrative within a certain range. 2. The tainted Shirkan jewel is currently within this shrine, currently inaccessible, destroyed. Its state will change upon Kagome's arrival. 3. Tetsusaga's current location. Deep within Inuyasha's psyche, it can manifest once Inuyasha overcomes his current emotional turmoil. 4. Nariku is attacking the Demon Slayer village. It is advisable to return and defend swiftly. Time until the sword array fails. 2 hours. After perusing the system's sudden revelations, Zheng Xiong's expression darkened as he gazed toward the Demon Slayer village. The orange cat, noticing Zheng Xiong's demeanor and the direction of his gaze, inquired curiously, What is happening at the village? After a moment of silence, Zheng Xiong replied, Orange, we must hurry back to the village. I sense the protective sword array I left behind is on the verge of failing. It seems a horde of demons is attacking. The orange cat nodded in agreement, then transformed from the weathered old man back into a massive orange cat. As the large orange cat appeared, Inuyasha, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his sharp gaze locking onto the orange cat. However, he soon became devoid of spirit once more, closing his eyes and leaning against the statue again. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the orange cat felt an overwhelming pressure, as if it were being pierced by daggers. Zheng Xiong observed Inuyasha, who had once again closed his eyes, with a slow draw. He sheathed his red blade, keeping a vigilant eye on Inuyasha to ensure he did not unleash the same fierce aura. As before, Inuyasha's brief moment of awakening had conjured images in Zheng Xiong's mind of countless demons wailing. Amidst a sea of corpses and blood, with Inuyasha seated alone within, the orange cat retreated a considerable distance, exiting the shrine, and warily watched the now closed-eyed Inuyasha. Utilizing its demonic power, it transmitted a message to Zheng Xiong. What's wrong with him? That terrifying gaze and aura could not possibly be emitted by a half-demon. Zheng Xiong remained silent for a while, deep in thought before finally responding. If I am not mistaken, his body is of the present. His mind belongs to the past, and his strength is of the future. In summary, do not provoke him. Should you anger him, aside from myself, there is likely no one in this world who could restrain him. With that, Zheng Xiong raised his hand towards Inuyasha and began to cast a spell, the dream transcending 100 worlds, 3 lives converging as one, reflections of flowers and water, the ethereal bridge to the other shore. After completing the incantation, Zheng Xiong visibly aged from a 20-year-old youth to a frail old man, his hair as white as snow and his face etched with wrinkles. Observing this transformation, the orange cat dashed into the shrine, anxiously watching Zheng Xiong. Bear, Zheng Xiong called without turning, raising a hand to signal the orange cat to remain back. Oh, not worry. I will not perish until I have experienced everything this era has to offer and savored all its delicacies. With that, Zheng Xiong transformed once more into a 20-year-old youth. He then leaped onto the back of the orange cat, declaring, "Let us go. We have much to accomplish and cannot linger here." Whether Inuyasha can return to normal now depends on his fortune. The orange cat nodded in agreement, let out a thunderous roar, and charged out of the shrine toward the Demon Slayer village. Shortly after Zheng Xiong and the orange cat exited the shrine, Inuyasha, who had just undergone Zheng Xiong's spell, softly uttered, "Thank you." Then, silence enveloped the shrine, which momentarily felt like a realm apart from the surrounding space. From the outside, the shrine gradually began to dissolve into nothingness. In the dead of night at the Demon Slayer village, Kahaku and the other villagers watched coldly as demons relentlessly attacked from above and below. After observing for a long while, Kahaku suddenly noticed the sword array barrier surrounding the village flickering. Prompting him to call out, "Kahaku, Sango, step forward." Upon hearing Kahaku's command, Sango and Kahaku emerged from the ranks of villagers, silently awaiting further instructions. At that moment, a villager named Hutu stepped forward, loudly proclaiming, "Second leader, allow me to take a group outside to confront those demons first." Kahaku and Sango are still young and represent the village's future. Kahaku glanced at Hutu, then at the youthful Kahaku and Sango. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled, "Kahaku, Sango, and all the other children, remain here. The rest of you, follow me out of the village to slay these demons." With that, Kahaku removed his armored helmet, wielding the sword Zheng Xiong had left in the village, leading Hutu and the other adult demon slayers out of the village to face the threat. "There, it seems we have arrived too late." Zheng Xiong, atop the orange cat's back, surveyed the scene below, where Kahaku and Hutu fought valiantly back to back amidst the demons. The fates of the other demon slayers were quietly evidenced by the remains of fallen demons and severed limbs. Disregarding his sorrow, Zheng Xiong inhaled deeply and declared, "Let us go, Orange. Together, we will conclude this battle." The orange cat nodded and, with Zheng Xiong, sped down the mountain at a breathtaking pace. Their passage was as thunderous as a storm. Raising clouds of dust in their wake, one man and one cat forged a formidable presence akin to an army. Meanwhile, Neriku, who was covertly directing the demon assault on the village, furrowed his brow and glanced toward the rising dust. Reinforcements? Before Neriku could gather his thoughts, a towering sword aura erupted amidst the horde of monsters. Subsequently, the creatures disintegrated like snow under the blazing sun, swiftly turning to a SHI in a matter of moments. The assailants besieging the village vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing the emergence of the sword aura, Neriku understood that Zheng Xiong had returned. Once again, the plan to eliminate all exorcists had met with failure. Gritting his teeth, Neriku transformed into a wisp of black smoke and fled into the distance. Zheng Xiong, furrowing his brow, gazed at the spot where Neriku had disappeared. He then approached Huzhu and Hupu. Softly murmuring, "I am sorry for my tardiness." Covered in blood, Huzhu looked at the approaching Zheng Xiong and managed a weak smile. "Village chief," he said, bowing his head, ceasing to breathe. Meanwhile, Hupu, who had fought alongside Huzhu, smiled at Zheng Xiong and flashed a peace sign before departing this world alongside Huzhu. Zheng Xiong, standing before the two, felt tears welling in his eyes as memories of Hupu and Huzhu flashed through his mind. "Village chief, I know you will eventually leave the village that Hupu, may not be the brightest, but rest assured, I will protect everyone," he had said with a hopeful smile. "Go forth without worry, village chief. I will keep the village safe in your absence." It all seemed to have happened just yesterday, as Zheng Xiong fought to suppress his grief that he entered the village, where Coral, Amber, and the young ones stood ready. Coral looked at Zheng Xiong in confusion, asking uncertainly, "Village chief?" Zheng Xiong nodded slightly. That moment, Amber suddenly hurled her scythe at Zheng Xiong. Coral gasped, "Amber, that's the village chief. What are you doing?" Amber regarded Zheng Xiong coldly, remaining silent. The scythe, having just left Amber's hand, instantaneously appeared before Zheng Xiong. He raised his hand to catch it and said to Amber, "If you wish to cry, then do so." This scythe, imbued with sorrow, cannot unleash its true power without your tears. Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, tears began to flow from Amber's eyes, and she soon broke into a full sob. Zheng Xiong stepped forward and gently embraced her, whispering, "I am sorry for my tardiness." 3 days later, Zheng Xiong erected tombstones for all the fallen exorcists, marking graves for those without bodies, and cast a spell to erase the memories of all the surviving children, leaving only Coral and Amber with their recollections. He entrusted each of them with half of a jade pendant. Amber took the pendant and curiously asked, "Are you leaving again?" Zheng Xiong nodded. "Do not worry. Before I depart, I will ensure that this place is sealed off from both humans and monsters. No one will discover it unless they are stronger than I. I will leave ample supplies for the children to live on. When you two unite your pendants, a door to leave this place will open." After saying this, Zheng Xiong waved his hand, casting a spell that put Coral and Amber into a deep sleep. Looking at the slumbering pair, he softly murmured, "This disrupted narrative of the Inuyasha world began with me, and so it shall end with me. I had considered leaving you with these unpleasant memories, but upon reflection, it is better to forget. After all, in the original timeline, I did not exist, nor did Huzhu and Hupu." With that, Zheng Xiong cast a spell upon Amber and Coral, proclaiming, "Forget the past, let bygone days fade away." He then directed a spell at the exorcist village ruins, declaring, "Space distortion, formation isolation." After completing the spell, Zheng Xiong approached the large orange cat by his side. "Let us go, Orange, for we shall become true drifters through time, starting today." The large orange cat, now humanoid, looked at Zheng Xiong and replied, "Then let us drift together." Before they embarked on their journey, Zheng Xiong added, "We must first find someone to settle a score. Since my debut, I have yet to face such a significant setback. I cannot leave this unavenged." Following this declaration, Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat pursued Nariku for 5 consecutive days. Each time they nearly vanquished him. Unforeseen circumstances allowed Nariku to escape. Ultimately, Zheng Xiong lamented the cruelty of fate, realizing that only Inuyasha could bring Nariku to his end. Thus, he abandoned the pursuit, opting instead to inscribe upon Nariku's very soul a curse that would inflict an additional 200 points of pain and damage whenever he was struck by blade-like attacks. Having completed this task, Zheng Xiong gazed at the revised final mission details, lost in contemplation as he regarded the large orange cat beside him, who still stood at an imposing height of 35 meters and weighed 260 kilograms, even in its human form. This chapter does not conclude here. Please click the next page to continue reading. Final mission. Proceed to the Shirkan Jewel, leap down into the modern Neon country where Gu Wei resides, and bring her to this era before opening the portal to the next world. Note: upon Gu Wei's arrival in this era, all memories of individuals related to you will be forcibly erased. The equipment you forged will remain in this era, and any status effects applied to the target will also persist. The large orange cat, feeling Zheng Xiong's gaze upon it, could no longer contain itself and asked, "Xiong, why do you keep staring at me? Is something wrong?" Zheng Xiong shook his head, responding, "There's nothing wrong with you, but your height and build are concerning that we are heading to a rather peculiar place. And I worry you may not fit through the well's opening." The large orange cat exclaimed, "Xiong, do you think I cannot fit through that well? Are you trying to amuse me? Even if I transform back into my original form and jump, I won't get stuck." It pointed at the enormous well before them. Zheng Xiong's lips twitched as he looked at the well, which had a radius of a full 300 meters, nearly unable to suppress his sarcasm. "Is this well meant for giants? A radius of 300 meters? Zheng Xiong coughed discreetly. "This is purely coincidental. I did not expect the well to be so vast. Let us proceed." With that, he jumped into the well. The large orange cat followed suit without hesitation. A radiant light enveloped them. The two vanished from sight, leaving behind a tranquil silence. A month later, a similar light shone again, revealing 2 men and 1 woman emerging at the well's edge. The woman surveyed her surroundings and curiously inquired, "Zheng Xiong, is this the fated world you spoke of?" In response, Zheng Xiong tossed her a ring, a bow, and a pair of shoes. The ring is a spatial ring, capable of storing up to 20 tons of items. I have shown you how to use it. The bow requires no arrows. Simply draw it to shoot. The shoes possess special effects. You will discover their abilities for yourself. I must take my leave, oh, and be wary of a boy in a red robe with dog ears. He is not to be trifled with. Orange, if you do not lose some weight, I will resort to physical methods. After delivering this lengthy admonition, Zheng Xiong stepped through the portal, accompanied by the large orange cat, now in human form, leaving Gu Wei alone in a state of bewilderment. At this moment, Gu Wei's expression was one of utter confusion. Orange, you should revert to your human form. Your large cat shape nearly got stuck in the portal. As Zheng Xiong exited the portal, he glanced back at the large orange cat, now resembling a weary older man. The newly transformed large orange cat surveyed the surrounding scene, littered with incomplete human corpses, and inquired, Xiong, have we entered hell without dying? The aura of ghosts here is so thick. Zheng Xiong glanced around and, upon seeing the corpses laid out on shelves, fresh yet grotesque, he promptly checked the system information. Current world. Horror game Ghost School Warehouse. Description. This was once an ordinary private school where students learned, grew, and graduated until a horrific incident occurred in this very warehouse 10 years ago, forever altering its fate. Details are to be experienced personally. Character. Zheng Xiong. Age. Specific age is not displayed, for you will not know and will perish with the passage of time. Forging level. Divine Forging Master. Next level. Forging Deity. Combat level. Ghost Chi. Main task. To be experienced personally. Final task. To be experienced personally. Note, this is truly not an accident. It is a collaboration. After reviewing the system information, Zheng Xiong lifted his gaze towards the large orange cat, curiously inspecting a plank on the shelf. There, this thing is so fragile. I barely exerted any force, and it's split in two, the large orange cat remarked, before picking up an aluminum plate from the shelf and effortlessly tearing it apart as if it were mere paper. At that moment, a young voice emerged from behind the large orange cat. Who are you? This place is very dangerous. Don't you know? You need to leave quickly. They're coming back, and if they see you, you will end up like the meat on those shelves. The large orange cat turned back, puzzled by the sudden appearance of the boy, then turned to Zheng Xiong and said, Bear, this kid must be a bound spirit, and he hasn't been tainted by resentment. He's quite pure. Zheng Xiong nodded, then in a flash, teleported to stand before the boy. Startled by Zheng Xiong's sudden appearance, the boy stumbled back, trembling as he spoke. I mean no harm. I just wanted to warn you that it's dangerous here and urge you to leave. Just then, the previously locked warehouse door swung open with a loud creak that a group of expressionless, red-eyed ghosts entered the warehouse, spotting a young boy and a middle-aged man who turned to face them. The robust man suddenly exclaimed, Bear, old rules. Zheng Xiong nodded. Old rules. We ask questions after the fight. The bound spirit boy, still shaken by Zheng Xiong's sudden teleportation, witnessed a horrifying scene unfold. Zheng Xiong teleported in front of the ghost and delivered a powerful kick, sending the ghost flying, which in turn collided with others behind it, crashing through a wall and dissipating into black smoke upon hitting the ground. Meanwhile, the large orange cat delivered punch after punch, forcefully driving the newly arrived ghosts into the cement floor until they vaporized. 2 minutes later, Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat sat before the trembling boy. Zheng Xiong addressed the boy. So, when you mentioned that it's dangerous here, you were referring to this group? Were those meats and corpses on the shelves they're doing? The boy nodded vigorously, but then shook his head. Lord Ghost King. He stammered, trembling. Observing the boy's state, the large orange cat abruptly stood up, positioned himself in front of the boy, and began performing bodybuilding exercises, revealing muscles akin to a demonic awakening to intimidate the boy. For reference, please consult the physique of Hama Waita. The boy reacted. Zheng Xiong gently patted the boy's shoulder. You might as well speak plainly. Orange is rather irritable, and doesn't he appreciate vague or stuttering speech? 10 minutes later, Zheng Xiong cast a spell, sending the boy into reincarnation while simultaneously igniting the entire warehouse. The other ghosts were purified physically by the large orange cat, who remarked that one should not concern themselves too much with such details regarding reincarnation. After completing these tasks, Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat stood before the warehouse, watching the inferno engulf it, before turning to head towards the school's teaching building. As they approached the teaching building, the previously gloomy, overcast sky transformed into a sunny afternoon, and students began to appear, bustling about. The bell rang, signaling the start of class, prompting students to rush into the building. Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat exchanged glances. "Shall we charge in?" the large orange cat asked. Zheng Xiong shook his head. "Let's approach first and check out the classrooms." With that, he ascended the steps of the teaching building. The large orange cat scratched the back of his head before following Zheng Xiong up the steps. As the two ascended, a dark red liquid began to seep up behind them, accompanied by the faint sound of a woman's laughter. I could see that moment. Both Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat turned to look back. "Shall we take care of it?" the large orange cat inquired. Zheng Xiong remained silent as he pulled out a grenade, igniting it without looking back as he continued towards the second floor of the teaching building. "You are a demon. She is a ghost. Orange, do refrain from interspecies entanglements. It's not good for your back." With Zheng Xiong's words, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them, followed by piercing cries of agony. The corner of the large orange cat's mouth twitched. Then he shrugged and followed Zheng Xiong up to the second floor while muttering, "I meant using my hands. You're the one thinking of those things." Zheng Xiong halted momentarily, silently observing the large orange cat's hands before continuing up the stairs. "Using hands is also not advisable. Your hands are too big." The large orange cat, perplexed, raised his hand to examine it, then lowered it in confusion. Upon reaching the second floor, they found the classrooms completely empty, though translucent figures flitted through the hallway, accompanied by chaotic noises. Just then, a mature, bespectacled female teacher appeared in the corridor. Upon seeing them, she expressed surprise. "Are you the new teachers? It's class time now. You mustn't let the principal catch you wandering the halls during class. It's very dangerous. Come with me to the office for now. If he finds you, just insist that this period is for the students to study independently, and do not admit you don't know where the classrooms are." After saying this, the teacher turned and gestured for Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat to follow her. However, as she turned to walk ahead, a man with hollow eye sockets and a face that was merely skin approached swiftly, leaving behind a trail of yellowish, foul-smelling liquid. Upon seeing him, the teacher trembled uncontrollably and exclaimed, "The principal?" She then hastily jumped from the second-floor corridor down to the first, leaving Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat looking on with curiosity at the approaching man. The man, seemingly oblivious, continued past the spot where the teacher had jumped. When he reached Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat, he demanded, "Which class are you teaching? Class time has started. Why are you still in the hallway? Can't you hear the class bell? If you can't hear it, then you won't need to hear it anymore. Now, I'm going to cut off your ears." The man, identified as the principal, then produced a massive pair of scissors from behind him, a deranged grin spreading across his face as he looked at Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat, clearly thrilled at the prospect of obtaining their ears. The large orange cat, transformed into a weary old man, looked distressed and pleaded, "Bear, I can't hold back any longer. Let me take him out." The response to the large orange cat's plea came from Zheng Xiong, who retrieved a Gatling gun with a red light from his system space. "Orange, next time, don't waste words. When encountering such a pervert, just deal with it physically," Zheng Xiong declared, activating the Gatling gun and opening fire on the principal. With the principal's final words, the large orange cat, perplexed, began firing his Thompson with infinite ammunition down the empty corridor. Hearing the gunfire behind him, Zheng Xiong instinctively raised a large shield behind him. The clanging of bullets echoed continuously in the second-floor hallway. 10 minutes later, the large orange cat, looking disdainful, tossed the Thompson with infinite ammunition onto the floor, where it crashed into the ground and shattered into parts. "Bear, why do you keep giving me this useless thing? Its shells can't even pierce my skin. It's less powerful than my spit." Gazing at the foul-mouthed orange tabby cat, Zheng Xiong produced a cigar. Placing it upon the shield he had just drawn forth in an instant, he ignited it, inhaling deeply until he had consumed the entire cigar. Turning his gaze towards the tabby, he casually remarked, "Juzzy, I consider myself a civilized individual, and thus I hope you too will embody civility. Henceforth, refrain from resorting to violence or even spitting. Such behavior is unbecoming and excessively barbaric. Let us resolve our issues through more civilized means." Upon finishing his statement, Zheng Xiong hurled a shotgun radiating a purplish-red glow towards the orange cat. The tabby caught it deftly and, without hesitation, fired at the corridor on the third floor across from them. Boom! The corridor was instantly reduced to rubble. The orange cat nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "This power rivals my own impact. I am quite pleased with this civilized approach." Zheng Xiong, observing the devastation of the third-floor corridor, wore an expression of exasperation as he turned and made his way to the first floor of the teaching building. "Juzi, let us descend and set off a grand firework display. There is no need to ascend further. Your actions were far too civilized, stripping away all sense of adventure." As Zheng Xiong descended the stairs, the orange tabby scratched the back of its head, muttering to itself, "What adventure? Is this not enjoyable?" After uttering this, the tabby unleashed another barrage of shotgun fire at the third-floor steps before following Zheng Xiong down the stairs. Hearing the explosion erupt behind him, Zheng Xiong's mouth twitched involuntarily. Meanwhile, at the campus gate, 5 individuals suddenly appeared. Those familiar with horror games will be taken aback upon seeing these 5, as they represented the pinnacle of various horror game archetypes: the unruly phantom doctor, Lin In, the unprincipled scoundrel, Wang Ning, the lucky child, Gu Yong, the ghostly sword master, Ning Long, the master of rule-bending tales. Lin Feng Ning Long furrowed his brow, surveying the campus. That is this truly one of the highest difficulty dungeons within the game. Ghost School. Such an expansive realm of spirits, and it seems a battle has erupted within. The other 4 exchanged concerned glances. Lin interjected, "It's not merely a suspicion. If my senses do not deceive me, it is at least at the level of the Ghost King." Wang Ning added, "Let us proceed inside. Lingering here is a waste of time." "Are we here to play cards today?" Gu Yong, remaining silent, stepped directly into the campus. The other 4, seeing this, ceased their discussions and followed suit into the campus. Upon entering, the 5 were met with a scene that left them in shock. The campus warehouse was ablaze, and the teaching building resembled a structure recently bombarded by artillery, utterly devastated. Just as they prepared to approach the teaching building for further investigation, a blinding light suddenly erupted above it. Ascending into a mushroom cloud, the 5 exchanged alarmed glances, swiftly retreating outside the campus. As they exited, a tremendous shockwave and wave of heat surged towards them. The architect of this chaos stood beside the orange tabby, laughing heartily as he beheld the destruction he had wrought below, then proclaimed, "Indeed, the apex of civilization is explosion. Juzi, what do you think of this firework display?" The orange cat scrutinized Zheng Xiong for a long moment before responding solemnly, "Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. I desire a mushroom bomb. It possesses far greater power than your shotgun." Zheng Xiong shook his head at the tabby's words, spreading his hands and shrugging. "A mushroom bomb? I would gladly provide one, but alas, the one I just deployed was the very last. Should you request another, I shall be unable to oblige." The orange cat regarded Zheng Xiong with skepticism for a protracted moment. Observing his earnest demeanor, "Where shall we venture next? You have reduced this place to ruins." Zheng Xiong surveyed the surroundings, noting that beyond the campus, darkness enveloped everything, rendering it impossible to discern any details. He decided to fly eastward without further ado. The orange tabby silently followed suit, failing to notice the 5 figures beyond the campus gates. Lin Feng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the ongoing shock waves and heat emanating from within the campus. After a moment, he confirmed, "Indeed, it is a mushroom bomb, and a small one at that, capable of obliterating everything within a 50-kilometer radius." Having stated this, Lin Feng turned to leave. The remaining 4 exchanged somber glances towards the campus, ultimately sighing in resignation before parting ways at their level of expertise. Such players required little dialogue. A single statement sufficed for them to anticipate the ensuing outcome. After flying for a while, Zheng Xiong and the orange tabby descended before the entrance of a massive shopping mall, curiously observing the bustling interior filled with people. P.S. This is a plot I have longed to write, featuring a half-invincible protagonist navigating through various horror games without rewards or overly complex storylines, merely encountering and intertwining with different protagonists from horror novels, with the orange tabby representing my persona within the narrative. Standing outside the mall, Zheng Xiong and the orange tabby gazed for a considerable time before stepping inside, only to discover that the once vast shopping complex was now utterly deserted, the air thick with a faint scent of charred remnants. Zheng Xiong and the orange tabby exchanged glances. The tabby spoke first. I sense no ghostly presence. This place resembles a realm of spirits. Yet, before the orange cat could finish, the previously empty mall erupted into a cacophony of voices, becoming overwhelmingly noisy. Zheng Xiong and the orange tabby found themselves amidst this sudden throng. Observing curiously as people materialized around them, that moment, a man's voice emerged from behind Zheng Xiong. "Sir, would you care to purchase some of my fruits? They are quite fresh and reasonably priced. Only 15 ghost coins each." Zheng Xiong turned to see a seemingly honest man dressed plainly, standing beside his fruit stall. Upon noticing Zheng Xiong's gaze, the man offered a shy smile. "Tea first." Everything appeared normal. However, when Zheng Xiong glimpsed the so-called fruits in the man's hands, he nearly drew his blade. The man's fruits were, in fact, human eyeballs, freshly plucked, as evidenced by the droplets of crimson blood still trickling from them. The orange tabby, intrigued, approached the man and took the eyeballs for a closer inspection. After examining them for a moment, it disdainfully tossed them back to the man. The man hastily caught them, bowing his head. In that instant, his eye sockets became hollow, his body darkening, and his facial expression contorted into a grimace. Moments later, he resumed his original form, lifting his head to reveal a smile directed at the orange tabby and Zheng Xiong. "Sir, do you not fancy these? Then perhaps you would prefer this. I just acquired these exquisite melons, priced at 150 ghost coins each." The man turned and produced 2 severed heads, one male and one female. Smiling as he introduced them, Zheng Xiong stared at the gruesome heads, still dripping blood and featuring vacant eye sockets. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, 180 ghost coins. The fruit vendor's eyes brightened at Zheng Xiong's declaration, and he asked uncertainly, "Really, sir?" Zheng Xiong nodded, taking the 2 heads from the vendor's hands while fixing him with a penetrating gaze. The vendor, puzzled, was about to inquire about Zheng Xiong's intentions when the orange tabby suddenly scratched him. Zheng Xiong turned bewildered and asked, "Zhi, why are you scratching me?" The orange tabby pointed ahead and said seriously, "A troublesome individual is approaching. I may not be able to handle them, so be cautious." Zheng Xiong looked at the tabby in surprise. This was the first time it had confessed to being unable to defeat an opponent. Before long, a massive figure loomed before Zheng Xiong and the orange tabby. The enormous being leaned down, fixing its gaze upon them, and addressed Zheng Xiong. "Human, once you have acquired what you desire, I urge you to leave quickly. I do not wish for my mall to be destroyed due to your presence. The spirits here are but pitiful souls, bound by rules, unable to escape." The colossal figure, having spoken, stood still, gazing at Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong lifted his head to glance at the towering presence, then returned the freshly acquired melon head to the vendor's hands. "To be frank, I find none of your wares appealing. However, I am intrigued to hear the tales that transpired here. Once I have listened, I shall take my leave." The immense figure observed Zheng Xiong in silence for a moment before nodding. "Follow me. This is not a place for conversation or storytelling." Upon finishing his words, the giant turned and walked toward a building. 10 minutes later, Zheng Xiong exited the eerie marketplace, clutching a fragmented newspaper. The contents read, February 1, 2002, GZ City, Region Great Fire, claiming 950 lives in the inferno. The large orange cat quietly trailed behind Zheng Xiong. After walking for a while, Zheng Xiong halted before a mental institution, observing 3 men and 2 women before him. "Who are you?" One of the men, wearing glasses, stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am the leader of the Lucky Squad, and I have participated in 21 games, achieving a unified clearance rank of a. This Qingshan mental hospital marks the 22nd game, specializing in surgery and puzzle solving." After an concluded his introduction, he fixed his gaze on Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong turned to exchange a glance with the large orange cat behind him, then turned back to introduce himself. "I am a traveling merchant, having just cleared 2 games, though I'm uncertain of my ranking. I happen to pass by this Qingshan mental hospital, intending to conduct business. But since you are here, I shall seek another location. By the way, do you wish to purchase any equipment? The prices are quite negotiable." Upon finishing, Zheng Xiong produced a scroll from his system space and tossed it to an E. An E deftly caught it, unfurling the scroll to inspect its contents. Upon seeing the price of the first item, he immediately skipped it. Dao Decapitation Sword, 12 million ghost coins. Description: capable of absorbing all energy. Continuously growing, with a growth limit of a divine artifact. Eventually, an E purchased a watermelon knife from Zheng Xiong for 3,800 ghost coins to Huaiqiang's watermelon knife, exclusively bound. An E quality, orange weight, 7.95 kg effect. I shall cleave your melon. How about that? When wielding this watermelon knife and uttering this phrase while attacking the target's head, it disregards all of the target's skills, directly striking down the target. Cooldown, 240 minutes. Execution limit. Cannot exceed 9 times the user's overall value. Effect. Is your melon ripe? When wielding this watermelon knife and striking the target's head, the target falls into a state of fear, intimidation, and panic. No cooldown can be used on targets not exceeding 3 times the user's overall value. Effect. Do you have the strength to challenge me when wielding this watermelon knife and declaring this phrase? The user's overall attributes are boosted by 5 times for a duration of 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Equipment quip. Young man, heed my words. As a youth, be spirited. After selling the watermelon knife, Zheng Xiong explained its binding effects to an E, then waved goodbye as he began to walk away. Xiong, what do you intend to do with these ghost coins? We have no use for the things of this world, the large orange cat queried, trailing behind Zheng Xiong. Without turning back, Zheng Xiong tossed a bottle of Erguo-2 to the large orange cat. The cat, perplexed, lifted the bottle and drank it all in one go, then looked at Zheng Xiong with confusion. Xiong, what did you mean by that? By the way, that plain water actually tasted quite like alcohol. I'll have another bottle to... As Zheng Xiong walked ahead, he finished a bottle of Erguo-2, exhaling a sigh before replying. We have no need for those ghost coins, but I just discovered they could be exchanged for certain delicacies and beverages unique to the world I previously inhabited, and they are not particularly expensive. The bottle I just gave you cost merely 1 ghost coin. As Zheng Xiong spoke, he exchanged for 2 servings of luxurious Buddha jumps over the wall and another bottle of Erguo-2, handing 1 serving and a bottle to the large orange cat. The two strolled through the misty surroundings, savoring their Buddha jumps over the wall, until they arrived at an apartment. Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat consumed their luxurious Buddha jumps over the wall in front of the apartment security guard. After finishing, the large orange cat approached the guard, disregarding his face riddled with holes. "Excuse me, do you have any toothpicks?" the cat asked, scanning the security room for any sign of toothpicks. Upon finding none, it turned away, visibly disappointed. The guard, dark-faced, produced a toothpick, addressing the departing cat with a grim tone. "Human, you haven't taken your toothpick yet." The large orange cat turned, eyeing the toothpick in the guard's hand, which emanated dark mist and bloodstains, and replied disdainfully, "Your toothpick is far too filthy for my use. Besides, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Xiong, remind him of what happened to the last beast that addressed us so insolently." After speaking, the large orange cat sneered at the guard before returning to Zheng Xiong's side. Zheng Xiong, silent, drew the crimson blade from his waist and approached the apartment guard, effortlessly cleaving him into a cloud of black smoke. Having completed this act, Zheng Xiong slowly stated, "This is the consequence." He then led the large orange cat into the apartment. Once inside, the apartment door slammed shut with a forceful bang. Before them appeared a host of grotesque and vengeful spirits. Zheng Xiong used ghost coins to exchange for a Cuban cigar and took a deep drag. Instantly reducing it to ash, he subsequently exhaled a massive cloud of smoke toward the spirits before him. The spirits enveloped in the smoke erupted as if ignited by gunpowder. Before long, the spirits encircling Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat hastily retreated to their respective rooms, slamming their doors shut behind them. Zheng Xiong gazed at his handiwork with satisfaction. The large orange cat, observing the now empty hall, patted Zheng Xiong on the shoulder. Zheng Xiong turned to face the cat. "Xiong, that aromatic smoke you had earlier. I'd like one too," the large orange cat expressed eagerly. Zheng Xiong, seeing the cat's eyes gleaming with desire, quietly retrieved a cigar from his system space, one he had previously smoked in the world of One Piece, and handed it to the large orange cat. The cat curiously accepted the cigar, Placing it to its lips and taking a puff, in no time, billows of white smoke began to rise, enjoying the cigar. The large orange cat closed its eyes and inhaled deeply, finishing the cigar from burning to ash in merely 10 seconds. Zheng Xiong, witnessing this, twitched his lips and remarked, "Orange, you ought to take it slow. Cigars are not meant to be smoked like that. You must learn to exhale the smoke." The large orange cat nodded with its eyes still shut but continued to finish another cigar in 10 seconds. Observing the large orange cat's relentless and rapid smoking without exhaling, Zheng Xiong shook his head and ascended toward the top of the apartment. Just as Zheng Xiong turned to ascend the steps, the large orange cat suddenly opened its eyes, raising its head to exhale the smoke it had inhaled moments before. Instantly, a towering plume of smoke erupted like a rocket, piercing through the apartment's ceiling and creating a large hole. Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat vaguely glimpsed a shadowy figure being propelled into the sky, vanishing from sight, accompanied by faint cries. The large orange cat, satisfied with the smoke it had expelled, patted its belly. "Xiong, your cigars are quite remarkable. They can serve as a means of attack and also alleviate fatigue." Zheng Xiong replied with a smirk, "As long as you're happy, that's what matters. However, Orange, you should refrain from smoking those cigars in the future. They are perilous." The large orange cat looked at Zheng Xiong in confusion. "Perilous? I don't find them dangerous at all." Zheng Xiong pointed at the apartment ceiling, which had just been breached by the smoke the large orange cat had expelled, his expression darkening. "That I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. In any case, you are not to smoke cigars again," Zheng Xiong declared, then took flight toward the apartment's upper levels, too lazy to walk up the steps. The large orange cat, watching Zheng Xiong ascend, scratched its head, pondering, is it truly that dangerous? After the large orange cat finished speaking, it soared upwards alongside Zheng Xiong towards the top of the apartment building. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the surroundings were shrouded in a palpable aura of resentment that enveloped the structure. At that moment, from within the tangible resentment, a figure emerged, its skin charred and devoid of any clothing. The figure advanced step by step towards Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat. As it approached, the once grotesque form transformed into a strikingly beautiful mature woman clad in home attire. "You do not belong to this world. Why have you appeared here?" she inquired as she landed. Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat exchanged glances before Zheng Xiong stepped forward and replied, "Indeed, we are not from this realm. We merely pass through and seek a way to exit this world." The woman fell silent for a moment, then stated, "I know of a door near the apartment. Beyond it lies a world you may explore. However, you must first assist me with certain tasks before I can guide you there." Upon her conclusion, a translucent system interface materialized before Zheng Xiong. "You have accepted the task from the Ghost Queen, Jiang Mengyuan. Refusal is not an option. Should you decline, you will remain in the horror game world indefinitely, and this system will cease to exist. Task 1. Proceed to the Divine Toilet of Country. Eliminate all historical war criminals within and scatter their ashes. Complete the incineration of the Divine Toilet of Country. Task 2. Go to Bridge and eradicate the invaders, returning with their flag as proof of completion. Task 3. Prevent the occurrence of the massacre, and upon completion, return with the flag of the Legion as evidence. Task 4. Final task. Jiang Mengyuan's obsession. Task overview. In life, Jiang Mengyuan was the newlywed wife of a warlord. When the War of Resistance began, the warlord led 8,000 soldiers to the battlefield, valiantly fighting for 45 days. Ultimately, they succumbed to overwhelming odds, and the warlord, after slaying 35 invaders, was beheaded. Upon learning of his fate, Jiang Mengyuan perished in a self-immolation. Retrieve the warlord, Zhao Jinzong, complete, and bring him back here, then facilitate the reincarnation of Jiang Mengyuan and Zhao Jinzong. Upon completing this task, the next world portal will open. Having reviewed the tasks, Zheng Xiong addressed Jiang Mengyuan, "I shall undertake your quest. I will also retrieve your blade. Await my return." With that, Zheng Xiong turned and leapt directly from the top of the apartment building. The large orange cat, taken aback by Zheng Xiong's leap, turned to Jiang Mengyuan with curiosity. "How many floors does this building have?" Jiang Mengyuan, eyes closed in contemplation, replied, "I am unsure. I have never counted, but must be no fewer than 100 floors. Nodding at her answer, the large orange cat also jumped from the top of the apartment. Jiang Mingyuan stood atop the building, observing Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat descending rapidly, a faint twitch at the corner of her mouth before she vanished into the aura of resentment. As she disappeared, the palpable resentment gradually dissipated into the ether. "Wow, this place reeks," exclaimed the large orange cat, now resembling a weathered elder. "What are we doing here?" Zheng Xiong gazed at the large orange cat with exasperation. "I initially intended to enter stealthily like an assassin and deal with the nuisances in the toilet, but your loud voice has turned this into a berserker's affair." After speaking, Zheng Xiong leapt over the wall. Drawing his crimson blade, the large orange cat, stroking his newly sprouted whiskers while perched upon the wall, remarked, "If we eliminate them all, wouldn't that still be a quiet entry?" Zheng Xiong cleaved through 6 ghostly sentinels with one stroke and called out to the large orange cat on the wall. "Orange, it would be prudent for you to come down quickly. That wall can't bear your weight." And no sooner had he spoken than the wall began to crumble. Suspended in midair, the large orange cat glared at the collapsing wall and the still present ghostly sentinels. "You dare use inferior materials for walls, bringing me shame? Die." With that, the large orange cat raised a shotgun and opened fire, unleashing a barrage akin to that of a machine gun. Boom! 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 Zheng Xiong, caught within the blast radius of the large orange cat's shotgun, scowled and conjured a protective barrier to absorb the explosive impact. Meanwhile, the enraged large orange cat, upon landing, pressed the trigger with increasing fervor, advancing towards the interior of the divine toilet. 30 minutes later, the large orange cat and Zheng Xiong stood back to back, the shotgun now rendered useless. Facing a horde of ghostly warlords clad in military uniforms, their expressions filled with fury. "There are 30 of them," the large orange cat reported. "While you enjoy your cigar over there, these are hardly enough for me to slice through," Zheng Xiong retorted, brandishing his crimson blade as he charged into the fray. The ghostly warlords, upon witnessing Zheng Xiong's advance, bellowed their most frequently uttered phrase in life. "Guru." They conjured their favored weapons from their past lives to besiege Zheng Xiong. The large orange cat scoffed at the oncoming warlords. "Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall teach you what combat truly entails." With that, he dove towards the warlords, seizing the heads of 2 of them and yanking them downwards with great force, discarding the severed heads into the throng of warlords before grasping 2 more to repeat the process. The warlords, having never encountered such brutal tactics, withstood a barrage of varied attacks without defense, merely relying on their physical might, until the large orange cat grasped and yanked down the heads of 2 more assailants. Gradually, the focus of the warlords shifted from the large orange cat to Zheng Xiong. Curious to see if he was an easier target that moment, Zheng Xiong, amidst the chaos of warlords, cleaved through one with a single stroke, a maniacal grin smeared with ghostly blood adorning his face. Far more terrifying than the large orange cat. My lord, there's still more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It only gets better. The sight of Zheng Xiong sent the warlords into a frenzy, prompting them to intensify their assault on the large orange cat. 2 hours later, Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat stood before the blazing divine toilet, ready to proceed to their next task. The large orange cat spat blood onto the ground and remarked, "The explosion from 40 warlords was quite potent. It even damaged one of my teeth." Zheng Xiong, puffing on a cigar, bore the singed marks of the explosion on his face. "Orange, I must say, you should have simply plowed those fellows into the ground instead of picking flowers. That was far too brutal. We are civilized beings. Let us refrain from such actions next time. Shall we?" The large orange cat shot Zheng Xiong a disdainful look. "You are even more brutal than I. How dare you lecture me? At least I left them with heads. Under your blade, there is naught but bones." As they bantered, they approached a bridge where fierce gunfire erupted on either side. The combatants exchanged rounds, with one side gradually succumbing to the defensive onslaught due to inferior firepower. Observing this, Zheng Xiong tossed a Gatling gun to the large orange cat, while wielding 2 10-barreled Gatlings himself. Unleashing a volley upon the clearly invading forces, the large orange cat, watching Zheng Xiong excitedly fire, regarded the Gatling gun he had just received with skepticism. "This gun merely boasts barrels. Its power is less than my spit." Utter rubbish. With that, the large orange cat hurled the Gatling gun towards the beleaguered defenders of the bridge, then began to gather energy in his mouth. 10 seconds later, having completed his buildup, the large orange cat spat. Ah, twit! A massive water sphere plummeted from the sky, crashing into the invader's position. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion reverberated across the battlefield, followed by the formation of a mushroom cloud. After expelling his saliva, the large orange cat placed his hands on his hips, surveying the scorched earth that had become the invader's stronghold, and turned to the visibly perturbed Zheng Xiong. Xiong, that long-barreled toy you just gave me. I tossed it to the defenders. It may have many barrels, but it pales in comparison to the might of my spit. Truly garbage. I have no interest in it. Upon hearing the words of the large orange cat, Zheng Xiong's expression shifted dramatically in an instant. He transformed into a stream of light and rushed into the bridge's defensive position, reclaiming the Gatling gun that the large orange cat had just thrown away. He then cast a spell to erase everyone's memories, leaving behind a letter, 700 heavy machine guns, 2 million rounds of ammunition, 300 grenades, and 100 Mitsubishi daggers. After accomplishing all this, Zheng Xiong dashed into the invaders' camp and retrieved a military flag that had been scorched beyond recognition, its remnants barely resembling a flag. Together with the large orange cat, he departed from the bridge. Orange, if you ever recklessly toss weapons to strangers again, I shall throw you back to the world of Inuyasha. The large orange cat, nonchalantly picking its nose, replied dismissively, I know. Observing the cat's indifferent response, Zheng Xiong took a deep breath, regained his composure, and quietly soared toward the next mission location. 10 minutes later, Zheng Xiong gazed in fury at the scene unfolding before him. He beheld tens of thousands of individuals confined in a pit, above which stood several invaders clad in military uniforms, armed with heavy machine guns. As the people in the pit turned their backs to the invaders, the latter laughed maniacally, poised to pull the triggers and execute those below. Just then, a voice resounded from the sky. Wind 11 style. Moment of time. The invaders suddenly felt a gentle breeze wafting past their ears. When the breeze ceased, all the invaders were horrified to discover they were gradually dissipating, like dust in the wind. Meanwhile, the individuals in the pit underwent a transformation. The elderly became middle-aged, the middle-aged turned youthful, the youths regressed to childhood, and some children appeared with heads of white hair. Suspended in mid-air, the large orange cat squinted at Zheng Xiong and asked, Bear, is it worth it to utilize techniques that involve time and reincarnation for beings who will merely turn to dust in a century? Zheng Xiong remained silent for a moment before responding. It matters not whether it is worth it. I simply believe they deserve a better chance at life. Orange, many matters are devoid of value judgments. It merely hinges on whether someone is willing to act. Having said this, Zheng Xiong descended into the now desolate invaders' headquarters, seized a military flag that hung there, and then departed with the large orange cat. 30 minutes later, Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat stood amidst a battlefield littered with the corpses of the invaders and dismembered limbs. The two solemnly observed a headless body standing defiantly in the distance, grasping a broken blade, as if silently attesting to its owner's valor in life. The large orange cat regarded the headless corpse gravely and warned, Bear, be cautious. This fellow is a Shura demon, and a military soul among Shura demons at that. He is formidable to confront. I'll test him first, and if I cannot prevail, you may step in. With that, the large orange cat transformed into its former self from the cat kingdom and charged toward the headless body. As soon as the large orange cat approached, the previously motionless headless corpse swiftly swung its broken blade at it. The large orange cat managed to block the attack with its own weapon, retreating rapidly into the AI. As the large orange cat withdrew, the headless corpse returned to its previous stillness. Upon landing, the large orange cat reverted to its weathered elder appearance, trembling as it stared at its bloodied hands, the sharp blade aura occasionally flickering and tearing through the void. With eyes closed, the large orange cat forcefully dispelled the blade aura enveloping its hands. After 2 minutes, it opened its eyes and addressed Zheng Xiong. Bear, I cannot withstand his blade. Before the large orange cat could finish, Zheng Xiong began advancing toward the headless corpse, declaring, Zhao Jinzong, the war is over. The invaders have surrendered. Jiang Mingyuan is waiting for your return at the old place, that if you doubt it, take a look at this. Zheng Xiong then produced a newspaper using ghost coins, which prominently displayed a significant event from 1945. After retrieving the newspaper, he tossed it toward the headless corpse. As the corpse turned to face the approaching newspaper, it instinctively raised its blade to strike, but then halted, letting the weapon fall to the ground with a clatter. Suddenly, the headless corpse grasped the newspaper and began to caress it that a cacophony of furious roars resonated through the void, persisting for some time. Zheng Xiong appeared to comprehend the meaning behind the headless corpse's anger. Approaching it, he reassured, "Rest assured, I will retrieve your head promptly, and the contents of the newspaper are indeed true." With that, Zheng Xiong transformed into a stream of red and black light and sped toward a nearby battlefield where intense combat raged. The large orange cat intended to follow, but Zheng Xiong instructed it to remain and wait. He descended behind the front line of the chaotic battle, wielding his crimson blade, and swiftly infiltrated the enemy command center, swiftly slaying all the colonels and generals present. Soon after, he returned to the headless corpse with Zhao Jinzong's head. As Zhao Jinzong's head approached the headless body, it seamlessly floated back onto its neck. Before long, the once rage-filled eyes of Zhao Jinzong's head regained their vitality, and he clasped his fists in gratitude toward Zheng Xiong. "Thank you, my friend, for retrieving my head. I now know what transpired. I did not expect that nearly a century has passed since my resistance against those fiends." Following their conversation, Zhao Jinzong joined Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat as they returned to the reincarnation apartment. At the top of the reincarnation apartment, Zhao Jinzong and Jiang Mingyuan embraced, sharing their stories. 3 days later, Zheng Xiong performed a spell at the top of the reincarnation apartment, opening a reincarnation portal for Zhao Jinzong and Jiang Mingyuan. The large orange cat, sporting panda-like eyes and crossing its arms, bid farewell to them. "Old Zhao, in the next life, do not let your wife down again. She has suffered for nearly a century for you, which is truly no easy feat. And as for the old woman, do pray that your daughter does not cross paths with me. If she does, you shall see how I snatch her homework and food away." With that, the large orange cat turned and dashed away, leaving Zhao Jinzong smiling and Jiang Mingyuan glaring with fiery eyes. Subsequently, Zhao Jinzong and Jiang Mingyuan entered the portal of reincarnation. Shortly after their departure, another portal leading to the next world materialized before Zheng Xiong. Gazing at the portal, Zheng Xiong turned to the large orange cat and said, "Let us go, Orange. Do not weep any longer. It is time to embark on our new adventure." With its back to Zheng Xiong, the large orange cat, feeling melancholic, glanced back at the suddenly appeared portal. After a moment of silence, it composed itself and stepped into the portal alongside Zheng Xiong. P.S. Sadness is merely temporary. Do not allow it to consume your entire life. Life is inevitably filled with farewells, whether the individuals involved are close or strangers. Clang, just as Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat emerged from the world portal. A large blade descended from above, narrowly missing Zheng Xiong's head. Drawing his crimson blade, Zheng Xiong raised it with one hand to deflect the impending strike. Upon witnessing Zheng Xiong's peril, the large orange cat transformed into an apparition and swiftly delivered a punch that sent the assailant flying backward. The attacker, struck by the large orange cat, careened through the air until colliding with a tree, whereupon a -950 damage notification appeared above their head, and they dissolved into streams of light, merging into Zheng Xiong's being. In an instant, a golden glow enveloped Zheng Xiong. He wore a puzzled expression and proceeded to check the system. Character: Zheng Xiong. Age: 36. Adjustable. Forging level: Forging deity. Next level: Forging god, which is the upper limit of forging level, combat level. Current level 2, special power level for this world. Main task: participate in the canyon battle and successfully elevate rank 2, Supreme Warrior. Ultimate task: after completing the main storyline, challenge all sword-wielding heroes in the canyon and emerge victorious. Succeeding will unlock the portal to the next world. Failure resets the main storyline task count without penalty. Character skills: random, abridged. After perusing the system information, Zheng Xiong fell into a long silence. I could see that moment. The large orange cat returned to his side and solemnly inquired, "Bear, What kind of world have we entered this time? Zheng Xiong, upon hearing the words of the large orange cat, gazed at it and remarked, "It appears that we have now become virtual characters within this game, that we must engage in sufficient battles here before we can challenge and conquer all, thus enabling our passage to the next realm." After listening to Zheng Xiong, the large orange cat, while picking its nose, inquired, "Is this really that difficult?" Zheng Xiong regarded the orange feline, fell into a moment of silence, and then turned to stride toward the direction from which the sound of an explosion emanated, muttering as he walked, "I cannot ascertain whether it is difficult or not. If that last individual is any indication, I doubt we will last more than a few days in this world." 20 seconds later, Zheng Xiong and the large orange cat beheld a lewd, transparent raccoon peering through binoculars, gazing up at two battling female mages in the middle of a river, occasionally retracting its mouth to catch the drool that flowed forth. After exchanging glances, Zheng Xiong stealthily approached the transparent raccoon from behind, suddenly extending his hand to seize it, and hurled it towards the two female mages engaged in combat. The transparent raccoon emitted a piercing scream as it soared through the air, subsequently landing amidst the two mages, creating a substantial crater, the residual force erupting upwards and sending the two battling mages soaring. Observing the two mages propelled into the air, Zheng Xiong assumed a sword-drawing stance that he then vanished from his position, only to reappear amidst the two mages. "Arg, that hurts." Upon landing, Zheng Xiong sheathed his sword. A notification sound, one that was all too familiar to him, echoed through the sky. The large orange cat approached Zheng Xiong, curiosity etched on its face as it pointed to the sky, questioning Xiong, "Did that voice just announce that you achieved a triple kill and accidentally killed two teammates? Did that raccoon and the woman with the instrument belong to our team?" Zheng Xiong, glancing at the fading radiant forms of the raccoon and the mages, sheepishly rubbed his nose and, with a hint of guilt, replied, "That was an accident, merely an accident. Let us focus on demolishing the towers first. We shall discuss our victory afterward." With that, Zheng Xiong joined the small minions that had just rushed past him in an assault on the enemy's tower. The large orange cat watched in confusion as Zheng Xiong, wielding a crimson blade against the structure, though not fully comprehending his earlier words, decided to follow him nonetheless. Meanwhile, within the confines of a female dormitory in University Town, H-City, the sound of a keyboard being smashed reverberated, accompanied by a female voice lamenting, "What on earth is this chaotic hero mode? That sudden appearance of a hero is absurd. I was eliminated in 2 skills, and I can even harm my teammates. How outrageous." After voicing her frustration, the girl resumed controlling her resurrected hero from the fountain. 5 minutes later, the girl stared at the screen in despair as the red letters of defeat flashed before her. Angered, she stormed to the official forum of the canyon to vent her grievances regarding Zheng Xiong's overly powerful hero, unbeknownst to Zheng Xiong, who remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in the game world. He exited the canyon and walked into the lounge, ignoring the resentful gazes of his 4 teammates as he made his way outside. Now devoid of the summoner's control, the transparent raccoon, regaining its autonomy, hastily approached Zheng Xiong, its face twisted in anger. "You bastard, that was intentional, wasn't it? Why are your skills capable of targeting teammates?" Zheng Xiong gently lifted the transparent raccoon, leaning closer to its ear and whispering, "Little Chubby, what do you think would happen if I were to inform that female mage about your earlier antics in the canyon?" Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, the previously furious raccoon suddenly turned meek and, with a playful demeanor, exclaimed, "Big brother, do you need a guide? This is your first time in this world, isn't it? Allow me to treat you to the finest meal here. Rest assured, it's on me." The transparent raccoon concluded, winking at Zheng Xiong repeatedly. Zheng Xiong regarded the winking large orange cat, then glanced back at the approaching female mage. "Lead the way, little Chubby," he instructed, setting the transparent raccoon down. Upon hitting the ground, the raccoon dashed ahead, eager to exit the lounge, and upon reaching the door, it accelerated, glancing back to beckon Zheng Xiong to follow. Watching the raccoon speed away, Zheng Xiong quickened his pace to keep up, swiftly departing the lounge. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. The female mage, initially approaching this direction, stood in a daze as she observed the pair, one human and one raccoon, vanishing into the distance. The large orange cat, disliking this world, retreated into its own beastly realm. After a while, the female mage turned to her departing teammates and inquired, "Am I really that ugly and frightening? Why did that swordsman and that lewd raccoon flee upon seeing me?" The two teammates exchanged glances, and one burly man chuckled, "Lien, do not overthink it. That swordsman ran away, surely due to that lewd raccoon speaking ill of you. Come, we have another battle soon. Let us first grab a bite to eat." Upon hearing the burly man's words, the mage retrieved a diary, flipping to the page that detailed the lewd raccoon. Vowing once more to avenge her grievances, as the transparent raccoon ran ahead, it glanced back at Zheng Xiong and queried, "Why are you running so fast?" Noticing that the female mage had not pursued, it let out a sigh of relief, placing its hands on its hips. "Big brother, you should thank me, you know." That female mage, Lien, is quite the obsessive. She has been single for 4,000 years, which is rather terrifying. She trained alone in her world for 3,500 years, and, after arriving here, has remained single for an additional 500 years. Now, upon encountering a handsome man, she yearns for a sweet romance. Just as the transparent raccoon was introducing the female mage to Zheng Xiong, he suddenly looked up, spotting a weathered-looking uncle leaning against the wall of a bar, sipping strong liquor while watching him. Following Zheng Xiong's gaze, the raccoon exclaimed, "Hey, Uncle Roly, this is my new friend, just like you, a swordsman too, and a wind type." After introducing Zheng Xiong, the raccoon turned back and inquired, "By the way, what is your name? And what about that uncle with you? Where has he gone?" After Zheng Xiong introduced himself and explained the whereabouts of the large orange cat, the raccoon nodded and led Zheng Xiong towards Uncle Roly. Introducing him, Uncle Roly is not only a renowned dark-type swordsman in the Nia continent, but also an exceptional barbecue master and bar owner. He seldom appears in canyon battles these days. Clang, clang, clash. On the practice arena's fighting stage, two blades collided fiercely and swiftly. The transparent raccoon, seated below the stage, munched on a watermelon-like fruit while quietly observing the duel between Roly and Zheng Xiong. Your murderous intent with the blade is too overwhelming. You must learn to control it, that if you finish eating, you will become a mere puppet, knowing only slaughter. Besides, your level is too low, only at level 9. You should aim to level up quickly. Here, take this resilience stone. You'll find it useful. After parrying Zheng Xiong's swift strike, Roly tossed him a green stone inscribed with intricate patterns, catching the stone. Zheng Xiong examined it. Resilience stone. When placed in the system space, it is automatically equipped. Effect. Increases resilience by 15, reducing all adverse status effects. After reviewing the stone's attributes, Zheng Xiong thanked Roly and leaped off the fighting stage. Making his way outside, Roly silently descended from the stage and followed suit, both choosing to ignore the transparent raccoon, who continued munching quietly. Transparent raccoon, am I forgotten? After lamenting, the raccoon resumed its feast. A month later, Zheng Xiong stared incredulously at the letter in his hand. "Dear Mr. Zheng Xiong, due to your repeated failure to purchase equipment during canyon battles and your ability to inflict skill damage on teammates, our extensive research confirms your use of hacks. Consequently, we shall impose a permanent ban on your account." Upon reading the letter, Zheng Xiong crushed it in his hand and disdainfully remarked, "A bunch of colorful pen teammates. Do they truly believe reporting me will be of any use? I'm not a mere player in reality. What good does it do to report me?" After uttering these words, Zheng Xiong entered the canyon. Preparing for his 601st battle, as he reappeared in the arena, the opposing heroes, upon witnessing his presence, retreated to their fountain and ceased to engage. Simultaneously, the official forum for the Canyon Showdown erupted with vitriol. Player Long Zhao exclaimed, "What the heck? Why has this guy Zheng Xiong returned? Didn't the officials announce a permanent ban?" Player Aoyi, the strongest night owl, replied, "This old six hero, I am genuinely in awe. He's the only hero in the entire server. If you perform poorly while on his team, he will eliminate you. If you excel, there's no enjoyment in the game, as this hero severely disrupts game balance." Consequently, a barrage of complaints and curses directed at Zheng Xiong flooded the official forum. Meanwhile, in the game, Zheng Xiong was relentlessly pummeling a wild monster. After dispatching the creature, he sighed in exasperation. Honestly, why don't my opponents even struggle? There is absolutely no sense of gameplay. His teammates, glancing at the score record of 60-1, and the enemy crystal that began smoking just 3 minutes into the match, were left speechless. Teammate 1 pondered, does this guy not realize the psychological shadow he casts on others? Just how devastating is his impact? Teammate 2 responded, whether he knows or not is uncertain. But ever since encountering him this past month, I've scarcely had any gaming experience that it's been so swift. Even my grandfather-esque banquets are not this rapid. Teammate 3 added, it's terrifying that I just accidentally cast a skill, hitting one of his wild monsters, and he immediately seized me, tossing me into the enemy fountain while mocking one of their heroes. Then attacked me. Teammate 4 lamented, you were fortunate that I merely ventured to the lane to claim a minion he had targeted, and he knocked my hero into the enemy fountain with a single punch, resulting in my demise. This hero, Zheng Xiong, truly drives one to the brink. The player controlling him must certainly be a wretch. 2 minutes later, Zheng Xiong concluded the match and re-entered the canyon for his next battle. At that moment, within the technical department of the Canyon Showdown's official company, a group of programmers was sweating profusely as they collaborated to identify and eliminate the significant bug known as Zheng Xiong. A supervisor anxiously entered, exclaiming, haven't we resolved this yet? The forum is ablaze with complaints that if we don't remedy this soon, it could lead to serious consequences. Just then, a bespectacled young man approached the supervisor with excitement. Holding a laptop, Supervisor Wang, after extensive analysis with my colleagues, we've determined that this individual named Zheng Xiong utilizes a hero, Zheng Xiong, designed specifically to exploit less skilled teammates, resulting in his unusual excitement. His win rate is currently at 91, and the few losses he has incurred were due to encountering highly skilled teammates, leading him to deliberately underperform. Upon hearing this, the supervisor contemplated for a moment before responding. So, you mean to say, as long as the system matches him with competent teammates, he will intentionally underperform and remain in the fountain? The young man nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is the conclusion reached through our repeated studies. Subsequently, the Canyon Showdown officials released a notice and strategy specifically addressing the circumstances that arise when Zheng Xiong appears in a match. Boom! Bang! Zheng Xiong struck down his team's tank with a single punch and sent a mage flying with a swift kick. Standing atop the remains of his tank and mage, Zheng Xiong furiously shouted, can't you play? 2 level 15 full health heroes with 6 divine items, yet you were defeated by 4 low health heroes with 4 divine items? Are you all pigs? After this outburst, Zheng Xiong furrowed his brow, drew his red blade, and unleashed 5 crimson shockwaves into the nearby brush. Shortly thereafter, the announcement of his quintuple kill reverberated throughout the entire canyon battlefield. Zheng Xiong, gazing at the notification in the sky, scoffed, a bunch of losers. Do they think they can ambush me? He then posed dramatically towards the brush, casually gesturing with his hands in an international gesture of friendly greeting before departing. He relentlessly pummeled the enemy's defensive tower until he reached their high ground point 4 minutes later. Zheng Xiong calmly observed his 4 teammates standing at the edge of the opposing hero's territory and disdainfully remarked, with just 4 more people, do you really think you stand a chance against me? Among the 9 enemy heroes opposite him, one stepped forward and spoke through voice chat. Zheng Xiong, are you brave enough to wager a grand challenge? You against us 9. If you win, you leave the game. If we win, we'll leave. After listening to this proposal, Zheng Xiong sheathed his blade and squinted. Very well, I will grant you 10 minutes to develop freely. After 10 minutes, I shall return. When the time is up, the showdown in the middle lane will commence. Cherish these moments before your impending defeat. With that, Zheng Xiong stomped down forcefully, vanishing into thin air. As he did so, all towers on both sides were obliterated, leaving only their respective crystals, which rose to emit red luminescence, displaying a countdown on the public screen. Deathmatch mode countdown. 9, 5, 8, I end the void. Zheng Xiong sat before a slumbering large orange cat. Juzi, it's time for you to wake up and get to work. The large orange cat, still drowsy, raised a sign that read, if I'm asleep and not working, future appearances will be randomly assigned. Zheng Xiong glanced at the sign, his lips twitching before he exited the realm of the large orange cat. 10 minutes later, Zheng Xiong emerged from the void. wielding his red blade and radiating effects, addressing the 9 opponents. Let us begin. He charged towards the 2 supports. Just as he was about to engage them, Zheng Xiong suddenly halted, leapt into the air, and landed while deflecting a barrage of flying knives. Boom! At the very spot where Zheng Xiong had just stood, 3 pillars of lightning descended from the heavens. A massive column of water erupted from the ground, and a tornado spiraled upward. Observing this onslaught from the opposing team, Zheng Xiong shed his earlier arrogance and spoke gravely. A change of personnel. Though it was a question, it carried an air of certainty. A tank then spoke through voice chat. Against a top-tier expert like you, we are well aware of our lack of odds. Therefore, we have invited a world-class Hall of Fame expert to face you. The wager still stands. Rest assured, if you win, both we and the expert you face shall exit this game and not return. So should you lose, we hope you will honor your end of the bargain. After hearing the tank's words, Zheng Xiong nodded. Rest assured, while I may have many principles, my integrity is certainly superior to yours. Let us proceed. Thus began a battle that would astonish the entire internet. In 10 seconds, Zheng Xiong had been reduced to half health by the collective assault, yet he evaded a torrent of non-targeted abilities with dazzling speed. After 30 seconds, Zheng Xiong narrowly triumphed over the 9 heroes operated by world-class experts by a hair's breadth. I have won, but you have earned my respect, Zheng Xiong declared before vanishing into the void once more. Upon reappearing, he cleaved through the enemy crystal with a single strike. The crystal exploded. In the St. Radiance Legion building in BJ City, 18 individuals of varying ages and genders gazed at the screen, displaying the exploding crystal, their expressions a mix of disbelief and silence. At last, a man seated beneath the large screen, wearing glasses, stood up, drawing the attention of everyone but a white-haired youth. Obscuring his face, stepped forward and softly inquired, "Emperor, are we truly going to leave the game?" What did that last guy mean when he said, "We earned his respect"? After contemplating the white-haired youth's question, the man turned to him without a word, and after a moment, he replied, "We have reached the pinnacle in the Canyon Showdown. The new game, King's Battlefield, is about to launch. We shall head there. Today we fought valiantly for those players. Everyone witnessed our efforts, though we ultimately faced defeat. As for this man, named Zheng Xiong, we shall meet again." After the man finished speaking, he exited the battle chamber of the game. For the subsequent 6 months, all those still engaged in the Rift of Decision were astonished to discover that neither in ranked matches nor casual games had they encountered Zheng Xiong again. It was not until someone mentioned that Zheng Xiong now preferred to appear in personal battles that everyone understood the meaning behind his previous assertion about earning respect but a year later. In the late hours of the night within the Rift of Decision, Zheng Xiong stood in a black hooded cloak, embodying the very essence of a formidable villain, facing a diverse array of 270 heroes across the river. Among them was the transparent raccoon. That moment, Raleigh emerged, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Is this the farewell gift you envisioned? Facing us all, one against every hero. Xiong, you're impressive. You've reached maximum level and attained the rank of Supreme Challenger in just a year. But have you considered this? All the heroes present possess their full strength, not mere puppets controlled by enigmatic summoners. Engage in this manner, and you may well meet your demise." After Raleigh's words, he regarded Zheng Xiong with a scrutinizing gaze. Zheng Xiong then turned his attention to the assembly of heroes, smiling as he declared, "Let us begin. I know you have endured my absence for a year." And no sooner had he finished speaking than dozens of heroes surged towards him, launching their unique skills in assault. Zheng Xiong, observing the torrent of ferocious attacks, deftly parried them with his crimson blade, repelling several heroes while those who remained continued their onslaught. As the attack struck him, they produced a sound akin to shattering glass. The heroes, astonished, found themselves rooted to the spot, while Zheng Xiong, who had previously engaged with them, was now locked in combat with 8 swordsmen, the rest of the heroes remaining motionless. "Xiong, what are you waiting for with that sword of yours?" Raleigh exclaimed. Hearing this, Zheng Xiong momentarily halted his fierce strikes before resuming. Raleigh shook his head, observing Zheng Xiong wielding the crimson blade. Murder and swordplay demand clarity of mind and decisiveness. "Xiong, your sword's will is not yet pure enough. Wielding it in another world could prove fatal. With Raleigh's exhortation, Zheng Xiong's movements grew more frantic, the aura of his blade enveloping him. For a brief moment, the 8 swordsmen assaulting him retreated, only to launch another wave of attacks. An hour later, Zheng Xiong, battered and bruised, faced the equally wounded swordsman, panting as he spoke. Let each of you unleash your ultimate techniques. Continuing in this manner serves no purpose. The 8 heroes exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement, stepping back to create distance and readying their signature moves. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Xiong sheathed his sword, closed his eyes, and assumed a draw position. The tension between them began to escalate until the roar of a dragon echoed from the dragon pit. In unison, Zheng Xiong and the 8 swordsmen launched their attacks, unleashing a torrent of sword energy and varying sword forces. The onlooking heroes hastily erected multiple shields, protecting themselves and those without defense. Such terrifying sword energy, exclaimed the transparent raccoon, while the others echoed his sentiments. The battle between Zheng Xiong and the 8 swordsmen raged from the mid lane to the bottom lane and then into the jungle, traversing the entire map and vanquishing both jungle monsters and the recently awakened dragon. The conflict persisted until dusk 2 days later, concluding with Zheng Xiong bearing numerous scars on his body, particularly on his shoulders and back. Raleigh, lying on the ground, softly murmured, "Go, Xiong. Show the other worlds the true essence of swordsmanship. Carrying our techniques with you." With that, Raleigh smiled and closed his eyes. The remaining 7 swordsmen also lay down, smiling as they followed suit. Zheng Xiong silently nodded, arranging the fallen swordsmen, including Raleigh, in a neat formation and solemnly proclaimed, "Rest easy. I shall carry your swordsmanship to the farthest reaches of existence, proving your legacy." With those words, Zheng Xiong turned and stepped into the suddenly materializing portal to another world. With Zheng Xiong's departure, the Rift of Decision underwent a significant overhaul 3 days later. The changes included the introduction of a mysterious hero, Zheng Xiong, who would replace the dragon in every game after 20 minutes. Slaying him would grant players a beneficial buff, details to be revealed in-game. All sword-wielding heroes had their skills modified, and new in-game items were introduced. A mystical tree, 8 nameless tombstones, and the remnants of a red-bladed sword handle. New equipment included the enchanted sword, crimson blade, and the demon cloak, details to be revealed in-game. However, none of this concerned Zheng Xiong anymore, that he was currently engaged in conversation with a ghostly figure, its face severely charred and wearing iron claws. "You say your name is Frandy. Is this truly my dream? Are you here to pay a visit?" With each sentence, Zheng Xiong playfully tapped Frandy on the back of his head until he shattered into fragments. Dissipating into black smoke, observing the vanishing Frandy, Zheng Xiong stood and shook his hands. "System, you best explain why I find myself in such a lowly world. The realm of specters the D, but you truly believe this place can offer me any advancement?" Zheng Xiong inquired, surveying the desolate street. "Meow," responded the system in a playful tone. "Transportation to that world is now random, no longer fixed at AS for advancement. Do you think this is a mere leveling up, monster slaying quest narrative? No, this is an exploration across countless realms. A tale of commerce, AS for leveling up and enhancing strength, that is merely conventional. Enjoy the experience." Zheng Xiong regarded the system's haughty response, feeling a peculiar discomfort in his lower regions. Subsequently, he closed the dialogue box and examined his current attributes. Character: Zheng Xiong. Age: undisclosed 4-dimensional attributes. Skills: undisclosed forging level. God of Forging, no further enhancement. Combat level: undisclosed. Self-experience required. No task description. Undisclosed. Zheng Xiong scowled at the array of undisclosed attributes, nearly transforming into a deity of sarcasm, his mind brimming with unexpressed grievances. Just as he was about to unleash his frustrations upon the system, a pair of individuals approached him, inquiring in English why he was wandering alone at such a late hour. Did he have nowhere else to go? They offered to let him stay at their home for the night, departing in the morning. Zheng Xiong silently regarded the couple before addressing the woman. "Have you recently been plagued by nightmares? Repeatedly dreaming of an unsightly, sinister figure intent on your demise?" Christine, upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, nodded in astonishment, and asked how he knew. The man looked equally bewildered. Zheng Xiong pointed at the inky smoke hovering above their heads, invisible to ordinary eyes, and said, "Take me to your home first. Once there, I will elaborate on my identity and explain how I came to know this." Christine glanced at the faintly glowing gloves in her hands and her friends, both radiating white light, and questioned, "Sir, what do you mean by giving us these gloves? You haven't yet explained how you know I've been tormented by nightmares." Settling onto the sofa, Zheng Xiong took a hearty swig of his drink before responding. "I am a Taoist. Both of you bear potent, ghostly energy imprints atop your heads. Those gloves can purify the ghostly marks, rendering them invisible while providing other special effects. Now, I am weary. You should rest. Wear those gloves, and you will be safe tonight." Zheng Xiong, after finishing his words, closed his eyes and dozed off on the sofa. Zizi, Christine, and Billy exchanged glances. Billy remarked, "This guy is truly peculiar. He seems utterly defenseless against us. However, I hope the gloves he provided truly possess the miraculous effects he claims. I certainly do not wish to be murdered by that scoundrel in my dreams." Christine, without hesitation, donned the gloves she held. Yes, soon as the gloves were on, she felt her previously anxious heart gradually transform into a state of tranquility and peace. I could see that moment. Billy pointed at Christine and suddenly exclaimed, "Christine, look above your head." Curiously, Christine glanced upwards, only to behold a luminous halo hovering above her, within which resided an exceedingly terrifying visage, glaring at her in fury. Yet due to the halo, it could only silently roar in rage before dissipating into black smoke. With the disappearance of this horrifying head, Christine suddenly experienced an unprecedented wave of fatigue and relaxation. "Billy, you should also put on those magical gloves. I'm going to rest now." After saying this, Christine swiftly made her way to her room. Billy, watching Christine enter her room, excitedly donned the gloves. Subsequently, he experienced the same effect as before, and with delight, he returned to his own room to sleep. Zheng Xiong, who had been seated on the sofa, now opened his eyes that he retrieved a pair of identical white gloves he had previously given to Christine and the others. Holy light gloves quality. Pink effect. Purification of evil upon donning this equipment. It continuously purifies all negative attributes below this equipment's quality. Effect. Resilience enhancement. Wearing this equipment reduces the duration of all adverse conditions lower than this equipment. Effect. Striking evil. This equipment allows the wearer to strike all targets belonging to the evil faction, with damage determined by the wearer's strength. Effect. Tranquility and peace. Wearing this equipment allows the wearer to maintain this state until the equipment is removed, after reviewing the properties of the gloves. Zheng Xiong stored them back into the system space and then vanished from the sofa. When he reappeared, he had one hand gripping Frandy's neck, lifting him up. "Frandy, your ability is to manipulate dreams, right? I wonder if you can kill me in your dreams. If not, you may die now." Upon finishing his statement, various swords began to materialize in the surrounding void, all aimed at Frandy's body. Frandy, drenched in cold sweat, stared at the weapons surrounding him and nodded repeatedly. Satisfied by Frandy's nod, Zheng Xiong released him, only to suddenly deliver a kick that sent him flying until he crashed into a tree. Rising after the impact, Frandy glared at Zheng Xiong, his body emitting thick black mist that enveloped both himself and Zheng Xiong. As the mist dissipated, Zheng Xiong found himself standing in a bustling street, adorned with festive lights, filled with people, and the sounds of honking cars nearby. He stood quietly on the street, observing everything around him. Suddenly, a hand landed on Zheng Xiong's shoulder, accompanied by a male voice. "What are you thinking about here? Kinky has been waiting for us at the restaurant. By the way, that guy Yukishiro insisted on showcasing his skills today by cooking a dish called Iron Pot Braised Goose. He claims it's quite delicious." Zheng Xiong turned around, astonished to see the man who had just patted his shoulder. Kayashiro, stepping back to create distance from Zheng Xiong, adjusted his ears with a look of disdain that it has only been 30 years since we last met. "And you're this surprised? That makes me quite angry. Go die." After declaring this, Kayashiro suddenly drew his sword and lunged at Zheng Xiong. Observing Kayashiro's swift attack, Zheng Xiong didn't even bother to draw his own blade. Instead, he sidestepped the quick thrust, then countered with a single-handed strike that pierced through Kayashiro's chest from behind. If it were that old drunkard, he wouldn't speak so politely. Frandy, I'm done playing. I don't enjoy this cat-and-mouse game. With that, Zheng Xiong withdrew his hand from Frandy's chest, unsheathed his blade, and waved it at Frandy. Enjoy your former masterpiece, Frandy. Watching Zheng Xiong turn his back, Frandy's expression turned complex, and he let out a reluctant roar towards the sky. In the house, Christine and Billy, who had just fallen asleep, were startled awake by Frandy's terrifying roar, sitting up in a panic and looking around. Gradually, the roar faded into silence, for Frandy had been reduced to ashes. The gloves worn by Christine and Billy flickered slightly before both of them fainted once more, forgetting all memories of having encountered Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong gazed at the two pairs of gloves in his hands and softly remarked to the house, "Sometimes, possessing something so splendid while lacking the ability to protect is the original sin." With that, he stepped into the white beam of light that had just descended from the heavens. Congratulations to player Zheng Xiong for completing the Game Ghost Street 3 solo. Hidden task completed. Elimination of Frandy. All members survived. Unfinished tasks. Frandy's past, Frandy's remains, Frandy's resurrection. Rewards as follows. Zheng Xiong observed the suddenly garbled blank space around him and said, "My visit here is purely coincidental. The rewards are at your discretion." As soon as Zheng Xiong finished speaking, a colossal white orb appeared before him. "Who are you?" Zheng Xiong, intrigued, reached out to touch the suddenly materializing white orb, only to find himself passing right through it. Realizing he could not grasp the orb, he withdrew his hand and stated, "I am an equipment merchant capable of traversing different worlds at random. This is the 7th world I have visited, and my arrival here was purely coincidental." After a long silence, the white orb responded, "Then let us cooperate. I can reliably send you to different worlds. You can sell your equipment there, and I will take 30 of your earnings. Does that sound acceptable? After all, transporting you to different dimensional worlds requires energy on my part." Zheng Xiong pondered for a moment before replying, "I'll give you 50 of my earnings, and the destination will be determined by drawing lots." Ultimately, Zheng Xiong and the white orb from the infinite worlds reached an agreement. Future travels to different worlds would be decided by drawing lots, and the resources obtained would be shared equally. An hour later, Zheng Xiong found himself on a street illuminated by streetlights, facing a colossal white creature that was taller than an adult, even when seated and exhaling puffs of air. "Ding Chun?" As soon as Zheng Xiong uttered this, Ding Chun bit down on his head. To his astonishment, Zheng Xiong realized his head was bleeding, despite it being impervious to weapons. He then pried open Ding Chun's mouth and extricated his head. After pulling his head out, Zheng Xiong glared at Ding Chun, who was still attempting to close his mouth to bite him again, with an expression of vexation. "Enough already," Zheng Xiong declared, flipping Ding Chun onto the ground and then leaping onto his abdomen to leisurely don a pair of gloves. Thus began Ding Chun's nightmare. Zheng Xiong pressed down on Ding Chun and played the pipa for a full hour using his own JJ. Phew, that was satisfying. Zheng Xiong stood up with a look of contentment. Adjusting his pants that had become slightly disheveled from the vigorous activity, I could see that moment. Ding Chun bowed his head, covering his small self while sobbing and trembling as he gazed at Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong turned to look at the pitiful Ding Chun and approached him with a smile. As the devil approached him once more, Ding Chun immediately attempted to flee. However, just as he turned to run, he found the very devil who had just tormented him was now right before him. Terrified, Ding Chun began to retreat repeatedly. Observing Ding Chun's retreat, Zheng Xiong produced a piece of paper and said, "As compensation for the blood you caused when you bit my head, you will be my steed during my time in this world, as Orange doesn't wish to make an appearance right now." As Zheng Xiong finished speaking, without awaiting a response from Ding Chun, he directly grasped the paws of Ding Chun, who was momentarily incapacitated, and pressed them onto a piece of paper. When Ding Chun regained awareness, he found the previously menacing figure gazing at him with a wide grin. Startled, Ding Chun blurted out, "What do you want to do now, you devil?" Upon uttering this, Ding Chun, seated on the ground, stared in astonishment at Zheng Xiong. Observing Ding Chun's bewilderment, Zheng Xiong remarked, "As my steed, you shall not suffer. The benefits I provide, while I dare not claim them to be the finest across all realms, certainly offer comprehensive service. You will understand in due course." For now, let us find a suitable place to rest. Ding Chun regarded Zheng Xiong with skepticism. Though I do not comprehend how you enabled me to speak human language, I am well aware that you are a morally dubious individual. Especially considering how you just flicked me. Before Ding Chun could finish, Zheng Xiong swiftly knocked him unconscious with a slap, then hoisted him over his shoulder, leaping across the rooftops. From that moment, a legend began to circulate through the streets. The nighttime rooftop dog-headed man. After a considerable time of running, Zheng Xiong placed Ding Chun down and addressed him. Ding Chun, you truly are a dog, daring to speak your mind. However, since you seem so reluctant to be my steed, I shall not press the matter further. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. Upon hearing this, the unconscious Ding Chun exhibited signs of stirring. Noticing this, Zheng Xiong delivered another slap to render him unconscious once more, subsequently igniting the paper bearing Ding Chun's paw print. Having completed these actions, Zheng Xiong turned and vanished into the night, leaving Ding Chun sprawled on the ground, trembling intermittently in a state of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiong stood atop a building, perusing the system's information. Current world, Gintama, time, plot yet to commence, all characters developing independently. After reviewing the system data, Zheng Xiong scanned his surroundings and spotted a nearby vacant house. He instantaneously teleported inside, cast a spell to clean the interior, and then lay down to sleep. What splendid sunshine today, Zheng Xiong remarked as he exited the house, observing the bustling street filled with people. At that moment, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed beside him. Zheng Xiong turned to see an intimidating, gigantic humanoid creature adorned with a flower atop its head, quietly holding a potted plant and gazing at the throngs of passersby. The creature, still cradling the flower pot, sensed Zheng Xiong's gaze and looked down, saying with solemnity, "Greetings, I am Pai Nuel, the proprietor of this flower shop. Oh, you have an affinity for flowers? If so, this pot shall be a gift for you." After delivering his words, Pai Nuel approached Zheng Xiong, presenting the flower with a serious demeanor. Zheng Xiong examined the vibrant yet ordinary flower, glanced at the earnest Pai Nuel, and replied, "Thank you. My name is Zheng Xiong. I'm planning to open an equipment shop here, and since I see you have a penchant for gardening, allow me to gift you this set of gardening tools. They are perfectly suited for you." Upon finishing, Zheng Xiong produced a watering can, a trowel, a pair of brown gardening gloves, and a pair of shears. Plant enthusiast set, quality, artifact inferior, single equipment, set attributes inactive, set items, enchanted watering can. Versatile trowel, vitality gloves, botanical shaping shears, enchanted watering can. When equipped, your plant cultivation skill is enhanced by an additional 450. This equipment generates 60 cubic liters of drinking water daily, no limit. When this water is used to spray plants, they become immune to any related ailments or pests and experience a growth speed increase of 130. Perhaps this could yield remarkable results when applied to vegetative beings. Versatile trowel. This equipment ignores all soil hardness. Any land tilled with it becomes arable and is the most nutrient-rich. Perhaps it works wonders in corners of walls. Vitality gloves. This equipment can transform decay into vitality. Any plant touched by it will return to a normal growth state, with an 8 chance of evolving into the supreme grade of that species. Perhaps it could perform miracles when used on vegetative beings. Botanical shaping shears. This equipment allows you to prune plants into any desired shape, limited to plants. This can only be used on plants, so please refrain from any audacious thoughts. Set effect. Master Gardener. Additional enhancement of equipment effects by 300. Pai Nuel accepted the tools from Zheng Xiong, gazing earnestly at him as he said, "Thank you. I was at a loss for where to find gardening tools. But now with these, I can cultivate the most beautiful flowers." With that, Pai Nuel turned to enter his flower shop. Just then, Zheng Xiong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Nuel, is it customary for your kind to speak so seriously?" Pausing before entering his shop, Pai Nuel glanced back at Zheng Xiong and replied, "Indeed, our clan leader has instructed us to speak earnestly. Only then will others perceive your respect for them. If you speak while smiling, others may think you are mocking them. We, as a clan, do not engage in meaningless battles." With that, Pai Nuel stepped inside his flower shop. Observing him enter, Zheng Xiong stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "Meaningless battles? I do not particularly favor those either. Zheng Xiong then made his way toward a nearby ramen shop. He pondered, noticing a white-haired man with a morose expression pass by him. Continuing on, Zheng Xiong entered the ramen shop. "Hey boss, 2 bowls of your signature ramen, extra large, and I'll use this as payment," he called out loudly upon entering. All patrons in the ramen shop turned to look at Zheng Xiong, their gazes drawn to the golden glimmering orb in his hand. Suddenly, a tiger-headed man stood up, approaching Zheng Xiong with an eager expression. "Big brother, are you in need of a leg accessory? What do you think of me? I am strong, useful, and can run." Zheng Xiong glanced down at the 1.9-meter-tall tiger-headed man, taking 2 steps back and retorting, "Tiger, have some self-respect and return to your seat." Upon finishing, Zheng Xiong activated his mind's illusion, inducing a trance in the tiger-headed man, compelling him to return to his original seat and mechanically resume eating the ramen he had left unfinished. Wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead, Zheng Xiong mused, "That was close. I almost took on a weirdo wanting to engage in cross-species communication." The onlookers, having witnessed Zheng Xiong's swift handling of the robust tiger-headed man, averted their gazes and resumed their meals and conversations. Zheng Xiong, observing the now normalized crowd around him, noticed a lack of available seating. After collecting his 2 bowls of signature ramen, he exited the shop. Inside, the remaining diners glanced at Zheng Xiong as he departed, then turned their attention to the tiger-headed man, who, with a blissful expression, continued to awkwardly eat air with his chopsticks. The scene appeared exceedingly bizarre. As time passed, more patrons left, gradually dwindling the number of customers until only the tiger-headed man remained. Suddenly, he sprang up, terror etched across his face, and fled the ramen shop without paying, leaving the owner with a bemused expression. However, upon noticing the golden orb in his hand, the ramen shop owner's face once again broke into a smile. He then closed the shop for the day. "Inul, how was the ramen? I found the flavor a bit too mild. I could tea this moment." Zheng Xiong was squatting on the street alongside Painu Lu, both indulging in enormous bowls of ramen, entirely oblivious to the peculiar stares of passers-by. After devouring his bowl of noodles in 3 swift bites, Painu Lu closed his eyes to savor the taste, then solemnly declared, "Thank you for the treat. The noodles are exquisite. Xiong, please wait here for a moment while I fetch you a beautiful and magical flower that bloomed last night." Upon finishing his words, Painu Lu entered a flower shop and soon emerged with a pot of flowers radiating a blue glow. The moment the flowers appeared, the previously warm street abruptly turned chilly. Zheng Xiong swallowed the last of his ramen and, astonished, gazed at the flower in Painu Lu's hands, exclaiming, "Ice flower!" Holding the pot with one hand and scratching the back of his head with the other, Painu Lu replied, "Is this flower called ice flower?" "I am not sure. It sprouted last night, and I think it looks rather lovely. Plus, it can lower the temperature. I hope you like it." After placing the flower in Zheng Xiong's hands, he bowed respectfully and turned to return to his flower shop. "Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. You little thief. Hurry up and open the door." Zheng Xiong yawned and opened the door, bleary-eyed, to face the knocker. "Ma'am, who are you?" The old woman, Deng Xiong, twitched at the corner of her eye before furiously grabbing Zheng Xiong and shaking him back and forth. "You scoundrel! Do you know that the house you are living in is mine? How dare you call me mom? Now, immediately, get out!" With that, Deng Xiong lifted Zheng Xiong and hurled him against the wall of the flower shop. Bang! Zheng Xiong's upper body crashed through the flower shop's wall. After breaking through, he greeted Painu Lu, who was sitting on the toilet with a look of astonishment. Then he cast a spell to restore the wall and casually erased Painu Lu's memory of their recent encounter. Once the wall was back in place, Painu Lu, looking puzzled, remarked, "I feel like I just saw something. Is this house truly yours?" Zheng Xiong asked, astonished, as he looked at Deng Xiong, who was smoking and glaring at him. Deng Xiong glared at Zheng Xiong, exhaling a puff of smoke before responding, "Although I don't know how you scoundrel managed to occupy my house without me giving you the keys. The locals informed me that you've been here for at least 3 days. My house costs 400 RY per day, so that totals to 1200 RY. How do you plan to pay?" After a moment of silence, Zheng Xiong retrieved 2 gold bars, each 3 fingers wide, from his system space and said, "I just arrived not long ago, so I don't have your local currency. Do you think this can serve as a substitute?" Deng Xiong examined the 2 gold bars with scrutiny before putting them in her clothing and replying, "Are you looking to buy this house? Or do you wish to rent it long-term? If it's the latter, those 2 gold bars would be sufficient for an 8-year lease if you intend to purchase it. However, you'll need to give me 10 of those gold bars." Just as Deng Xiong finished speaking and was about to continue smoking, she was nearly blinded by a radiant golden light. Zheng Xiong had placed 10 3-finger-wide gold bars neatly on the table. "I've bought this house, but I must inform you beforehand, old woman, that I won't be staying long. Once I leave, consider the excess money as your pension. This house is mine now, so off you go." Before Deng Xiong could process this, Zheng Xiong slipped a ring and a piece of paper onto her, stuffing 10 of the gold bars he had just produced into the ring. When Deng Xiong regained her senses, she found herself standing outside her original house, which was now firmly shut. Glancing at the paper in her hand, she read it and then looked at the ring on her finger. Following the instructions on the paper, she repeatedly manipulated the ring point. 10 minutes later, Deng Xiong became familiar with the ring's operations and gazed at the house before her, muttering, "I can't believe this scoundrel could create such a thing. He seems rather impressive. But what does pension mean? Is he trying to support me?" At that moment, Deng Xiong's expression shifted like a revolving lantern. After a while, she regained her composure and turned to leave. Shortly after she departed, Zheng Xiong opened the door to his house. "Old woman, that ring has more than just storage capabilities." Zheng Xiong recalled the information about the ring he had just given to Deng Xiong. Guardian of the Undead Grade. Red effect. Storage space. This equipment possesses a unique storage space, increasing in size as the wearer ages. Age 30 cubic meters. Effect. Undead protection. Wearing this equipment grants the wearer the protection of the deceased who are fond of them. Protection effects. 1. Reduces all damage taken by 35.2. Increases speed by an additional 25.3. Enhances recovery speed of stamina by an additional 50. Effect. Undead strike. Guardian the wearer can unleash a powerful undead strike using this equipment. The undead strike ignores any defense of the target, inflicting tremendous damage directly to their soul and causing a stunning effect. Target limit. 10 individuals. The fewer targets, the greater the damage of the undead strike. As Zheng Xiong finished recalling the ring's information and was about to close the door, Pai Nu Lu appeared before him, holding a pot of flowers and seriously handing it to him. "Xiong, this pot of flowers is something I've treasured for a long time. Our clan leader said it brings good fortune. Since you forge equipment, possessing it will allow you to create even better gear." Zheng Xiong, gazing at the flower that occasionally emitted dark energy, reeked of blood, and faintly sang a war song, twitched his lips as he examined the flower's information. Tajini Sacred Flower Ominous War Song. Advanced Mature Stage. Binder. Zheng Xiong. Grade. Divine Description. This is the sacred flower of the Tajini tribe, one of the 3 mightiest warrior races in this universe. Only the strongest among the Tajini can endure the ominous nature and combat it brings. Cultivation soil. Star corpse ash. Produced by exterminating all living beings on a planet and using special methods to create this gray soil. Watering method. Watered with the blood of the strong to accelerate its growth. Effect. War song. When this flower is within 100 meters of the user, it automatically plays the Tajini war song. Listening to the war song grants a permanent increase in strength of 0.05 every 120 seconds. No upper limit. Effect. Ominous. Slight. Experience it yourself. Effect. Sacred flower. This flower is exceedingly domineering, disallowing any other flowers to live within a 100-meter radius. Zheng Xiong finished reading the flower's information and contemplated rejecting it. Pai Nu Lu bent down and gently placed the pot at his feet. Lowering himself, Pai Nu Lu said to Zheng Xiong, "Xiong, let's go soak in the hot springs tomorrow." Zheng Xiong, winky face. After Pai Nu Lu finished speaking, she turned and walked back to her flower shop. Once inside, Zheng Xiong regained his composure, bent down to pick up the sacred flower of their race that Pai Nu Lu had just placed down, and closed the front door of his house. Hot springs? The last time I went was with Belle-Mère. Zheng Xiong mused before closing his eyes. In the world of One Piece, Coco Xia Village. At night, Belle-Mère stood by the window, holding the letter Zheng Xiong had given her, gazing up at the starry sky while murmuring to herself, "That scoundrel, it's been so long. 10 years, and has he come back to see me? Has he truly forgotten me? Just as Bellemare finished speaking, a gust of night wind swept by that moment. Zheng Xiong's voice echoed from behind her. Didn't I say in my letter that I would return when the time was right? Hearing Zheng Xiong's voice, Bellemare turned around excitedly to look back. All she saw was a letter and a ring, alongside Zheng Xiong, a photograph of a beaming face. Bellemare picked up the letter, read its contents, donned the ring, and then, in a fit of anger, directed her ire towards the jovial photograph of Zheng Xiong. If I have to wait another 30 years for you, and you still fail to return to marry me, then I shall indiscriminately choose an old man to wed, bear his children, and make you green with envy. Meanwhile, far away in the world of Gintama, Zheng Xiong, lost in slumber, caught wind of Bellemare's words. Twitching his lips before drifting back to sleep. 30 years. I must hasten. Hey, old hag, this isn't a refugee shelter. What do you mean by bringing this white-haired man here? Granny Dangsha remarked as she settled onto the sofa, releasing a puff of smoke. This fellow has nowhere else to go, and you live alone in such a spacious house. Can you manage the cleaning? I'm just providing you with some labor. You only need to offer food and shelter. No wages required. After finishing her statement, Granny Dangsha rose and stepped outside, leaving the white-haired man and Zheng Xiong staring at each other in disbelief. The white-haired man. Zheng Xiong. The two continued their silent glare from morning until noon. Without uttering a word, bang! Pinu Lu barged in. Xiong, it's time for us to soak in the hot springs. Oh, you have a guest. Let's all go together. Hey, are they planning to eat us alive? Jin Tama cautiously observed the imposing presence of 8 Pinu Lu tribesmen standing opposite him and quietly inquired of Zheng Xiong. As Zheng Xiong prepared to speak, Pinu Lu suddenly bowed deeply, and the other 7 tribesmen followed suit, synchronously exclaiming, "Welcome to the bathhouse of Pinu." Sakata, Jintoki. Zheng Xiong. Pinu, where is your chief? Wasn't he supposed to come today? Just as Zheng Xiong finished speaking, Pinu Lu addressed the air above Zheng Xiong's head. Chief, you may descend now. Bear in mind that Xiong and his friends are splendid human beings, right? Smack, as soon as Pinu Lu finished speaking. Zheng Xiong and Sakata Jintoki swiftly retreated, drawing their weapons and positioning themselves back-to-back against where they had just stood. Before them stood a figure, slender, yet exuding an aura far superior to Pinu Lu's. Apologies for startling you both. As compensation, allow me to invite you to sample the delicacies of our tribe. After enjoying the feast, we shall return to the bathhouse of Pinu to indulge in the finest bathing experience. After the figure spoke, he turned and briskly departed. Watching the retreating figure, Zheng Xiong and Sakata Jintoki sheathed their weapons and then regarded Pinu Lu. Pinu Lu, feeling their gaze, lowered his head and twirled his fingers. Xiong, I apologize. My father sometimes has a habit of suddenly dropping in from high above, which can be quite startling. However, he means no harm. Now, let's go enjoy some food together. Having said that, Pinu Lu turned and walked towards the bathhouse's exit. 30 minutes later, Zheng Xiong, Sakata Jintoki, and Pinu Lu returned to the bathhouse of Pinu. Zheng Xiong, with a look of satisfaction, exclaimed, I never expected that the cuisine of your Tajini tribe would be so abundant and delectable. But, Pinu, what about your bathing tools? Surely it's not just a simple rinse with water. Sakata Jintoki also inquired with curiosity, do you not use shower gel or anything that produces bubbles while bathing? Pinu Lu looked at them. Puzzled, don't humans just wash off with water? Our tribe learned how to bathe from you humans. Zheng Xiong and Sakata Jintoki. As the two explained the necessary items and techniques for bathing to Pinu Lu, 7 tall figures suddenly entered the bathhouse. Upon seeing the 7 imposing figures, Pinu Lu stood seriously before them. Stand at attention. We shall commence learning the authentic art of human bathing, and your instructor will be my dear friends, Xiong and the white-haired man. The 7 tall figures, upon hearing Pinu Lu's words, promptly lined up and responded in unison, yes. Pinu Lu nodded in satisfaction and turned to Zheng Xiong. Let us begin, Xiong, the art of human bathing. Zheng Xiong looked at Pinu Lu and the 7 tall figures standing at attention, feeling an inexplicable surge of enthusiasm within him. All right. With that, Zheng Xiong retrieved a large bucket of pink transparent liquid and a steel wire brush from his system space. Pointing at the bucket, he introduced, this extraordinary liquid was acquired from a mystical place. When applied to the body, it will automatically devour the dirt upon you and enhance your physique to some extent. After introducing the transparent liquid, Zheng Xiong held up the steel wire brush and declared, "This is a miraculous bathing tool that it's difficult to explain. Practical experience is essential. So, who would like to give it a try?" Sakata Jintoki, observing Zheng Xiong's earnestness, felt his lips twitching, his expression on the verge of breaking. As Zheng Xiong continued speaking, he suddenly noticed Sakata Jintoki's facial expression was uncontrollable. He immediately halted his explanation. Let's pause for a moment. "My dear friend, the white-haired man, seems to be showing signs of distress. I must administer physical calming measures. Otherwise, something unfortunate may occur." With that, Zheng Xiong pulled out a wooden stick used for striking a wooden fish and swiftly tapped Sakata Jintoki on the head. Just as Sakata Jintoki assumed a defensive posture, he rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Zheng Xiong looked at the fallen Sakata Jintoki and retracted the wooden stick. All is well now. He will awaken shortly. Now, let us continue. Who wishes to be the first to bathe? I will assist personally. Pinu Lu observed the unconscious Sakata Jintoki and the steel wire brush-wielding Zheng Xiong. "Xiong, you truly are gentle with your friends. I will be the first to bathe. Please teach me how to do it." With that, Pinu Lu stepped forward to stand before Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong, taking a step back, lifted the large bucket of pink liquid and poured it over Pinu Lu's head. In no time, Pinu Lu was entirely covered in the transparent pink liquid. As the liquid made contact with Pinu Lu's body, it gradually began to burn, emitting a faint golden flame. Pinu Lu curiously observed the golden flames burning upon him. "Xiong, is this the true art of bathing for humans? To use flames to cleanse the body?" At that moment, the recently knocked out Sakata Jintoki suddenly regained consciousness, lying on the ground as he beheld Pinu Lu engulfed in golden flames. "Are you all preparing for a barbecue? Duong." Sakata Jintoki fainted once more. Zheng Xiong glanced at the small wooden hammer in his hand, and then at the unconscious Sakata Jintoki. "May you have sweet dreams." Memory loss nightmare wooden hammer quality. Red color. Weight 0.50 times the weight of the struck target. Effect: memory loss fainting. The target struck on the head by this hammer has a 0.00005 probability of becoming a simpleton and will lose 1 hour of memory prior to fainting. Effect: nightmare. The target struck on the head by this hammer will confront their most fearful nightmare within their dreams. Effect: angle damage. This equipment possesses varying damage effects based on the attack angle. Hammerhead, 280 damage. Hammer handle, 120 damage. Hammer root, 58 damage, 95 special damage. Pinu, this golden flame is quite peculiar. I seem to smell the aroma of barbecued meat, yet I feel no pain whatsoever. After retracting the wooden hammer, Zheng Xiong heard Pinu Lu's words and looked at him. Zheng Xiong once again brandished the steel wire brush and stated, "Pinu, pay close attention. This is the most critical step, extremely important." Having said that, he instantly multiplied into 9 illusory figures, all darting towards the other 7 Pinu Lu tribesmen. Alas, the pain is excruciating within the bathhouse. A cacophony of anguished cries rises and falls, as the wails subside. The scene reveals a gruesome tableau, with blood flowing freely. Zheng Xiong places a steel wire brush onto the glowing body of Pai Nuel. This is the profound essence of bathing. Pai Nuel, have you grasped it yet? Pai Nuel gazes into the bathhouse mirror, observing his reflection as if he has shed a layer of skin. And in a moment of exhilaration, he embraces Zheng Xiong. "Xiong, you are truly remarkable. You have managed to cleanse away all my old scars and hidden injuries." Zheng Xiong nonchalantly extricates himself from the embrace and produces a massive wooden tub. This indispensable bathing accessory is a gift for you all. It can automatically produce that pink liquid every day. Purifying tub quality. Artifact subordinate. Description: in addition to generating a special liquid with purifying properties daily, it can also serve as a weapon. Effect: purifying liquid. This equipment generates 3 cubic meters of purifying liquid daily. Applying this liquid can cleanse all adverse states below divine level and permanently enhance the user's physical attributes by 0.65. Effect: purifying smash. When used as a weapon, This equipment grants an additional strength boost of 380 to the user, and any target struck will have all beneficial and negative states automatically removed. After reviewing the information about the enormous wooden tub, Zheng Xiong sets it down and hoists the unconscious Sakata Jintoki. Exiting the bathhouse, Pai Nuel stands rooted in place, watching Zheng Xiong depart. Xiong, what a gentleman you are. So, I am your summon employee, and you are the proprietor of contraband. Sakata Jintoki remarks while seated on the sofa, picking his nose with his pinky. Boom! A baseball bat suddenly appears before Sakata Jintoki. Zheng Xiong? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Zheng Xiong, finishing his statement, swings the bat through the air. The resulting gust of wind bursts through the door. Sakata Jintoki turns to see the shattered entrance. Swallowing hard, he then faces Zheng Xiong, rising with a solemn declaration. Our establishment only sells legitimate goods. We absolutely do not deal in contraband. Observing the resolute Sakata Jintoki, Zheng Xiong nods with satisfaction. Well done. You possess great spirit. Now, prepare yourself. We shall commence operations tomorrow. For now, go rest. Your room is on the left side of the second floor. With that, Zheng Xiong strides toward his first-floor chamber, following Zheng Xiong's directions. Sakata Jintoki ascends to the second floor. Upon reaching the door he was instructed to, he gazes at the gap beneath it, through which wisps of white vapor escape. Sakata Jintoki. This must be a cold storage. Surely it is. I would freeze to death if I went in. Just as Sakata Jintoki contemplates whether to enter, Zheng Xiong's voice suddenly resonates from the upper hall. Don't just stand there. Push the door open. It's not cold air. That chilling white mist is a special effect I've created, not refrigeration. Curiously, Sakata Jintoki glances upward, spotting what appears to be a surveillance device. He then takes a deep breath, pushes open the door, and steps inside. The moment Sakata Jintoki crosses the threshold, the door slams shut with a thud. Subsequently, an indescribable, peculiar sound emanates from within, reaching the outside. Zheng Xiong, leisurely enjoying a chicken leg in his own room, glances up at the ceiling before continuing to eat. Meow. Suddenly, a transparent system screen pops up before Zheng Xiong. Congratulations, host! You have successfully enhanced the protagonist of the Gintama world, Sakata Jintoki, rendering him invincible within that realm. Note: Sakata Jintoki currently harbors immense resentment towards the host. His guardian spirit, Ashura King, is beginning to materialize. The countdown for the enhancement room has commenced. 12 hours. After perusing the system's message, Zheng Xiong gulps down the entire chicken leg. Do we need to fight again? How troublesome. With that, he retrieves another chicken leg from the system's space and begins to feast once more before lying down to sleep. Boom! Boom! Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted you last night. What is that room all about? Sakata Jintoki unleashes a blade of energy, slashing towards Zheng Xiong, who is casually munching on a chicken leg as the energy approaches. Zheng Xiong disdainfully comments, I won't be eating your stinky legs. I prefer chicken legs, bear paws, and octopus legs. Go away. Zheng Xiong's eyes blaze with formidable energy, instantly sending Sakata Jintoki flying. Sakata Jintoki is propelled backward. He loses momentum and begins to plummet. Roar. Witnessing his master being knocked from the sky, the guardian spirit Ashura King lets out a furious roar and launches a frenzied assault on Zheng Xiong. Akin to a torrential downpour, growing increasingly rapid that moment, Zheng Xiong finds himself surrounded by a flurry of punches. Armed with the red blade in its sheath, he deftly deflects and strikes, gradually taking hit after hit, until countless blows rain down upon him. The impact of Sakata Jintoki landing on the ground creates a massive crater. Looking up, he laughs heartily as he sees Zheng Xiong being mercilessly pummeled by the 8-armed monster birthed from his own being. After enduring an uncountable number of punches, Zheng Xiong erupts with power, forcing the guardian spirit Ashura King to retreat. Damn it, is it just your size and number of arms that intimidate me? Just wait, I'll call for help. Zheng Xiong, having concluded his words, did not wait for the guardian spirit, Ashura King, to respond. He directly hoisted the slumbering large orange cat out of the monster realm. Juzzy, some say you are short. The sleeping orange cat, as if jolted by electricity, opened its eyes and raised its head to roar in rebuttal. I am not short. I am quite long. After finishing its tirade, the orange cat glared at the guardian spirit. Sure, King, you dare sound short? Have you thought about how you wish to perish? If not, I can arrange a method for you, being squashed by me. With that, the orange cat brandished its paws at the guardian spirit, occasionally delivering kicks that in an instant. The guardian spirit was rendered defenseless, spewing blood and reeling in dizziness. This injury also resonated with Sakata Jintoki, who lay on the ground. Sakata Jintoki. After 30 minutes, the orange cat ceased its assault on the guardian spirit, declaring, "Whoever dares call me short will face this fate." With that, the orange cat leapt back into monster realm to resume its slumber. Zheng Xiong, observing the plummeting guardian spirit and the sprawled Sakata Jintoki, fell into a contemplative silence. He descended to the ground, lifted Sakata Jintoki, and returned to the house he had recently purchased, casting a spell to erase the memories of all who had witnessed the battle between him and Sakata Jintoki. "So, what exactly do you intend by turning me into this?" Sakata Jintoki inquired, crossing his arms as he sat on the sofa, perplexed. Zheng Xiong shook his head and replied, "For a Star Wars battle, I alone suffice. I have no need for you. However, I aspire to establish a blind box equipment store name bears everything shop in this world. That's why I enhanced you, to deter certain customers from shirking payment. I may not be fond of money, but I relish the feeling of giving away crafted equipment and earning in return." With that, Zheng Xiong retrieved a wooden sword from the system space and placed it in Sakata Jintoki's hands. This sword is called Lake Toya, and it possesses many functions. Here is the manual. I'm too lazy to elaborate. Curiously, Sakata Jintoki accepted the equipment manual from Zheng Xiong. Lake Toya, exclusive character. Sakata Jintoki, quality. Divine artifact weight. 15 kilograms effect. Indestructible. This equipment is immune to any destructive attacks and cannot be destroyed by any means. Effect. Unstoppable. This equipment ignores all defenses of the target, inflicting an additional 1,500 pain upon each hit. Effect. 6,000 words omitted here. Users may experience it themselves. After reading the equipment manual, Sakata Jintoki wore a deadpan expression. What the hell? Is this an equipment manual or a summary? So much content omitted. Zheng Xiong replied nonchalantly, "Regardless, it's you wielding that weapon, not me. You'll discover its functions on your own. In any case, from now on, you're the acting manager of my blind box equipment store, aptly named bears everything shop. However, having you as a manager isn't enough. I also need someone to clean, handle accounts, and attract customers." When Zheng Xiong mentioned attracting customers, Sakata Jintoki sat before him with a serious expression. "With my current appearance, it's sufficient to attract customers." Zheng Xiong scrutinized Sakata Jintoki for a moment before responding. "Although your current appearance may attract customers, I'm opening an equipment blind box store, not a host club or a place for selling physical services." Zheng Xiong then fell silent, hearing Zheng Xiong's words. Sakata Jintoki also lapsed into silence. At that moment, Sakata Jintoki stood at a towering 2.75 meters, his body rippling with muscles. For details, please refer to the infinite state of the demon back. Hamma Weijer. Just as the two of them sat in silence, the door to the house swung open abruptly. Granny Dungza, smoking a cigarette, slowly walked in. Upon seeing the massive, muscular figure of Sakata Jintoki facing away from her, she exclaimed. Following this, Granny Dungza retreated towards the door. "My apologies for intruding. Please continue your conversation." With that, she turned and exited. That moment, Zheng Xiong called out to Granny Dungza's retreating figure. "Old lady, if you have something to say, just say it. This fellow is the white-haired man you brought last time. There's no need to be nervous." Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Granny Dungza's previously relaxed expression crumbled once more. 30 minutes later, Granny Dungza knocked on Sakata Jintoki's steel-like chest, then looked at Zheng Xiong with curiosity. "What hormones have you been feeding this guy? In such a short time, he has transformed like this. Golden fertilizer." After speaking, Granny Dungza reached out to touch Sakata Jintoki's firm chest. Sakata Jintoki, being incessantly patted on the chest by Granny Dungza, finally spoke up. "Hey Annie, could you stop touching me? You're acting like a pervert." Afterward, Sakata Jintoki stood up and walked out of the house, then turned his back to Zheng Xiong and said, "If I'm not back in a month, find someone else to be the manager. Also, thank you." With that, he strode away. Zheng Xiong sat on the sofa, watching Sakata Jintoki leave without a backward glance, then looked up at the ceiling, muttering to himself, "Is there any point in revisiting a battle that has already been lost?" Smack! Granny Dengza slapped Zheng Xiong on the shoulder. Zheng Xiong turned around, perplexed, to look at her. "Old lady, what do you want now? Also, what brings you here? I recall that I bought this house, and I don't have to pay rent." Granny Dengza, pressing down on Zheng Xiong's shoulder earnestly, said, "Kid, life is filled with countless failures. If you believe that just one failure renders further efforts meaningless, you will continue to fail and never succeed." Staring at Granny Dengza, who had suddenly morphed into a life coach, Zheng Xiong felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Zheng Xiong instantly teleported from the sofa to the front door, flinging it open as he declared, "Old lady, this is a shop for selling equipment, not a pharmacy. Furthermore, I 1T treat mental illnesses, so you may as well head back." Granny Dengza regarded Zheng Xiong, who stood at the doorway, and, after taking a deep breath of smoke, said, "I came here today to ask if you could take care of a somewhat large, talking dog. It's quite adorable." Zheng Xiong looked on with a puzzled expression. 1 hour later, Zheng Xiong hoisted the now familiar giant dog, Ding Chun, onto his right shoulder, waving his left hand to bid farewell to Granny Dengza before departing from her residence. This moment, Ding Chun, perched on Zheng Xiong's shoulder, bore a distressed expression. "Human, put me down. Let me down right now. Bang!" Ding Chun ceased its wailing, a bump rising on its head. Zheng Xiong retracted his smoking black fist. "This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading." Honestly, for such a large dog, it exhibits such a lack of manners. Just right, my equipment blind box store is in need of a guard dog. 1 month later, before Zheng Xiong's newly opened equipment blind box store. A white-haired muscular man stood for quite some time, his expression complex. Just then, a giant dog emerged from the store. "Hello, are you here to purchase an equipment blind box? White blind box, 100 yen. Silver blind box, 1,000 yen. Gold blind box, yen. Red crystal blind box, 10 billion yen. Which type of blind box would you like to buy?" Sakata Jintoki gazed at the giant dog on all fours, yet capable of human speech, and felt as if thunder had struck him. Smack! Zheng Xiong suddenly appeared behind Sakata Jintoki, tapping him on the shoulder. "Hey, you're back. I thought there would be some commotion while you were out. But it seems nothing happened. By the way, where did you go this past month?" "Oh, and this dog is the owner of my new equipment blind box store. Its name is Ding Chun." Sakata Jintoki turned around, staring at Zheng Xiong, rendered speechless for a while before finally responding. "In this past month, I traveled to many places and caught up with some old friends." Before Sakata Jintoki could finish a sentence, Zheng Xiong stepped into the equipment blind box shop, speaking as he walked. "Just come back when you're ready. As for the past, take your time, but there's no need to rush. For now, just consider yourself the guard at my store. From 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., with daily pay of 6,000 yen, meals and accommodation included." Sakata Jintoki frowned slightly. "I want 10,000 yen, and I need 3 days off at the end of each month." Upon hearing Jintoki's words, Zheng Xiong narrowed his eyes slightly. "The pay is negotiable, but as for the vacation, that's out of the question. Here, it's all about work. There's no such thing as time off unless you think you can defeat me." After saying this, Zheng Xiong suddenly launched an attack towards Sakata Jintoki. Jintoki immediately jumped back, creating distance between them, and drew his Tia Lake sword, assuming a defensive posture. Zheng Xiong looked at Jintoki, who was in a defensive stance, and chuckled as he walked into the shop. "Ding Chun will be our guard from now on." After finishing his statement, Zheng Xiong returned to his room to catch up on sleep, murmuring softly to himself before drifting off. 30 years. Burmer, wait for me. In the early morning at Kuma's general store, Sakata Jintoki held a piece of paper marked with a 10,000 yen equipment store voucher, glaring angrily at Zheng Xiong, who was playing cards with Ding Chun. "You bastard! Didn't we agree on a day's work for 10,000 yen? What do you mean by giving me this equipment store voucher?" At that moment, Zheng Xiong, while playing cards with Ding Chun, replied, "Oh, I forgot to mention yesterday. I usually pay with vouchers at this shop." After finishing his words, he threw down 2 pairs of bombs and straight to Ding Chun, then spread his hands, indicating he had no more cards. Ding Chun glanced at Zheng Xiong, who had no cards, then looked at the 4 kings on the table and disdainfully remarked, "I have nothing but high cards." "Where did you get those 4 kings? Human, are you cheating again? In terms of dogs, I must admit I won't play anymore." With that, Ding Chun stood up and walked his cash register, ignoring Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong awkwardly scratched his nose, then picked up a deck of cards and said to Sakata Jintoki, "Care for a game? If you win, I'll give you 10,000 yen in cash." Sakata Jintoki, with a frown, replied, "That dog is a fool, but I'm not. You've tricked me twice. Do you really think I will fall for a third time?" After saying this, Sakata Jintoki picked up a broom and began to clean the entrance of the equipment shop. As Sakata Jintoki diligently cleaned the storefront, the figure of Pai Nu Lu appeared before him, cradling a pot of flowers. Jintoki looked up at Pai Nu Lu for a moment, then continued cleaning the ground as if nothing had happened. "Good morning, Nu Lu. Have you grown new flowers today?" Zheng Xiong emerged from the shop, smiling at Pai Nu Lu. "Xiong, I'm here to say goodbye to the war has erupted on my home planet, so I must return now. This pot of flowers is my farewell gift." After saying this, Pai Nu Lu placed the blood-red flowers into Zheng Xiong's hands, bowed, and turned to leave. Watching Pai Nu Lu depart, Zheng Xiong called out without turning around, "Ding Chun, close the door. We have work to do now." Sitting at the cash register, Ding Chun nodded, then opened the drawer and calmly pressed a button. Instantly, the house was shrouded in darkness, making it appear as if it had vanished from the outside. After completing this, Ding Chun rushed to Zheng Xiong. "How much is this job worth? Who issued it? Does the one sweeping the floor have to join us?" Zheng Xiong nodded out of course. "Jintoki must come with us. This mission is likely to be a tough battle. The location is Pai Nu Lu's home planet. As for the payment, we'll discuss it when we arrive. This is just the deposit." While saying this, Zheng Xiong held up the flowers that Pai Nu Lu had just given him. Ding Chun gazed at the flowers in Zheng Xiong's hands, fell silent for a long while, and then declared, "Let's go. Time to set off." Turning around, Ding Chun signaled for Zheng Xiong to climb aboard. Sakata Jintoki, holding the broom, stood there puzzled as he listened to the dialogue between the man and the dog. Before he could react, Zheng Xiong and Ding Chun took off towards Pai Nu Lu, who had just left and hadn't gone far. Jintoki exclaimed, "Hey, I haven't even gotten on yet." However, Ding Chun, in a rush, paid no heed to Jintoki's words. Moments later, they caught up with Pai Nu Lu. As they approached, Ding Chun slowed down, and Zheng Xiong, sitting on its back, addressed Pai Nu Lu, "Hey Nu Lu, you paid the mission deposit but didn't provide the location. It's going to be difficult for Ding Chun and me to assist you." Pai Nu Lu turned a glance at Zheng Xiong, then continued walking forward, saying, "Xiong, I know you and Ding Chun are strong, but the one who incited the war on my home planet is the Night Rabbit clan, known as the Night King. That fellow is not someone you can easily deal with. You shouldn't have come." While Pai Nu Lu spoke earnestly, he was completely unaware of Zheng Xiong's actions. "Pop?" Zheng Xiong plucked the flower from Pai Nu Lu's head. The previously somber mood shifted dramatically. "Get ready to die." "Pop!" Zheng Xiong replanted the flower. "That if you die, you'll lose everything, so cherish your life. Pop! Treasure the countdown of your remaining life. Pop, pop, pop." Ultimately, Pai Nu Lu grabbed Zheng Xiong and tossed him onto Ding Chun's back, glaring fiercely at him. "Human, I've tolerated you for a long time. What do you take me for?" "Pop!" Zheng Xiong swiftly replanted the flower atop Pai Nu Lu's head. Pai Nu Lu returned to his original state. Though if one ignored the fountain-like blood gushing from his head, it was quite an impressive sight. Ding Chun twitched his mouth, as if recalling a terrifying memory, and subconsciously tightened his hind legs. Just then, Sakata Jintoki, who had been left behind, caught up. Upon arriving, he saw Pai Nu Lu with a fountain spraying from his head, striding resolutely. "Hey, are you kidding? With that much blood loss, aren't you going to do something?" Zheng Xiong, Ding Chun, and Pai Nu Lu all turned to look at Jintoki. Pai Nu Lu wore a disgruntled expression, while Ding Chun looked bewildered. As the chapter continues, Zheng Xiong, unfazed by the fountain of blood on Pai Nu Lu's head, calmly retrieved a sanitary pad-like item and pressed it onto the wound. Instantly, the fountain ceased, and Pai Nu Lu's aura began to rise. With each step Pai Nu Lu took, his presence grew stronger. Mystical hemostatic treasure quality. Red description. This item, crafted by a certain unscrupulous and tasteless equipment forger, was created after a female descendant of Nu Wa donated 2 liters of blood, combined with special forging materials. Effect: Blood Stopper. This equipment will immediately halt bleeding at any contact point and restore it to a normal, intact state. Note: do not learn from a certain forger who used it to stop bleeding for specific individuals during special times. The slap mark on his face is the consequence. Effect: Aura Enhancement. Wearing this equipment will increase the user's aura strength by 10 every 10 seconds, with a maximum limit of 1,000. Effect: Physique Transformation. Wearing this equipment will continuously enhance the user's physical strength, increasing by 5 every 24 hours, with the potential to transform into a shamanic being. Note: shamans possess immense strength, ignoring any energy damage by 50. Sakata Jintoki observed as Zheng Xiong descended from Pai Nu Lu's head and glanced at the sanitary pad-like item resting there. What on earth are you up to now? Zheng Xiong settled back onto Ding Chun's back. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Do you want to hop on? There's a tough battle ahead, and if we don't rest now, we won't have time later. Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Sakata Jintoki fell silent for a moment, then leaped onto Ding Chun's back, sitting and embracing his sword to rest. 40 minutes later, Pai Nu, accompanied by Zheng Xiong and others, boarded the spaceship that would return them to their homeland. Boom. All of you shall perish for rejecting the invitation of our king. As Zheng Xiong and the others broke through the encirclement of the Night Rabbit tribe, they felt the presence of Pai Nu's homeland. There stood a burly Night Rabbit warrior, his face twisted in madness. At the entrance of Pai Nu's territory, on either shoulder, he bore a rocket launcher, while in each hand, he wielded a grenade launcher, wildly unleashing rockets and grenades into Pai Nu's domain. Seeing this, Pai Nu let out a furious roar, donned the glowing blue gauntlets gifted by Zheng Xiong, and charged at the Night Rabbit warrior. Blue Fist Holy Radiance Fury Quality. Red description: the angrier one becomes, the greater the power of the gauntlets. Effect: Blue Fist. While equipped, striking the target inflicts both fire and freezing damage. Effect: Holy Radiance. After equipping, the user automatically gains a Holy Attribute effect. When attacking dark attribute targets, inflicts immense damage, and significantly enhances health recovery speed by 350 and injury recovery speed by 260. Effect: Fury. While equipped, the more anger and excitement the user feels, the greater the additional damage inflicted, which ignores any defenses of the target and inflicts 6 times the pain sensation. Clang. The Night Rabbit warrior raised his grenade launcher to block Pai Nu's punch. Observing his left fist being deflected, Pai Nu swiftly swung his right fist to continue the assault on the Night Rabbit warrior. The struck Night Rabbit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, quickly leaped back to evade Pai Nu's fierce blow. After dodging, the Night Rabbit looked at Pai Nu with a grave expression and said, "The war god of the Tajini tribe. It seems I must summon Lord Darkstar. I am but a minor character, no match for you." Upon finishing his words, the Night Rabbit drew a signal gun from his waist and shot a flare into the sky. After doing all this, he discarded the grenade launcher and removed the rocket launchers from his shoulders, assuming a charging stance, then lunged at Pai Nu while declaring, "Night Rabbit Tribe Uncrowned King, Night King, Vanguard Captain, Cannon Radiance. At your service." Watching the ferocious Cannon Radiance charge at him, Pai Nu bent low and instantly teleported in front of him, delivering an uppercut that left Cannon Radiance dazed. Zheng Xiong and the others stood by, observing Pai Nu's display of prowess at that moment. Zheng Xiong suddenly urged Ding Chun to leap into the sky. Jintoki, wielding the Lake Toya, unleashed multiple slashes towards a specific location. Bang! A disturbance rippled through the void. Once the disturbance settled, a towering figure knelt on one knee, holding a massive shield with both hands. As the multiple slashes collided with the enormous shield, they fell silent, like a cow sinking into the sea. At this moment, the towering figure drove the shield into the ground and spoke to Sakata Jintoki and the charging Pai Nu. "The war god of the Tajini tribe has become so degenerate, reduced to seeking the aid of 2 mere humans." Before the towering figure could finish, Ding Chun descended from the sky and bit down fiercely on the figure's head. Zheng Xiong leaped off Ding Chun's back and, upon landing, pierced the towering figure's heart with the red blade. Thus, the imposing figure, who had just appeared and uttered only a few lines, met his demise. Clap. Zheng Xiong sheathed his sword, then smacked Ding Chun on the head. saying, "Spit it out, quickly. You can't just shove everything into your mouth. Do you think you're a pig?" At that moment, a man wielding a massive sword gun and carrying 5 swords descended from the sky, angrily roaring, "You have the audacity to kill my king's general, Moto. Prepare to pay with your lives." After declaring this, the man swung his sword gun towards Zheng Xiong and the others. Zheng Xiong, observing the descending weapon, wore an unusually grave expression. "Everyone, get down," he shouted, drawing the red blade once more, raising both hands to block the massive sword gun. Following a tremendous clash, blood began to flow from Zheng Xiong's palms. Seeing Zheng Xiong injured, Jintoki, in a fit of rage, thrust the Lake Toya towards the man. Painol, equally enraged, swung his fists at the man. The man retracted his weapon and declared loudly, "Remember my name. I am Shun Di, the god who will soon slay you wicked scoundrels." Bang! Boom! Just as Shun Di finished boasting, he was suddenly struck by Zheng Xiong, who had teleported in front of him, sending him crashing into the nearby ruins. Jintoki and Painol gazed in shock at Zheng Xiong, whose entire body radiated a fiery aura. Ignoring their astonished stares, Zheng Xiong furiously exclaimed, "Damn it! In all my travels through countless worlds, I have rarely been injured or bled. You dare to make me bleed? Prepare to die." With that, Zheng Xiong transformed into a flash of red light and dove into the ruins, seizing the bewildered Shindi. Zheng Xiong, looking at the stunned Shindi, unleashed a flurry of slaps with both hands, creating a sound akin to firecrackers exploding, echoing relentlessly. Jintoki, witnessing this brutal scene unfold, quietly retreated behind Painol, trembling alongside Ding Chun. Painol, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he observed the chaos. Though his hands betrayed him, continuously dripping sweat like a tap left running. 35 minutes later, Zheng Xiong shook off the remnants of flesh from his hands, declaring, "Ah, that was satisfying. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling." After saying this, Zheng Xiong approached Pai Nul. He walked towards Painol. The latter wiped the cold sweat from his brow, which had been exuded in terror by Zheng Xiong. Just as he was about to speak, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from within the territory, accompanied by the thunderous sound of approaching footsteps. Both Painol and Zheng Xiong furrowed their brows. Glancing towards the source of the noise, they beheld hundreds of Tajini warriors, resembling Painol, charging forth with weapons in hand. And on the opposite side stood the armed and menacing Night Rabbit warriors, led by an elderly figure who descended from the sky, crossing his arms and casting a disdainful glance at Zheng Xiong and the Tajini tribesmen. Painol, witnessing his kin burst forth from their territory, felt a surge of mixed emotions, unsure what to say. Ultimately, he uttered a single phrase, "I have returned." The newly emerged Tajini warriors stared at Painol in disbelief. At that moment, an elderly man tremblingly stepped forward and approached Painol. After looking at him for a while, the old man suddenly embraced Painol, crying as he said, "Lord Null, you have finally returned. During your absence, our Tajini tribe has been relentlessly attacked. We have lost a total of 2,000 warriors, including your brother Paida and your third brother Paijua, all slain by this man who dares to call himself the Night King." Upon hearing the old man's words, Painol closed his eyes, the flowers atop his head beginning to wither. When the flowers had completely faded, Painol opened his eyes and spoke with a fierce aura. "Blood feuds must be resolved with the blood of our enemies. Everyone, take up your weapons and follow me." After declaring this, Painol charged at the elderly figure who called himself the Night King, vowing to avenge his fallen brothers and kin. Seeing Painol rush forth, the self-proclaimed Night King trembled with excitement. As if anticipating something thrilling, he unleashed a fierce aura and swiftly charged at Painol, and upon contact, a furious exchange of blows ensued. Zheng Xiong, observing the elder's explosive aura and the fierce clash between him and Painol, shook his head and said to Jintoki and Ding Chun, "You two focus on protecting Null's kin. That old man is beyond your capabilities. Do not engage, that I will handle those lesser foes." Zheng Xiong, having concluded his words, charged directly into the throng of Night Rabbit warriors, unleashing a relentless massacre. After dispatching all the Night Rabbit fighters, he brandished his crimson blade and called out to the beleaguered Pai Nu Lu, who was being pummeled by the Night King. "Hey, Nu Lu, do you need assistance?" Pai Nu Lu, evading a punch from the Night King, shouted back, "This battle is between him and me, Xiong. Just watch and do not interfere." As soon as he uttered these words, he was struck down by a powerful blow from the Night King, landing in a position reminiscent of an inverted scallion. Zheng Xiong observed the sight of Pai Nu Lu, head buried in the ground, and retrieved a cigar from his spatial pocket to smoke. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he turned to Sakata Jintoki and said, "When a client declares they require no assistance, we simply observe from the sidelines, waiting for an opportune moment to lend a hand. That is the art of social etiquette. Do you understand? Offering help constitutes a favor. Refraining from it is an accident." Just as Zheng Xiong finished speaking, Pai Nu Lu pushed himself up from the ground and once again launched an assault on the Night King. Zheng Xiong, witnessing the renewed battle, shook his head and approached Ding Chun, gently stroking its head. "After this mission, I must embark on a long journey, so I leave the equipment shop in your capable hands." Ding Chun, eyes closed in bliss from Zheng Xiong's caress, replied, "You may go with peace of mind. By the way, shall we celebrate? I've recently met a wonderful new girlfriend." The response from Zheng Xiong was a sound akin to a fist colliding with a head. "Ding Chun," Zheng Xiong retracted his fist. "Day after day, all you think about is indulging in my feast. You are indeed a glutton, no doubt about it." Ding Chun whispered, "I am indeed just a growing puppy." Zheng Xiong, startled, Ding Chun quickly covered its head with its paws, crouching on the ground, trembling in fear and daring not to speak further. Subsequently, Zheng Xiong produced a book, a jar, and a ring, presenting them to Sakata Jintoki. "Follow the contents of this plan, gather the individuals mentioned within, and develop the strategy accordingly. The usages of the items I provided are detailed therein." Sakata Jintoki nodded as he accepted Zheng Xiong's items. Zheng Xiong patted him on the shoulder and then transformed into a streak of red light, appearing above the Night King's head in an instant. "Inu Lu, you have delayed far too long. Your kin await you to return for dinner." With that, Zheng Xiong, wielding his crimson blade, descended rapidly, aiming directly at the Night King's crown. The Night King glanced up at Zheng Xiong, disdain evident in his voice. "Human, I am not like the insignificant fish you so casually slaughtered. You shall not defeat me with such triviality. Begone." Upon finishing his words, the Night King unleashed a thunderous roar, sending Zheng Xiong reeling backward. When Zheng Xiong landed, preparing to advance once more, Pai Nu Lu suddenly struck the ground with a fist. Soon after, four earthen walls began to rise around them, isolating the external world. The walls ascended to 10 meters before halting. Within the confines of the walls, Pai Nu Lu's voice resonated. "Xiong, you once spoke of the honor of combat between men, a matter unfit for third parties to intervene. This is the romance that a man should uphold, so wait for me outside." The interior of the walls erupted with sounds of fierce clashes, akin to two colossal beasts engaged in a brutal struggle. Isolated from the fray, Zheng Xiong touched the earthen wall before returning to Sakata, Jintoki, and Ding Chun's side. Observing Zheng Xiong's return, Sakata Jintoki questioned, "What transpired? Can't you break through that wall with your strength?" Zheng Xiong gazed at the wall and replied, "That wall, should I choose to, I could shatter effortlessly. However, it represents Pai Nu Lu's resolve to face death. If I were to impulsively demolish it, he would truly dare to perish before my eyes. Pai Nu Lu is one of the few friends I have in this world. I would not wish to see him harmed due to my recklessness. Let us remain here for now. The battle shall not last long. That old man possesses only half my strength. Pai Nu Lu cannot defeat him, yet the old man cannot slay Pai Nu Lu in a short span either." 2 hours later, as Zheng Xiong predicted, an unconscious Pai Nu Lu was kicked out of the earthen walls by the Night King, landing at Zheng Xiong's feet. Zheng Xiong helped the unconscious Pai Nu Lu up, covering him with a previously used cloth before allowing him to rest against Ding Chun's abdomen, then approached the Night King, who was staggering after spitting blood. "Human, have you made up your mind? Do you wish to strike against me?" Zheng Xiong, non-committal, drew his crimson blade, and, in an instant, his form split into 9, all attacking the Night King simultaneously. The Night King, Witnessing the 9 Zheng Xiongs erupted into laughter and also divided into 9 figures. Clashing against Zheng Xiong's manifestations, as the figures collided, it was akin to glass shattering against glass, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Immediately after, the sound of metal clashing echoed through the void. Night King and Zheng Xiong engaged in a furious exchange, their fists and blades colliding fiercely. This battle raged from day into night, and then from night back into day. During this time, Painu Lu briefly regained consciousness, his expression complex as he observed Zheng Xiong battling the Night King above. 7 days later, after a dazzling burst of light, the Night King and Zheng Xiong stood back to back. Without turning, Zheng Xiong remarked, "In my travels across countless worlds, you are the first man to withstand my blows for such an extended period without succumbing. I shall remember you." The Night King, gazing skyward, replied, "Human, I have traversed the universe for many years without tasting defeat. I shall not concede now. However, I wish to express one final sentiment. You are the strongest human. I acknowledge this. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content." After the Night King's words, his form began to gradually dissipate until he vanished entirely. The Night King's figure completely faded. Zheng Xiong too began to fall forward. Painu Lu and Sakata Jintoki rushed over to support him, anxiously checking on his condition. To their astonishment, Zheng Xiong, supported by the two, began to snore. Painu Lu scratched the back of his head. Uncertain, "Why do I feel like Xiong is merely exhausted from 7 days of intense combat and has not sustained any serious injuries?" After observing closely for a moment, Sakata Jintoki responded, "This guy is just sleepy. He is completely uninjured. We should take him back to rest point." 7 days later, within the territory of the Tajini tribe, Zheng Xiong devoured a massive meat steak. After consuming the entire 2 tons of meat, he unapologetically let out a hearty belch. Following this, Zheng Xiong's belly, once resembling a large watermelon, gradually deflated until returning to its normal state. "Inu Lu, if you miss me in the future, just use that ring to contact me. I must take my leave." And no sooner had Zheng Xiong spoken than a pillar of white light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping him. Once the white light vanished, so too did Zheng Xiong. Painu Lu and Sakata Jintoki gazed in shock at the spot where Zheng Xiong had just stood. Exchanging a knowing glance, they simultaneously declared, "Xiong has become a celestial being." Meanwhile, in the world of One Piece, at the final island, a white light descended from the sky, swiftly disappearing. Zheng Xiong, surveying his surroundings, recognized the sands and stones, and looked up at the sky, calling out, "Hey, great light orb, what is going on? Why have I been suddenly transported to the world of One Piece?" At that moment, a voice emanated from the void, that of the infinite world. In this world, there exists a life form you are familiar with, who, with the remaining fragments of its life, calls out for you. I believe this life form holds great significance for you, that if I do not transport you in time to see it one last time, I have calculated that you carry a 99 probability of dismantling me. Upon hearing the infinite world's AI, Zheng Xiong appeared bewildered. That was until the image of Belmere flashed before him. His eyes reddened with emotion. "Kaido, you son of a..." Expletives omitted for brevity. Subsequently, Zheng Xiong transformed into a crimson light, hurtling towards the heavens at breakneck speed, racing towards the location of Kaido, the Twin Cape Lighthouse. In the basement, Luffy and his companions were engaged in a fierce battle with the Kaido pirates outside the lighthouse, striving to buy precious time for Bermeye's rescue. Merely 10 days prior, the Kaido pirates had inexplicably vanished from the Grand Line, only to re-emerge in the East Blue's Kokoshia village, leaving the village utterly devastated in a short span. Bermeyer, thanks to a ring bestowed by Zheng Xiong, became the sole survivor amidst the destruction of Kokoshia village. "Mel, you must hold on. Uncle Xiong is almost here," Nami cried, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at Bermeyer, whose eyes were growing increasingly vacant and whose breath was fading. With a creak, the door of the lighthouse swung open, revealing the bounty hunter Nochi Gao, who stepped inside. Upon seeing Bermeyer lying on the sickbed, Nochi Gao clenched his fists and inquired of Nami, "Haven't you been able to contact Uncle Xiong? It's been 2 years. Where could he possibly be? Not a word from him. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiong, soaring through the skies, was abruptly confronted by a colossal dragon that obstructed his path. Gazing at the dragon that clearly regarded him as prey, Zheng Xiong unleashed his full might. "Get lost!" he thundered, causing the dragon to instantly disintegrate into a torrential downpour of blood. Plummeting to the ground, lifeless. After a fleeting glance at the dragon's remains, Zheng Xiong resumed his rapid ascent. "Wait for me, BER," he declared, hastening his flight. Unbeknownst to Zheng Xiong, the gigantic dragon he had just vanquished was, in truth, a celestial dragon, an embodiment of power in the world of One Piece. Due to the abruptness of the incident, the celestial dragons, including the 5 elders, were oblivious to what had transpired by the time they became aware. The world's dynamics would have undergone a cataclysmic shift. 20 minutes later, Zheng Xiong descended upon Kaido's ship. Ignoring the surrounding pirates, he bellowed, "Kaido, come out!" With that, Kaido descended from the sky, landing on the deck. "Red Blade Zheng Xiong, you finally decided to show up." The underworld's rats were right. That woman, Bermeyer, is indeed connected to you. I spared her life to draw you out and avenge Jack and the others. Now, perish, Kaido roared, his hand transforming into a dragon's claw as he lunged at Zheng Xiong. In response, Zheng Xiong sheathed his sword, bent slightly at the waist, and then lunged forward with a powerful step. The red blade sliced upwards, followed by a sound that only a man could comprehend. A shattering sound echoed through the air. With the red blade in hand, Zheng Xiong struck precisely at Kaido's center, severing him in two. Disgusted by the egg whites clinging to his blade, Zheng Xiong flicked them off with a flourish. "You will die for this." Kaido roared in fury. "Who told you to be so much taller than me? It was merely an accident that I struck there," Zheng Xiong retorted. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows in a flurry of hundreds of rounds, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Just then, Zheng Xiong heard someone calling his name. After sending Kaido crashing into the sea with a swift kick, he turned towards the source of the voice. There stood Luffy on the shore, waving energetically. "Zheng Xiong, what are you doing here? Where's Zoro? Did he get lost?" Zheng Xiong shouted, only to see Zoro emerge, wielding 2 swords with 1 clamp between his teeth. "I'm here." "Uncle, I didn't get lost," Zoro exclaimed, his tone laced with indignation. Zheng Xiong smiled at Zoro's arrival, about to respond when Kaido transformed into a dragon, erupting from the sea with a wide-open maw, charging directly at Zheng Xiong. Seizing a baseball bat from his system, Zheng Xiong assumed a batting stance. "Back to the depths with you," he declared, thrusting the bat forward to pierce the dragon's nostrils. Kaido's dragon form roared in agony as blood gushed forth like a fountain from his nostrils. The surrounding Kaido pirates, witnessing their captain's injury, furiously brandished their weapons and charged at Zheng Xiong. In a fit of rage, Kaido's dragon, disregarding its own wounds, attempted to command its crew to halt their advance. However, the pirates misunderstood the dragon's roar. Believing it to be an order to attack all the more fiercely, the pirates surged towards him. Zheng Xiong plunged the red blade into the deck, sword style, dark surge. As his words echoed, the deck seemed to come alive, beginning to consume all beings upon it, save for Zheng Xiong himself. Kaido, in his dragon form, watched in shock that moment. Zheng Xiong, striking a pose, suddenly felt an intense pain in his heart. As if something vital was drifting away from him, he pondered this strange sensation. A translucent screen appeared from his system. Countdown to Bermeyer's complete demise. 30 seconds, realizing the gravity of the situation. Zheng Xiong vanished from his spot, reappearing before Bermeyer, as the area around them fell into a state of semi-stasis. Observing Bermeyer's gradually ceasing breaths and closed eyes, Zheng Xiong swiftly cast a healing spell at a green light enveloped Bermeyer, and her body began to revert to its normal state. Watching her recover, Zheng Xiong departed once more. As he vanished, time resumed its normal flow in that area. Nochigao glanced at Nami. "I think I just saw Uncle Xiong return." "Did you see that?" Nami, speechless and in shock, pointed towards Bermeyer, who was now rising from her sickbed. With a radiant smile, Bermeyer addressed Nochigao and Nami, saying, "I apologize for worrying you during this time. But I've recovered. That rascal indeed came by, but he left again." Meanwhile, back on Kaido's ship, Zheng Xiong regarded the solitary figure of Kaido. You regret provoking me, leading to your true isolation, in response to Zheng Xiong's words. Kaido's fists flew in a frenzy, each punch faster than the last, as Zheng Xiong deftly parried with the red blade in one hand. Just as Zheng Xiong was managing Kaido's onslaught with ease, Bermire suddenly appeared on the shore. Her eyes filled with fervor as she looked at Zheng Xiong. Coincidentally, Kaido also spotted Bermire on the shore. With a swift turn, he leaped towards her, transforming into a dragon once more, hurtling towards Bermire, seeing the dragon charging at Bermire. Zheng Xiong's previously calm demeanor shattered. "Kaido, how dare you?" he roared, unleashing his full aura. Instantly, the void around him began to crack, generating a powerful force attempting to expel him from this world. At that moment, Zheng Xiong heard the voice of the infinite world AI in his ear. "Stop! You must cease this at once. If you continue to unleash your aura, you will be forcibly expelled from this world. If that happens, not even I can bring you back in a short term." Upon hearing the AI's warning, Zheng Xiong immediately retracted his aura. As he did so, the cracks in the void gradually began to close, and the expulsion force dissipated. Yet, Zheng Xiong could distinctly feel a presence lurking in the void. Watching him intently, Kaido transformed into a colossal dragon, and at this moment, he was merely 3 meters away from Bartolomeo. Yet this brief distance proved insurmountable for Kaido, for Bartolomeo descended from the heavens with his crimson blade. Piercing through the head of Kaido in his dragon form and causing it to explode, a rain of blood cascaded down upon Bartolomeo and Luffy, among others, in the East Blue, within the dojo of Frost Moon Village. Bartolomeo stood defiantly with hands on hips, addressing the seated Bartolomeo across from her. "You better not lay a finger on me before we have a proper wedding." Bartolomeo, with a grin, replied, All right, I won't touch you." The day after tomorrow, I shall approach the world government to arrange a venue for a spontaneous wedding. 2 days later, Bartolomeo hosted a grand wedding ceremony for 3 couples, Zoro and Kina, Usopp and Kaya, and Bartolomeo, before the kings of the nations that supported his impromptu requisition of the world government's venue. As for those kings who opposed him, they were likely already in line for reincarnation. The celestial dragon's 5 elders also met their demise at Bartolomeo's hands. Thus, the status of the celestial dragons was irrevocably overturned. At this juncture, the revolutionary army rose to prominence, declaring the revolution officially commenced. With Bartolomeo as its leader, the entire landscape of the One Piece world began to be redefined. In the wooden cabin of the Sword Tomb on 7-Star Island, Bartolomeo stood beside Bartolomeo, her face flushed and breath unsteady as she spoke. "Are you planning to journey afar again? Where will you go? Don't tell me it's going to be another 2-year disappearance like before." Bartolomeo gently caressed Bartolomeo's cheek and murmured, "I'm not certain. I will go wherever the winds take me. If you wish to reach me, use this ring to contact me. Rest assured, it won't shatter like the last one." Heartfelt connection ring, phoenix quality, divine artifact description, a ring crafted by a nefarious blacksmith, intended for his first wife. Effect, cross-dimensional communication. This equipment transcends any barriers between worlds, enabling direct conversation with the wearer of the dragon ring. Effect, oath of indestructibility. This equipment can only be destroyed by artifacts of 2 higher quality levels. Any attack below the divine artifact level cannot damage this equipment or its wearer. Effect, fatal strike. After donning this equipment, the wearer ignores all defenses of the target, inflicting lethal damage. Effect, acceleration. Upon wearing this equipment, the wearer receives an additional speed boost of 350. Curious, Bartolomeo took the ring from Bartolomeo's hand and slipped it onto her finger before asking, "When will you depart?" Bartolomeo gazed at the ceiling, contemplating. "Today is Monday, so I suppose next Monday. For now, let us engage in activities we enjoy." Subsequently, the cabin was once again ablaze with passion. 7 days later, Bartolomeo waved farewell to Bartolomeo, who stood at the cabin's entrance, before stepping into the descending white light. Once the light faded, Bartolomeo vanished from sight. As Bartolomeo emerged from the world portal, he realized he had arrived in a rather peculiar realm. At that moment, a large orange cat, which had been slumbering in a monster realm, suddenly stepped forth. After surveying its surroundings, the orange cat exclaimed, "Bear, How did you end up here? Are you dead? Bartolomeo, puzzled, responded, Orange, do you recognize this place? The large orange cat glanced at Bartolomeo and replied, This is the realm of the dead. I came here once when I was gravely wounded in battle. I have a contract stipulating I cannot disclose much. Just be cautious of a young boy. He is the guardian of this realm, and also its executioner. His name is Zheng. After imparting this warning, the large orange cat retreated back into the monster realm, seemingly evading something. Bartolomeo, pondering the cat's words, was suddenly approached from behind by a youthful voice. Hello, are you new here? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zheng, the guardian of this place. Upon finishing his introduction, Zheng produced a tablet to take notes. After a moment, he abruptly looked up, his gaze sharp as he coldly inquired, Where's the other individual who just appeared? Bartolomeo observed Zheng's sudden change in demeanor as he slowly placed his hand on the crimson blade's hilt. Zheng narrowed his eyes and stowed his tablet. You must think carefully. You have already died. Should you perish again, there will be no chance for reincarnation, just as Bartolomeo and Zheng were about to engage in combat. A system notification unexpectedly popped up before Bartolomeo that I in this world. Contemplate your future direction and bid farewell to your departed acquaintance, Edward Newgate. After reading the notification, Bartolomeo turned to the vigilant Zheng and asked, Where is Edward Newgate? And Zheng coldly replied, No information will be provided unless you can defeat me. Nodding in acknowledgement of Zheng's words, Bartolomeo prepared for battle point 8 seconds later. Bartolomeo shook his hand. Looking down at the unconscious Zheng on the ground, I have one. Take me to Edward Newgate, in an unknown tavern within the realm of death. Edward Newgate gazed at Bartolomeo, who was incessantly downing drinks. With a complex expression, after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Bear, who was it that killed you? With your strength, you shouldn't have fallen. Was it the hand of a divine being? Bartolomeo downed a large cup of strong liquor and replied, Did I not mention before? I am not dead. My arrival here was purely accidental. Upon hearing Bartolomeo's words, Whitebeard pointed towards the tavern entrance, where Zheng, bruised and battered, was massaging his face to hasten his recovery. That fellow is the Grim Reaper of this world, albeit the weakest kind. When I first arrived, I battled him for 7 days and ultimately emerged victorious. How about you? How long did you fight him? Bartolomeo glanced at Zheng at the tavern entrance and raised 2 fingers. Seeing the 2 fingers, Whitebeard assumed Bartolomeo meant 2 days and chuckled as he lifted a large cup of liquor, downing it in one gulp. Bear, you seem to have regressed. It takes 2 days to deal with a guy like that. Bartolomeo replied, rather somberly, 2 punches. I knocked him out with just 2 punches before he brought me here to find you. At that moment, Zheng approached, visibly disgruntled. That was an ambush. I wasn't prepared. As Zheng's voice trailed off, he eventually crouched in a corner, drawing circles in a grayish state. Bartolomeo and Whitebeard exchanged knowing glances, choosing to ignore the sulking Zheng. After another large gulp of liquor, Whitebeard inquired, How long do you intend to stay here? How are Ace, Urko, and Jaws doing? By the way, Jean Kudo is also in the vicinity. Do you wish to meet him? Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Bartolomeo stood up with excitement, exclaiming, Who killed Jean? Whitebeard, observing Bartolomeo's sudden surge of emotion, tapped the table to signal him to sit. Once Bartolomeo complied, Whitebeard explained, It was Kaido. After your mysterious disappearance for a year, Kaido attacked Ace's ship alone. Jean Kudo, in an attempt to protect Ace's escape, held Kaido off for 2 hours, ultimately being killed by Kaido's heart explosion. As Bartolomeo processed Whitebeard's revelation that Kaido was responsible for Jean Kudo's death, he ruefully rubbed his head and lamented, Had I known it was Kaido who killed Jean, I would not have allowed him to die so easily. Subsequently, Bartolomeo began recounting the current state of affairs in the One Piece world to Whitebeard. After listening intently, Whitebeard stroked his chin, pondering. So, according to you, the world government has been restructured, and all powers across the globe have been redefined. Bartolomeo nodded affirmatively. Indeed. As Zheng Xiong finished speaking, the tavern's clock suddenly chimed. The white-bearded man glanced at the time displayed on the tavern wall and then addressed Zheng Xiong, saying, let us depart for Jingu Duo. The timing is perfect, as it coincides with Jingu Duo's break after training. Zheng Xiong looked at the tavern clock and then at the white-bearded man. Subsequently, the two exited the tavern, having completely forgotten about anything else. Shortly after their departure, a server approached in Yushuan with a bill in hand, smiling as he said, "Lord Grim Reaper, your friend's total expenditure amounts to 1.6 million soul coins. How would you like to settle this?" In the corner, the introverted in Yushuan heard the server's words and, filled with excitement, stood up and looked around. To his dismay, he noticed that Zheng Xiong and the white-bearded man's figures had vanished from the tavern. Ultimately, in Yushuan, in tears, paid the bill and exited the establishment. "Hey, Ajin!" Zheng Xiong exclaimed, tossing a bottle of alcohol toward Jingu Duo. Jingu Duo caught the bottle and, with a complex expression, remarked, "Xiong, I never expected someone as formidable as you to arrive here so soon. I thought I would see the elder version of you." Zheng Xiong, upon hearing this, picked up the bottle and playfully slapped Jingu Duo. Jingu Duo's expression turned to one of surprise, winky face. Moments later, he sprayed a mouthful of alcohol onto the white-bearded man's face. The white-bearded man calmly wiped the liquid from his face. Jingu Duo turned to Zheng Xiong and asked, "Xiong, what are you doing?" Zheng Xiong gently patted Jingu Duo's back and said, "Ajin, if I were to tell you that I am not dead and that I arrived here by accident, would you believe me?" Jingu Duo, stroking his newly grown beard, replied earnestly, "Hand me a bottle of alcohol. Once I finish it, I will believe you." Zheng Xiong tossed another bottle of alcohol to Jingu Duo. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a gunshot shattered the bottle Zheng Xiong had thrown. Zheng Xiong, Jingu Duo, and the white-bearded man turned angrily towards the direction of the gunfire. They beheld one of the Blackbeard pirates, Van Oka, holding an oddly shaped sniper rifle, aiming at them. At that moment, Blackbeard emerged from behind Van Oka, laughing heartily. "Huh, Red Blade Zheng Xiong, I never anticipated your demise would come so soon, and how fortuitously you ended up here. Let me ponder, who was it that killed you? Kaido, or perhaps Sengoku? Regardless, it matters not. I shall slay you here and ensure you remain forever in this realm, avenging our grievances from life." Attack. With that declaration, Blackbeard charged at Zheng Xiong. "Teach, have you forgotten something?" The white-bearded man suddenly materialized before Blackbeard, delivering a powerful punch that sent him staggering back. The members of the Blackbeard pirates looked grave as they prepared to engage, but Blackbeard raised his hand, signaling them to halt. His expression a mixture of complexity as he glanced at the white-bearded man and then at Zheng Xiong before slowly retreating as the Blackbeard pirates began to withdraw. Jingu Duo erupted in anger. "Teach, your men broke my bottle, and you think you can escape? Old Dad is here. Stay and face me." With that, Jingu Duo leaped towards Van Oka. Blackbeard, witnessing Jingu Duo's assault on Van Oka, commanded Shiryu, who stood nearby, eliminate him, then flee to the secret location. Blackbeard turned and was about to leave with the rest of his crew when, bang, he was knocked to the ground before he could take 10 steps. The members of the Blackbeard pirates were left dazed from the impact. In life, I could easily slay you. Do you truly believe that in death, I cannot just as effortlessly dispatch all of you? Furthermore, I am not dead, Zheng Xiong declared, wielding the red blade. After speaking, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he faced away from the Blackbeard pirates. Zheng Xiong raised 3 fingers, counting down 3, 2. Before he could finish, the Blackbeard pirates dissipated into black smoke, vanishing completely. The white-bearded man, observing the retreating figures of the Blackbeard pirates, fell into silence before approaching Zheng Xiong. "Come, let us go drink." 50 years later, Zheng Xiong bid farewell to the white-bearded man as he approached the portal of rebirth. And Yushuan, sporting dark circles under his eyes, stood beside Zheng Xiong and lamented, "Big brother, you've been here for so many years, sending off everyone you know and don't know. What exactly do you intend to do?" Zheng Xiong glanced at Yushuan and replied, "I am here to attain enlightenment. Once I achieve it, I will leave. And as for you, do you truly believe you are capable?" Zheng Xiong then raised his fist, blowing on it as he scrutinized Yushuan from head to toe. Terrified, Yushuan turned and fled, not daring to look back. Over the course of those 50 years, Zheng Xiong had often struck him when intoxicated or in a foul mood. and when he was uncertain about his future direction, he would strike him while pondering. Watching Yuxuan run away, Zheng Xiong drew the red blade and spoke to it. Ajin, how much longer must we remain here? I am so weary of this. It has been 50 years, now transformed into the soul of the red blade. Jingu Duo emerged from within, stating, Xiong, if you ask me, I have no idea. Jingu Duo then stood beside Zheng Xiong. Watching as the white-bearded man entered the portal of rebirth, the white-bearded man's figure disappeared into the portal. A notification suddenly appeared before Zheng Xiong. You have completed your final farewell with Edward Newgate. Current job transfer options are as follows. 1. Business class. Equipment forging merchant. Talent. Price negotiation. Deceptive eloquence. Portal for equipment transfer. 2. Forging class. Soul blacksmith. Talent. Soul forging. Soul reshaping. Equipment enhancement. 3. Unknown. Talent. Various. Too numerous to elaborate. Without hesitation, Zheng Xiong chose option 3. Following his selection, a new system notification appeared. Upon defeating the awakened in Yuxuan, you have successfully transitioned and entered the next world, Spirit Realm. Quickly enter your awakened state and fight me. I'm pressed for time. Zheng Xiong soared through the sky, following Yuxuan, who was running below, occasionally bombarding him with spells. In Yuxuan, dodging a magical projectile, exclaimed, Big brother, what madness is this? What awakening? I can't do that. Xiong, that guy lacks a personal weapon. Even if you were to kill him, he still wouldn't awaken. The large orange cat, concealed within a monster realm, communicated telepathically with Zheng Xiong. Suddenly, Yuxuan, who had been running, halted in his tracks, looking up at Zheng Xiong with an icy demeanor, and declared, Zhu Xiaolong, come forth. I know you're nearby. Return my soul blade to me. After speaking, Yuxuan gazed into the void beside Zheng Xiong. The large orange cat, hidden in a monster realm, felt as though it had been discovered by Yuxuan. Soon, the cat's belly began to tremble violently, producing the sound of a blade ringing, with both paws pressed firmly against its belly. The large orange cat poked its head out, addressing Zheng Xiong. Xiong, speak honestly. Do you have any confidence in defeating him? That guy at his peak is extraordinarily powerful, and his personality is nothing like it is now. If you can't win, while I can still suppress his soul blade, we should flee immediately. Zheng Xiong glanced at the cold-faced Yuxuan and then at the large orange cat, who was struggling to hold its belly in. Orange, return his soul blade to him. I wish to see how strong he becomes upon awakening and whether he is worthy of being my opponent. Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, the large orange cat took a deep breath and replied, very well. A small knife model, dark red and ominously apparent, suddenly flew from the mouth of a large orange cat. Like an arrow released from its bow, it swiftly reached Yuxuan's presence. Yuxuan took a step back and extended his hand to catch the small knife model. Once it landed in his grasp, it gradually transformed into a uniquely shaped blade brimming with effects. Zheng Xiong curiously glanced at the knife in Yuxuan's hand. The blade of bloodshed quality. Artifact, pseudo, description, forged over 300 years by a failed soul smith who accidentally arrived in the realm of the dead, utilizing the essence of 3 million powerful undead as sustenance, and ultimately sacrificing his own soul. This formidable weapon was created. Though it is a pseudo-artifact, it is more potent than many genuine artifacts. To encounter it is to meet one's doom. Effects, Godslayer. This equipment can devour artifacts, continuously enhancing its quality and effect intensity. Current number of artifacts devoured, 3 million undead. The wielder of this equipment can summon undead from the void. Maximum quantity, 3 million. Strength limit, Undead Knight. Bloodshed. Targets injured by this equipment become immune to any healing effects below divine level for 10 minutes. Marked for death. The wielder may teleport directly to the injured target's vicinity, becoming completely invisible for 30 seconds. Complete invisibility, silent and utterly concealed. Pursuit. With each attack, this equipment deals an additional 5 strikes of equal power to the target. After perusing the details of the weapon in Yuxuan's hand, Zheng Xiong drew the red blade and pointed it at Yuxuan. However, since receiving the blade of bloodshed, Yuxuan had kept his eyes closed. Zheng Xiong descended from the sky and approached Yuxuan. An aura of dark red lightning began to manifest around Yuxuan. Gradually, and Yushuan's hair turned crimson, and his stature began to rise in no time, he transformed into a towering figure, standing at 275 meters, muscular, with crimson hair and eyes that reflected a chilling void. The blade of bloodshed in his hand also elongated to 1.75 meters. In Yushuan gazed at Zheng Xiong and declared, "These years, my body has indeed benefited greatly from your care. As a gesture of gratitude, allow me to grant you the finest demise." With that, and Yushuan charged at Zheng Xiong, brandishing the blade of bloodshed. Zheng Xiong, witnessing in Yushuan's approach, quickly checked his status. Upon seeing a series of question marks, with only the name awakened in Yushuan visible, he swung the red blade, unleashing a flurry of blade energy. The energy surged forth, striking the ground before Yushuan, yet it vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the earth. Suddenly, Zheng Xiong leapt to the side, unleashing multiple waves of blade energy in all directions. In the very spot he had just occupied, two dark red blades of energy appeared simultaneously from above and below. Following this, a barrage of dark red blade energies emerged from the void. Pursuing Zheng Xiong relentlessly, Zheng Xiong's newly unleashed blade energies collided with the dark red energies from the void. They both dissipated entirely in Yushuan, then materialized behind Zheng Xiong, delivering a swift downward strike that cleaved Zheng Xiong in two. As in Yushuan severed Zheng Xiong, his previously impassive expression flickered with a hint of emotion, and a dark red shield enveloped his form. With a thunderous explosion, the severed body of Zheng Xiong erupted violently. The force of the blast shattered in Yushuan's shield as if it were but paper, sending him reeling backward. As he regained his footing, a voice echoed, "Ninjutsu Essence Millennium Kill." Boom! Zheng Xiong, crouched low, suddenly appeared behind Yushuan, wielding a peculiar object, and ruthlessly thrust it into the center of Yushuan's lower back. And why, dear master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The story grows ever more thrilling. And Yushuan, struck in the lower back, transitioned from an expressionless demeanor to one of utter shock. He leapt into the air, soaring skyward, taking the strange object with him. Zheng Xiong, observing Yushuan ascend into the heavens, stood and made a sign of the cross, praying for his safety. Translucent excretion stick one-time use quality. Red, colorful description, a boon for those suffering from constipation. Using it once will typically alleviate any future blockage. However, it is merely a tool to assist in relief, and one should refrain from emulating certain unscrupulous smiths who misuse it. Current number of victims. 1 effects. Relief. Striking a target's special area with this stick will increase their expiratory output. Pain strike. When this stick is thrust into a target's sensitive spot, they will endure an additional 750 pain. Soaring pain. If the target is struck by the stick and leaps above 1 meter, they will suffer an extra 300 pain, with each additional meter stacking the pain's intensity. 20 seconds later, Zheng Xiong gazed at the distant sky as a figure resembling a human plummeted from above. Just then, he received a system notification. "Congratulations, challenge. Awakened in Yushuan successful. You have now successfully transitioned to the role of a time-space smith. For detailed information, please check on your own. The world portal will open in 1 minute. Prepare yourself." Eagerly, Zheng Xiong opened his personal information. Character: Zheng Xiong. Profession: time-space smith. Attributes: upon entering the world, randomly adjusted to align with the current world's attributes. Limits depend on the current attributes. Skills: swordsmanship. No style. Time-space forging technique. Myriad celestial arts. Too numerous to list. Feel free to explore. Spatial items. Could you not clutter the system space as if it were your personal landfill? After reviewing his new personal details, Zheng Xiong stepped into the world portal. Just as he entered and the portal vanished, a massive sword plunged into the ground where he had stood moments before. Accompanying, it was a furious Yushuan, bloodied and appearing as a solid presence upon the sword's hilt. That moment, Yushuan, drenched in blood, with a torrent streaming from his back, occasionally spewed forth a faintly yellow substance, gazing at the desolate surroundings. Yushuan raised his head and roared into the sky. "Zheng Xiong, the essence of a nation's culture, incompletely expressed." Meanwhile, Zheng Xiong, who had just been transported to a street, seemed to hear in Yuxuan's furious shout and softly remarked, "No need to thank me. I am a good person, helping you relieve yourself, free of charge, in the realm of the dead." And Yuxuan, amidst his tirade, appeared to catch wind of Zheng Xiong's words with a sudden burst. He expelled a geyser of blood into the sky before collapsing to the ground. Rendered unconscious as the blood spurted forth, the previously unrelenting torrent from his rear ceased abruptly. Do not be alarmed. Your father, Chao Yanming, is my elder brother. His disappearance is something I only recently learned about. Since you have arrived in the human realm, accompany me for now. When you grow up, I shall escort you back to Luocha Street. Zheng Xiong, observing the young Chao Xianliang cradled in the arms of Chao Yanbing, who had just fled from Luocha Street, met the latter's wary gaze. Chao Yanbing eyed Zheng Xiong suspiciously. You know my father? How is it that you are in the human realm? If you do not explain yourself thoroughly, I will not accompany you. Zheng Xiong, upon hearing Chao Yanbing's words, lowered his head and chuckled bitterly. If I were to say that your father asked me to leave the soul realm and come to the human realm before his disappearance, would you believe me? By the way, this box was entrusted to me by your father. He insisted that I must give it to you when we meet, as it is quite special. Zheng Xiong placed the box before Chao Yanbing. Balancing Chao Xianliang in one arm, Chao Yanbing opened the box with the other, revealing a necklace and a letter inside. After reading the letter, Chao Yanbing silently donned the necklace and turned to Zheng Xiong. Where shall we go? Zheng Xiong smiled and replied, No rush on the destination. Take a seat here for now. Some bothersome individuals are approaching, and I must address them first. As Zheng Xiong concluded his words, for shadowy figures clad in black, wielding curved blades and emanating an eerie green glow, suddenly materialized before him, obstructing the path between Zheng Xiong and Chao Yanbing. Following this, a multitude of malevolent spirits of various forms emerged behind them. Chao Yanbing, beholding the unexpected presence of the four black-clad figures and the throng of evil spirits, clutched tightly to Chao Xianliang, feeling an acute sense of fear, yet bravely confronting the looming threats at that moment. Zheng Xiong reached out, gently ruffling the hair of the young Chao Yanbing. What are you afraid of? Open your eyes wide and observe how we, people like us, engage in battle. You shall return to Luocha Street one day. Upon concluding his statement, Zheng Xiong drew forth the red blade and summoned Jin Gudua, who emerged from within the weapon. Upon seeing the four shadowy figures, Jin Gudua scoffed, Xiong, are you jesting with me? These four lackeys, not even worth a bounty of 40 million berries, are the reason you summoned me. Zheng Xiong firmly grasped Jin Gudua's shoulder, forcibly redirecting him towards the multitude of evil spirits. You handle that side. I'll take care of this. With that, Zheng Xiong, wielding the red blade, surged forward, cleaving one of the shadows in two before swiftly striking at another. Jin Gudua, observing the throng of evil spirits, began to chuckle, stretching his neck with amusement. Interesting, quite invigorating. Soon after, Chao Yanbing witnessed a scene that would remain etched in his memory, even into adulthood. Following Zheng Xiong's strike, one shadow was severed in half, dissipating into black smoke. The sudden appearance of a colossal figure was even more terrifying. With a single punch, the spirits touched by his fist were obliterated, unable to emit even a scream. 30 seconds later, Jin Gudua returned to Zheng Xiong's side, glancing at the young Chao Yanbing and the infant in his arms. Xiong, have you been here before? Is this your child? Zheng Xiong, looking down at Chao Yanbing, replied, I know this child's father. He is currently missing, so I am temporarily taking care of him. Now, let us go have a meal. After saying this, Zheng Xiong turned and walked ahead. Chao Yanbing, clutching Chao Xianliang, followed closely behind. Jin Gudua remained stationary, observing Zheng Xiong's retreating figure. Xiong, you remain as gentle as ever, he remarked before transforming into the wind and returning to the red blade. Hearing Jin Gudua's words, Zheng Xiong briefly paused before resuming his stride. That a month later, Zheng Xiong, wielding a wooden sword, pointed it at the prostrate form of Chao Yanbing. Get up, continue. Gritting his teeth, Chao Yanbing rose to retrieve the metal sword he had just dropped, aiming a strike at Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong effortlessly deflected the metal blade with his wooden sword, sending a kick that knocked Qiao Yanbing back. Reeling from the blow, Qiao Yanbing executed a series of cross steps. Swiftly rotating to close the distance to Zheng Xiong, he then bent low and lunged forward, striking 5 rapid blows in succession. Yet, Zheng Xiong easily parried each attack with his wooden sword, after neutralizing Qiao Yanbing's assault. Zheng Xiong locked his gaze onto him, activating the heart of one. Instantly, Qiao Yanbing stood frozen. 10 seconds later, breaking free from the mental hold, he prepared to swing his metal sword once more at Zheng Xiong, only to find Zheng Xiong carefully feeding Qiao Xianliang with a baby bottle. Looking up at Qiao Yanbing, who had just escaped the mental grasp, Zheng Xiong nodded approvingly. Not bad. Not bad at all. Your dragon turn flash and willpower have shown significant improvement since a month ago, but it's still insufficient. Far from enough. Let us have breakfast first. Later, Jean Gudwa will teach you boxing. Qiao Yanbing, observing Zheng Xiong's tender care of Qiao Xianliang, nodded and moved towards Jean Gudwa, who was engaged in a rigorous workout, lifting a 500-pound weight while performing jumping jacks. Upon noticing Qiao Yanbing approaching, Jean Gudwa instructed, "Go grab that steel rope and jump 1,000 high knees. Once you finish, we'll have breakfast. Today we have your favorite, king crab." Zheng Xiong interjected, "That's called a royal crab, not a king crab." Jean, you've forgotten again. Zheng Xiong resumed feeding Qiao Xianliang. Jean Gudwa scoffed. What kind of crab can be called a royal crab when it's not even half the size of a sea king beast? Even if your father were here, that crab would still only be called a king crab, not a royal one. After saying this, he turned to Qiao Yanbing. What are you staring at? Hurry up and jump. Young Qiao Yanbing, upon hearing Jean Gudwa's command, quickly grasped the steel rope, which was thicker than his own leg, and began to perform high knee jumps. A year later, Zheng Xiong and Jean Gudwa, while enjoying grilled meat, watched as Qiao Yanbing diligently endeavored to awaken his guardian spirit. Jean Gudwa remarked, "Xiong, what's the deal with this kid's guardian spirit?" Zheng Xiong glanced at Jean Gudwa before taking a bite of the freshly grilled beef. In this world, some individuals are extraordinary. Each possesses a unique guardian spirit, varying in strength. I suspect this little fellow's spirit will not be weak, given that his ancestor was a renowned warrior. After this, Zheng Xiong continued to gnaw on the beef leg. Jean Gudwa, upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, silently reached for a bottle of Erguo too, draining it in one go. After setting down the empty bottle, he turned his gaze towards Qiao Yanbing, who was on the verge of summoning his guardian spirit. I shall eagerly await to see how powerful his guardian spirit truly is. 1 minute later, Qiao Yanbing opened his eyes and proclaimed with palpable intensity, "Come forth, Eugene." As he spoke, a radiant light ignited behind him, gradually revealing a figure adorned with a conical hat. Once the light faded, the figure knelt before Qiao Yanbing on one knee. "I, the guilty General Eugene, pay my respects to the young master." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiong abruptly approached, offering Eugene a beef leg. Eugene, bewildered by the sudden gesture, looked at Zheng Xiong, his expression shifting dramatically as he stood up and exclaimed, "Wei Ho, how are you still alive? Did you not perish in the Battle of Hanzhong? And your blade, the red blade, was it not shattered by that Yin man, Zhang Ida, during your duty to righteousness? How is it now so intact?" Zheng Xiong, confused by Eugene's words, replied, "Have we met?" Eugene, observing Zheng Xiong, who seemed not to recognize him, took several steps back to create distance, adopting a forward stance with his blade, and declared in a commanding voice, "The people of the world require but one king." Zheng Xiong, witnessing Eugene's stance, felt an uncanny resemblance to himself. After Eugene completed his stance, he looked at Zheng Xiong, seemingly recalling something, his face alight with excitement. "Wei Ho, do you remember now?" Zheng Xiong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Apologies, I cannot recall. However, you mentioned having seen me. Have you encountered that fellow?" Zheng Xiong pointed at Jean Gudwa. Following Zheng Xiong's gesture, Eugene dashed towards Jean Gudwa, embracing him with fervent joy. "Silly Jean, so you are still alive? What a relief." Jean Gudwa remained silent, glaring at Eugene before suddenly launching a powerful punch. Why Eugene, seemingly familiar with Jean Gudwa's moves, swiftly evaded the blow, countering with a knee to Jean Gudwa's rising leg. Observing that both his punch and knee had been thwarted by the figure concealed beneath the hat, Jean Gudwa, filled with rage, attempted to headbutt Eugene. However, Eugene nimbly leapt back to avoid the strike. With a resounding crash, Jean Gudwa sent the barbecue grill flying apart. Zheng Xiong, witnessing the destruction of the grill, twitched his lips in irritation. He shoved the half-eaten beef leg into Chow Yanbing's hands and stormed over to Jean Gudwa. "Ah, Jean, are you stuffed? Did you want to showcase your iron head against a grill? The pink-grade barbecue grill, you think you could just smash it without a care?" Jean Gudwa, disdainfully regarding Zheng Xiong, retorted, "Xiong, you know the quality of the grill you made better than I do. Moreover, had that scoundrel not rushed at me shouting silly Jean, I wouldn't have been so enraged that while Eugene gazed at the figures before him, seemingly unable to recognize his own companions, Zheng Xiong and Jingu Duo. Lowering his head with a bitter smile, he softly remarked, "It appears that Wei Ho and the foolish Jean have paid a hefty price in their new lives." Having forgotten all of their past, suddenly, Zheng Xiong and Jingu Duo, without his notice, approached him from either side and simultaneously patted his shoulders. Jingu Duo exclaimed, "Though I am not particularly fond of you, you impolite rascal, I sense that you know someone who bears a striking resemblance to me. Yes, oh, let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Jingu Duo." Zheng Xiong added, "I shall refrain from saying too much. Instead, focus on becoming stronger. Next year, I intend to take your young master and Xianliang to launch a counter-offensive against the Soul Realm." Wai Eugene regarded the two, both strange yet familiar, and solemnly nodded. He then bowed respectfully to Zheng Xiong, declaring, "This humble one, Eugene, acknowledges your command." Upon hearing Eugene's words, the previously stern expression on Zheng Xiong's face broke into a smile. "Oh, not be so formal. There are no such rituals here. Come, let us feast on barbecued meat." With that, Zheng Xiong pulled Eugene toward Chow Yanbing, who was diligently gnawing on a beef leg. As they approached, Chow Yanbing, having taken a mouthful of meat, remarked, "Uncle Xiong, this beef is poorly grilled. It tastes terrible, like a tire." Upon hearing Chow Yanbing's words, Zheng Xiong furrowed his brow. He swiftly snatched the beef leg from Chow Yanbing's hands, took a small bite, and then spat it out on the ground. "Ugh, truly dreadful. I cannot fathom how you can consume this. Go. Perform 101 finger pull-ups using only your middle finger. Only after completing this will you earn your food." With that, Chow Yanbing dashed to a piece of gym equipment, leaping up to grasp the horizontal bar with his middle finger, commencing his rigorous pull-up regimen. Zheng Xiong, glancing at the earnest efforts of Chow Yanbing, retrieved a grand and exquisitely crafted grill from his system space. Superb grill quality. Red description: a specially designed barbecue grill crafted by a particularly unique and unconventional forge master, tailored for grilling purposes. Effect: grilling fire. This equipment automatically generates a special flame known as grilling fire. Anything grilled over this flame will become delicious and savory. Effect: superbly elegant. Items barbecued with this equipment will automatically transform into visually stunning dishes. Effect: flavor enhancement. Foods grilled using this equipment will have the appropriate flavors automatically infused. Jingu Duo, observing Zheng Xiong unveil the magnificent grill, eagerly urged, "Quickly, bring forth the items to be grilled. I shall handle the cooking." Eugene stood silently by, watching Zheng Xiong and Jingu Duo, and silently mused, "Wei Ho, in this new life, still relishes barbecuing, while foolish Jean continues to delight in preparing food for Wei Ho." With this thought, Eugene stepped forward and addressed Zheng Xiong. "Wei Ho, I possess some knowledge of grilling as well. Allow me to join in." Zheng Xiong glanced at Eugene before producing a pile of corn and eggplants. "You can grill these. They taste delightful when cooked." Wai Eugene accepted the corn and eggplants with a nod, then diligently began to skewer them in preparation for grilling. As Zheng Xiong entered the streets of Luosha, he observed the surroundings filled with wandering malevolent spirits and soulless entities, aimlessly drifting about. Zheng Xiong frowned at the scene unfolding before him. Jingu Duo, standing behind him, spoke in a low voice. "Is this the underworld? So many malevolent spirits?" Chow Yanbing, his expression grim, replied, "No, this was once my home, now seized by a villain named Lu Tanyi." At that moment, a nearby malevolent spirit noticed Zheng Xiong and his companions. It let out a deafening howl, prompting the surrounding spirits to charge toward their position. Before long, they found themselves completely surrounded by a horde of malevolent entities that Eugene, observing the encroaching spirits, produced a gleaming, black-purple, three-pronged, double-edged blade from the void, ready to confront the oncoming threats. Zheng Xiong, unable to contain himself, exclaimed at the sight of Eugene's impressive weapon. "What manner of weapon is this?" Without turning, Eugene replied, "Wei Ho, this is the special weapon you crafted for me. The Divine Thunder three-pronged, double-edged blade. That it was this very blade that caused Guan Yu to lose his hair and beard, which is yet to grow back." With that, Eugene brandished the three-pronged, double-edged blade and charged into the fray. The malevolent spirits, witnessing Eugene's audacity, roared in fury and began their assault. Jinggu Duo, Chao Yin Bing, and Chao Xian Liang, seeing Eugene besieged, each drew their weapons and joined the battle. Jinggu Duo, donning his gauntlets, struck with such force that multiple spirits were shattered into pieces. Chao Yin Bing wielded a sword as massive as a door, spinning amidst the spirits, cleaving through them with ease, reducing them to wisps of black smoke. Chao Xian Liang, armed with twin crossbows, continuously fired bolts as if they were limitless, ensuring that any spirits escaping Chao Yin Bing's strikes were met with his unerring aim. And just as this fierce battle raged on, in a tea house located several streets away from Luosha, a robust man clad in a luxurious blue brocade robe, who had been sipping tea, suddenly sneezed. Afterward, he nonchalantly returned to his cup. Seated across from him, a similarly bald and bearded man with a dark complexion calmly wiped away the tea that had splattered on him from the sneeze and remarked, "Second brother, stop drinking for now. Let us visit the strategist and see who is speaking of you." The red-faced man waved dismissively, indicating for his brother to sit down. After finishing his tea, he stated, "As of now, the only ones daring to speak of me are that fool you man from Wei and Elbu, who constantly trails after a little girl that I cannot think of anyone else." Upon hearing his brother's words, the dark-faced man urged, "What are we waiting for? Let us head to Luosha. That fool you has reappeared." Just as he finished speaking, a youth entered the tea house with a smile, inquiring, "Ida, Yin Chong, where are you two headed? To Luosha? If so, I advise against it. The Wei Ho, Zheng Wei Tian, is currently in Luosha. Although he appears weak for some unknown reason, you both know how formidable he truly is." The dark-faced and red-faced men fell silent upon hearing the youth's warning, quietly resuming their tea and refraining from further discussion about Luosha, watching the two men settle down to drink in peace. The youth smiled and joined them in their tea. "Brother, please stop spinning. I feel dizzy," Chao Xian Liang remarked from atop Chao Yin Bing's head. Chao Xian Liang's words. Chao Yin Bing ceased his spinning. "Keep your voice down. Uncle Xiong is watching us." Suddenly, Zheng Xiong appeared behind Chao Yin Bing, crushing a malevolent spirit feigning death with a single stomp. Chao Yin Bing, sweating nervously, turned to face Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong, without uttering a word, ruffled Chao Xian Liang's hair, then called out to Eugene and Jinggu Duo, who were valiantly battling the malevolent spirits. "You two should pause for a moment and rest. An intriguing opponent approaches." Just as Zheng Xiong finished speaking, a man with an arrogant gait and an infuriating expression strode toward them, accompanied by a strikingly handsome guardian spirit. Chao Yin Bing, upon recognizing the man, shouted in fury, "Lu Tianyu!" Lu Tianyu scratched his ear, casting a disdainful glance at Chao Yin Bing. "I wondered who was causing such a ruckus. It turns out to be the little brat who fled Luosha last year. Come, kneel and count 100 times to amuse me." As Lu Tianyu boasted, his guardian spirit suddenly restrained him and whispered in his ear, "Young master, do you not find that man standing beside the boy familiar? If I am not mistaken, that should be the Wei State's Wei Ho, Zheng Wei Tian, from the Three Kingdoms period, who once led 700 men to break through an army of 100,000, earning the admiration of Chao Mingda, who likened him to Bai Qi." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu, faced with the words of his guardian spirit, was drenched in cold sweat, trembling all over as he glanced towards Zheng Xiong's location, only to be astonished to find that Zheng Xiong was no longer there. Instantly, Lu Tianyu turned pale and attempted to flee. However, as he looked back, he saw Zheng Xiong squinting at him, I at you two worthless wretches who dare to snatch my elder brother, Chao Yan. Away. Do you have any dying word to share? No. Then you may as well be remade now. Just as Zheng Xiong was about to unsheath his red blade and take action, Lu Tianyu's guardian spirit suddenly knelt on one knee before Zheng Xiong, presenting a token and saying, Weiho, I am Yin Qing. Do you remember me? This is the token of my brother, Shan Xiongxin, that I am willing to use it to exchange for my departure with the young master, never to return. Zheng Xiong furrowed his brow and took the token from Yin Qing's hands. Shan Xiongxin token quality. Artifact, pseudo, description. This is a token bestowed upon you by your future self. Intended for the character Shan Xiongxin from Water Margin. The bearer of this token may unconditionally request two reasonable favors from the holder. Effect, indestructible. No conventional means can harm this token. Effect, keeping promises. A vow made to the sovereign shall remain unchanged for eternity. After reading the information about the token, Zheng Xiong's inner doubts multiplied. Eventually, he cast Yin Qing and Lu Tianyu into the human realm and performed a spell on Lu Tianyu, a dream of 1,000 lives, allowing Lu Tianyu to experience 1,000 different reincarnations in his dreams. Until he completed this journey, Lu Tianyu would not awaken. Yin Qing dared not say anything further, silently carrying the unconscious Lu Tianyu away into the distance. Standing in the spirit realm, on Raksha Street, Zheng Xiong watched as Yin Qing slowly walked away on the streets of the human realm. He then turned to Chao Yanbing and said, Apologies, Yanbing, though that fellow is quite the scoundrel. I cannot act against his guardian spirit and him due to certain matters. Let us head to your home. Oh, almost forgot. We'll go to your home later. With that, Zheng Xiong stepped forward, driving the red blade into the ground, and then clapped his palms together. Purification technique. With Zheng Xiong's command, the blade erupted in a dazzling white light, shooting up into the sky. Subsequently, a torrential rain began to fall across all of Raksha Street. Once the raindrops touched the disoriented souls wandering aimlessly, their vacant gazes began to show signs of life, gradually restoring their normal appearance. Chao Yanbing and Chao Xianliang stood in shock, watching Zheng Xiong cast his magic amidst the downpour. At this moment, Jing Gudu and Eugene, standing behind Chao Yanbing, remarked, Weiho has always been this way. On the surface, he seems domineering and unreasonable, yet he harbors deep compassion for the weak. Zheng has always been like this. Even on the ship, he took great care of the weaker crew members and would do his utmost to protect his frail comrades during battles, exuding a charismatic presence. Just as Jing Gudu and Eugene were extolling Zheng Xiong, he suddenly turned around. What nonsense! Hurry and come help. I'm barely holding on. Exchanging glances, Jing Gudu and Eugene quickly helped support Chao Yanbing, placing his hands on Zheng Xiong's back, while they positioned their palms behind him. Instantly, the rain, which had begun to weaken, intensified once more. The two brothers, Chao Yanbing and Chao Xianliang, felt the combined force of Zheng Xiong, Jing Gudu, and Eugene pressing against their small bodies, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. 5 minutes later, the heavy rain ceased. Zheng Xiong let out a long breath, gazing down at the unconscious Chao Yanbing and Chao Xianliang. He bent down to lift them both, looking at the pale and trembling Eugene and Jing Gudu, saying, Let us go. With that, Zheng Xiong carried Chao Yanbing in one arm and Chao Xianliang in the other, making his way to the highest point of Raksha Street, after sharing a knowing glance. Eugene and Jing Gudu exchanged wry smiles and silently followed Zheng Xiong upward. Upon reaching the pinnacle of Raksha Street, they found a figure clad in a purple brocade robe standing beneath the spirit tree. The spirit Sephora. The figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing away from them, and spoke in a hoarse voice, Weiho, you have finally arrived, but alas, you are late. After finishing his words, the figure turned to face Zheng Xiong and the others, revealing a smile before transforming into flowing sand and vanishing into the ground. With the disappearance of the purple-robed figure, the spirit Sephora began to emit flashes of white light, followed by a tremendous roar as its base exploded, sending dust clouds into the air and causing it to gradually collapse. As the spirit Sephora crumbled, the sky above Raksha Street was suddenly devoid of its protective barrier, unleashing an endless torrent of dark. malevolent energy that rapidly engulfed all buildings and living beings in sight. Seeing this, Zheng Xiong's expression darkened. He threw the red blade into the sky and brought his palms together. Sword style, temporal barrier. Instantly, the red blade, which Zheng Xiong had hurled skyward, vanished its form and transformed into a translucent red barrier, swiftly covering the massive rift created by the collapse of the spirits of Fora. Once the breach was sealed, the dark malevolent energy ceased to descend. Having completed this, Zheng Xiong's once lustrous straight black hair had now turned into dry, lifeless strands, and his youthful visage had transformed into that of a weathered elder. Eugene remarked, "Who was that arrogant fellow, just now? Quite audacious to dismantle my family's spirit tree in front of me. If we meet again, he better leave some compensation. This matter is far from settled." Eugene gazed at the spot where the purple-robed figure had vanished, speaking in a somber tone. "Weiho, that figure was the last disciple of the poison master, Liru, Long Yuxuan, known as the Hidden Dragon. He is an extremely dangerous individual whose appearances invariably lead to catastrophic events." After hearing Eugene's words, Zheng Xiong nodded and glanced at Chao Yanbing. "Why, Eugene, take out what you have in that class behind you and hand it to me." 10 minutes later, Zheng Xiong stood before the guardian spirits he had summoned from the 10 halls of Yama. Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Zhang Liao, and Su Huang, who were now surrounding him. Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan greeted, "Weiho, it has been a long time. I never imagined that after all these years we would all grow so old yet still be alive." Dian Wei, Su Chu, Zhang Liao, and Su Huang echoed, "Weiho, it has been a while. May we inquire as to why you have summoned us?" Zheng Xiong, in a hoarse voice, replied, "Generals, I have summoned you for these 2 children. Currently, I am unable to continue protecting them. Both brothers are descendants of Manda. Though Chao Xianliang possesses no spiritual power within him, he bears my legacy of swordsmanship. When he turns 18, his inheritance will awaken, and his swordsmanship will rival mine. In the meantime, I implore you, generals, to guard these brothers in my stead." Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, the guardian spirits turned their gazes toward Chao Yanbing and Chao Xianliang, who was just waking up and rubbing his eyes. They then turned back to Zheng Xiong. Xiahou Dun, with his great blade embedded in the ground and his hand resting atop its hilt, looked at Chao Yanbing and Chao Xianliang, saying, "Weiho, which of these 2 little fellows can inherit the Chancellor's ambitions? If neither can, we shall only promise to guard them until they reach adulthood, and we will not concern ourselves with other matters." After contemplating Xiahou Dun's words for a moment, Zheng Xiong remained silent as he observed Chao Yanbing and Chao Xianliang. After a while, he spoke. "Chao Xianliang is still too young. I cannot discern anything why. As for Chao Yanbing, his character resembles that of Munda in his youth, but I must first test his resolve." With that, Zheng Xiong approached Chao Yanbing, speaking with authority. "Yanbing, look me in the eye." Chao Yanbing lifted his head to meet Zheng Xiong's gaze. Subsequently, Zheng Xiong channeled all his momentum towards Chao Yanbing, intensifying it continuously. In stark contrast, Chao Yanbing remained steadfast, gritting his teeth as he held Zheng Xiong stared like a tea that moment. Zheng Xiong appeared to Chao Yanbing as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, filled with countless wailing souls and scattered remnants of broken armor. 5 minutes later, Zheng Xiong retracted his aura and turned to glance at the guardian spirits, including Xiahou Dun. "Generals, this child possesses a resolute spirit and considerable valor. However, his intellect seems lacking as he insists on enduring longer than necessary." As Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan exchanged glances, they were about to speak when Eugene abruptly interjected. "Weiho, your shamelessness remains undiminished over the years. You bind the young master's head with this contraption, yet if he wishes to turn, he must be able to do so." Upon hearing Eugene's words, the guardian spirits, in a tactical retreat, distanced themselves from him. Once at a safe distance, Su Zhu, Su Huang, Zhang Liao, Dian Wei, Xiahou Dun, and Xiahou Yuan all gave a thumbs up to Eugene and stated in unison, "When it comes to stubbornness and honesty, you are the champion. Weiho, you may continue with your tasks. Once you finish, summon us again." After speaking, the guardian spirits transformed into various streams of light and returned to the 10 Yama Kings. At this moment, Jean Gudwa patted Eugene on the shoulder. "I will miss you, old you." After saying this, Jean Gudwa turned into a crimson stream of light, vanishing into the red shield of the Hongren. Chao Xianyang, sucking on a lollipop, approached Eugene. "Uncle you are quite brave. I have faith in you," Chao Xianyang exclaimed before darting back into the house he once shared with his brother. This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Chao Yambing stood immobile, eyes closed, still enveloped in the residual effects of Zheng Xiong's recent surge of momentum. Zheng Xiong observed as all the guardian spirits and individuals fled or hid. Squinting, he approached Eugene, brandishing a red brick in one hand and a blue brick in the other, swiftly striking at the still-standing Eugene. "Shameless, are we? Unchanged over the years, are we? Stubborn, are we? Let's speak frankly. Shall we?" When Chao Yambing regained his senses and opened his eyes, he beheld Eugene, noticeably swollen and twitching beside him, accompanied by a jade box and a letter. Intrigued, Chao Yambing picked up the letter and began to read. After finishing, he gazed skyward and solemnly declared, "Uncle Xiong, watch over me from the heavens. I shall grow to become a formidable force, safeguarding Luocha Street. Henceforth before the ruins of the spiritual locust tree on Luocha Street." A mound of earth and a tombstone emerged, inscribed with "Grave of Wei Wei Ho Zheng Tianwei." Jean Gudwa, observing from above, remarked with a twitch of his lips, "Should I descend to inform this child that Xiong merely aged temporarily and departed to explore elsewhere, and is not truly deceased?" Ultimately, Jean Gudwa refrained from informing Chao Yambing that Zheng Xiong was, in fact, alive, merely wandering in another realm. Thus, 30 years later, upon returning to the Seoul town, Zheng Xiong stood bewildered before his own grave, only to erupt in fury, violently confronting Chao Yambing, all of his guardian spirits, and Chao Xianyang. Just as Zheng Xiong exited Luocha Street, he strolled quietly along the road, engaging in a half-hearted conversation with a large orange cat that lingered in the monster realm. "Why haven't you reverted to your youthful form? Others may not recognize you, but I certainly do. That feeble shield could never cause you to age into this state." Zheng Xiong replied, "For now, let it be. There is no harm in appearing older." Thus, the two fell into silence, continuing their tranquil walk until Zheng Xiong halted beneath a colossal tree. Deep in thought, 3 children approached Zheng Xiong's side. "Old man, are you here to pray for your family at the Fuso tree?" Zheng Xiong glanced down at the trio, smiling as he responded, "I'm not here to pray for my family. I wish to take in the beauty of this world before departing. Since fate has brought us together today, would you care to share what you aspire to be when you grow up? Perhaps I can assist you." The children exchanged glances, and the tallest boy stepped forward, stating, "Old man, I wish to protect everyone. I want to safeguard the land beneath my feet, ensuring it remains peaceful and prosperous for all." Zheng Xiong nodded in approval. "A commendable dream, child. Then I shall gift you this indestructible shield set." Zheng Xiong then retrieved a sword devoid of a blade, merely a hilt, along with a suit of armor encased in a pearl and 3 pieces of jewelry from his system space. Indestructible shield sword set, bound character. Quality, divine artifact description. Should you persist in your guardianship, I shall ensure your safety. Post-battle words. Effect, guardian oath invincibility. Upon donning this equipment, as long as you remain steadfast in the protective oath you once vowed, you shall be immune to 99 of all damage, and your strength shall be augmented by 100, stackable up to 10 times. Effect, enemy slaughter. When your attack hits a target, it inflicts an additional 300 damage to the target's soul and an extra 800 pain. Effect set, 3 pieces, all effects of the equipment activated, additional 200 enhancement, 5 pieces. Each successful attack on a target steals 50 defense from the target and enhances your own. Switching targets refreshes the state. 9 pieces. Each attack inflicts an additional 3 damage, ignoring all defenses of the target. Indestructible shield set quality. Divine artifact description. Even if others call me foolish, arrogant, or reckless, so what? I only wish to protect all that I cherish, even if it costs me my life. Earth Guardian. Roto effect. Stand firm. Upon donning this equipment, you should be immune to any knockdown effects. And each time you are hit, your movement speed shall increase by 50 up to 5 layers. Effect, death resistance. When on the brink of death, this equipment automatically heals your wounds, granting immunity to all attacks for 30 seconds. while also enhancing your attack range by 600 meters. Cooldown, 2 years. This effect is inactive during cooldown. Effect set, similar to the sword. Indestructible shield jewelry set quality. Super divine artifact. Description: God, do you wish to harm all that I protect? Come forth. Today marks the twilight of the gods. Godslayer Guardian. Effect: accelerated growth upon donning this equipment for every additional year of life. The wearer's growth value and talent shall increase by 1,000. Effect set. Same as above. The curious boy accepted the indestructible shield set from Zheng Xiong and looked up at him. Are you going to die, old man? Zheng Xiong chuckled while ruffling the boy's hair before turning to the only girl among the trio. Child, what do you wish to become when you grow up? The girl pondered for a moment before replying. I want to be a physician, healing the sick and saving those in need. Zheng Xiong nodded, a noble aspiration indeed. I shall bestow upon you this death redemption. Zheng Xiong placed a pair of gloves into the girl's hands. Death redemption quality. The stronger your resolve to save lives, the more powerful it becomes. Description: is death truly the end? I do not know, but I do know that I can save lives. Nameless doctor. Effect: see through hearts. Upon donning this equipment, the wearer can perceive the thoughts and moral character of targets whose strength does not exceed their own by 40. Effect: versatile healing arts. This equipment can conjure any medical items needed for healing. Effect: divine medical skills. Upon wearing this equipment, the wearer instinctively comprehends the ability to heal all ailments and adverse conditions. Effect: indestructible. This equipment is impervious to any form of damage. After bestowing the death redemption upon the girl, Zheng Xiong turned his serious gaze to the final boy. Child, what is the source of the murderous intent that emanates from you? It is remarkably pure. The boy, upon being questioned, lowered his head in silence, his body gradually trembling as a crimson aura enveloped him. The girl, who had just received her salvation from death, upon witnessing the boy's state, hurriedly embraced him, offering comfort as she spoke. Evil, please wake up. This old gentleman is not the one who struck you down before. The girl held tightly to the boy, known as Evil, but ultimately he wriggled free from her grasp. After breaking away from the girl's embrace, the boy fixed his gaze upon Zheng Xiong, his eyes ablaze with a fierce light. Zheng Tianwei, you shall perish. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Upon finishing his declaration, the boy clenched his fist, summoning a long spear, entirely red and forged from his own vitality, into his hand. With the spear in hand, he swiftly shook it, and in an instant, countless spear shadows emerged in the space before Zheng Xiong. Furrowing his brows, Zheng Xiong raised a magical shield to defend against the relentless barrage of spear shadows, retreating step by step. When Zheng Xiong had retreated to the 7th step, the figure of Long Yuxuan suddenly materialized behind him from the void, pressing a long sword against Zheng Xiong's magical shield. Lord Wei, we meet again. The scenery here is quite delightful. Consider it your burial ground. As soon as Long Yuxuan finished speaking, the boy, who had been fiercely attacking Zheng Xiong with his spear, suddenly turned pale, rolling his eyes before collapsing to the ground. Long Yuxuan gazed down at the fallen boy, a frown creasing his brow. Is the subconscious fear of Lord Wei still not dissipated? Very well, I shall return in 10 years. With that, Long Yuxuan vanished into the void, addressing Zheng Xiong. Lord Wei, until next time. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Once Long Yuxuan had completely disappeared, Zheng Xiong frowned, contemplating the magical shield that had just been pierced by Long Yuxuan's sword. I truly apologize, old gentleman. Ling Yi is not usually like this. I wonder what has spurred him today. The little girl anxiously watched Zheng Xiong. Interrupted from his thoughts by the girl, Zheng Xiong decided to cease contemplating. He approached the unconscious Ling Yi, studying him closely. Zheng Xiong bent down to pick up a shattered piece of jade. Before he could examine the fragment's information, a middle-aged man, smoking a cigarette, descended from the sky. I am Bei Luo Shermin, the guardian spirit stationed here. Who are you, and what transpired in the recent battle? After Zheng Xiong explained, Bei Luo Shermin ignited the cigar Zheng Xiong had discarded, inhaling deeply before saying, You should seek Zhuge Kongming on Shishu Street. After Long Yuxuan faked his death, he vanished for a millennium, all orchestrated by this individual. And thank you, Chao Wei, Lord Wei. Having said this, Bei Luo Shimin turned to leave. Zheng Xiong nodded at the departing Bei Luo Shimin, remarking, "What a true man. I wouldn't dare smoke the healing cigar so vigorously. The pain must be excruciating. Healing cigar disposable quality. Artifact, pseudo description. Are you injured? Severely? No worries, take a puff. Effect. The greater the pain, the better the healing effect. The more grievous the injury when consuming this item, the more pronounced the recovery effect. Likewise, the sensation of pain will intensify as the injuries heal. Recovery effectiveness depends on the severity of the user's injuries. For every second of recovery, pain intensity increases by 150. After finishing his remarks, Zheng Xiong turned and tossed a pitch-black, lightless spear beside the unconscious Ling Yi. He then addressed the little girl. "I am Zheng Xiong, though some call me Lord Wei or Zheng Tianwei. This god-slaying spear, while the most simplistic in effect among all my forged equipment, is also the most unique. When Ling Yi awakens, tell him that if he seeks vengeance, he should come to Shishu Street. I shall await him there." With that, Zheng Xiong soared into the sky, transforming into a crimson streak of light as he flew far away, leaving the astonished girl and another boy behind. Just after Zheng Xiong departed, the void nearby became blurred, and Long Yuxuan emerged from it. Gazing skyward at Zheng Xiong's receding figure, he whispered, "Lord Wei, our game has only just begun. Do not vanish again this time." "Zheng, what you just threw seems not to be the god-slaying spear, but rather the dragon-slaying spear," remarked the large orange cat, poking its head out from the realm of monsters. Hearing the cat's words, Zheng Xiong, who was plummeting towards Shishu Street, crashed onto the street, creating a sizable crater. Standing within the pit, he quickly checked his system space, and upon seeing the weapon he had named the god-slaying spear, which remained dull and lifeless, he took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Well, it's still a spear, so it doesn't matter by the way. Where is Zhuge Kongming? I was too caught up at the time to inquire about that formidable fellow's whereabouts." As soon as Zheng Xiong finished speaking, various colored Baiwa symbols appeared above, below, and around him, enveloping him from all sides. With the emergence of these colorful Bagua, Zheng Xiong felt that the space here had been completely isolated from its original dimension, and many powerful presences, guardian spirits, surrounded him. Habitually, Zheng Xiong reached for his waist, preparing to draw the red blade in defense. He could see that moment. A young man, elegantly fanning himself, donned in a silk cap and seated in a wheelchair, gracefully approached Zheng Xiong. "Lord Wei, I am aware of your intentions. The god-slaying spear in your possession was left intentionally by Liang, and Long Yuxuan's burial site lies within the Battle of Heroes. He cannot perish just yet. Liang's words end here. Farewell." The young man concluded, gently fanning himself and pointing at Zheng Xiong. Instantly, the surrounding space shattered like glass. Zheng Xiong felt a moment of disorientation, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself face to face with Bei Luo Shimin, who was observing him while smoking a cigarette. Taking a deep puff, Bei Luo Shimin exhaled and said, "It appears, Lord Wei, you have found the answer, since you have discovered it. Could you share it with me? If not, it is of no consequence." After saying this, Bei Luo Shimin continued smoking. Zheng Xiong turned his gaze toward the direction of Shishu Street. Suddenly, Bei Luo Shimin interjected, "Lord Wei, no need to look. You have indeed returned to the Fusong tree." Zhuge Kongming was well-versed in the art of Qimin Dunjia even during his lifetime, and now he excels in spatial techniques. For him, transporting someone across a certain range is not particularly challenging. Upon hearing Bei Luo Shimin's words, Zheng Xiong ceased looking toward Shishu Street and instead recounted Zhuge Kongming's earlier words to Bei Luo Shimin. After listening, Bei Luo Shimin turned to the void and spoke, "Ling Ming, shall we attend the Battle of Heroes in 10 years? Bang! A stone rod suddenly emerged from the void, crashing to the ground. Following this, a towering figure stepped forth from the void. After the imposing figure emerged, he nodded at Bei Luo Shimin. Zheng Xiong, recognizing the majestic figure, approached to examine his information. Character: Shi Ling Ming, the projection of Sun Wukong in this world. Current status: Amnesiac Guardian Spirit level. divine strength evaluation. You could easily dispatch this projection. But doing so would inevitably provoke Sun Wukong's wrath. Even 1% of Sun Wukong's strength could obliterate you. If you dare, feel free to test it, as I am ready to pack up this system. Speechless, Zheng Xiong read through the information on the towering figure and turned to Bei Luo Sherman. Bei Luo Sherman lit another cigarette and began to smoke. Ling Ming is my guardian spirit. I saved him in life. So he became my guardian spirit after death. And don't ask me how he grew so tall. I have no idea. By the way, that boy named Ling, he has just awakened and is currently wielding that peculiar spear you gave him. Searching for you today. As soon as Bei Luo Sherman finished speaking, a youthful voice echoed from behind Zheng Xiong. Zheng Tianwei. Upon calling out, Ling Yi charged at Zheng Xiong, ready to attack. In response, Zheng Xiong turned to face Ling Yi and simply stated, "One shot." Ling Yi immediately halted his movements, looking at Zheng Xiong with confusion. "What do you mean?" Zheng Xiong smiled as he addressed Ling Yi. "Have you not noticed how increasingly burdensome the gun in your hand has become?" No sooner had Zheng Xiong uttered these words than the weapon slipped from Ling Yi's grasp, crashing to the ground and creating a deep dent in the floor. Ling Yi gasped in disbelief. Zheng Xiong approached Ling Yi, crouching down to gently pat his head. "Though I'm unaware of the nature of our relationship in your past life, I surmise that your demise bears significant ties to me." Ling Yi shrugged off Zheng Xiong's hand, turning his head away as he coldly retorted, "Had it not been for your sudden disappearance, I would not have had to face the Western deities alone, ultimately perishing alongside Hong. The deaths of both Hong and Tu can be traced back to your abrupt absence. I have no desire to hear your explanations. Either wait until I come of age to exact my vengeance upon you, or engage me in combat with a proper weapon. Should you triumph, I shall no longer seek you out, nor will you seek me. Should you lose, this picturesque scenery shall serve as your final resting place." After hearing Ling Yi's words, Zheng Xiong retrieved a long spear of purple quality from his spatial realm and tossed it to Ling. "Let us fight now." This spear is indeed normal, albeit of superior quality. Before Zheng Xiong could finish his statement, Ling Yi caught the spear and unleashed a flurry of blinding strikes, rapidly closing the distance between them. "What is this incessant chatter? You are nothing but a master of words, a title you have held for far too long. I have grown weary of your sermons. Perish." In response, Zheng Xiong drew a kitchen knife from his system space, leaping back to create distance from Ling Yi, adopting a stance to draw the blade. The chapter does not conclude here. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Upon witnessing Zheng Xiong's stance, Ling Yi intensified his attacks with the spear, the multitude of strikes coalescing into a dragon-like form, accompanied by the roar of a dragon, just as Ling Yi's spear dragon was a mere step away from Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong boldly launched his counterattack. With an eye-blinding flash, he appeared behind Ling Yi. Ling Yi glanced back at Zheng Xiong, exclaiming, "You dare to use a flash against a mere child? And this spear is utterly subpar." With that, he rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. The purple quality spear Zheng Xiong had provided instantly split in two, shattering into fragments. Zheng Xiong discarded the kitchen knife back into the system space, turned and lifted the unconscious Ling Yi, nodding toward Bei Luo Sherman before making to depart. At this juncture, Bei Luo Sherman interjected, "Wei Ho, take him to my residence. It is tranquil there. I believe there exists a profound misunderstanding between this child and you, and we can discuss it at length in my abode." Suddenly, Ling Yi, still rolling his eyes, regained consciousness, exclaiming a string of expletives. After Ling Yi's barrage of insults toward Bei Luo Sherman and Zheng Xiong, he rolled his eyes once more and succumbed to unconsciousness. Bei Luo Sherman, his mouth twitching, remarked, "You ought to bury this child. He was once so reticent, yet now." Zheng Xiong, contemplating whether to heed Bei Luo Sherman's suggestion while holding the now unconscious Ling, was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Both Zheng Xiong and Bei Luo Sherman turned to discover the small girl and boy they had encountered earlier. The pair rushed forward, eyes wide as they beheld Ling Yi in Zheng Xiong's arms, hastily apologizing to him. The chorus of apologies roused Ling Yi from his stupor, and he retaliated with a punch to Zheng Xiong's chest. using the recoil to leap from his grasp. Just as Ling Yi was about to touch down, Zheng Xiong reappeared at his side, grasping the back of his neck, releasing arcs of electricity from his hand. Ling Yi, engulfed in smoke from Zheng Xiong's palm lightning, remained conscious. Zheng Tianwei, you foolish brat, release me at once. I do not wish to see you, now or ever again. Observing Ling Yi's defiance, Zheng Xiong ceased his lightning assault and tossed Ling Yi at the small girl and boy. Ling Yi landed gracefully on his feet, turning to address the children. Hong, too, we must leave this place. Let us ignore that coward who fled in battle. After disdainfully glancing at Zheng Xiong, he spat on the ground. Zheng Xiong, witnessing Ling Yi's insolence, declared, I've tolerated you for long enough. From our very first encounter, you sought my demise. Now, you must elucidate all that has transpired. Otherwise, you shall not be permitted to depart from here today. As he spoke, Zheng Xiong's appearance transformed from an elderly visage to that of a youthful man. With this newfound youthfulness, Zheng Xiong stomped the ground, summoning a translucent barrier that enveloped them. Ling Yi, upon seeing the barrier, assumed a combat stance, declaring, Come forth, you coward. If you, Ling Yi, cower today, I shall cease to be the most malevolent being in existence. Zheng Xiong, undeterred by Ling Yi's theatrics, turned to the more composed boy. 2. Perhaps you could clarify the situation. It seems there is some misunderstanding regarding our future selves. No sooner had Zheng Xiong spoken than the fabric of reality twisted, and Long Yuxuan emerged. Wei Ho. There exists no misunderstanding between you and these three. During that fateful battle, you indeed vanished without a trace, leaving them to combat the Western deities alone. Though the Western deities fell, they too succumbed to their injuries. And following the war, I traversed the myriad realms and the river of time for an entire year in search of you. The childlike forms of these three are a consequence of having lost their divine powers after that conflict. Furrowing his brow, Zheng Xiong regarded Long Yuxuan and inquired, In what role do you play in all of this? At this moment, Ling Yi interjected, arms crossed defiantly. This fellow was the foremost sword saint of humanity during that conflict. A master of military strategy, swordsmanship, and the art of concealment. However, we prefer to dub him Long Lao Yin, for he never engaged in direct combat, always opting for ambushes. We all suspected your sudden disappearance was linked to him. And do not mistake my dialogue with you as an act of forgiveness. I, Ling Yi, shall not pardon the coward who fled in battle. With that, Ling Yi turned his gaze skyward, ignoring Zheng Xiong. You have the audacity to speak? Had it not been for your failure to secure the northern front, allowing the Nordic fishfolk to infiltrate, I would not have failed to awaken the dragon veins. You, along with your wife and all others, would not have perished, leaving me to clean up the remnants of the battle alone. Enough of this. I am incensed. Come here, and let us settle this. Long Yuxuan vanished into the void. Reappearing before Ling Yi witnessed Long Yuxuan's sword thrusting toward him. He swung his heavy dragon-slaying spear in a sweeping motion. The spear cut through the air. A translucent black-red dragon emerged. Intertwining with the weapon, Long Yuxuan, forced a retreat into the void from Ling Yi's sweeping strike, steadied himself, preparing to engage once more. Just then, Zheng Xiong appeared behind Long Yuxuan, swinging a brick to incapacitate him. Long Yuxuan, sensing the impending danger, ducked, pivoting to point his sword at Zheng Xiong. Wei Ho, that tactic will not work on me. Your remaining tricks are futile, that I am well acquainted with your methods. Now, perhaps you should consider how to explain your sudden disappearance to those old friends who bear grievances against you. Our game has officially commenced, and I must notify more old acquaintances. I shall take my leave for now. Also, Ling Yi, refrain from using your spear until you fully regain your divine power, and you too. Hong and Tu should also avoid utilizing your inherent divine weapons until your powers are restored. With that, Long Yuxuan glanced at the translucent barrier Zheng Xiong had erected and vanished into the void. Zheng Xiong observed as the barrier began to fragment, dissolving into nothingness. That do not be deceived. That long sword you lent to Long Lao Lu merely possesses that effect. Hong Tu, let us depart. It is time for a meal. After Ling Yi finished speaking, he turned and walked back to where he had come from. Xinyuan Hong, the little girl, and Tutu, the little boy, facing Zheng Xiong and the ever-silent Bei Luo Shimin, bowed deeply, uttering apologies before departing with Ling. Bei Luo Shimin silently watched the three children as they walked away, and once they were distant, turned to Zheng Xiong and spoke. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. I have no excessive demands. Ultimately, this place must remain orderly. Those who dwell here are all unfortunate souls from their past lives, and upon their arrival, they merely wish to survive until the day they can reincarnate. Therefore, you understand my meaning, do you not? Zheng Xiong nodded in response to Bei Luo Shimin. Rest assured, I shall head to the border immediately, awaiting the arrival of those old friends mentioned by Long Yuxian. Upon finishing his words, Zheng Xiong transformed into a streak of red light and flew towards the border. Observing Zheng Xiong's flight, Bei Luo Shimin continued to smoke, then addressed the void, saying, "Come forth, Long Yuxian. He has gone to the border. This shall be my final assistance to you. From this point onward, we shall be even. Moreover, is Wei Ho truly worth you taking that step?" Long Yuxian emerged from the void. His once long, lustrous black hair now turned a striking gray. His formerly pale visage appeared even more ashen. Long Yuxian gazed at the vanishing red light in the distance and softly remarked, "For me, drifting through the river of time for so many years, death has now become a form of liberation. That fellow possesses the ability to become a king, but lacks the ambition to do so. The impending grand battle will necessitate a mature king to govern the battlefield. Thus, I am willing to sacrifice this frail body to pave the way for that fellow's ascension to kingship, or perhaps to a game. Even if I ultimately perish by his hand, I shall hold no regrets. And thank you. We shall not meet again." With that, Long Yuxian stepped back into the void. Just as he did so, Ling Yi, Xinyuan Hong, and Tutu, who were walking the distance, felt a stirring in their hearts and turned to look back at the void from which Long Yuxian had departed, remaining silent for a long while. Eventually, the three children turned and continued on their way. Both foes and friends, kindred spirits, how seldom do we encounter such bonds in the passage of time. Wei Ho, so you are truly here. Where have you been all these years? When Lao Lu mentioned your presence here, we were all skeptical. Zheng Xiong regarded the 7 formidable figures who had just descended from the sky and spoke. "I have lost my memory of you all due to certain circumstances. Could you reintroduce yourselves?" The 7 figures suddenly broke into smiles and replied, "Wei Ho, since you have forgotten us, let us reacquaint ourselves in the manner of our first meeting." Upon finishing, the first figure stepped forward was a towering giant. With a mighty swing of his massive axe, he aimed to cleave Zheng Xiong in two. At observing this, Zheng Xiong drew a long sword, exuding vapor from his system space to parry the axe. By Shuang Ming Jian quality. Divine artifact, sub, description, white dew turns to frost, the beloved stands by the water's edge, effect, destiny bond. When this sword appears alongside another famed sword, Shui Yi, it will generate 2 additional effects, void breaking, return, and ascend to a super divine artifact. Void breaking ignores spatial limitations, allowing for free traversal through space. Return, Bai Shuang disregards any restrictions. Regardless of distance, as long as within the same world, Bai Shuang Ming Jian will return to the vicinity of Shui Yi Ming Jian. Effect, chill, enters body. Targets struck by Bai Shuang will be marked with a layer of frost imprint. Once the layers accumulate to 4, the target will be forcibly frozen, with the duration determined by the power disparity between both parties, lasting no less than 5 seconds. Clang. After Zheng Xiong successfully blocked the giant's axe, the giant introduced himself with a booming voice. Zhutian Legion Giant Axe Corps Leader. Fu Long, here to report to the Supreme Commander of the Zhutian Legion, Zheng Tianwei. Following suit, the other 6 introduced themselves in the same manner. Zhutian Legion Assassin Corps Leader. In. Zhutian Legion Spear and Shield Corps Leader. Zhao Qua. Zhutian Legion Archer Corps Leader. Bai Xiaoma. Zhutian Legion Mage Corps Leader. Anthony. Zhutian Legion Cavalry Corps Commander. Shun Wubai. Zhutian Legion Logistics and Medical Commander. Hua Yaoshi. Zheng Xiong looked at the 7 individuals who had just introduced themselves, gazed up at the sky, and then said, "Since we are all here, having not seen each other for so long, why not share a meal before you return?" Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, the seven nodded in agreement. Subsequently, a scene unfolded at the border of Yulin Street. Zheng Xiong set up a barbecue grill, cooking an abundance of meats and vegetables simultaneously. Meanwhile, he engaged in drinking and conversing with the seven about past events. As the night wore on, and the sky began to brighten, the seven awakened, bid farewell to Zheng Xiong, and informed him where to find them should he wish to seek them out in the future. The seven transformed into different streaks of light and flew off in various directions. Once the seven had departed, Zheng Xiong fell into deep contemplation, piecing together the information relayed by the seven. He contemplated the following. The grand battle refers to the impending chaos among the myriad realms, and Wei Ho is the name Zheng Xiong will forge in the future under the pseudonym Zheng Tianwei. Then, on the eve of the final confrontation, he would inexplicably vanish, resulting in the death of all those who followed him into battle. As Zheng Xiong pondered this, he suddenly felt ensnared by an invisible web. Just as he began to unravel the events surrounding his arrival in this world, a sharp arrow suddenly appeared before him. Instinctively, Zheng Xiong sidestepped to evade it. Thud! The arrow embedded itself firmly in the ground. Zheng Xiong noticed a note tied to the arrow's tail. Curiously, he detached it to read, "Go to Dongwu Street. Long Yu Xian." Zheng Xiong gazed in the direction for which the arrow had been shot and muttered in exasperation. A seasoned pretender. This is precisely the flaw. He always assumes his actions are sophisticated, yet in reality, they amount to nothing. How am I supposed to find my way to Dongwu Street without any directions? I suppose I shall have to inquire with Bei Luo. Just as Zheng Xiong prepared to depart, a wolf-toothed club suddenly descended from the void, aimed directly at his head. Following this, a weathered man declared with great vigor, "Wei Ho, you truly have a forgetful nature. Even if I arrived a little late, you could have waited for me. I am the chief of the demon-slaying army's Earth Division, Yuan Tao, here to report." As soon as he introduced himself, a swift arrow descended from the sky, which then split into a rain of arrows that filled the entire sky, accompanied by a chillingly cold female voice. "The Annihilation Arrow Purple is here to report." After which there was silence. Zheng Xiong, seeing the impending rain of arrows, retrieved a massive shield from his system's space, raising it to defend himself. However, upon witnessing this, Yuan Tao hoisted Zheng Xiong and sprinted away with all his might, leaving the enormous shield behind. Once they were out of the arrow rain's coverage, Yuan Tao let out a long sigh. "My lord, are you trying to throw your life away? You dare to face the arrows shot by Z head-on. Even Jehovah and Zeus would not dare to take a direct hit from Purple Arrow. You have yet to regain your former strength. Do not overestimate yourself." While the two conversed, a stunning woman with long purple hair and an elegant figure emerged from the void, holding a purple bow. After stepping forth, she regarded Zheng Xiong and coldly stated, "You are not him. At least, you are not the him I once knew. Who are you?" "The one from before the great battle." "How weak. Farewell, young master." There is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting from here. After the woman departed into the void, Zheng Xiong and Yuan Tao exchanged glances. Zheng Xiong remarked, "Has that woman always had such a manner of speaking? So full of character?" Yuan Tao fell silent for a moment, then stroked his chin and spoke. In the past, Z was far more outrageous than she is now. No matter who wished to see her, they had to first endure 3 arrows from her. If they survived, she would then appear to converse with them for a minute. If they did not survive, she would simply incinerate their remains at that time. The only person capable of withstanding her 3 arrows without so much as a scratch was you, Wei Ho. The old man Long could at most evade the first arrow, while the remaining 2 were purely reliant on his sheer luck. As for Lord Lingy, he was quite formidable, enduring all 3 arrows shot by Z, bloodied yet silent. Ultimately, when Z emerged, he turned and departed. Just as Yuan Tao finished speaking, he suddenly lunged to the side, his face drenched in cold sweat as he gazed at the spot where he had just stood. "Yishun, I merely wish to discuss the old days with Wei Ho. Surely, you wouldn't resort to silencing me?" A voice echoed from the void. "Weaklings are unworthy of knowing my past. Speak further, and I shan't hesitate to eliminate a chatterbox before the Second Great War. Doubt me, and you may continue. In the end, Yuan Tao informed Zheng Xiong where to find him in the future, and after mentioning Dongwu Street, he vanished into the void. After Yuan Tao departed, Zi's voice resonated in the emptiness. I grant you 10 years to grow. Should you fail to mature into the king capable of commanding all during the Great War, I shall end your life. Subsequently, silence enveloped the void. Zheng Xiong lingered at the border of Yulin Street for 3 more hours, and upon realizing no one was coming, he turned to leave. Shortly after, a remarkably adorable little girl approached, bouncing along with a lollipop in her mouth, accompanied by a mature man in glasses, whose attire clearly marked him as a refined rogue. Sigh, Uncle Zheng is not here. Father, let us go elsewhere, the bespectacled man remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. Lulu, let's head to Dongwu Street. Did you not express a desire to hear Zhou Gongjin play East Wine Breaks last time? Come, let us go. Lulu crushed her lollipop and produced a candied hawthorn skewer from the void, continuing to munch on it. All right, let us set off, Lulu declared, hopping onto a small tricycle and heading towards Dongwu Street. While the bespectacled man followed leisurely behind as Zheng Xiong approached Dongwu Street. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him, an oppressive sensation akin to that of a ferocious beast rapidly enveloping him. Following the source of this pressure, Zheng Xiong beheld a delightful little girl perched upon the shoulder of a bespectacled, suit-clad giant who was munching on a candied hawthorn skewer. In an instant, the suited giant teleported a short distance, appearing before Zheng Xiong. Looking down upon him, he spoke, "Weiho, long time no see." The little girl, sitting on the giant's shoulder, chimed in, "Uncle Zheng, we meet again. Where's my welcome gift? If you have none, the consequences will be dire." As Zheng Xiong regarded the little girl, pondering the severity of the consequences, the air around him suddenly filled with the distant yet near sound of a gouging, while a plethora of mysterious symbols obscured the entrance to Dongwu Street. Accompanying this was a gentle, melodious male voice. "Wei Ho, I am aware of your purpose here, that Wei Yu has learned that Long Yushuan has just departed Dongwu Street for Nanman Street. Here is the map guiding you to Nanman Street. Simply follow the route indicated to arrive there. Furthermore, my temple in Dongwu Street is too small to accommodate a figure as grand as yourself. Thus, I kindly request your departure." Zheng Xiong bent down to pick up the map to Nanman Street that Zhou Yu had just tossed at his feet. After examining it closely for a moment, he burned the map in his hand. Having completed this act, Zheng Xiong prepared to leave for Nanman Street, guided by the memory of the map. Lulu, still perched on the giant's shoulder, continued to quietly enjoy her candied hawthorn skewer. As Zheng Xiong turned to leave, Lulu suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle, when we meet next, you must bring me a welcome gift. If you don't, my father will be quite displeased, and if he is unhappy, you will find yourself in considerable trouble." Upon hearing Lulu's words, Zheng Xiong retrieved a golden sealed jar from the system space and tossed it to her. After catching it, he turned to her and said, "Let this treasure of a child serve as your welcome gift. Until we meet again." With that, Zheng Xiong transformed into a stream of crimson light and sped towards Nanman Street. Lulu gazed at the golden jar in her hands, noting the information label affixed to it. Child's treasure quality. Red color. Description: children possess treasures even adults are unaware of. Effect: infinite snacks. Each time this jar is opened, it randomly yields delicious snacks from various worlds. Cooldown: 50 minutes. Effect: treasure collection. Wearing this jar enhances the probability of encountering precious items by 160. Effect: self-repair. If this jar shatters, even if only a fragment remains, it will gradually restore itself over time. This effect activates only after the jar is completely destroyed. After reading the information on the golden jar, Lulu eagerly opened it. A flash of white light later, the jar revealed a packet of potato chips and a bottle of soda. Ecstatic, Lulu opened the chips, began sipping the soda, and shared a bit of the chips with the suit-clad giant. As Zheng Xiong landed and surveyed his surroundings, he found himself encircled by soldiers wielding long spears, exuding an imposing aura. Curiously, he inquired, "Is this not Nanman Street? Who among you is the leader here?" The soldiers retorted, "What Nanman Street? This is Chu Street. Do you seek to meet Xiang Wang? You shall have a tread over our corpses first." As they spoke, they raised their spears, preparing to charge. "Stand down. This fellow cannot simply be resolved by sheer numbers. An authoritative voice rang out from behind the soldiers. Upon hearing this voice, the soldiers promptly parted, forming a path, and collectively proclaimed, "We pay our respects to Xiong Wang." The man referred to as Xiong Wang approached Zheng Xiong, looking him in the eye. "Zheng Tianwei, what brings you to my territory?" Zheng Xiong regarded the man called Xiong Wang, then glanced at the surrounding elite soldiers. Half in inquiry, half in affirmation. "You are Xiong Yu, the one who single-handedly slew a multitude of soldiers at the Wu River, only to take his own life?" Xiong Wang, visibly vexed, glared at Zheng Xiong before producing a broken city spear from the void and pointing it at him. "Zheng Tianwei, do you know, you have many admirable qualities, but alas, you're cursed with a loose tongue. Furthermore, remember my name, Xiong Kunlun." With that, Xiong Kunlun raised the broken spear and swung it towards Zheng Xiong. Swiftly dodging the forceful attack, Zheng Xiong couldn't help but feel a rare bead of cold sweat form on his forehead as he observed the weapon in Xiong Kunlun's hand. Godslayer Broken City Spear Spirit Attribute, exclusively bound. Xiong Yu, quality. The more tyrannical, the more powerful. Description: God, demon, quite formidable. Can you withstand me? Xiong Yu effect: tyranny unmatched. This equipment grants the user immunity to all control and debuff effects, while continuously increasing momentum and speed during charge. Additional cap of 1000, effect: Overlord's Journey. This equipment can summon a black steed, which possesses independent attributes. Riding it grants additional benefits to the user. Black steed attributes: movement speed. Initial, 30 Mach, maximum, 600 Mach. Immunity to 65 physical energy damage, impact force. Initial, 6 tons, maximum, 300 tons. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Effect: Overlord's Penetration. This equipment ignores all defenses and skill-based protections, directly striking the target and inflicting additional lethal damage. Lethal damage is immune to any healing effects and has a high probability of resulting in instant death. Effect: Demon Slayer. Godslayer. This equipment inflicts instant death on beings with divine or demonic attributes. God. 30,000. Demon. 1,600,000. Spirit Equipment. This gear disregards reincarnation and other regulations, as long as the soul of Xiong Yu exists. It can return to his side for use, regardless of how he alters his form or name. After reviewing the weapon information in Xiong Kunlun's possession, Zheng Xiong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I admit, I spoke a bit too loudly just now." Xiong Kunlun, observing Zheng Xiong evading a strike, retracted the broken city halberd. Turning away, he addressed Zheng Xiong. "There's nothing else. Just leave my territory. Long Yuxuan is in the southern barbarians. To your left. Forget it. Let him come. Ding." As soon as Xiong Kunlun finished speaking, the sound of swords humming and various sword shadows began to emerge around them. Long Yuxuan's figure stepped out from the void. Standing before Zheng Xiong, I could see that moment. Long Yuxuan had hair as white as snow, flowing down to his waist, eyes sharp as blades, exuding an overwhelming sword intent, wielding a dark red sword hilt. Zheng Xiong looked at the strikingly cool Long Yuxuan and asked in confusion, "Did you undergo surgery in the southern barbarians? And what's with that sword hilt in your hand?" Long Yuxuan replied, "Lord Wei, our game must come to an early halt because your sudden disappearance before the great battle and your reappearance here are too far apart in time. I spent years searching for you in the vast timelines of the multiverse. During this period, the projections of the fallen gods, demons, and forbidden creatures have reappeared on the battlefield, which is not a good sign. Therefore, I must take the initiative to return and deal with it to prevent them from invading your ancestral star." After saying this, Long Yuxuan cleaved open the void with his sword and stepped inside. Zheng Xiong curiously glanced at the scene within the portal Long Yuxuan had opened. He saw a massive vertical pupil staring directly at him. Under the gaze of the vertical pupil, Zheng Xiong felt a moment of disorientation. Blood gushed from his orifices, and he fainted to the ground. Upon entering the void, Long Yuxuan heard the sound of Zheng Xiong collapsing behind him. Without looking back, he shattered the portal with a single stroke of his sword, and then faced the colossal black dragon that loomed before him, obscuring his entire form. "Little mudfish, you have some nerve to harm him. Have you thought about how you wish to die?" The black dragon responded with a roar directed at Long Yuxuan. Long Yuxuan raised the hilt of his sword. "Devoid of a blade, damn!" He then charged toward the black dragon. When Zheng Xiong opened his eyes and regained consciousness, he found himself still lying on the floor, utterly alone. Zheng Xiong got up and muttered to himself, "Why am I unlike other protagonists in novels? When they faint and wake up, they're supposed to be in a bedroom, with beautiful ladies coming to greet them, right?" Just as Zheng Xiong finished speaking, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring anything beyond a meter away. Within the mist, a shadowy figure vaguely appeared before vanishing again. When the shadow reappeared, it was merely 7 steps away from Zheng Xiong. Then it disappeared once more. Observing the elusive shadow, Zheng Xiong retrieved a pair of gauntlets adorned with dense barbs from the system space. Him O Zhuang by gauntlets quality. Divine artifact description, a powerful blacksmith, who harbored a deep disdain for other beings flaunting before him, forged these fearsome gauntlets overnight. Effect, try flaunting again. This equipment deals an additional 300 damage to show-offs and increases pain sensitivity by 500. When striking a show-off's kidneys, there is a probability of delivering an injury-free hit. Effect, I see you. Wearing this equipment allows you to see show-offs directly, ignoring any restrictions. Effect, the more you hit, the more it hurts. Each time you strike a target while wearing this equipment, it enhances their pain by 20, with no upper limit. After donning the gauntlets, Zheng Xiong assumed a butterfly stance. Just as the shadow appeared behind him, he spun around and unleashed a series of punches. A stabbing jab, an uppercut, a left hook, and a turtle punch, all while exclaiming, "You dare to flaunt before me." Huh, silent assassination technique. Is it? Quite the show-off, aren't you? If it weren't for that Long Yu Xuan, who fled quickly, you'd be receiving these punches too. The shadow, taken aback, was struck. Winky face. 30 minutes later, Zheng Xiong withdrew his gauntlets and gazed at the shadow lying on the ground. Twitching its legs, he took out a cigar and placed it between his lips. "Now speak. Who are you? From which era? Why are you here? In that outfit? Don't tell me you're really from the knot-cutting clan." The shadow, upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, ceased its twitching and weakly replied, "My lord, didn't you just mention my name? I came here to take you to the ninja village to reunite with everyone. Since our arrival, we have adhered to the friendly cooperation and non-invasion policy you established. And where is your red blade? How can you fight without it?" Zheng Xiong fell silent. Far away in Rakshasa Street, before the spirit wisteria tree at Zheng Xiong's tomb, Jean Gudwa was instructing Chao Yambing and Chao Xianliang on honing their physical potential when he suddenly felt a disturbance and looked towards the void. What is going on with this guy? Hasn't he been gone long enough? Chao Yambing, drenched in sweat, threw punch after punch, glancing at Jean Gudwa as he faced Zheng Xiong's tomb. "Uncle Jean, are you thinking about Uncle Xiong again? How about this? Let's have a barbecue tonight." Uncle Xiong loved lively gatherings the most when he was alive. Jean Gudwa wore a speechless expression as he looked at Chao Yambing, contemplating whether to tell him that Zheng Xiong was actually alive and merely on a trip. Just as Jean Gudwa was about to reveal that Zheng Xiong was not dead, a beam of white light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping him. The beam then transformed into energy fragments and vanished. Standing there, Jean Gudwa scratched his head, muttering softly, "What on earth is Xiong doing right now?" That light beam seemed like a teleportation beam from the infinite world, that great sphere, after the white beam disappeared and Jean Gudwa remained standing intact. Chao Yambing rushed forward anxiously. "Uncle Jean, are you okay? What was that white light beam just now?" Jean Gudwa patted Chao Yambing on the head and smiled. "I'm fine. It's just that my time in this world is running short. The day Xiong left, I knew my disappearance was inevitable. Keep training, child, before this sky loses its protection." Chao Yambing, gazing at the still smiling Jean Gudwa, fought back tears, unwilling to let them fall to in just a year. His father's brother, Zheng Xiong, had quietly departed after growing old, leaving to meet his end alone for protecting him in Rakshasa Street. Now, even Zheng Xiong's guardian spirit was on the verge of dissipating and leaving him. "Young master, there's no need for sorrow. Weiho often pretends to be dead and goes missing. Foolish Jean does the same. They did this during the Battle of Hanzhong, and it's likely that's what's happening now." Before Jean could finish, he pulled Eugene toward the house. Su Chu and Dian Wei stood quietly, observing the scene. Su Chu remarked, "Foolish Jean and Wenjia have maintained such a good relationship all these years. both in life and now. Dianwei nodded in agreement. Chao Yambing watched as Jean Gudwa dragged Eugene into the house and turned to Su Chu, asking, "Did Uncle Jean have a good relationship with Eugene while he was alive?" Su Chu and Dianwei exchanged knowing glances and nodded repeatedly. Su Chu then said, "From the start of the Yellow Turban Rebellion to the unification of the Three Kingdoms, foolish Jean bore countless scars. Except for the knife wound on his arm he received while protecting Wei Ho, almost all his other injuries were sustained while saving Wenjia. When Wenjia was besieged by Guan Yu, it was foolish Jean who disregarded Wei Ho's orders to remain on standby, leading Wei Ho's 7 sword guards to cover over 870 miles in a single night. With just himself and the other 7 guards, he broke through Guan Yu's encirclement of 80,000 troops, bringing Wenjia and Ling Ming back to Wei Ho's camp despite losing 6 of the guards. Since then, the bond between Wenjia and Ling Ming and foolish Jean has been quite strong. Young master, you should continue your training. From the start, Xianliang has been wholeheartedly practicing the basic sword forms. Young master, this chapter continues ahead. Please click the next page to read on. It only gets more exciting." Chao Yambing, upon hearing Su Zhu's words, turned his gaze toward Chao Xianliang that moment. The still youthful Chao Xianliang was earnestly wielding a steel sword. Each move and stance, though rigid and mechanical, was executed with utmost seriousness. Observing this, Chao Yambing returned to the spot where he had been practicing his punches and resumed his training. "System, what is happening? Why is it that this time the portal to your world has not opened, but instead it is a transmission beam from the vast sphere of the infinite world?" Zheng Xiong inquired, perplexed by the system. Just moments ago, he had followed Tino Dans to what was referred to as the Ninja Village, only to be astonished to discover that this so-called Ninja Village was an independent microcosm, separate from the Soul Town. After engaging in brief conversations with the ninjas inside, he had exited that small world. Wishing to leave this realm known as Soul Town and explore other worlds, he then encountered the strange situation that had just unfolded. This system has already conferred with the intelligence of the infinite world. We rolled the dice, and whoever wins takes responsibility for transporting you to a new world. This time, it won, which is why it is sending you to a random world. Moreover, this system deemed it insufficiently thrilling and has added difficulty. So in 10 days, you shall experience it for yourself. This system is off to play meow, meow. Farewell. After reading the system's response, Zheng Xiong remained silent for a long while before uttering a single expletive. Damn! With that, a vast expanse of lush green grass sprang up beneath his feet. Zheng Xiong. 10 days later in the dead of night, Zheng Xiong summoned Hong Ren from afar and replaced the energy converter in the Rakshasa Street with an antimatter energy converter. Serving as a protective shield for Rakshasa Street, that antimatter energy converter. Bound area. Rakshasa Street. Quality. Can evolve. Current quality. Red color. Description. Energy. Give it to me. All of it. Effect. Energy absorption conversion. This equipment can continuously absorb any energy and convert it into beneficial energy materials for the surroundings. Current effective range. 4,300 meters. Effect. Evolution. This equipment can automatically evolve after absorbing sufficient energy, generating new effects. Effect. Indestructible. This equipment is immune to any attacks below its current quality, and this immunity effect increases upon evolution. Zheng Xiong glanced at the Hong Run back in his possession and nodded in approval that he then raised his head, instructing the intelligence of the infinite world to transport him to another realm. A white beam of light descended once more, enveloping Zheng Xiong. After the white light faded, Zheng Xiong vanished from his original location. Not long after Zheng Xiong's disappearance, a graceful woman with waist-length purple hair and stunning features emerged from the void. Holding a bow, gazing silently at the spot where Zheng Xiong had just vanished before stepping back into the void, down on my back, Zheng Xiong found himself standing on a pedestrian bridge in a bustling city, observing the ceaseless flow of cars and the throngs of busy people. The system remained unresponsive, presenting Zheng Xiong with a transparent screen. Task name: Elegy of the Mundane Current World. Blue star. Instance parallel world. Task description: the mundane world is filled with elegies, and the cycles of life persist unceasingly. Strive to prevent the various tragedies that are about to unfold in this world. Successfully averting specific tragedies will yield greater rewards upon leaving this world. Specific tragedies: the grief of Jindu, Confucian Elegy, the fallen dancer, blood feud of the barriers, the chariot of Hero City, the dream of the underground carriage, the grief of flames. After perusing the system screen, Zheng Xiong furrowed his brow. Infinite world intelligence. Are you expecting me to play the savior or the holy mother in this realm? Before Zheng Xiong could ponder further, a violent collision echoed from below the pedestrian bridge, followed by a series of screams as a crowd rushed toward the source of the commotion. Zheng Xiong, unhurried, followed behind the crowd. Upon reaching the scene of the collision, he beheld a horrific sight. A small delivery truck and a compact car had collided, now engulfed in flames. The driver of the delivery truck lay dead, impaled by the windshield wiper, while inside the car were two unconscious children and a bloodied woman desperately attempting to open the door. Zheng Xiong scanned the surroundings. Noticing no one paying him any mind, he quietly instructed, "Ajin, quickly come out and do your work. You save that woman. I will rescue those two children." Upon finishing his words, Zheng Xiong cast an illusion around everyone, then drew his Hong Run, instantly appearing beside the compact car, cleaving it in two with a single stroke. After parting the car, he sheathed his blade and scooped up the two children. Teleporting them beneath a tree where he laid them flat, Ajin proceeded to puncture and remove the car door before seizing the bloodied woman and leaping behind Zheng Xiong. "Xiong, what is happening? Is this woman important to you? Are these two children yours? They have such frail physiques." Zheng Xiong shot a glare at Ajin before turning his attention back to the two children lying on the ground. "I do not know this woman, and these two children are not mine. Also, Ajin, why have you become so talkative? Let us find a place to eat. The people have been saved, and it is no longer our concern." After speaking, Zheng Xiong casually cast a spell to heal the bloodied woman and the unconscious children before heading toward the pedestrian bridge. Ajin scratched his head, glanced at the woman and the two children, then followed Zheng Xiong up the bridge. Not long after Zheng Xiong's departure, the very road he had just traversed returned to normalcy, with bystanders staring in bewilderment at the compact car split in half. The deceased driver of the delivery truck and the bloodied woman alongside the two children lying under the tree. Everything exuded an air of the bizarre as the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what had transpired. 5 minutes later, ambulances and police cars arrived at the scene. The ambulance took the bloodied woman and the two children, who had fallen unconscious, away, while the police remained to handle the aftermath. Zheng Xiong and Ajin stood beneath a tree on the opposite side of the road, each enjoying an ice cream while observing the unfolding events. "Xiong, with your abilities, you could have saved that man whose heart was pierced. Why didn't you?" Having finished his ice cream, Zheng Xiong retrieved another one from the system space and continued speaking as he ate. "Ajin, I have no desire to become a saint, that I wish to act according to my own preferences. That man, who was impaled, was entirely deserving of his fate. His life can be summed up in one sentence: a drunkard who abused his wife and children, and after doing so, drove his truck. This accident was entirely due to his impaired driving. Enough of this discussion. Let us find a vehicle and head to a location to prevent a major explosion." With that, Zheng Xiong turned to leave, and Ajin, after taking a bite of his ice cream, swallowed it in one gulp and followed Zheng Xiong. Just as Zheng Xiong turned to depart, a police officer, who had been assisting with the aftermath of the accident and resuming traffic flow, caught sight of the two departing figures. The officer approached the team leader, stating, "Captain, I find those two individuals somewhat suspicious. Ever since we arrived, they have been observing this scene, especially the young man wearing sunglasses who has been speaking about something that I have studied a technique that allows me to discern what others are saying. And the young man in the sunglasses just mentioned that the man deserved his fate and spoke of going to the next place in a major explosion." Upon hearing the officer's report, the captain's expression darkened as he turned to look at Zheng Xiong and Ajin, who were gradually walking away. He then picked up his radio and announced, "All units, please be advised, point two suspicious males just left my location. One is exceptionally tall and robust, while the other appears to be carrying a controlled item at his waist and is wearing sunglasses. Stop them." After relaying his command, The captain left 3 officers to handle the aftermath of the accident, while taking the remaining 4 officers to pursue Zheng Xiong and Ajin. Xiong, why are those individuals pursuing us? Why must we run? Can't we just eliminate them? It's not as if we can't handle them. Jingu Duo crossed his arms, gazing at the 6 policemen rushing by beneath him, and spoke. Zheng Xiong, observing the departing officers, solemnly remarked, "They're the guardians of peace in this realm, resisting the encroachment of darkness with their very lives and bodies. In the time ahead, our actions will inevitably add to their burdens. Akin, remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not lay a hand on any of them if engagement is unavoidable. Aim only to incapacitate, not to kill. Let us proceed. Tonight shall be a night of revelry." With that, Zheng Xiong teleported to the spot where the policeman had just passed. Departing the opposite direction, Jingu Duo silently leaped down from his elevated perch and stealthily followed Zheng Xiong. 2 hours later, Zheng Xiong delivered a powerful kick, shattering the rolling shutter door of a sealed warehouse before stepping inside. Zheng Xiong surveyed the myriad chemical supplies densely arranged around him, feeling a slight perspiration in the palms of his hands. Although he understood that even a complete chemical reaction of these substances would not be lethal to him, the pressure of being surrounded by such materials was indescribable. As he pondered how to deal with these chemicals, beams of light suddenly pierced through the shattered shutter door, accompanied by the resonant voice of a robust man. "Who's in there? Come out immediately. Do not tamper with anything inside. It could explode." Without turning his head, Zheng Xiong replied, "Akin, step outside and ensure those men enjoy a good night's sleep. Remember, do not kill them. I will handle these materials and have a few discussions." Jingu Duo nodded silently and exited the warehouse. 10 seconds later, the sound of bodies collapsing echoed in succession. Jingu Duo then re-entered the warehouse. "Xiong, they are all down. By the way, what is the state of the world we've entered? The physical capabilities of everyone here are astonishingly poor. Even the 3-year-old Chao Xianliang exhibits superior strength compared to them." Zheng Xiong silently waved his fan, generating a chilling breeze. Moon frost fan quality. Divine artifact inferior. Description: the round moon reflects countless thoughts from ancient to modern times. The crescent moon signifies the many farewells in this world. Effect: moon frost. When wielding this fan, it can emit blades of cold air at -200 degrees Celsius. Upon striking a target, the blades will not inflict cutting or penetrating damage, but will instead cause freezing effects and harm. This effect is amplified by 500 during a full moon night, and the blades expand by 200. Effect: round moon reflection. Spinning this fan creates a full moon behind the user, emanating a cold light. Targets enveloped in this light will trigger one of the following states: remembrance, cold, freeze, or dreaming. Only one state can be triggered at a time, and after 5 minutes, another state may be activated. This effect is only applicable on full moon nights. It is ineffective at other times. Remembrance: the target stands motionless, reflecting on their past. Cold: the target speed is reduced by 95. Freeze: the target is continuously frozen for a minimum of 2 seconds. Dreaming: the target is immersed in pleasant dreams and awakens only when disturbed. Effect: crescent moon: this fan can evoke the pain of parting as well as the joy of reunion. Specific effects are for the user to comprehend. This effect is only valid when the moon is in a crescent phase. It is ineffective at other times. A minute later, Zheng Xiong heard the distant wail of police sirens outside the warehouse that he stowed the fan away and collected the now crystallized chemical supplies into his system space. After completing these tasks, Zheng Xiong turned to Jingu Duo and said, "Akin, we must depart." He then placed a hand on Jingu Duo's shoulder, and suddenly, the air around them began to stir with the sound of wind and small whirlwinds, growing increasingly louder, to the point that it was clearly audible outside the warehouse. The policemen, rushing towards the warehouse, paused and exchanged wary glances upon hearing the wind, cautiously approaching as they neared the entrance. The wind ceased, and 2 leading officers exchanged looks before nodding and simultaneously announcing, "Don't move. Raise your hands. You are under arrest." What met their eyes was an empty space, with the ground stripped of its topsoil, revealing the warehouse's interior. The 2 officers stood in disbelief. Shortly thereafter, several more policemen entered the warehouse. After a thorough search, they found nothing. Ultimately, The officers had to summon the warehouse's security personnel and the responsible party to inquire about the missing items. When a manager revealed that the lost items were valued at $3.7 million, the officers' expressions turned grave as they pressed for specifics. However, the manager steadfastly refused to divulge any details at that moment. Zheng Xiong's voice, altered, suddenly echoed across the vacant warehouse floor, and no need to question him further. This place is filled with explosive chemicals. If you doubt me, come to XX Village in the suburbs by 9 a.m. tomorrow, and I shall detonate all these chemicals. Additionally, this serves as evidence of his bribery. With a resounding boom, as Zheng Xiong's voice faded, a massive deep pit suddenly appeared in the warehouse, projecting a video of the warehouse manager accepting bribes. The officers exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to take the manager into custody, while the security personnel were tasked with documenting the incident. After a night of relentless activity, the officers, unable to rest, set off once more towards the XX village mentioned by Zheng Xiong. As they approached within a kilometer of the village, they heard a tremendous roar. Moments later, the sky was filled with colorful smoke. Observing this, the officers hastened their pace. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance to XX village, where Zheng Xiong stood atop a tree wearing a Sun Wukong mask, while Jingu Duo stood silently below, watching the police officers approach with their guns drawn. Before the police captain could speak, Zheng Xiong introduced himself. My surname is Zheng. My given name is Xiong. The dangerous chemicals from last night's warehouse have been frozen to render them inert. They are currently safe and located in the house behind me. There are also various documents related to the bribery of personnel associated with these hazardous materials, available in both physical and digital formats. That is all I will say for now. Don't even think about apprehending me before consulting the relevant experts regarding the dire consequences of my actions. Until next time. With that, Zheng Xiong vanished from the tree in an instant, and Jingu Duo simultaneously disappeared as well. The police captain stood in stunned silence, while the officers were left bewildered. They began to search around the tree meticulously, determined to locate Zheng Xiong. Unfortunately, their efforts yielded no results. Following this incident, the police consulted with relevant chemical experts. After 3 days of on-site investigation, the chemists concluded that had Zheng Xiong delayed by even 2 days in relocating those chemicals, they would have undergone a violent explosion due to the prolonged high temperatures and the sealed environment of the warehouse. The destructive power of that chemical explosion would have been sufficient to vaporize all buildings and living beings within a 3-kilometer radius in an instant. Upon learning this conclusion, the chemists and the police were drenched in cold sweat. Yet they were also intrigued by how Zheng Xiong had known about these matters. Through meticulous examination of surveillance footage and Zheng Xiong's background, the police were astonished to discover that this man, named Zheng Xiong, had suddenly appeared on a pedestrian bridge shortly before a severe car accident occurred beneath it. Subsequently, they observed Zheng Xiong calmly trailing behind the crowd, descending the bridge to reach the accident scene, after which the footage plunged into darkness, revealing nothing further. After a while, the surveillance resumed normalcy, but at this point, it showed Zheng Xiong no longer at the accident site. Instead, he was on the opposite side of the street, enjoying an ice cream while observing the scene of the crash. Further examination revealed the police captain leading officers in pursuit of Zheng Xiong, only to lose sight of him entirely. Wait, zoom in here, the police chief suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the rooftop of a 3-story building where 2 shadowy figures were discernible as they magnified the image and recognized the silhouettes. The police chief fell silent, and all the officers were left in disbelief. Eventually, one officer spoke up. Are these 2 figures human or ghostly apparitions? They appeared on the rooftop in an instant and then watched us run past. The police chief, having remained silent for a considerable time, finally spoke. You all must be exhausted after a night and a morning of toil. Go and rest for a while. I will consult an expert regarding the arrest warrants for these 2 individuals. Do not disseminate them just yet. I shall return with further instructions. With that, the police chief turned and strode towards the exit. The officers observed their hurriedly departing chief, exchanging glances of confusion before ultimately shaking their heads and dispersing to seek rest. Once outside the police station, the chief settled into his vehicle and retrieved his phone to make a call. Shortly after, a calm, elderly voice resonated from the receiver. Hello? Who is this? Upon hearing the old man's voice, The police chief promptly relayed everything he had witnessed in the surveillance footage. After listening attentively, the elder remained silent for a considerable time before softly responding. Old Lu, based on your description, I suggest you visit the Three Kingdoms Museum or the library to research a legendary figure from the Wei Kingdom and his attendant. You will uncover the truth that if it is indeed those two individuals, heed my advice. As long as they do not pose a threat to society and the nation, it is best to leave them be. They are merely madmen, having appeared throughout history, and even scientists are unable to explain their existence. After absorbing the elder's words, the police chief started the car and made his way to the Three Kingdoms Museum in search of the so-called answers. Meanwhile, as the police chief drove away, Zheng Xiong suddenly materialized from the void atop the police station building. Observing the retreating vehicle, he murmured, "It seems I am not here by mere chance, but rather destined to experience certain events. What are you two up to with your elaborate schemes? I truly have no desire to be a savior or a saint." After Zheng Xiong finished speaking, he stepped into the void. Not long after his departure, a voice, ethereal and crackling with electricity, emerged from the void. The man spoke. Was he truly injured so severely that he forgot so completely? The electric voice replied, "Regardless, let him relive everything he has experienced, allowing him to grow once more into the master of all realms and timelines. This time, I believe he will not falter." "Let us hope so," the man responded. Following this exchange, the void fell into complete silence. In the deep of night at the Yin Tomb in SD province, Zheng Xiong thought to himself, "This fellow appears to be from ancient times, does he not? His aura is so formidable that I would believe he was a fierce general in life. Are you telling me he is a Confucian?" Although he found this amusing, Zheng Xiong proceeded to examine the figure of the man standing with his back turned. Confucian, three heroes. Yin Lu. His untimely demise was a tremendous loss to Confucianism. Due to his passing, the three heroes of Confucianism ceased to exist, and the profound philosophy of tranquility and clarity was consequently lost. After his death, Yin Hui often gazed at the moon in lament, mourning the absence of a successor to embody this Confucian ideal. Martial art, sitting and forgetting mind method comprehensive attributes, 6,000, each dimension 1,000, soul strength 2,000, ordinary soul strength 2.50. After reviewing Yin Lu's information, before Zheng Xiong could make his presence known, Yin Lu, still facing away, spoke. "Zheng Jun, what you said back then was indeed true. On this night a millennium later, we meet again here. Alas, the world has changed. I am now a wandering spirit, while you remain in your prime." Upon hearing Yin Lu's words, Zheng Xiong's lips twitched slightly, and he communicated with the system and the infinite world's intelligence. "You two, come out quickly. I know you're present. This fellow, Yin Lu, one of the Confucian three heroes, what is the meaning of this? Why does it feel like I am recognized in that world? What do you two truly desire? Do you wish for me to become a savior?" As soon as Zheng Xiong finished speaking, the system and the infinite world's intelligence responded within his consciousness. The infinite world's intelligence stated, "This matter does not concern me. Our relationship is merely one of collaboration. Your arrival in that world was entirely random. You may pursue whatever path you wish. I have no control over it. This is clearly outlined in our agreement that I simply provide you with additional tasks. Whether you choose to complete them is entirely up to you." The system added, "Aside from the initial anime world, all worlds you encounter thereafter are fated that I cannot exert control over them either. Additionally, I lost yet another wager. The next 5 worlds will be overseen by the Great Sphere, responsible for transporting you. I once had a name, but let us just call it the Great Sphere," the system concluded. Following this, both the infinite world's intelligence and the system departed from Zheng Xiong's consciousness. Upon exiting his mental realm, Zheng Xiong found Yin Lu standing silently before him. "Zheng Xiong," exclaimed. Jean Gudwa stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yin Lu. "Hey, don't come so close. If you do, I want to hesitate to act." Yin Lu looked up at Jean Gudwa for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Golden Guard, did you comprehend the books I entrusted to you in life?" Jean Gudwa responded. "Books? What books?" Seeing Jean Gudwa's confusion, Yin Lu shook his head with a sigh and remarked, "Life is often bewildering. Yet, Reading is the shortcut. Through books, one gains the wisdom of those who came before, which can aid one in overcoming current challenges. This section omits 3,500 words. Jean Gudwa and Zheng Xiong exchanged glances of discomfort as they listened to Yin Lu's eloquent discourse. Ultimately, Zheng Xiong could no longer contain himself and stood to speak. "Sit down." Yin Lu glared at Zheng Xiong before continuing his lecture. Obeying the gaze of Yin Lu, Zheng Xiong complied and resumed his seat, though he retrieved 2 green bricks from the spatial system and handed one to Jean Gudwa. Jean Gudwa accepted the brick and turned away, concealing it behind him at that moment. As Jean Gudwa turned his back, Yin Lu ceased his philosophical discourse and smiled at Jean Gudwa. "Golden Guard and Zheng Jun, you both used this very trick to incapacitate me and then drag me to tutor Prince Dan of the Yin Kingdom. Now, do you plan to employ the same method again?" Although Yin Lu spoke with a smile, Zheng Xiong distinctly sensed the gathering of a formidable sword intent around him. Upon further contemplation, Zheng Xiong realized that Yin Lu's sword energy could potentially slay his current self, albeit with a low probability. After a brief moment of thought, Zheng Xiong seized the green bricks that Jean Gudwa had concealed and tossed both into the system space. Having completed this act, he turned to Yin Lu and said, "Speak plainly. What unfulfilled wish do you have that I can assist you with?" Yin Lu, observing Zheng Xiong's actions, relaxed his formidable sword intent and narrowed his eyes, saying, "Zheng Xiong Jun, considering I have awaited your arrival for a millennium without reincarnation, I ask you to inherit my philosophy of tranquility and clarity. Then, 3 years hence, travel to a certain place to rescue a pitiful child. Regrettably, Fu Nian is not with me. Otherwise, some of his brilliance could be reflected in that child. By the way, that child is named Gao Yin. Once you meet him, you will understand the essence of my words." Zheng Xiong regarded the squinting Yin Lu in silence for a long while before responding. "Are you serious? Do you genuinely believe that someone like me, who acts solely based on personal whims, can inherit your Confucian philosophy of tranquility and clarity? As for that child named Gao Yin, I will indeed rescue him in 3 years." Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Yin Lu opened his eyes, formed a sword shape with his fingers, and a transparent droplet of water appeared at his fingertips. In an instant, Yin Lu shot the droplet towards Zheng Xiong's head. The occurrence was so swift that Jean Gudwa had yet to react before Zheng Xiong was struck directly on the head by the condensed water droplet. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. After being struck by the water droplet, Zheng Xiong stood frozen in place, his gaze vacant. Jean Gudwa, witnessing this, glared at Yin Lu with fury. "You scoundrel!" As Jean Gudwa concluded his words, he raised his fist and struck towards Yin Lu. Yin Lu, having just imparted his Confucian ideals of tranquility and clarity to Zheng Xiong, found himself in a state of profound weakness. Upon witnessing Jean Gudwa's fist barreling towards him, he summoned his remaining strength and hastily drew out Han Guang from his waist, preparing for a desperate confrontation. The battle raged from deep into the night until dawn, continuing until Zheng Xiong regained his senses. When Zheng Xiong finally came to, he was met with a scene of toppled trees and Yin Lu, who was struggling to fend off Jean Gudwa's blows with the hilt of his sword. Observing this, Zheng Xiong swiftly leaped between the two combatants, grasping Jean Gudwa's fist with one hand while clutching Yin Lu's Han Guang sword with the other. "Cease this at once." Jean Gudwa, upon spotting the suddenly appearing Zheng Xiong, shot an angry glare at Yin Lu before spitting on the ground and remarking, "Turtle shell, next time you traverse the night, be mindful of your footing." Yin Lu offered a non-committal smile and performed a fist salute towards Jean Gudwa. "Thank you, Sir Jean, for your mercy that I concede, but I believe there will be no next time." After speaking, Yin Lu nodded towards Zheng Xiong. "Zheng Jun, my wishes have been fulfilled. It is time for me to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Should fate allow, we shall meet again." Upon uttering these words, Yin Lu's body emanated a white glow before gradually dissipating. As Yin Lu faded away, rays of sunlight began to pierce through the previously overcast sky. Zheng Xiong squinted at the sunlight streaming down from above and remarked, "Daylight has arrived. Ah, Jean, let us find a place to rest." With that, Zheng Xiong turned and walked away, Jean Gudwa rubbed his rear, which had been repeatedly jabbed by Yin Lu's Hongguang throughout the night. Damn turtle shell. I curse you to have no anus in the future. This truly hurts. After speaking, Jean Gudwa followed Zheng Xiong, and together they departed from Yan's tomb. An hour after Zheng Xiong and Jean Gudwa had left, two security guards patrolling near Yan's tomb noticed the fallen trees and the smooth breakages on some of the trunks. Terrified, they pulled out their walkie-talkies and frantically called for backup. When the surrounding security personnel arrived, the team leader immediately called the police. Upon receiving the report, the police swiftly arrived at the scene. After a meticulous investigation, they determined that this was a severe case of malicious damage to cultural relics and promptly initiated an inquiry. Ultimately, however, nothing was uncovered, though over 100 tomb raiding groups were arrested as a consequence. This incident eventually became a cold case for the local police and was filed in a special archive. 3 years later, Zheng Xiong and Jean Gudwa stood invisibly inside a house, observing a handsome young man who, without hesitation, consumed a bottle of cephalosporin, a bottle of sleeping pills, and a bottle of dichlorvos. After taking these substances, the young man calmly lay on the bed, closing his eyes in anticipation of death. Zheng Xiong looked on in shock at the composed young man's actions and began to review the information. Character: Gao Yin. Profile: the top student in the national examination for Province B. He has long suffered oppression from his teachers and various unfair treatments. Now, he harbors a desire for death, seeking to change the outcome of his life. Note: if Gao Yin dies as a result, the heavens will manifest anomalies. Winds will rise in Lu territory, snow will fall in G territory, and storms will brew over the seas. You will be spurned by the current world and encounter various misfortunes. He will not die, but it will be quite distressing for him. Comprehensive attributes: 112, 4 dimensions. 10, soul strength. 70, national fortune. 2. Average person's national fortune, 0.35. After reading Gao Yan's information, Zheng Xiong muttered under his breath, "Goodness, this Gao Yan is the favored child of heaven in this world. If he accidentally dies, the heavens will respond with all sorts of effects, and then I'll face penalties? If that's the case, young man, you've gotten yourself into trouble. Your life I shall protect. Even the king of hell must take my punches." With that, Zheng Xiong cast a spell to completely isolate the sound in the room from the outside, then retrieved a pair of bandage-like gauntlets from his system space and turned his back to Jean Gudwa, saying, "Ah, Jean, you stay by the door. There will be quite a commotion shortly. I need this young man to experience the warmth of the world and Uncle Xiong's love." After speaking, Zheng Xiong approached the young man, lying on the bed, waiting quietly for death. Soul pain treatment, gauntlets quality. Artifact, inferior. Description: a peculiar blacksmith who prefers to forge bizarrely effective equipment rather than normal gear. When you see these gauntlets, you best pray that your soul strength can withstand their healing effects. Effect: soul pain. Upon striking the target, these gauntlets will inflict no physical harm, but will cause immense pain to the target soul. The pain level is comparable to being shocked by 900 volts of electricity, affecting the entire body. Effect: healing. Upon striking the target, these gauntlets will inflict significant pain to the target's soul, while continuously healing the target's body, purging various debuffs, with a 5 chance of permanently enhancing all the target's attributes by 30, excluding special attributes such as soul strength and national fortune. Effect: gauntlets. As the name suggests, wearing these gauntlets allows the wearer to automatically comprehend and master all boxing techniques, additionally enhancing physical attributes by 1,000, and upon striking the target, further amplifying the target's soul pain by 550. Zheng Xiong shook his hands and then delivered a powerful punch towards the young man lying on the bed, waiting for death. Bang! Gao Yan screamed. Thud, thud, thud. The sound Zheng Xiong made while swinging his fists. As Zheng Xiong's punches accelerated, the previously tranquil earth began to tremble slightly. The parents of Gao Yan, who were asleep, were abruptly awakened. Gao Yan's father exclaimed, "Honey, did you feel that? It seems like an earthquake." Gao Yan's mother closed her eyes, concentrated for a moment, and replied, "Just go back to sleep. It's merely a small tremor." The minute after she spoke, the ground ceased to shake. Once Gao Yan's father realized the earth was steady again, he resumed his peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, in Gao Yan's room, Zheng Xiong and Jean Gudwa were seated, puffing cigars amidst swirling smoke. The now healed Gao Yin looked at Zheng Xiong with a complex expression. Are you two human or ghost? What was that gauntlet-like thing? Zheng Xiong extinguished a cigar, gazing seriously at Gao. We're neither human nor ghost. That gauntlet-like object is a healing tool I crafted myself. Today, Ajin and I came to you to fulfill a promise made 3 years ago to someone who has already entered the cycle of reincarnation, to save your life. Now that your life is saved, Ajin and I must take our leave. By the way, your life was saved by me. Without my permission, no one dares to take it. That includes you. Upon finishing, Zheng Xiong directly employed mind control to hypnotize Gao Yan, who collapsed to the ground instantly. Jin Gudua, observing Gao Yin lying unconscious, softly remarked, Xiong, today you saved him and turned him into a reasonably strong person. However, if he encounters a similar situation tomorrow, it is unlikely he won't attempt suicide again. Therefore, I suggest eradicating the source and instilling a consciousness of becoming stronger in him. This way, after we leave, he won't resort to suicide again. Zheng Xiong, taken aback by Jin Gudua's words, stared at him incredulously before responding. Jin, during my unconsciousness, did that fellow Yin Lu knock some sense into you? Why do I feel like your intelligence has suddenly increased significantly, almost matching your backside? Jin Gudua took a deep breath, repeatedly muttering to himself, Xiong is a fool. Do not get angry. Do not get angry. It is beneath me to be angered by fools. He then opened his eyes and continued, that night, while I was fighting that turtle shell, he taught me many things I had not previously understood. 10 minutes later, after Jin Gudua finished recounting the events of that night with Yin Lu, Zheng Xiong patted him on the shoulder. Jin, when out in the world, men must protect their rear ends. Here, take this. Once you wear it, you won't have to fear being punctured again. Now, let us go deal with the source. Zheng Xiong finished speaking and tossed a pair of red underpants to Jin Gudua before leaping directly from the window. Iron cloth shirt underpants quality. Red color. Description. A man must be resolute. If any part of him lacks firmness, then his underpants must be unyielding, for this is the last bastion of a man's dignity. Effect. Firmness. When donned, these underpants grant immunity to all physical attacks of 70 and energy attacks of 55 that effect. Rebound. These underpants can reflect 65 points of damage back to the attacker. After catching the underpants thrown by Zheng Xiong, Jin Gudua promptly changed out of his original pair and donned the red underpants. He then leapt from the window and landed beside Zheng Xiong. Xiong, I am ready. Let us proceed. Let us sever the source, Jin Gudua exclaimed, striding forward, leaving Zheng Xiong behind. Observing Jin Gudua's actions, Zheng Xiong reached out and firmly grasped Jin Gudua's shoulder, pulling him back and stepping ahead, declaring, next time, walk behind me, for I am the leader, understand? Xiong, if we recklessly enter this guy's dream, what if he realizes it is his own dream? In his dream, he wields boundless power. Jin Gudua remarked, gazing at the campus filled with handsome men and beautiful women beneath his feet. Zheng Xiong surveyed their surroundings, retrieving a double-headed hammer from the system space and presenting it to Jin Gudua. When you encounter those self-righteous fellows, refrain from idle chatter. Simply use this to smash their heads until they perish in their dreams. After that, we will emerge into reality, though I do not wish to be a saint. When faced with such filth, I must reluctantly assume that role. Jin Gudua gazed at the double-headed hammer in his hands, its hammerheads larger than his own head, just as he was about to voice his thoughts. Zheng Xiong suddenly hurled the massive hammer towards a nearby teaching building that a tremendous crash resounded as the building collapsed. With its fall, the surrounding dreamscape began to warp, becoming increasingly indistinct until it dissolved into a void. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Zheng Xiong's ears, successfully eliminated current Dream Master. Zhang De, remaining kills. I in the midst of his slumber, Zhang De abruptly opened his eyes, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat as he surveyed his surroundings. Moments ago, he had been enjoying a pleasant dream within an office of the teaching building, sharing tender moments with a beautiful young woman from the school, when a deafening sound erupted, causing the entire building to tremble, plunging him into complete darkness. The darkness enveloped him. A colossal red maw, filled with a multitude of sharp teeth stained with blood and flesh, devoured him whole. Zhang pondered the nature of these teeth. They began to whirl around him like a vortex, and he watched helplessly as his body was ground into a pulp from below. Despite telling himself it was merely a nightmare, and he would awaken unharmed. The visceral pain and impending sense of death led Zhang to believe he might have attracted the attention of something sinister. The more he thought about it, the more fear gripped him, preventing him from falling asleep, resulting in a night of restless tossing until dawn. When morning came, Zhang took a leave of absence from school and drove to a renowned temple in Lu Province. 3 hours later, he arrived at the temple, hurriedly disembarking and racing inside, where he found a young monk intently striking a wooden fish, murmuring incantations. Upon seeing the young monk, Zhang exclaimed excitedly, "Master Huicheng, please help me." The young monk, disturbed by the sudden outburst, slowly opened his eyes, regarded Zhang with a bow, and inquired, "Benefactor, what troubles you that you are in such a hurry?" Zhang recounted the bizarre occurrences from his dream to the young monk. After listening, the young monk furrowed his brow in contemplation, then produced a string of prayer beads for Zhang, stating, "This string of beads contains 24 pieces, crafted from 600-year-old peach wood and painstakingly polished over 126 days. Each bead is intricately engraved with the Diamond Sutra. Wear them on your wrist during rest. Unless faced with a red-clad, vengeful spirit, any lesser spirit approaching you will instantly turn to ashes. However, there is a price." Zhang eagerly accepted the beads, adorning them on his wrist, and assured, "Master Huicheng, rest assured, I will transfer 200,000 to your account upon my return." With that, he joyfully turned and dashed out of the temple without looking back. Watching Zhang leave, the young monk Huicheng, who had initially smiled in farewell, suddenly adopted a grave expression. He turned to a junior monk passing by and instructed, "Zheng, swiftly inform the remaining visitors that due to special circumstances, the temple will close its doors for a month starting today. During this period, we will not receive any outsiders." The junior monk nodded and hurried off to relay the message to the remaining visitors. Following this, Huicheng's healthy complexion faded to pallor as he pressed his palms together in prayer. "May the Buddha protect me. I hope the vengeful spirit I encountered is not the merciless millennial-old specter." Zheng Tanwei. Just after returning from Zhang's residence to Gao Yan's home, Zheng Xiong, standing beneath the window, suddenly sneezed. Afterward, he casually rubbed his nose and remarked, "It seems someone is thinking of me again." Having said this, Zheng Xiong skillfully leaped through the window into Gao Yan's room. Jingu Duo, emulating him, followed suit, but due to his larger physique, he widened the window from its original 90 centimeters to a staggering 8 meters. Inside his room, Gao Yan, performing one-handed push-ups, stared in astonishment at Zheng Xiong and Jingu Duo standing before him, then glanced at the forcibly enlarged window behind them. Knock, knock, knock. While Gao Yan was still in shock, his parents pushed open the door of his room and inquired, "Yin, what is happening? Why the commotion?" As Gao Yan's father spoke, he noticed the enlarged window. Gao Yan's mother also caught sight of the altered window at that moment. 30 minutes later, in Gao Yan's living room, his father, smoking a cigarette, looked at Zheng Xiong with curiosity and asked, "So you two have come specifically to rescue Yin and alter the course of his life as benevolent spirits?" Zheng Xiong and Jingu Duo each ignited a cigar, inhaled deeply, and nodded after exhaling the smoke. "Next time we return, we shall enter through the main gate. Today, S return was somewhat hasty, which is why we leapt through the window together with a Jin. Let this be a one-time occurrence," Zheng Xiong remarked. With that, he and Jingu Duo vanished from sight, reappearing in Gao Yan's room. Observing the sudden disappearance of Zheng Xiong and Jingu Duo, Gao Yan's father lit another cigarette and began to smoke. Gao Yan's mother glanced at her husband and then at Gao Yan's room before saying, "All right, do not dwell excessively on it. Those two who introduced themselves as Zheng Xiong and Jingu Duo, do they not seem vaguely familiar? It feels as though we have encountered them somewhere before." Gao Yan's father looked at his wife with a puzzled expression. After contemplating for a long while, he could not recall anything. Noticing her husband's blank stare, Gao Yan's mother shook her head and suggested, "Do you not think those two spirits bore a striking resemblance to Zheng Tianwei and Jin Shiwei from the Three Kingdoms period?" Gao Yan's father responded with a look of disbelief. In the late hours of the night, within Zhang Da's bedroom, a startled Zhang Da sat up, cold sweat trickling down his face as he gazed at the string of Buddhist beads on his wrist. To his horror, all 24 beads were shattered. Zhang Da's expression changed drastically. Indeed, a powerful malevolent force had fixated upon him. Realizing this, he dared not return to slumber. Meanwhile, having just exited Zhang Da's room, Zheng Xiong stood atop his house. Looking down at his own hand, from which golden light continued to emanate, blood oozing from multiple wounds, his complexion pallid. 30 seconds later, the golden glow faded, the bleeding ceased, and the wounds gradually healed. Once the injuries had completely mended, Jingu Duo remarked, "Xiong, I propose that we descend directly and reduce that scoundrel to mere pulp. It will be far more gratifying than this current predicament, where you nearly became a sieve at the hands of those suddenly appearing glowing beads in that fellow's dream." Zheng Xiong raised his hand, signaling Jingu Duo to cease his words. Upon seeing this, Jingu Duo fell silent. Zheng Xiong then looked skyward, coldly stating, "Originally, I intended to toy with this scum beneath my feet for a while longer. But to my surprise, he knows a monk capable of inflicting harm upon me. How intriguing a gene! Retract your blade. I am disinclined to play any longer. Let us descend and cleave this scoundrel in two. Then seek out that monk for a chat about life." Jingu Duo nodded in agreement and transformed into a crimson light, merging with the red blade. Once Jingu Duo had entered the red blade, Zheng Xiong flicked the knife with a flourish and instantly teleported in front of the trembling and anxious Zhang Da. Trembling, stammered, "Who are you? Are you human or ghost?" Zheng Xiong cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Da before unleashing his technique. Heart of One, Extinction, then turned and exited Zhang Da's bedroom, casually closing the door behind him. Heart of One, Extinction. This technique, derived from the swordsman Rurouni Kenshin's world, was enhanced by Zheng Xiong's amalgamation of skills from various realms, possessing the effects of illusion, seal, extinction, and augmentation. Illusion causes the target to remain ensnared in a delusion. The greater the disparity in mental fortitude, the longer the duration, with a maximum limit of permanence. Seal can continuously seal the target's consciousness within any object, with duration depending on mental disparity, a minimum of 3 seconds. Extinction. Zheng Xiong projects his sword aura through his eyes, penetrating the target's brain, causing their body to gradually lose mobility while retaining consciousness for 1 minute. During this period, each movement incurs excruciating pain akin to 1,000 cuts. The more actions taken, the greater the pain. Maximum pain threshold, a fate worse than death. Augmentation. Zheng Xiong can utilize this skill for self-hypnosis, enhancing his overall attributes by 700. Having fallen victim to Zheng Xiong's Heart of One, Zhang Da's pupils dilated instantly, his hands clutching his own throat as he lay on the bed, watching Zheng Xiong turn his back and exit the room. He attempted to utter something, but ultimately, no words escaped his lips, and he helplessly collapsed onto the bed, wide-eyed in death. After leaving Zhang Da's residence, Zheng Xiong retrieved a torch from the system space, preparing to discard it. Olympian torch modified, single use, quality, orange. Description: once merely a standard ignition tool, it was whimsically altered by a peculiar blacksmith one fateful day, transforming it into a torch with extraordinary properties. Effect: it only burns traces, igniting nothing else. As a modified torch, it adheres to its own principles, its flames consuming only the marks left by the user, without igniting any other matter. Effect: aggression like fire. When the flames of this torch contact the traces left by the user, they will instantaneously produce a violent explosion, and the resultant flames will automatically pursue the traces. Suddenly, a man's voice emerged from Zheng Xiong's right. "Zheng Tianwei, I knew you would be here. Do not move. You are under arrest." Zheng Xiong turned to find that the man was none other than the police chief he had encountered previously. Without hesitation, Zheng Xiong teleported before the man and delivered a fierce punch to his abdomen. The man collapsed instantly. Having completed this, Zheng Xiong regarded the man, now struggling to rise from the ground, and remarked pointedly, "There are matters beyond your control, which you lack the capacity to manage, whilst I can oversee anything I desire." With that, Zheng Xiong hurled the torch into Zhang Da's home. Boom! Instantly, a towering inferno erupted from Zhang Da's residence, illuminating the entire night. Zheng Xiong observed the massive flames before turning away and vanishing into the darkness. 5 minutes after Zheng Xiong's departure, fire trucks arrived at Zhang Da's house. The firefighters disembarked and, upon witnessing the scene before them, an abode devoid of any evidence of fire and the unconscious man lying at the doorstep, they hurried to assist him. Upon discovering that the unconscious individual was the police chief, they promptly called for backup. 5 minutes later, the police arrived, coinciding with the moment when the police chief regained consciousness. As he awakened, the police chief noticed the front door of Zhang Da's house ajar. And memories of Zheng Xiong flooded back. He sprang up and dashed into Zhang Da's residence, with the other officers following closely behind. Upon entering the bedroom, the police chief and his team were met with the sight of Zhang Da lying lifeless on the bed, his eyes wide open and hands clutching his throat. The officers, their expressions grave, meticulously examined every corner of the room, both inside and out, but ultimately found nothing. The only potential clue was the lingering heat within the house. The police chief, with a complex expression, glanced at the lifeless Zhang Da. He then commanded all officers to secure the scene and summon the most skilled investigators, equipped with professional tools, to conduct a thorough re-examination of the site, determined to uncover any traces of the perpetrator. After issuing these orders, the police chief stepped outside and retrieved his phone, contacting the elderly man he had spoken to earlier. By this time, the fire crew had long departed, and the crowd that had gathered outside had dispersed. Once the call connected, the police chief inquired, "Elder Jiang, when will that spirit known as Zheng Tianwei disappear? He has only been around for a few days. Yet death has already struck in my jurisdiction, but if similar incidents continue to occur, I fear it will incite public panic." The elderly man, referred to as Elder Jiang by the police chief, replied solemnly, "Shaoli, asking me this is futile. The spirit known as Zheng Tianwei is, in fact, Zheng Xiong. The reason he is referred to as Zheng Tianwei by later generations is purely because after a millennium since his passing, he periodically returns to the mortal realm with his retainer, Jin, to enact judgment upon the treacherous and various scoundrels. Over the millennia, at least 100,000 lives have fallen by his hand. He is akin to a celestial deity, executing judgment upon humanity. So, when you inquire about his disappearance, I can only tell you that you will not know. Moreover, take my advice. Do not attempt to approach Zheng Tianwei. If he perceives any stain upon you that warrants his intervention, he will not hesitate to eliminate you." The police chief, after listening to Elder Jiang's words, hung up the phone and wiped the cold sweat that had just appeared on his forehead. He then turned and walked back to the scene of Zhang Da's demise, awaiting the arrival of the investigators. At that moment, Zheng Xiong, who had just slain Zhang Da, was sitting beside a barbecue stall, enjoying grilled meat with Jean Gudwa. Jean Gudwa, having devoured 6 skewers of lamb kidneys and taken a sip of beer, remarked, "Xiong, why didn't you just erase that man's entire memory directly? If he wakes up and remembers us, won't it complicate our subsequent actions?" Zheng Xiong, taking a hearty bite of grilled squid, replied, "Complications? Ah, Jean, do you think I fear complications?" Jean Gudwa shook his head. Zheng Xiong smirked. "Well then, let's finish our meal quickly, that we still have to find that monk to have a chat, and afterward we must eliminate someone namely June once we complete these tasks. We shall leave this place and head to the border. Although I am not afraid of complications, I prefer not to invite trouble." Jean Goodwin nodded, seemingly in understanding, and then continued to devour the grilled lamb kidneys voraciously. Before long, they had consumed all the kidneys at the stall. After finishing their meal, the two of them drove a Chevrolet to the temple where Zhang had previously visited in the early morning at the temple gate. A thunderous crash echoed throughout the premises. The monks who were still asleep inside the temple stirred, opening their windows to gaze at the entrance. They beheld the sight of a Chevrolet that had smashed through the gate, creating a gaping hole. Before the monks could process what had happened, a blinding white light burst through the car's roof, cleaving the vehicle in two. From the right side of the split car emerged a young man, smoking a cigar, donning sunglasses, and wielding a red long knife at his waist. He bellowed at the burly man still seated in the car. "Jean Gudwa, are you driving a car or a tank? If you don't know how to drive, then don't." Bang! Enraged by the young man's outburst, the burly man kicked the car door open with fury. The door, along with the temple gate, was embedded into the wall. After disembarking, the burly man approached the front half of the car, his eyes glowing with anger as he stared at the young man in sunglasses. "Try cursing again. Do you believe I will shatter you into pieces?" After saying this, he delivered a punch to the rear half of the car, instantly reducing it to a pile of rubble. Upon witnessing this, the young man removed his sunglasses and tossed them to the ground. Striking a boxing stance as he exclaimed, "Let us fight then. Do you truly think I fear you?" The burly man, after hearing the young man's words, let out a roar and charged at him. Just then, a young monk suddenly appeared between the two, extending his hand to block their fists. The young monk, with a rueful smile, stated, "Wei ho, Jin Shuai, your arrival is indeed swift. I am willing to apologize for the prior assistance given to Zhang Xiong. I hope Wei ho can spare all the monks in this temple. They are merely ordinary individuals practicing their faith, entirely unaware of worldly matters." Zheng Xiong and Jin Gudwa exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Bang bang! Zheng Xiong and Jin Gudwa withdrew their fists, observing the now panda-eyed monk, Hui Cheng. Zheng Xiong patted Hui Cheng on the shoulder and turned his back to him, saying, "This time it's just fists. Little bald head, if you dare to meddle in affairs and help the greedy again, next time it will be my blade that lands on your head." With that, Zheng Xiong exited the temple. Remaining inside, Jin Gudwa and Hui Cheng exchanged glances, each appearing perplexed. Jin Gudwa scratched his head and inquired, "What should I say now? Should I give you another beating before leaving?" Hui Cheng, with a puzzled expression, responded. Ultimately, Jin Gudwa could not think of anything to say, so he truly delivered another blow to Hui Cheng before departing the temple. Once Jin Gudwa exited the temple gates and was out of sight, the monks approached the now battered and bruised Hui Cheng, who lay on the ground, twitching and rolling his eyes. The monks, upon seeing him, swiftly called the police and an ambulance. 20 minutes later, both an ambulance and police car arrived at the temple. 5 medical personnel disembarked from the ambulance and hurriedly placed Hui Cheng onto a stretcher, then rushed him into the vehicle to the hospital. Who assaulted Master Hui Cheng? The brutality is appalling. One of the officers questioned the remaining monks. The monks exchanged glances, and finally, an elder monk stepped forward to explain, recounting the appearance of the 2 thugs who had just departed. After the elder monk described Zheng Xiong and Jin Gudwa, one of the officers retrieved 2 photographs from the police car and asked the elder monk, "Are these the 2 individuals?" The monks gathered around to examine the photographs closely, nodding in affirmation that it was indeed them. Upon confirming the identities of Zheng Xiong and Jin Gudwa, the officers closed their notebooks. One officer addressed the monks. "Should these 2 individuals return, do not confront them. Simply call the police. They're dangerous and unpredictable. We are currently pursuing them across various regions in Lu province." Subsequently, the officers entered their vehicle and departed the temple. As the monks watched the police car leave, one monk remarked, "So those 2 are indeed lunatics." Another monk replied, "Enough chatter. Let us find someone to repair the gate. I have long advised the abbot, Hui Cheng, that wooden doors are simply not secure. One day, a driver who cannot drive might easily breach it." The monks continued to discuss the matter until they eventually found someone to repair the gate. 30 days later, upon Hui Cheng's return from the hospital to the temple, he stared blankly at the entrance, his expression one of bewilderment, that he then shouted loudly within the temple, "All of you come out! Who authorized the replacement of our temple door with a 6-centimeter thick steel door?" The monks collectively pointed towards one individual who, with his back to them, was engrossed in watching a beautiful woman on his phone, occasionally chuckling. Upon seeing that monk, Hui Cheng took a deep breath and delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. "Wu Ji, you shall reflect in the contemplation room for 10 days before re-emerging." With a thud, the monk performed a front flip and landed gracefully on the ground, his phone still firmly in hand. The monk turned around, grinning at Hui Cheng as he said, "Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's going to be thrilling." "Oh, junior brother, you're out of the hospital so soon." "Very well, I'll head to the contemplation room now. Bye." After saying this, the monk took a step and vanished several meters away, quickly disappearing from the monk's sight. Huicheng sighed at the disappearing figure of Wuji and instructed the monks to find someone to replace the temple gate with a proper iron door by tomorrow. While continuing to close the temple to visitors for a month before reopening to welcome worshippers in Lu Province, at the Art School's Cultural Center during the Sino-Japanese Friendship Gala, Jin Gudwa and Zheng Xiong stood in a shadowy corner, observing the revelers before them, full of laughter and cheer. Jin Gudwa, eyeing an oily middle-aged man who was cheerfully raising his glass and engaging in lively conversation with young, beautiful women, remarked, "Xiong, our next target is this gluttonous fool? How utterly lacking in challenge." Zheng Xiong, frowning as he watched the jovial man, retrieved a handgun from a system space, aimed it at the greasy middle-aged figure, and pulled the trigger. Nightmare curse, no awakening handgun quality. Orange description, scream. Weep, then perish. Effect, nightmare curse bullet. Infinite, this handgun inflicts merely 0.35 physical damage to the target upon hitting, yet ensnares the target within a nightmare realm until death. The mental intensity exceeds that of the user by threefold, granting immunity to this effect. Effect, no awakening. Upon hitting a target, this handgun renders the target immune to any awakening effects of orange quality or lower. Effect, nightmare enhancement. Upon hitting a target, the terror experienced by the target in their nightmares is amplified by an additional 1500. In an instant, the handgun fired several black bullets, striking the greasy middle-aged man squarely. After being shot, the greasy middle-aged man suddenly turned pale, clutching his chest before collapsing to the ground. As the greasy middle-aged man fell abruptly, the young girls surrounding him screamed in unison. With their screams, the festive gathering descended into chaos. Zheng Xiong and Jingu duo observed the unfolding events with expressionless faces. Zheng Xiong tossed the handgun back into the system space and prepared to leave, only to suddenly look up, his gaze sharp as he drew the red blade, pointing it towards the sky. Ooh, boom! A shadow descended from the festive stage, crashing down and creating a massive crater. With the arrival of the shadow, everyone present fainted, losing consciousness. The shadow then rose, brandishing a black spear, directly aimed at Zheng Xiong. Long time no see, Zheng Xiong. You truly know how to run. Finding yourself in this world filled with negative energy and tragedy, it suits me perfectly as a manifestation. It's time to settle our score. Zheng Xiong gazed at the figure clad in black armor, donning a demonic helmet, and wielding a black spear, occasionally flickering with black-red lightning, curiously inspecting the figure's information. A Xian humanized avatar introduction, after enduring a hellish social demise. And Yu Xian became utterly demonized, vowing to make the one responsible for his social death experience the same fate. Thus, his avatars traversed countless worlds in pursuit of this individual. Strength, 100,000, and Yu Xian's avatars possess unique attributes in this world. For reference only, not actual. Mentality, 250,000, same as above. Agility, 1 million, same as above. Soul strength, 30,000, same as above. Skills, God-slaying thrust, soul-severing spear, demon gunplay, millennium kill, ultimate edition, demon aura, will of the dead realm. Just as Zheng Xiong finished reading and Yu Xian's information, and Yu Xian suddenly vanished from his sight. Then, a black spear appeared behind Zheng Xiong, thrusting fiercely towards him. Zheng Xiong sensed the black spear stabbing from behind and leapt up, executing a backflip to evade the assault. Subsequently, wielding the red blade, Zheng Xiong unleashed the nine-headed dragon flash mid-air. Instantly, the sounds of clashing spear and blade echoed throughout the art hall. After deflecting all of Zheng Xiong's attacks with his spear, and Yu Xian, with one hand gripping the spear and the other tucked behind his back, declared resolutely, "Last time, being beaten so badly was purely an accident. This time, I shall make you experience the same misfortune." Seeing all his nine-headed dragon flash attacks blocked, Zheng Xiong remained silent and launched another fierce offensive in Yu Xian demonized avatar, witnessing Zheng Xiong's renewed onslaught. Let out a roar and unleashed all his might, charging at Zheng Xiong with his spear. Clang! The spear and blade clashed again, reigniting the battle. Clang! Bam! Boom! The fierce combat between the black spear and blade continued. intermittently producing violent explosions. Meanwhile, as in Yu Xian avatar demonized and Zheng Xiong engaged in a fierce clash, Li Jun, who had been struck by Zheng Xiong's nightmare-cursed handgun and trapped in the nightmare realm, ultimately perished due to the continuous cycle of nightmares. However, as a result of enduring these nightmares, Li Jun's soul underwent a peculiar transformation, evolving from an ordinary, unconscious soul into a vengeful spirit clad in red, possessing a power greater than in life. After detaching from his original body, Li Jun's spirit glared resentfully at Zheng Xiong, who was locked in fierce combat within Yu Xian. Li Jun knew that it was this man who had caused his demise. Although he was unaware of the methods employed, he was certain, from the moment of his death within the nightmare realm, he had seen Zheng Xiong shoot at him, and then he had fallen, unable to rise again. In Yu Xian humanized avatar, engaged in battle with Zheng Xiong, suddenly sensed something and, deflecting Zheng Xiong's incoming blade, turned to gaze at the red-clad, vengeful spirit that was once Li Jun. Zheng Xiong, I never expected you to choose such a death, creating a red-clad, vengeful spirit of the highest caliber. In that case, I shall use it to send you to your demise. And Yu Xian demonized avatar declared, suddenly teleporting behind Li Jun and thrusting his spear forward with one hand. Thud! Li Jun, now a red-clad, vengeful spirit, was pierced through the heart by an Yu Xian demonized avatar, before dissipating into black smoke, consumed by the black spear. After absorbing the red-clad, vengeful spirit, the black spear grew even darker, and Yu Xian humanized avatar lifted his gaze to Zheng Xiong, who stood motionless, and smiled. Zheng Xiong, your failure to prevent me from devouring this red-clad, vengeful spirit was your gravest mistake. The battle has only just begun. Just as in Yu Xian demonized avatar finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a barrage of piercing sensations overwhelming him, rendering him utterly defenseless. When the relentless onslaught of stabbing ceased, and Yu Xian demonized avatar was left battered and torn, Zheng Xiong emerged from behind him, holding a dimly lit spear, disdainfully remarking, "Really, so much chatter during a fight. Even I, the protagonist, have fewer lines than you. Go in peace." With that, Zheng Xiong turned to leave. However, just as Zheng Xiong turned his back to an Yu Xian demonized avatar, the once wide-eyed and battered figure suddenly thrust the black spear towards Zheng Xiong's rear without any guidance. Just as the spear was mere inches from its target, Zheng Xiong spun around, sweeping it aside with a powerful motion. The deflected black spear pierced the ground, leaving only its base visible as it plunged into the earth. The black spear emitted a mournful wail, the ground quaked, and then the black spear transformed into a dark red streak of light, shooting skyward. Upon piercing the heavens, the spear's tip seemed to shatter something. A clear sound of glass breaking resonated through the realms, awakening all those in slumber or those awake to the ominous dark red mist emanating from the black hole above. Zheng Xiong glared at the black hole, exuding a foreboding dark red mist, his expression darkening as he seethed. "And Yu Xian, you are truly damned. How dare you unleash a pestilence upon this world?" Pestilence Catastrophe Introduction, a special power governed by rules, long isolated by the world's spatial barriers. Once these barriers are breached, this catastrophe will actively invade the world, spreading various plagues, viruses, and microorganisms, leading to the death of all living beings in the invaded world. When all life perishes, the pestilence catastrophe will consume the entire world to enhance itself. Just as Zheng Xiong finished his furious declaration, a pair of enormous eyes appeared in the sky, their calmness akin to a stagnant pool, revealing an endless power of death. And Yu Xian's voice echoed at that moment. "Zheng Xiong, you are not in a position to judge whether I should perish. I, and Yu Xian, have always acted this way. If I cannot succeed in my revenge this time, I shall ensure your complete annihilation in this world." After Yu Xian spoke, the massive eyes in the sky gradually faded from view. What once was a small black hole emitting dark red mist began to expand into a colossal void. Upon witnessing this, Zheng Xiong gripped his spear tightly and unleashed a punch that opened a temporal black hole, tossing the red blade into the rift, shouting loudly, "Ah, Jean, if I have not come for you in 10 years, find a high mountain and a windy place to forget me. Farewell." Before the golden, ancient multitude could gather, words of utterance were abruptly silenced as the temporal black hole forcefully closed. Zheng Xiong, observing the disappearance of the temporal black hole, pivoted and elegantly twirled his long spear before charging towards the expanding void in the sky. Divine Slayer spear quality, super divine description. Gods, demons, ultimately, all perish beneath this spear. Who shall be the next? Effect, true death. This spear disregards all defensive rules, inflicting fatal harm directly upon the target. Those slain by this spear become immune to any form of resurrection. This effect does not apply to the forger of the spear. In no time, Zheng Xiong soared before the colossal black hole, casting a fleeting glance at the realm of mortals beneath him. He leaped into the ever-expanding void. Subsequently, a terrifying roar echoed from within the black hole, which, emanating a dark red mist, abruptly ceased its expansion. Following a fierce tremor, the black hole gradually dissolved into nothingness. Just before its complete disappearance, four dark red streaks of light burst forth from within, descending into the mortal realm. The previously vanished Yuxuan reappeared in the void, her expression cold as she gazed upon the four dark red streaks of light descending to the earth. Desolation, hunger, viruses, mutations. Zheng Xiong, whether you survive or not, you shall bear the consequences of your actions. We shall meet again soon. With that, Yuxuan stepped into the void, fully departing from this world, an army sweeping through thousands. Zheng Xiong cried out, wielding his spear to eliminate a multitude of plague demons surrounding him, then activating the artillery behind him to bombard the horde. This marked the 7th day of Zheng Xiong's relentless battle within the plague-ridden space. Throughout these 7 days, he had tirelessly slain the plague demons, yet their numbers only continued to swell. After repelling another wave of demons, Zheng Xiong, his expression grave, surveyed the encircling horde, gripping his divine slayer's spear tightly, and muttered, "What in the world is happening here? Are mortals still succumbing to this plague? Why do these monsters multiply with each kill?" Upon uttering these words, he produced a Bagua mirror and placed it upon the ground, instantly projecting the sorrowful realm of mortals, akin to a film. Heavenly Realms Projector. Bagua Mirror Edition Quality. Divine Artifact Description. Crafted by a certain forger to endure the solitude of countless nights. This equipment allows one to view scenes from different worlds. Effect. Heavenly Realms Live Broadcast. This equipment enables real-time viewing of various scenes from different worlds, with the ability to specify a single scene for playback, once specified. It cannot be changed for 36 hours. Effect. Bagua Barrier. Once placed upon the ground, this equipment generates a 15-meter radius Bagua Barrier, which possesses 8 distinct effects. Having observed the current state of the mortal realm through the Bagua mirror, Zheng Xiong, enlightened, remarked, "No wonder I cannot clear you wretched monsters. It turns out 4 logistics captains are providing you with reinforcements. But this shall end here." With that declaration, Zheng Xiong turned and unleashed a relentless bombardment upon the plague demons, followed by using the Divine Slayer Spear to pierce open a spatial black hole, leaping into its depths. Once more, Zheng Xiong found himself hovering above the sorrowful realm of mortals. Upon returning, he retrieved a model of a nuclear bomb from the system space and unhesitatingly tossed it into the spatial black hole. Purifying Nuclear Bomb, Tsar Model Edition, One-Time Use Quality, Divine Artifact Description. Have you seen its name? While it is merely a model, it will still explode with power beyond your imagination. Effect, Purifying Nuclear Bomb. This bomb detonates with an effective radius of 30,000 square meters, ignoring all conventional defensive structures, and continues to annihilate all life within its range. After casting the nuclear bomb model into the spatial black hole, Zheng Xiong promptly restored the black hole to its original state. With the restoration complete, he squinted at the parched plague demon, which was voraciously absorbing the elemental water of heaven and earth. The parched plague demon, sensing Zheng Xiong's gaze, looked up and rasped, "Lord of Demons, wait a moment longer. I shall soon render this world completely desolate, and you will once again behold the beauty of the desert." As the parched demon prepared to continue its consumption of elemental water, Zheng Xiong, without uttering a word, instantly appeared behind it in a swift motion, He thrust his spear through the demon's chest. Coldly, Zheng Xiong stated, "I cannot wait any longer." Withdrawing the divine slayer spear, he turned and flew toward the region where the hungry plague demon resided. Not long after Zheng Xiong's departure, the parched plague demon, pierced through the chest, began to dissipate like quicksand, and the elemental water it had stolen returned to the world, unleashing a torrential downpour upon the long dry earth. As the rain fell upon the land, the once dead flora and fauna, ravaged by drought, astonishingly regained vitality. Those who were on the brink of dying from thirst were revitalized by the downpour. Zheng Xiong, soaring through the sky, witnessed this miraculous revival. 30 minutes later, Zheng Xiong gazed upon the ravenous plague demon, now frantically siphoning the elemental essence and life force of all beings, grasping his divine slayer spear. He approached it step by step, each stride amplifying his presence. Upon reaching the demon, his aura had become formidable enough to shake the heavens. The hungry plague demon, sensing Zheng Xiong's overwhelming presence, ceased its consumption and disdainfully regarded him. "Lord Zheng, those three fools submit to you willingly, ready to perish at your hands, and I, however, shall not yield. If you wish to kill me, do so with true skill." With that, the hungry plague demon unleashed a ferocious assault upon Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong deftly evaded the demon's powerful strikes, swiftly raising his spear for a decisive thrust. The divine slayer's spear struck true, but the demon's form blurred and vanished. Cautiously, Zheng Xiong scanned his surroundings, aware that the voice of the hungry plague demon echoed from all directions. "Lord Zheng, if this is all you can muster, you shall not kill me today, yet I can certainly end you." As the demon's taunt resonated, a green mist enveloped the area surrounding Zheng Xiong. Within this haze, he unexpectedly felt a long-forgotten sensation of hunger and fatigue. "How do you find my hunger mist, Lord Zheng? Are you satisfied?" Unfazed, Zheng Xiong retorted, "You think a mere cloud of green mist would impress me? Stand still. I see you." With those words, multiple phantoms of himself materialized behind him. Zheng Xiong burst forth from the green mist, thrusting his spear violently into the void. Upon striking, Zheng Xiong sensed that he had not hit the hungry plague demon. He quickly adjusted his stance to block a punch from the demon that emerged from the shadows. As the demon revealed itself, it sneered at Zheng Xiong. "I ask that all you've got?" Zheng Xiong, having deflected the demon's attack, swiftly conjured 9 separate illusions of himself, each simultaneously thrusting their spears toward the hungry plague demon. The demon, unimpressed, raised its hands to block the simultaneous assault. Just as it was about to speak, its eyes widened in disbelief as it pointed at Zheng Xiong. Following the hunger plague, it erupted into countless fragments. The spiritual energy and vitality it had absorbed from the heavens and earth returning to their original sources. Zheng Xiong stood before a revolver, gently blowing away the smoke from its barrel. One strike, certain kill, revolver quality, divine artifact description. Never compete with the master who forged it. Even the most cunning of men would claim to be as innocent as a blank slate upon encountering him. Effect: one strike, certain kill. Upon hitting a target, there is an 85 probability of instantaneously slaying the target, and a 15 chance of rendering them irretrievable. Overall strength exceeds that of the user by 1-fold. Ignoring this effect. Effect: certain hit. The bullets fired from this revolver ignore all evasive maneuvers of the target, guaranteeing a hit. Effect: annihilation infinite. Targets slain by this revolver cannot be resurrected. And the bullets are inexhaustible. The times have changed, you fool. If I cannot vanquish you in close combat, do you think I lack the skill for ranged warfare? Zheng Xiong declared, securing the revolver at his waist. He resolved to utilize this revolver for combat during this period without the red blade, questioning the notion of a god-slaying gun, something he had never encountered nor recognized in a brief span. He swiftly dispatched 2 plague-bringing monsters, and Zheng Xiong distinctly felt that this world, known as the mundane elegy, was rapidly restoring its original order, seemingly evolving in the process like a tea that moment. A long-absent large orange cat suddenly leapt from the realm of monsters. "Bear, what chaotic world have you come to this time? The stench of miasma and blood is unbearable. Where is Jingu Duo, and what has happened to your red blade?" as the large orange cat questioned. The previously gloomy sky was suddenly torn asunder, revealing a gaping void from which emerged a colossal bat's head, exuding a purplish-black mist and glowing red eyes. Upon its emergence, it turned its gaze towards Zheng Xiong and spoke. "Zheng, Demon Lord, have I not provided you with a withered, plague toxins, and the amalgamation of decay, drought, virus, mutation? Why have you destroyed my abode?" Zheng Xiong, observing the massive bat's head, curiously remarked, "Was that plague monster's lair your residence?" "It does not seem so." Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, the bat transformed into a towering man of 2.25 meters with dual horns, landing before Zheng Xiong. Fury etched across his face as he grasped Zheng Xiong's clothing. Their foreheads almost touching, and bellowed, "Does it matter whether it resembles my home? If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall show you no mercy," as the giant raised his fist to strike Zheng Xiong. The latter drew his revolver and fired a shot into the sky before aiming it at the man's head. "How about this for an explanation?" The giant, glancing sideways at the revolver pressed against his temple, retorted, "You may fire if you wish. Let's see whether your gun kills me first or I you." Zheng Xiong, upon hearing the giant's words, began to examine his information. Character, batching description. In his youth, he unified the realm of plague and catastrophe with formidable strength. But shortly after his success, he encountered an exceedingly terrifying forger. The two battled for 8 months, culminating in Batsheng reluctantly surrendering 3 of his generals to the forger. Strength, 750,000, capable of engaging you in combat. You cannot defeat him in a short time. Agility? Has he been frightened into such rapid movement? Intelligence, 67. He possesses it, but not in abundance. Spirit, 800. 000. Such a high value, perhaps due to his frequent insomnia. Skills, Plague King Aura, Plague King True Form, Plague King Boxing, Plague King Legion Arrival Defunct, Plague King Guard Corps Defunct. After reviewing the giant's information, Zheng Xiong inquired with the system about the term defunct following the giant's skills. Subsequently, a response appeared before him, visible only to himself. "You just destroyed his home. Now, the entire realm of plague and catastrophe is devoid of life, with only he and some surviving viruses and mutated monsters remaining. The rest of the plague monsters have met their end." Without hesitation, Zheng Xiong pulled the trigger of his revolver, aiming to eliminate the transformed plague monster before him. Bang! Following the shot, the giant remained standing, unscathed, a sinister grin plastered across his face, and he could see that moment. Zheng Xiong heard the system's voice in his ear. "Due to unknown reasons, the blood feud task has failed." The still grinning giant then spoke. "Zheng, Demon Lord, I am aware that your revolver can disregard any evasion and hit directly, but I did not evade. I merely sent someone else to die in my stead. So feel free to shoot. Regardless of how many humans perish, I remain unconcerned." Narrowing his eyes, Zheng Xiong unleashed a rapid succession of 60 shots. Instantly, the system's voice echoed in his ears, each shot resulting in a failure notification, including 2 special tragic tasks. The Vehicle of Xiong City, task failed, and Dream of the Underground Carriage, task failed. As Zheng Xiong continued firing, the giant's grin faltered, his mouth twitching as he prepared to speak. Without waiting for him to finish, Zheng Xiong drew the god-slaying gun from his system's space and swiftly pierced it through the giant's chest. "Dear Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading." The excitement continues. The giant exclaimed, "You!" Before the giant could complete his exit line, Zheng Xiong extracted the god-slaying gun, causing the giant's eyes to widen as he gradually transformed from human form back into a colossal bat. Towering over the earth, his stature rapidly increasing as the massive bat grew to a height of 130 meters, it began to dissipate into energy particles carried away by the wind. The energy particles, upon scattering, restored health to dying creatures plagued by illness, while those with latent ailments gradually returned to a state of wellness. In the world below, the plague monsters, rampant and releasing viruses, suddenly halted, gazing towards Zheng Xiong's location. As if witnessing the massive bat's dissolution, the plague monsters raised their heads towards the sky, reluctant, murmuring, "So close, so very close," All life in this realm was on the brink of destruction by my viruses. O King and Demon Lord. With that, the plague monster lowered its head, gradually transforming into a sand-like form, scattering with the wind. After the plague monster's dispersal, the roaming mutated monsters sensed a change, rasping. This day has indeed arrived. But before I perish, I must leave some traces to prove my existence in this realm. Upon uttering those words, the mutated monster's body shattered into pieces, scattering across various locations of the human realm. Consequently, diverse strains of mutated viruses erupted simultaneously across the globe, with a significantly increased mortality rate. Thus, all 4 plague monsters intentionally released into the human realm by Yuxuan were eradicated by Zheng Xiong, including the dominator of the realm of plague, Bacheng. Just as Zheng Xiong lamented the failure of the last 3 special tragic tasks in the mundane elegy, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping him. Once the white light faded, Zheng Xiong vanished without a trace. Following his disappearance from the mundane elegy, the entire world began to burn, akin to paper set ablaze, visibly crumbling to ash in the void. A man's voice resonated, accompanied by an electric hum. What is happening? Why did you not follow the script, allowing the Dominator to fully experience this world? The electric voice replied, the projection of the Lord of Cthulhu is too powerful. You failed to completely block its mental contamination, causing me to be unable to maintain the normal operation of this world. Hence, I had to forcibly modify the script, allowing the Dominator to depart from this impending collapse and destruction. You must also manage that inner demon you released. With him continually causing chaos, the Dominator will never experience a complete world. Without such an experience, how can the Dominator obtain the full temporal power of a world? After the electric voice concluded, the void fell into a prolonged silence. After a considerable time, the man's cold voice emerged. In Yuxuan, you shall die next time. Furthermore, I, Long Yuxuan, do not tolerate any hindrance in my endeavors. This is the final warning. Should there be another failure, I will eliminate all projections here before coming for you. As the man spoke, shadows of swords subtly emerged from the void. Soon after, these sword shadows vanished into the abyss. The sound of electricity ceased to resonate. In a brief moment, the world of mundane lamentations was utterly reduced to ashes. After the white light dissipated, Zheng Xiong beheld a figure before him, fervently waving and displaying an anxious expression, akin to a human-like mouse, accompanied by the frequent tremors beneath his feet. Suddenly, Zheng Xiong felt as though he were enveloped by an immense shadow. He gazed upward in bewilderment, only to see a humanoid blue cat peering down at him. The blue cat then bent down, extending its hands, intent on seizing Zheng Xiong. With agility, Zheng Xiong leaped backward to evade the grasp, and then sprang forward, delivering a kick that sent the blue cat tumbling to the ground. Unconscious, thud. The blue cat lay sprawled on the ground, dazed and unresponsive. Zheng Xiong, landing gracefully, observed the motionless blue cat with a puzzled expression, remarking, "This blue cat looks oddly familiar. I feel as though I have encountered it before." Just as Zheng Xiong was lost in thought, the mouse that had previously waved at him dashed forward, grasping his hand. "Cousin Bear, you've finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, that wicked cat, Tom, would have surely put an end to me," the mouse exclaimed, tears streaming down its face. Zheng Xiong glanced back at the still unconscious blue cat, then turned to the mouse holding his hand. "Are you Jerry, the same Jerry perpetually pursued by Tom?" Zheng Xiong asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. Jerry nodded vigorously. Yes. It's me, Cousin Bear. You are the finest blacksmith in the family, and this time you must forge me a complete set of excellent gear. The price is negotiable. Come, I shall take you to feast in preparation for your arrival. I have endured quite a bit at the hands of Tom." Thus, Zheng Xiong followed Jerry as he led him toward his humble abode. Upon entering Jerry's house, Zheng Xiong was struck by the realization that he had somehow shrunk. Contemplating this, he ventured into his consciousness space to consult the infinite world SAI, Great Light Sphere. "Why have I diminished in size? Come forth and clarify, or upon my return, you shall face dire consequences." The infinite world SAI remained silent, mimicking the system by displaying a response window for Zheng Xiong. Current world, Tom and Jerry. Your current role, Jerry's distant cousin. Bear occupation, time-space blacksmith. Description, you have descended into this world in response to Jerry's plea from a distant land. Please be aware that this world is quite unique, disregarding any instant death effects and other debilitating conditions. Strength, 360W. This is the accurate value calculated by the system based on your past experiences, reflecting the uniqueness of this world. Agility, 460W, as above. Spirit, 250W, as above. Constitution, 410W, as above. Skills, observation technique extreme, swordsmanship extreme, obsolete. Hearts domain modified, details available. Celestial techniques modified, sealed. Mundane martial arts extreme, space interruption, forbidden. Fate sealing, forbidden. Weaponry, revolver, god-slaying gun, red blade, lost. Defensive gear, dust removal suit. Jewels, flowing time 4-piece set. After perusing the information displayed by the Infinite World SAI, Zheng Xiong sighed in exasperation. Why the excessive detail? Previously, there were none of these convoluted specifications. Others would have thought me an invincible protagonist, but now, I appear nothing more than a weakling. And what's the deal with my skills? Why are so many of them unusable? While Zheng Xiong engaged in dialogue with the Infinite World SAI within his consciousness space, Jerry huffed and puffed, burdened with an assortment of food. Approaching Zheng Xiong. Noticing Zheng Xiong lost in thought, Jerry tapped him on the shoulder, curiosity evident in his voice. Cousin, what are you pondering so intently? Zheng Xiong, feeling a hand on his shoulder, abruptly exited his consciousness space, returning to reality to find Jerry gazing at him with wide-eyed curiosity. With a smile, Zheng Xiong pushed Jerry back slightly and said, Jerry, I was just contemplating that rather than providing you with a formidable set of equipment, it would be more beneficial for me to teach you self-defense techniques and other knowledge, ensuring that you can protect yourself when I depart from this place. Jerry nodded eagerly in agreement. Suddenly, a hand, resembling one adorned with white gloves, burst through the door of Jerry's house, reaching directly for him. Jerry, upon sighting this hand, recoiled in terror, exclaiming, Tom is back. Cousin Bear, run! As Jerry dashed towards Zheng Xiong, seeking to flee together, Zheng Xiong drew his revolver, aiming at the encroaching hand. With a resounding gunshot, Tom's hand was pierced, leaving a gaping hole. The hand quickly retreated, vanishing into Jerry's abode, followed by Tom's anguished cries echoing outside. A cacophony of crashes, footsteps, and the sound of someone descending the stairs ensued. Then, a woman's voice rang out that, Oh my God, Tom! Look at the mess you've created. Come here right now. Immediately, Tom, nursing his wounded pride from the gunshot, approached the woman, his expression one of utter dejection that, at that moment, Tom's hand had fully healed, appearing even more robust. The woman, observing Tom's approach, tossed a broom into his grasp. Before dawn, I want to see a tidy kitchen. And make sure to chase that wretched mouse out. If you fail to accomplish these tasks, I will find another cat to do it. Do you understand? Tom stood at attention, puffing out his chest with a determined expression, promising to fulfill the task. The woman then turned and ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiong remained in the shadows, straining to catch a glimpse of the woman who had perplexed him for years, pondering what the mistress of Tom and Jerry truly looked like, while also attempting to access her information. However, by the time the mistress reached the upper floor, Zheng Xiong still had not discerned her features, and the information retrieved was alarmingly sparse, with all but the description marked by question marks. Character? Description: she could effortlessly eliminate you as you are now, and she is aware of your gaze upon her. Yet she remains indifferent, for she detests trouble of any sort. In short, whatever you wish to do is your prerogative, as long as you do not disturb her slumber. Upon reviewing the information regarding the mistress, beads of cold sweat began to form on Zheng Xiong's forehead. Observing Zheng Xiong's distress, Jerry quickly produced a cloth, offering to wipe his brow. Cousin, do not be overly anxious. The mistress of this house is merely a paper tiger. She may speak ferociously, but in truth, she is terrified of me. Every time I venture out to find food and pass by her, she faints in fright. Intrigued by Jerry's words, Zheng Xiong decided to inspect Jerry's attributes. To his astonishment, the results were startling. Character. Jerry description. One of the core beings of this world, indestructible. The most fearsome creature here, do not be deceived by its adorable appearance. Strength. 20W. This value is deceptive. Its true power could easily annihilate you. Agility. 20W. Same as above. Spirit. 20W. Same as above. Constitution. 30W. Same as above. Skills. Disguise extreme. Mastery of all trades. Just as Zheng Xiong was about to inquire about Tom's attributes, Jerry's expression shifted dramatically as he stared behind Zheng Xiong. Oh no. Tom is back. Cousin, run. I'll take you to my other home. After Jerry finished speaking, he did not wait for Zheng Xiong's response. He hoisted Zheng Xiong onto his shoulder and dashed away, leaving Zheng Xiong, who was being carried, utterly speechless. Had Jerry not been running so swiftly, Zheng Xiong would have opened his mouth, only to be met with a gust of wind that rushed in, rendering him unable to speak properly. Zheng Xiong genuinely wished for Jerry to halt and set him down, so he could unleash a thorough beating on Tom, compelling him to kneel and sing conquer. Ultimately, as Jerry sprinted with Zheng Xiong in tow, they entered a rather sizable opening and closed the door behind them. The chase came to an end when Tom collided with the door, leaving him dazed in the early morning within the confines of a house. Zheng Xiong and Jerry perched atop a tree outside, gazing at a house that was encased in ice from the inside out. Inside the house, an astonishing scene unfolded. Jerry and Tom were joyfully skating together. Upon witnessing this spectacle from outside, Jerry exclaimed in disbelief, "Goodness, I can't believe I am able to be so amicable with Tom in a dream. It's simply unbelievable." Perhaps Jerry's voice was too loud, for Tom, who was smiling and skating alongside Jerry, suddenly cast a sharp glance towards the spot where Zheng Xiong and Jerry were situated. Instantly, the entire dreamscape transformed from morning to dusk, and the icy house morphed into a quaint little town. Zheng Xiong and Jerry, who had been standing in the tree, now found themselves bound to a tree stump, clad in prison garb. I could see that moment. Tom, dressed in a Western cowboy outfit with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, approached Zheng Xiong and Jerry, brandishing 2 revolvers and aiming them at each of them with a cold demeanor. "Jerry, and you, the unexpected interloper, your audacity surpasses my expectations, daring to intrude upon my dream, and even alongside Jerry. Now, do you two have any final words? If not, I shall pull the trigger." After Tom finished speaking, he spun the revolver cylinder and cocked the hammer. Zheng Xiong observed, as if Tom had morphed into a different cat, chuckled softly, and replied, "Tom, let's make a wager that I bet you that neither of those revolvers has any bullets. If you don't believe me, go ahead and shoot." Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Tom raised both guns and fired into the air, producing 2 sharp gunshots. Subsequently, Tom aimed one of the revolvers at Zheng Xiong and Jerry, declaring, "I once visited a kingdom called Longhua, where I watched a television series titled Legend of the Six Eagles. The 6 eagles uttered a line similar to yours. I'm not one of those fools who are unaware of whether their guns are loaded. Moreover, this is my dream. I can have whatever I desire. Now, perish." With that, Tom fired at Zheng Xiong. Clicked at that moment, Tom's gun jammed, failing to discharge a single bullet. Seeing this, Tom glared at Zheng Xiong and hurled the revolver aside. Zheng Xiong tilted his head to avoid the thrown weapon. "I told you, those 2 guns have no bullets. Your turn is over. Now it's mine," Zheng Xiong asserted, drawing his own revolver and aiming at Tom. Before Tom could evade, a red dot appeared between his brows. The dreamscape began to tremble, followed by a sound akin to shattering glass. Then, Tom's dream world dissolved into a blank void, and he resumed his original form. Looking bewildered as he gazed at Zheng Xiong, with a somber expression, he remarked, "A revolver with guaranteed hits and fatal attributes. Intriguing, but this is where it ends." As he spoke, Zheng Xiong watched in astonishment as the revolver in his hand gradually transformed into shimmering stardust, vanishing from sight. At that moment, the voice of the infinite world's intelligence echoed in Zheng Xiong's ears. Due to Tom's words, the one-hit kill, guaranteed hit revolver has returned to the system space and is prohibited within this world. After observing the disappearance of the revolver, Tom spoke again. "Interloper, this time you have triumphed, but next time may not be the same. Allow me to add one last piece of advice. As fellow sovereigns, do not linger too long in another's realm. Most importantly, do not provoke that woman lightly. If she truly wishes to kill you, I may not be able to stop her. With that, Tom instantly appeared before Zheng Xiong and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Zheng Xiong, puzzled, looked at Tom and said, "You could have just spoken. Why the sudden attack?" Before Zheng Xiong could finish his complaint, Tom struck him out of the dream. Once Zheng Xiong vanished from the dream, Tom turned back, his expression complex as he regarded Jerry, who was bewildered and gazing at him. Tom seemed to want to say something, but ultimately sighed deeply and, with a flick of his head, ejected Jerry from the dream. After expelling both Jerry and Zheng Xiong from the dream, Tom stood alone in the blank space, looking upwards, murmuring, "Jerry, no matter how long it takes, I will find you and make you pay for what you have become. Whoever he may be, I will ensure he is torn to pieces." As Tom finished speaking, his figure gradually faded from the blank expanse. Then, in the real world, Tom slowly opened his eyes and rose to head toward the refrigerator, entirely unaware of the events he had experienced in the dream. That night, atop the house, Zheng Xiong and Jerry each held a can of fruit juice liquor, sipping contentedly. After finishing his can, Zheng Xiong lay back, resting his hands behind his head while gazing at the starry sky, and inquired of Jerry, "Don't you ever tire of the daily grind of battling, Tom?" After finishing his own can of fruit juice liquor, Jerry emulated Zheng Xiong, lying back and belching before replying, "I never tire of it. Although Tom's a wretched cat, he is also the best companion. With him around, I find joy in every day." "But what about you, my dear cousin? Over the years since you left the family to venture out, have you encountered any companions?" Upon hearing Jerry's question, Zheng Xiong gazed at the starry sky, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes as he softly replied, "Companions? Yes, I have encountered some. For instance, during my travels at sea, I met many fascinating individuals. They were my earliest companions. However, I had to part ways with them as my journey took me elsewhere. Since then, I have traveled to many places and met numerous people, but none have ever been companions quite like them." After speaking, Zheng Xiong grabbed a can of fruit juice liquor and hurled it at Tom, who was stealthily creeping close, crashing through the roof. Bang! The first sound was that of Tom being struck by the can, while the second was the sound of Tom falling from the roof. Zheng Xiong stood atop the roof, watching as Tom fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, and couldn't help but recall the expression he had seen in Tom's dream last night, cold as iron. Zheng Xiong murmured, "Which one is the true Tom? Is it this foolish, dim-witted version, or that cold, lenient one?" After pondering for a while and finding no clarity, he turned and approached the drunken Jerry, hoisting him up and disappearing from the roof with a rush of wind. Just as Zheng Xiong vanished from the roof, Tom, who had fallen and shattered, reverted back to his complete form. Looking around in confusion, that a beam of moonlight illuminated Tom, and as he processed his surroundings, his expression gradually darkened, and he coldly whispered, "Zheng Xiong, last time you entered my dream. Now it is my turn." After uttering this, the moonlight enveloping Tom was suddenly obscured by dark clouds. When the cloud drifted by and the moonlight reappeared, Tom had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the house's owner, who was seated inside, admiring the moonlight of the night, softly murmured, "A rebirth of the sovereign of time and space, clashing with the severely wounded sovereign of dimensions in a dream battle." How intriguing! As the house's owner concluded her words and lowered her head, the infinite world's intelligence voice suddenly reached Zheng Xiong's ears as he returned to the small house, preparing to rest after carrying Jerry. "You have been targeted by one of the rulers of the world of strange tales. Please lie down and sleep as soon as possible before dawn. Otherwise, an irreversible instant death effect will be triggered." Upon hearing the words of the infinite world and the wisdom brain, Zheng Xiong's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he produced a small wooden stick and struck it against his own head. Subsequently, Zheng Xiong entered a state of slumber, while the wooden stick transformed into glimmers of starlight, gradually fading from view to sleep-inducing wooden stick, disposable, quality, divine artifact description, in addition to facilitating rapid slumber for both the user and the target. It appears to possess other special effects. Effect, dream entry. When the user strikes themselves, they will fall into a sleep state, simultaneously gaining control over their own dreamscape and enhancing their overall strength within the dream by 300. When striking a target, the target will also enter a sleep state, and the user can manipulate the target's dream. This effect disregards the target's level and resistance, directly inducing sleep. Effect: Glimmers of Starlight. After this wooden stick is used, it will transform into starlight and gradually vanish. As Zheng Xiong succumbed to slumber, a faint yet pervasive sound of countless sighs echoed through the dim void, seemingly expressing disappointment at his swift descent into sleep. Nighttime, BJ City, Jinshiu Road. Zheng Xiong stood by the roadside, observing the hurried passersby, his gaze lifting to the night sky obscured by streetlights and light pollution, rendering the stars invisible. He then proceeded towards the distant apartment. Familiar yet strange in his memory. 10 minutes later, Zheng Xiong spotted a group of elderly men engrossed in a game of chess at the entrance of the apartment. A slight smile crept upon his lips at the sight. He approached one elderly man, who was playing with the red pieces, and seized the red knight that had yet to cross the river, promptly capturing the opposing elder's king. He then addressed the irate elder with a smirk. "Elder Yao, this is a red hare, and it can cross the river to capture the king. Thus, Elder Yao, perhaps it is time for you to head home and rest. Aren't you concerned that your granddaughter, Lulu, will come looking for you?" No sooner had Zheng Xiong spoken than a young woman in a floral dress, with long hair cascading to her waist and a striking appearance, rushed down from the apartment building. Her face a mask of fury, heading straight for Elder Yao. Upon seeing her approach, Elder Yao hastily rose and attempted to flee. At that moment, Zheng Xiong reached out, restraining Elder Yao, and called out to the girl. "Lulu, come quickly. Elder Yao is trying to sneak off to a dance party again." Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Lulu's already furious expression intensified, and she rushed over, grabbing Elder Yao by the collar of his shirt as they ascended the stairs of the apartment. As they walked, she chided, "Grandfather, you're far too old for this. Can't you learn from the other elders? You should eat, drink, and sleep properly. Avoid staying up late and chasing after aunties. That I'm truly exhausted." Elder Yao, being dragged away, pointed an accusatory finger at Zheng Xiong, his face contorted with anger. "Zheng, you scoundrel! You speak falsehoods and slander me. Lulu, do not listen to Zheng's nonsense. He has always been a liar. Trust me, I am your grandfather." His voice grew hoarse as he shouted the last three words, but ultimately he was led back into the apartment by Lulu. The surrounding elderly men observed Elder Yao being taken back by his granddaughter with a wary gaze directed at Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong, glancing at the suspicious elders, couldn't he help but chuckle and shake his head. "Gentlemen, is it really appropriate for you to look at me like this at such a late hour?" In unison, the elderly men responded with a friendly gesture before resuming their activities, some returning to their chess games while others headed home to sleep, none acknowledging Zheng Xiong. Before long, the area was cleared of elderly men. Zheng Xiong, watching them disperse, turned and ascended the apartment staircase. Not long after Zheng Xiong entered the building, Tom's figure suddenly materialized at the apartment's entrance. Upon landing, Tom surveyed his surroundings, questioning whether he had entered the wrong dream. Suddenly, a foot lunged at him from behind. Tom swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the kick. He then turned, extending a claw that pierced through the heart of the boy who had just kicked him. The young boy's eyes widened in shock as Tom coldly retracted his claw, then kicked the boy into a bloody pulp. Looking down at the remains, Tom remarked with indifference, "Ignorant mortal." And no sooner had Tom spoken than someone leaped down from above. Slowly approaching him, Tom lifted his gaze to see Zheng Xiong advancing with a deliberate pace. When he was 10 steps away, Zheng Xiong halted and inquired, "Should I call you Tom, or something else? Why is it that you appear so dim-witted in reality, yet seem like a different cat in the dream? Also, can you explain what it means to be a master? If you cannot clarify, leaving here today will not be easy." After listening to Zheng Xiong, Tom surveyed the dreamscape around him and disdainfully replied, "In a dream of this caliber, I, Tom, can come and go as I please. You, in your current state, cannot stop me. Moreover, as I mentioned previously, do not linger too long in worlds ruled by other masters." With that, Tom transformed into multiple afterimages, simultaneously launching an assault on Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong drew the god-slaying gun from his system space, blocking all of Tom's attacks, The afterimages coalesced back into Tom. Tom then summoned a seemingly ordinary Western rapier from the void, relentlessly thrusting it towards Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong wielded the god-slaying gun, parrying each of Tom's strikes. Although the attacks were deflected, Zheng Xiong sustained continuous injuries. After a brief moment, Tom leaped back, raising his rapier as he looked disdainfully at Zheng Xiong, who was drenched in blood from countless puncture wounds, propping himself up with his gun. Didn't you just ask why I'm so foolish in reality and what a master is? I can answer one of your questions now. The other you can ask after you defeat me in your dream world. Choose wisely if you wish to learn. Zheng Xiong spat blood onto the ground and mustered his strength, stating, I want to know what it means to be a master and why you are so powerful in my dream world. Tom shook his head, casting the rapier into the void. Outsider, this is 2 questions. Do not be too greedy. Had it not been for your restraint toward Jerry in recent days, you would have already met your end during my time in your dream. Now listen closely as I explain what a master is. Do not inquire further. Tom proceeded to elaborate on the concept of a master in detail. Masters are categorized into 6 tiers: Fantasy Master, Dimension Master, Virtual Master, Multiverse Master, Order Master, and the Ultimate Time-Space Master. The Fantasy Master can control their inner self and achieve mastery within their own fantasy and dream worlds, possessing absolute control over their own mental landscape. The Dimension Master, based on the foundation of the fantasy world, generates specific dimensional realms, establishing dimensions within their own parameters that manifest in reality, recognized by the real world. The sovereign in this dimension possesses absolute control over its realm and holds the authority to amend rules within a certain scope. Tom and the former Jerry find themselves in this very phase. After the virtual sovereign exerts manipulation, interfering with reality and other dimensions, the dimensional sovereign automatically ascends to the status of a virtual sovereign. This new sovereign wields absolute dominion over its world, the power to modify rules, and the ability to transcend dimensional constraints, meddling in other dimensional spaces, and even indirectly influencing the thoughts of beings from higher dimensional realms. The sovereign of the multiverse, in stark contrast to the previous 3, engulfs multiple sovereigns' worlds, emerging as a new entity that can disregard dimensional limitations, traverse boundaries at will, and remain immune to the rules and constraints imposed by all sovereigns beneath it. The mysterious mistress of the house in Tom and Jerry resides in this stage, AS for the time-space sovereign. Tom admits to knowing nothing of its capabilities, save for the fact that it is an immensely powerful entity. After explaining what a sovereign is to Zheng Xiong, Tom turned to leave, remarking, as a strong individual, do not let memories and external matters bind you. I shall return tomorrow. When you manage to defeat me in your dream world, I will depart. That, of course, you may attempt to kill me. But given your current lack of power, which is insufficient even to be considered sovereign, I doubt you can succeed. With that, Tom vanished into the night as if he had never been there. Watching Tom's disappearance, Zheng Xiong hurled the god-slaying spear back into the system space, then leaned forward and collapsed onto the ground, blood pooling around him to that moment, a bespectacled artistic young man, wearing headphones and nodding to music, descended from the apartment building. Upon exiting, the young man was met with the sight of Zheng Xiong lying on the ground, bloodied and unconscious, his face instantly paling. Subsequently, his horrified scream reverberated throughout the entire apartment complex. The residents, still awake, leaned out of their windows to investigate the commotion. Upon seeing Zheng Xiong in a pool of blood, they rushed out of their apartments, some dialing emergency services. 10 minutes later, an ambulance arrived, and medical personnel swiftly lifted Zheng Xiong onto a stretcher and transported him to the hospital. Meanwhile, the artistic young man was taken to the police station to recount his experience of discovering the bloodied Zheng Xiong. Following his statement, the police released him, classifying the incident as a violent altercation, with an investigation to follow. When Zheng Xiong opened his eyes and saw the ceiling above him, inhaling the familiar scent of antiseptic, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, only within my own dreams can I enjoy the treatment and grand entrance that other protagonists receive. I have nearly everything, save for a beautiful nurse." Before he could finish, the door to his hospital room swung open, revealing a male nurse whose mere presence caused anyone, regardless of gender, to instinctively clamp their legs together. The male nurse, clad in scrubs, had long, vibrant red hair and a physique brimming with muscle. Exuding an aura as fierce as a beast, he lunged toward Zheng Xiong without hesitation. Imagine the appearance of Kenu Saitu from Baki the Grappler in a nurse's uniform. Upon noticing Zheng Xiong had awakened, the male nurse boomed, "Greetings, I am Fama Huashing, your exclusive nurse for the next 5 days that I look forward to serving you." After hearing the nurse's introduction, Zheng Xiong's lips twitched in disbelief. "Is there not a single nurse in this hospital? Are you genuinely a nurse and not an assassin in disguise?" Fama Huashing, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "Please do not question my professionalism. While it is true I was previously a hired killer, I possess extensive nursing experience. By the way, today marks my 3rd day as a nurse, and you are my 26th patient. All prior patients have been discharged and subsequently sent to the crematorium." Before Fama Huashing could finish, Zheng Xiong hastily pressed the call button beside his bed. However, after a prolonged period of pressing, no one came to his aid. Fama Huashing shrugged and remarked, "You might as well save your energy. I am your dedicated nurse for these 5 days. Here is a letter for you, which will clarify everything." Zheng Xiong accepted the letter and began to read. "Dear Zheng, although I am unaware of the trouble you've stirred recently, I cannot offer much help. However, I can arrange for someone to protect you for a while. Fama Huashing is the strongest killer in the world, bar none. Under his protection, even a god would need to shed layers to harm you. And do refrain from slandering me. I am seeking young ladies, not older women, from Yao Wu Wang, Old Man Yao." After reading the letter, Zheng Xiong gazed at Fama Huashing. "How much does Old Man Yao pay you? I will double it. Leave this place quickly. That guy is not someone you can handle." Boom! Just as Zheng Xiong finished speaking, Tom kicked the hospital room down. Emerging from the dust of the collapsed wall, Tom approached Fama Huashing, hands in pockets, and addressed him, "Human, it is in your best interest to heed this fellow's advice and vacate this place. I acknowledge your strength. You are indeed among the elite of humanity, and mere demigods are no match for you. However, I am not like those so-called gods. I am a sovereign." With that, Tom made his move. Fama Huashing quickly leaped backward, creating distance from Tom, only to feel a kick approaching from behind. He swiftly sidestepped Tom's attack, drawing his handgun, and fired blindly at the invisible figure of Tom. In just 1 second, he emptied the 12-round magazine. Pop! Tom spat out a bullet from his mouth, gazing at the lifeless body of Fama Huashing on the ground. He then turned to Zheng Xiong, clad in patient attire and gripping the god-slaying spear, saying, "I am quite curious about the world you once inhabited. Was this fellow truly a being from your past? How could a mere mortal evade 3 of my attacks and even strike me with a toy?" Zheng Xiong remained silent, raising the god-slaying spear and thrusting it toward Tom with lightning speed. Bang! Tom evaded the swift strike by tilting his head, inching closer to Zheng Xiong. "Are you angry over a mere product of your dream?" After shooting Tom a furious glare, Zheng Xiong charged at him. Head-butting him, Tom, as light as a feather in the wind, nimbly dodged the blow. Seeing Tom retreat, Zheng Xiong unleashed a series of thrusts with the god-slaying spear, but Tom deftly evaded each one. Suddenly, Tom extended 2 fingers, pinching Zheng Xiong's spear, and declared a long weapon is not to be wielded like that. Observe closely. It should be used as I demonstrate. With that, Tom unleashed an overwhelming aura that pushed Zheng Xiong back, before summoning a standard red tassel spear from the void. Holding the spear with one hand, Tom executed several explosive thrusts. Before the sound of the blast faded, he lunged forward, aiming the spear directly at Zheng Xiong's head. Zheng Xiong, noticing the spear's imminent strike, attempted to raise the god-slaying spear in resistance. But to his astonishment, he found himself immobilized and unable to move, just as the spear came within 3 centimeters of his head. Poised to pierce his face, Tom retracted the weapon and continued. In our tier of power, battles typically commence with an overwhelming presence or another method to intimidate the target's mobility, followed by confining their space to ultimately eliminate them. You possess great power yet rely solely on a mortal's combat skills. This is my insight into spear and blade techniques. To wield a spear while employing swordsmanship is utterly ludicrous. I shall return tomorrow. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please click to the next page to continue the thrilling narrative. After Tom finished speaking, he leaped through the ceiling he had just shattered, vanishing from sight. Zheng Xiong gazed at the 2 books on weaponry insights that Tom had just thrown to him, a look of exasperation crossing his face as he hesitated over whether to study them. Suddenly, the long-absent ginger cat poked its head out from the void, surveying the surroundings before fixing its gaze on the 2 books in Zheng Xiong's hands. "There, who gave you those 2 books? I can sense the aura of our kin emanating from them," it inquired. Zheng Xiong glanced at the ginger cat peering out from the void and tossed the 2 books before it, stating these 2 tomes were just given to me by a blue cat named Tom, that he claimed they contain his insights, and I initially intended to learn from them. But their titles, the ginger cat accepted the 2 books Zheng Xiong had thrown. Upon seeing the titles, its mouth twitched uncontrollably, and it could not help but scoff. "What kind of names are these? If you can't name them properly, then don't name them at all." After perusing Tom's insights on guns and knives, the ginger cat regarded Zheng Xiong with a complex expression and remarked, "You can learn the techniques for the guns and knives in these books. Though they belong to our feline clan, you can still utilize them. Just refrain from uttering the titles in public. It would be quite shameful for our kind." With that, the ginger cat returned the insights to Zheng Xiong before disappearing back into the monster realm. Zheng Xiong caught the 2 tomes tossed back by the ginger cat, still grappling with whether to study them. After all, their titles were simply 2 Zheng Xiong waver between the art of cat knife skills and how to utilize long guns, struggling to make a decision. Ultimately, he chose the art of cat knife skills, and from that moment forth, a fearsome figure emerged across countless realms, a master who wielded long guns with the finesse of a knife. Adept at piercing eggs and utilizing knives as if they were guns, specializing in stealthy entrances in the early hours of the morning at Shengli Mountain in BJ City, Zheng Xiong sat atop the peak, diligently polishing the god-slaying gun while awaiting Tom's arrival. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, and a flamboyantly dressed youth with emerald green hair appeared behind him. The youth, wearing a disdainful expression, kicked Zheng Xiong and exclaimed, "Hey, who do you think you are? Don't you know this land belongs to me? The wind origin. Scram, scram. If you don't leave, I'll bury you here as fertilizer." Without waiting for Zheng Xiong's response, the youth lunged forward with a black tiger claw aimed at Zheng Xiong's heart. Zheng Xiong casually blew on the tip of the god-slaying gun. Then, without turning around, executed a swift counterstrike that pierced the youth's neck in an instant. The youth, eyes wide in disbelief, pointed at Zheng Xiong, attempting to speak, but the gun's tip had silenced him, rendering him unable to utter a sound. Observing the youth still daring to point at him, Zheng Xiong withdrew the god-slaying gun and kicked the youth's corpse, transforming it into a cloud of blood mist. Zheng Xiong gazed at the mist, murmuring, "I never imagined such an exceptional fool would appear in my dreams." Just as Zheng Xiong lamented the presence of such an extraordinary idiot, the youth, once reduced to mist, reappeared behind him. "Hey, who are you calling an idiot? You dare to ambush me. The wind, origin, are you tired of living?" Upon hearing the youth's voice, Zheng Xiong turned expressionlessly and thrust his gun once more, piercing the youth's skull again. This time, however, Zheng Xiong refrained from using violence to turn the youth into mist. Instead, he employed his observation technique to examine the youth's corpse. Nightmare Earthbound Spirit Wind Origin Corpse Form Description. An earthbound spirit form from a fusion of various negative energies, such as jealousy, resentment, unwillingness, anger, greed, laziness, and arrogance within the dream world, as long as it remains within a specific area where the negative energy is not completely purified, it will never disappear. Moreover, after being slain, it will resurrect in due time, returning even stronger and more arrogant than before. Power. Currently far weaker than you, but after 100,000 resurrections, it could surpass you. Agility? Same as above. Spirit? Same as above. Physique. No matter how many times it resurrects, it will not grow stronger. You really expect a mere ghost to slay gods? Skills. Immortal body. Arrogant laughter. Heart-piercing fist. Infinite resurrection. After reviewing the youth's corpse information, Zheng Xiong withdrew the god-slaying gun and muttered to himself, "I can't shatter the corpse, and it will eventually resurrect as it was. What a troublesome existence." Just as Zheng Xiong pondered how to handle the wind origin, a dark cloud suddenly loomed overhead. followed by a bolt of blue golden lightning. Then, Tom descended from the sky wielding a red tassel spear, crushing the youth, who had just been shot in the head by Zheng Xiong, into the ground. Upon landing, Tom regarded Zheng Xiong with an impassive expression and stated, "Dealing with such an earthbound spirit is hardly worth the effort. You either seal it and toss it into the abyss or sever its lifeline, the lifeline that allows it to live and resurrect." As for where that lifeline lies, the answer is right beneath your feet in this mountain, and poking it there is futile. It will still resurrect when the time comes, with a look of frustration. Tom watched as Zheng Xiong relentlessly stabbed at the youth's lifeline with the god-slaying gun until it was reduced to a pulp. Observing the resulting mess, Tom spat to the side and turned to Zheng Xiong, saying, "We can postpone our battle, but this arrogant and disgusting earthbound spirit must perish. He shall not perish. Even should you truly triumph over me, I would not escort you away. This dream, born of your essence, binds me as the sole sovereign capable of liberating you from its grasp. As for that woman, do not harbor any illusions that she will come to rescue you from this dream." Regarding Jerry, he was once formidable, but now he is not. Upon concluding his statement, Tom cast the red spear into the void, subsequently retrieving an array of peculiar items such as a vibrator, a rotary hammer, and an electric saw, awaiting the resurrection of the wind origin. Observing Tom's actions, Zheng Xiong scratched the back of his head, then withdrew the wooden sword embedded in the ground, tossing it back into the system space, and joined Tom in anticipation of the wind origin's revival. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and a tempest began to stir, the wind howling like the wails of vengeful spirits. Tom and Zheng Xiong furrowed their brows, gazing at the morphing space before them. From the void, Tom produced the western rapier, his expression grave as he spoke. "I never anticipated that woman, as the sovereign of the multiverse, would resort to such actions. An extraterrestrial visitor, it seems your previous identity was quite exceptional. This realm has transcended your dream. It has become a distorted world conjured by that woman in any case. Remember this. Do not falter. Just act decisively." As soon as Tom uttered these words, he vanished from Zheng Xiong's sight, and the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, rendering everything invisible at that moment. A system notification materialized before Zheng Xiong, its text unusually transforming to a vivid red. "For reasons unknown, you are about to encounter a formidable foe, the Wind Origin. Defeat him in the life and death arena of the myriad realms, or perish." After reading the system prompt, Zheng Xiong found himself standing on a stage, divided into black and white halves with a golden line running through the center. He stood on the white side, while an indistinct figure loomed on the black side, its gender unclear. Suddenly, a drumbeat echoed, and as it resonated, a beam of white light descended upon Zheng Xiong, illuminating him. Another drumbeat followed, and a crimson light fell upon the black side, revealing the previously obscured figure. This figure donned dark red armor and wielded a long sword adorned with barbs, its face concealed within a helmet, rendering its features indiscernible. Yet Zheng Xiong recognized it as the earthbound spirit from his recent dream, the Wind Origin, albeit now transformed by some sovereign of the multiverse into its current form. Boom! The sound that erupted was no longer a drumbeat, but the roar of an explosion. Gradually, a figure adorned with a golden mask descended from the center of the golden line. Upon landing, the man glanced at Zheng Xiong and then at the motionless Wind Origin before stating, "I am the judge of this life and death arena of the myriad realms. Lan Ling Wang." No need for further introduction. The rules of this arena are simple. The victor claims everything from the vanquished. There are no time limits, no option to concede, and no restrictions on methods. Moreover, this battle will be broadcast live across the myriad realms, with any rewards bestowed by viewers going entirely to the victor. Now, let the battle commence. Upon finishing his proclamation, the man vanished, and with his disappearance, the golden lines of the arena faded away in that instant. The Wind Origin, previously motionless on the black side, surged forth like a liberated beast, rapidly approaching Zheng Xiong in the blink of an eye. The Wind Origin struck with a sword aimed at Zheng Xiong's god-slaying spear. Zheng Xiong furrowed his brow, deflecting the Wind Origin's attack, then executed a thrusting motion, chasing after the wind origin, who was still airborne and yet to land. Just as Zheng Xiong's spear was about to pierce the wind origin, he abruptly retracted it, his foot meeting the ground as he performed a counterattack, shattering the unseen sword energy released by the wind origin into the void. Having completed this maneuver, Zheng Xiong raised his gaze to the now grounded wind origin. Suddenly, the wind origin transformed into a wisp of smoke. That moment, a barbed long sword silently materialized behind Zheng Xiong's head, swiftly aiming for his skull. Without turning back, Zheng Xiong thrust forward with a single-handed jab, the tip of his god-slaying spear colliding precisely with the barbed long sword. The sword then vanished as if it had never existed. Zheng Xiong glanced back at the spot where the sword had disappeared, frowning as he addressed the void. If you wish to fight, do so openly. If you persist in your underhanded tactics, I shall no longer be human. No sooner had Zheng Xiong spoken than the long sword reappeared silently beneath him, its tip aimed directly at him. Zheng Xiong's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the sword's sudden emergence, prompting him to leap into the air, using his god-slaying spear to deflect it, and then gliding away to create distance. Upon landing, filled with rage, Zheng Xiong retrieved a pair of glasses resembling those used in Dragon Ball to measure battle power from the system space. Enhanced battle power glasses quality. Divine artifact description. After undergoing radical modifications by a certain blacksmith, it now possesses extraordinary abilities. Effect. Observation Haki. Amplification. Upon wearing these glasses, the user automatically gains observation Haki, and those who already possess it receive an additional 1100 enhancement. Effect. Omniscient vision. The wearer can disregard any rules below divine level, perceiving everything they wish to see. Adjustable. Effect. Weakness revelation. Instant death. Any attack from the wearer will ignore 95 of the target's defenses, generating a weakness that, once shattered, will cause instantaneous death. Disregarding any rules below divine level, and the target cannot be revived. Once he donned the glasses, Zheng Xiong seemed transformed. He could anticipate the long sword's attacks, intercepting them with preemptive strikes. Thus, the god-slaying spear and the barbed longsword clashed repeatedly for a full 10 minutes, leaving the spectators of this duel feeling weary. Shao. This user of the spear employs such peculiar techniques, almost as if wielding a knife, and a most insidious one at that. Dao Sect's Great Knife Wong. Indeed. This spear user is employing knife techniques that, if I am not mistaken, these methods are specifically designed for targeting the lower body. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Meanwhile, within a live stream, the audience engaged in fervent debate. Just as they were embroiled in this discussion, Zheng Xiong suddenly hurled the god-slaying spear and then produced a long knife, entwined with a tornado-like aura. From a system space, with a fierce thrust, he struck, and in an instant, Zheng Xiong vanished from his original position. Concurrently, multiple silhouettes of Zheng Xiong wielding the knife appeared in the void. Clang! Ultimately, the wind origin was cleaved from the void by Zheng Xiong's blade. Following this, Zheng Xiong delivered another thrust. The wind origin, parrying with its sword, found its blade pierce through, the tip driving into its abdomen. Zheng Xiong gripped the hilt, withdrawing and thrusting repeatedly, the sounds of piercing echoing throughout the life and death arena. At that moment, the livestream platform was abruptly obscured by an unsightly mosaic, causing the viewers to cease their debates, staring in bewilderment at the unfolding scene in the life and death arena. In the boundless sword domain, on a nameless, desolate planet, a man shrouded in a gray robe concealed his visage, holding a compass as he observed the clash between Zheng Xiong and the wind origin. How intriguing to wield a spear as a knife, and a knife as a spear. I wonder what weapon you will employ with this soon-to-be-lost sword technique. After speaking, the man condensed his sword technique into a scroll and cast it into the compass. Upon doing so, he discarded the compass and ventured deeper into the desolate land. Meanwhile, all within the live stream witnessed the technique bestowed by the man. Boundless sword domain. The silent sword demon grants the ultimate skill. Lifeless sword technique to Zheng Xiong. Within the live stream, those familiar with the silent sword demon's prowess widened their eyes, rushing to inquire about the situation, but received no response. Those unaware of the silent sword demon's capabilities remained oblivious. continuing to watch Zheng Xiong's relentless thrusting performance. Ultimately, Zheng Xiong's relentless display persisted for a full 5 minutes, during which he also received the Tyrant's Halberd technique gifted by the viewers from the battle continent. The earthly flames bestowed by the celestial observer ate this moment. Zheng Xiong gazed at the shattered helmet and the grotesque wounds upon his abdomen, the breath of life having completely departed from him. His eyes forever closed in the embrace of death. With a long exhalation, he cast aside the tornado-like blade into the system's space and retrieved the god-slaying spear that lay upon the ground. Boom! The once-vanished king of Lanling reappeared. Upon his return, the king of Lanling glanced at the lifeless body of Sui Feng Qiyuan, nodded towards Zheng Xiong, and proclaimed loudly, "The victor of this life and death arena is Zheng Xiong." The arena is about to close. Thank you all for your viewership. Following the king's announcement, all live-streaming platforms abruptly lost the images from the life and death arena. Zheng Xiong, still within the arena, sought to inquire about certain matters with the king of Lanling when suddenly, radiant golden light illuminated the surroundings. The brilliance was so blinding that Zheng Xiong could see nothing, his vision consumed entirely by the golden glow. When the light finally dissipated, Zheng Xiong found himself astonished to be standing inside Jerry's cabin, where Jerry lay in a deep slumber, still intoxicated. That moment, the voice of the king of Lanling echoed in Zheng Xiong's ears. There are matters beyond your current level of strength that you cannot comprehend. All rewards you obtain in the arena have been credited to your soul imprint. Claim them. Simply check your soul imprint. This is how you can view it. I look forward to your next appearance. Farewell. Subsequently, tranquility returned, leaving only the sound of Jerry's snoring. Following the method for checking his soul imprint, Zheng Xiong retrieved all the rewards from the arena, leaving him astounded. He had not anticipated such bountiful rewards after his victory in the life and death arena across the myriad realms. Observing Tom, who lay in his cat bed with eyes closed and still unawakened, Zheng Xiong, driven by curiosity, approached to assess Tom's current state. Character: Tom, soul devoid. Description: this life form currently consists solely of a corporeal shell and a fragment of intellect. Its soul and essence have been lost for unknown reasons. Power: 5. This cat is beyond description, a true weakling. Agility: 8. A turtle might outpace this feline. Spirit: 7 million. Is this cat a bombshell among the mentally unstable? Constitution: 5. This cat is barely better than someone on the brink of death. Skills: none. Stop looking. There truly are none. After reviewing Tom's information, Zheng Xiong pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin, before returning to Jerry, who remained oblivious to his surroundings due to intoxication. He retrieved a bottle of wine-flavored milk from the system's space and forcefully inserted it into Jerry's mouth. Jerry, with a hefty gulp, Jerry awoke with a start, belching loudly, then looked at Zheng Xiong and said, "Big Bear cousin, what are you doing? I haven't had enough sleep yet. And please, no more milk. I truly can't drink anymore." With that, Jerry flopped back down, ready to drift off again. Zheng Xiong, observing Jerry sprawled on the bed, unwilling to rise, produced a timer. 10:09. Before Zheng Xiong could finish counting, Jerry leaped up suddenly, rushing towards the restroom. Bang! Following this, an overwhelmingly pungent odor emanated from the restroom, a scent so potent it could induce frothing at the mouth in those who encountered it, spreading throughout Jerry's abode and beyond, before the stench could permeate any further. Zheng Xiong had already vacated the house, strolling down the street. Upon leaving the house, Zheng Xiong gradually transformed back into his towering form of 2.17 meters tall, his appearance akin to the most handsome man you can envision. Once restored to his original stature, Zheng Xiong settled on a bench by the roadside and entered his consciousness space to converse with the infinite world's intelligence and the system. Great Light Sphere and System, both of you, come forth. Clarify my doubts. Infinite World Intelligence. If you are inquiring about the peculiar house and why you shrank upon entering, I can only tell you that it is a rule set by that enigmatic woman. You are not yet capable of resisting such high-level rules. Forging God System. If you wish to know when you can leave this realm known as Tom and Jerry, we both believe that you must proficiently wield all the abilities you currently possess and have clarity regarding the path you intend to take in the future before you can depart from this world. Additionally, Everything you carry within you cannot simply be cast aside with a statement about living freely, unbound by any constraints. There are countless individuals and entities from the past, present, and future awaiting your reunion with them. So you cannot live solely for yourself. After absorbing the words of the infinite world intelligence and the system, Zheng Xiong silently exited the consciousness space. He then wandered aimlessly, lost and dejected, along the streets from day into night, continuing until he found himself in an empty area devoid of pedestrians, at which point he halted, gazing up at the night sky, murmuring softly to himself, "If I cannot live solely for myself, then who am I?" Bang! Suddenly, a diminutive spatial door materialized before Zheng Xiong, and a mouse resembling Jerry emerged from it. The mouse looked up at Zheng Xiong, then instantly appeared before him, floating in midair, and spoke, "Big Bear, you have once again fallen into the abyss of existential confusion, have you not?" Zheng Xiong regarded the floating mouse and replied, "Who are you? Do we know each other? Is this our first meeting? And if I am not mistaken, you must be Jerry's cousin, and quite a significant one at that." The floating mouse nodded, about to speak, when Zheng Xiong suddenly felt a force pressing against his feet. Just as he was about to raise his foot in confusion, a sharp pain surged from the soles, causing him to leap back in shock, creating distance between them. Zheng Xiong then turned to observe the spot where he had been standing. There, a muscular mouse with two intersecting scars on its face, resembling Jerry, struck a bodybuilding pose. After finishing, this mouse turned to Zheng Xiong and proclaimed, "Zheng Xiong, you truly ought to lose some weight. Being this heavy is not beneficial. I am Massel, your elder brother, and this one floating here is your second brother, Shalefuzz. Our great uncle is still en route, that we arrived first since we were closer to Jerry. Now that you have returned from the distant eastern lands, how long do you plan to stay? A day, or perhaps a year? By the way, could you shrink a bit? It's exhausting to chat with you while looking up." Zheng Xiong glanced at Shalefuzz, who was quietly drinking tea and reading, then at Massel, and replied, "Due to certain circumstances, I have temporarily lost the ability to shrink. I must go to Jerry to regain that ability. As for how long I will remain here, the timeline is uncertain. I will only depart once I have resolved some matters in my mind." After speaking, Zheng Xiong, filled with curiosity, reached out to grab Shalefuzz for a closer look. However, Shalefuzz nimbly dodged Zheng Xiong's hand without lifting his gaze from a book, elegantly stating, "Let us go. We should visit Jerry. I will head to his house first to wait for you." After finishing, Shalefuzz pointed towards the void, and a tiny spatial door appeared, through which he floated away. With a tremor in the void, the tiny door vanished. This all transpired in an instant. From Zheng Xiong's attempt to grasp Shalefuzz to his departure, a mere 8 seconds elapsed. Zheng Xiong, observing the now tranquil void, lowered his head to inquire of Massel, "Can Shalefuzz withstand that overwhelmingly potent odor?" Upon hearing this, Massel instinctively jumped back, then as if confirming, stated, "Big Bear, did you force Jerry to consume 6 nuclear bombs again?" Zheng Xiong shook his head, responding, "I don't possess 6 nuclear bombs, but I did indeed make Jerry drink an entire large bottle of wine-flavored milk. He is likely still suffering from a severe bout of diarrhea." With the scent wafting for miles around, Massel, upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, felt a spasm within, inhaled deeply, and exclaimed, "Your wine-flavored milk is even more potent than 6 nuclear bombs. Quickly, let us go check on Jerry and see if he is still alive." With that, Massel dashed towards the direction of Zheng Xiong's departing house. 30 minutes later, having shrunk his form, Zheng Xiong donned a gas mask and approached Jerry, who lay sprawled on the floor, to the entrance of the house. Massel, frothing at the mouth, stood before Shalefuzz as they placed gas masks on the 2 mice. Once adorned with the masks, the mice gradually regained consciousness, casting sorrowful glances at the shrunken Zheng Xiong. Nightfall enveloped the scene within Jerry's quaint abode. Zheng Xiong sat upon a sofa, enduring the reproach of Masseur and Shalefuzz. Masseur proclaimed, "Zheng Xiong, it's not that I wish to scold you, but seeing Jerry so small, you proceeded to wash his marrow and sever his tendons. It is merely Jerry's resilience that has spared him. Otherwise, with your reckless actions, by the time we reach Jerry, we would need not to meet him, but simply feast upon him." That moment, Jerry, lying in bed, opened his eyes and raised his hand, attempting to utter something. However, As soon as he spoke, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Shalafuzi, seeing Jerry in such a state, instantly appeared at his side to assess his condition. After a thorough examination, Shalafuzi solemnly lifted his head to address Massier and Zheng Xiong. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? As Shalafuzi's words hung in the air, the sound of the guitar and the melancholic voice of a man, accompanied by footsteps, drifted in from outside. Upon hearing the guitar and the soulful singing, Massier turned to Shalafuzi, who nodded in response. With a wave of his hand, the door to Jerry's abode swung open, revealing a weathered Uncle Mouse clad in denim and strumming a guitar. Upon sighting the weathered Uncle Mouse, Shalafuzi smiled and exclaimed, "Ah, now we are left only with good news. Cousin, come quickly and see Jerry's current condition. Big Bear, step outside with me. Massier, you join us as well." With that, Shalafuzi gestured, opening a portal into another dimension, and they stepped through. After a tremor of space, the portal vanished. Left behind in Jerry's abode, Cousin Peaks gazed at the unconscious Jerry and began to strum his guitar, singing a folk song of his own creation. As Peaks sang, the guitar came alive, its melodies crafting vibrant notes that floated through the air, entering Jerry's being. Witnessing the positive effect, Peaks sang and played with even greater fervor, I in the cosmos, on the moon. Shalafuzi and Massier stood opposite Zheng Xiong, who gazed quietly at the two mice that tea this moment. Shalafuzi spoke, "Big Bear, at this moment, you do not recognize us, do you?" Zheng Xiong looked at Shalafuzi, nodding then shaking his head before responding. "I do not entirely fail to recognize you. I watched your animated series in my youth, and my presence here is purely coincidental." Before Zheng Xiong could finish, Massier interrupted, "Big Bear, you've already mentioned this before. There's no need to reiterate. Both Shalafuzi and I are aware that we, along with this world, are animated characters, beings of the second dimension. Your reappearance here, I believe, is not mere coincidence, but rather the hand of fate guiding you back to us. Shalafuzi's unique abilities may allow you to relive past experiences, albeit partially. Unfortunately, Jerry has been knocked unconscious by you, and Cousin is tending to him. Otherwise, my powers combined with Shalafuzi's magic and Cousin's spatial constructs could restore you to at least a third of your memories and strength." Suddenly, Shalafuzi snapped his fingers, abruptly cutting off Massier. "Massier, you are speaking too much. Save your words until Big Bear regains his memory. Now, prepare yourself behind him." After speaking, Shalafuzi donned a robe adorned with red mystical symbols and silver patterns, his hands glowing with red light. Meanwhile, Massier equipped himself with a mask resembling that of a demon and donned gauntlets, striking a bodybuilding pose while assuring Zheng Xiong, "Fear not, Big Bear. This time, I shall exert myself to the fullest, ensuring you feel no pain." Zheng Xiong observed as Shalafuzi's aura surged, then turned to see Massier's increasingly bizarre poses. Just as he was about to speak, a resounding explosion erupted as Shalafuzi raised his arms. Unleashing a crimson shockwave towards Zheng Xiong, Massier thrust a fist forward, and a transparent dragon surged forth, penetrating Zheng Xiong entirely. Struck simultaneously by both Shalafuzi and Massier, Zheng Xiong collapsed to the ground as he lay unconscious. Shalafuzi suddenly coughed up a copious amount of blood. Kneeling on the ground, the Massier, resembling a fragile porcelain doll, was riddled with cracks, and he fell forward. Just then, a spatial tremor occurred, and a black hole materialized, from which Long Yuxuan emerged. Having traversed from the realm of souls to the battlefield of the heavens, he cast a cold glance at Shalafuzi and Massier, raising his hand to unleash two beams of white light that enveloped the two mice. Instantly, they were restored to their former selves, with a hint of newfound strength. Shalafuzi, observing the sudden appearance of Long Yuxuan, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Long Yuan, why are you here instead of guarding your home? Was it you who orchestrated Big Bear's arrival?" Long Yuxuan silently nodded before replying, "Indeed, my solitary strength cannot fully awaken this proud being that I must rely on you, who once fought alongside him, to gradually restore him to his former glory. Without further ado, as you know, I cannot remain away from the battlefield of the heavens for long. Thus, I bestow upon you 3 of my strongest sword energies. Point 1 can suffice to slay a virtual sovereign. Three unleashed simultaneously can vanquish the sovereigns of multiple realms and severely wound the sovereign of order. Consider this my gratitude. Farewell. With that, Long Yuxuan cast a scroll and stepped into the black hole, vanishing from sight. From within the black hole, terrifying roars echoed, as if a dreadful creature were about to emerge. However, as Long Yuxuan entered, a powerful sword intent erupted, restoring tranquility. The dreadful roars ceased, and the black hole gradually dissipated into nothingness. Shalafuzi caught the scroll that Long Yuxuan had tossed, approaching Master, who wore a complex expression, and patted his shoulder. Not dwell on it too much. After our defeat and the invasion of our original world by other sovereigns, it is fortunate that Long Yuan has chosen to assist us with his resources. Now, let us return to our tasks, lest we squander Long Yuan's goodwill. Big Bear shall remain here on the moon. Once he awakens, Long Yuan will arrange for him to journey to another world, freeing us from unnecessary burdens. Having spoken, Shalafuzi stepped forward and vanished. Watching him disappear, Massier turned back to the unconscious Zheng Xiong, delivering a powerful punch that created a small black hole in the void before stepping through it and vanishing. Where is this? And is this a battlefield? Zheng Xiong, initially bewildered, was soon astounded as a horde of soldiers clad in black armor, shields in one hand and guns in the other, rushed past him, blocking his path at that moment. A hoarse voice echoed from behind him. By Xiaomao, are you still alive? If not, hurry up and give me a hand. There are far too many of these skeletal fiends, and my shield bearers can barely hold them off. As the man's voice faded, Zheng Xiong felt a sharp sensation in the sky, as arrows rained down like a torrential storm, engulfing the soldiers before him. Then, a warm yet raspy voice from above called out, Zhao Qua, Imo Xiaoya, am still alive, stop your wailing. Hold on for just one more hour, and the Purple Lady and the commander will arrive. We must not allow these undead scum to breach our defenses, unless we are all dead. Following the boy's declaration, the horseman's voice rang out once more, Enough, Imo Xiaobai. Focus on yourself. I've been battling these undead scum for 20 years. All troops prepare to form a shield wall and brace for impact. Zheng Xiong, stunned, turned around and gazed back, only to behold Zhao Qua, whom he had encountered in Seoul Town, clad in black armor adorned with myriad marks. He wielded a long spear that emanated a radiant white light. His eyes, though weary, held a steadfast resolve. After observing Zhao Qua, Zheng Xiong intended to look up at the sky to catch a glimpse of Mo Xiaobai. Suddenly, a colossal figure of a western dragon loomed in the heavens. Roar! At that moment, Mo Xiaobai's voice thundered forth. Undead Dragon Emperor Kuris, do you dare to return? Do you truly believe that my soldiers' arrows cannot slay you? All troops, heed my command. Aim for the dragon's neck and do not concern yourselves with the cost. Roar! The undead dragon opened its massive jaws and lunged toward the archer battalion. Yet, just as the undead dragon was about to descend upon the archers, multiple bolts of lightning and sacred light simultaneously struck its gaping maw, forcefully repelling the creature back from the archer's stronghold. Once the undead dragon retreated from the archer's position, it stood still, no longer moving. Shortly thereafter, a man appeared before the archer battalion, adorned in a blue robe threaded with gold, crowned, and clutching a staff topped with a gem resembling a star. His handsome visage and long, purple-red hair framed his closed eyes. Without turning, he addressed them. Miss M.O., Zhao the Mighty, Anthony, hope I'm not too late to the rescue. From beneath Anthony's feet, Zhao Kor raised his voice. Blind Anthony, if you dare to call me the Mighty again, I shall leap up and pierce your rear. My name is Zhao Qua. If you wish to refrain from that, you may refer to me as Zhao Shuai Bai, but under no circumstances may you call me the Mighty. As soon as Zhao Qua finished speaking, Mo Xiaobai's voice, faint yet audible, drifted from the archer battalion's position. Blind Anthony, if you do not come to treat me soon, do you believe I will die before your very eyes? Following this, Mo Xiaobai's voice fell silent in the archer battalion. Boom! A gust of wind echoed through the skies, and Anthony vanished from sight. This gust swept across the archer battalion's position, brushing past the immobile form of the undead dragon. Gradually, the undead dragon disintegrated into ashes. And as it faded, the seemingly endless sea of skeletons transformed into a cloud of bone dust, dissipating into the air. Zheng Xiong, witnessing the vanishing skeletons, understood that the battle here had concluded. He turned to approach Xiaoqua, hoping to engage in conversation. Suddenly, a pillar of white light enveloped him. When the light dissipated, Zheng Xiong found himself in a tranquil mountain forest. Abruptly, a sharp object flashed before him, followed by the sound of flesh being pierced from behind. Zheng Xiong turned to see a man, strikingly handsome yet with dark skin, resembling an elf, with a dull dagger embedded in his chest. At that moment, a barely audible voice filled the air, indistinguishable in gender. Zhou Wu has eliminated the Night Elf Assassin Captain, Gu Tu, in request to return to the team. Following this, the air rippled slightly, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. Furrowing his brow, Zheng Xiong pondered. Before him were Mo Xiaobai, Zhao Qua, and Anthony. This must be the Assassin Corps' hidden presence. Before he could finish his thought, the scene shifted again to IT transformed into a secret chamber, where two men were engaged in conversation. Shenwu Bai, I told you. This time we breach the Night Elf encampment, storm into the satanic demon castle, and rescue Hua Yaoshi's daughter, Lu Lu. I must lead the charge. Your cavalry corps recently engaged the beastmen of Mondo and the wolf cavalry. They cannot be sent into battle again without the Supreme Command's consent. Bang! The table in the chamber was slammed, and a middle-aged man, clearly suppressing his emotions, spoke up. Hua Yaoshi is gravely injured and unconscious. Struck down by the assassins of the Night Elves, his only daughter, Lu Lu, has been captured by those demons who delight in tormenting young girls. Hua Yaoshi has saved my life 6 times. There is no need for further discussion. Once Jing Tianwei returns from Zhao the Mighty, I shall personally petition him to lead the charge into the Night Elf encampment and the Satanic Castle. The middle-aged man continued, and do not think I am unaware. After the previous battles, your assassin corps has dwindled to just 30, including you. Your corps needs rest far more than my cavalry, as this middle-aged man's voice faded. The scene before Zheng Xiong shifted once more to a typical military tent. Once again, he beheld Zhao, Qua, Anthony, and the elusive Mo Xiaobai. That moment, the three stood before a stunning woman with long, slightly purple hair, an exquisite appearance, and a cold demeanor, rendered speechless. Beside her stood a man in a general's robe, wearing sunglasses, who remained silent, leaning back in his chair at the negotiation table, gazing ahead. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence until the beautiful woman broke it. All three of you, cease your silence and provide me with a reasonable explanation. Whose responsibility was it that the eastern defensive line was nearly breached by the undead? Mo Xiaobai and Anthony exchanged glances before stepping back in unison. Pointing at Zhao Kuit was Zhao Qua. He disobeyed the Supreme Commander's orders to hold the line and instead launched a preemptive strike into the undead's ranks, slaying their Lich King, Kel'Thuzad, which incited a full-scale uprising among the undead. Were it not for Anthony's timely arrival, we all would have perished within Kuri's domain. Following Mo Xiaobai's statement, she fell silent. Anthony stepped forward, stroking his chin. I am unclear on the specifics. After eliminating the inhuman mages, I rushed here for support and happened to confront Kuri's, who had just emerged from the underworld, still weakened. He then retreated beside Mo Xiaobai. Having listened to their accounts, the purple-haired woman cast a commanding gaze at Zhao Qua, poised to speak. The man in the general's robe suddenly rose and approached Zheng Xiong, inquiring, What time period do you belong to? Why have you appeared against the current of time? As the man finished his question, Zheng Xiong, who had remained an unseen specter, gradually materialized before them. The onlookers stood composed, gazing at Zheng Xiong. The purple-haired woman approached him, scrutinizing him for a prolonged moment before returning to the man in sunglasses, coldly stating, This individual must be your reincarnation. Given his current physical strength and our expressions, it is likely he has encountered some of us in the future, but lacks full understanding. The force that brought him here, if I'm not mistaken, should be those two rats, Massel and Shalefuzz, who fled back to their original world, frightened by Kel'Thuzad's gaze. Upon hearing the purple-haired woman's words, the man in sunglasses removed his shades and approached Zheng Xiong. Reincarnation. What do you wish to know? Now is the time to inquire. for with the power of those two rats, you will be able to experience only one more memory scene before awakening. By the way, Peaks, has he vanished from the future? Otherwise, with his strength, he could allow you to experience at least 5 more memory scenes. Zheng Xiong observed the man before him, aside from the ominous aura he exuded. His personality was somewhat different, yet in every other aspect he was remarkably similar, both in stature and appearance. Zheng Tianwei, noticing Zheng Xiong's daze, furrowed his brow and turned to the purple-haired woman Zi. Head to the northern defensive line and locate Zhuge Kongming. Instruct him to send a type 3 memory crystals to the eastern defensive line swiftly. There is a presence akin to Long Yuxuan approaching from beyond the realms, likely a clone created by the Inhumans using Long Yuxuan cells. I cannot believe that after so many years, the Inhumans have not perished. The purple-haired woman nodded and exited the tent. Her departing words roused Zheng Xiong from his stupor, and he looked at the 4 individuals still regarding him. He offered an apologetic smile that I apologize. It is my first encounter with someone so remarkably similar to myself, and to think it is my former self. Zheng Tianwei sighed and shook his head, then turned to Mo Xiaobai and the others, saying, I never imagined that after my reincarnation, my intelligence would diminish so significantly, and my demeanor would become so unstable. Given the current circumstances, it seems that my future self must have encountered formidable adversaries, compelling me to relinquish certain aspects of my former self. That be why the way. In this reincarnation, what is your name? Have you met Xiao Bai and the others in the future? Is Z still around? Zheng Xiong gazed at Zheng Tianwei and the others, recounting his experiences after meeting them in the Soul Town, including the appearances of An Yuxuan and Long Yuxuan. Upon hearing Zheng Xiong's words, Zheng Tianwei let out a deep sigh and turned to Zheng Xiong, saying, Zheng Xiong, is everything you just mentioned true? I mysteriously vanished right before the final battle, and subsequently, all the various legions were annihilated. Who ultimately won the war? Zheng Xiong shook his head and replied, I do not know. The information I have is exceedingly scarce. However, I have repeatedly heard a name, Cthulhu. As soon as Zheng Xiong uttered the name Cthulhu, Zheng Tianwei and Mo Xiaobai simultaneously sealed Zheng Xiong's mouth using their respective methods. And together they waved their hands to enclose the surrounding space, silencing all sounds, while they cautiously observed the shadowy corners around them. After a while, once they confirmed that there were no unusual occurrences nearby, they released the seal on Zheng Xiong's mouth. Zheng Tianwei then explained to Zheng Xiong, the entity you just mentioned, known as Cthulhu, is a taboo that we are not particularly concerned. It cannot overpower us, but you are currently too weak. If it takes notice of you after your mention of it, it could find you and eliminate you even if you leave this place. Therefore, our actions were intended to protect you. Just as Zheng Tianwei was speaking, the purple-haired woman returned, holding a transparent box emanating a cold mist as she entered the tent. Without turning around, Zheng Tianwei reached out and grasped the misty box from the purple-haired woman. Addressing Zheng Xiong, the situation is urgent. You cannot remain here any longer. This box contains a fragment of the memories from the northern defense line guarded by Zhuge Kongming, which will aid in restoring your memories and strength. Until we meet again. Having said that, Zheng Tianwei slammed the misty box onto Zheng Xiong's face. Bang! A rush of white air surged upward, directly penetrating the military tent. Once the white air dissipated, Zheng Xiong vanished from this world of fleeting dreams and memories. Zheng Tianwei, observing Zheng Xiong's disappearance, turned without looking back and hastily exited the military tent, pulling the purple-haired woman along with him. After Zheng Tianwei left the tent, some time passed, and Mo Xiaobai looked at Zhao Kuo and Anthony, uncertainly stating, this tent was constructed by us, right? Zhao Kuo and Anthony nodded, and Mo Xiaobai, seeing their agreement, continued, then the commander has destroyed our tent. Should we not seek compensation from him? Upon hearing Mo Xiaobai's words, Zhao Kuo and Anthony quickly shook their heads, resembling an overly enthusiastic spinning top. Zhao Kuo replied, seeking compensation from that incompetent commander will yield nothing but a heap of equipment that holds little value for us. Have you forgotten about In, who, after being surrounded by a horde of chimeras, was saved by the commander, who inadvertently reduced him to nothing but his undergarments, and then compensated him with a set of pink-grade clothing? If you want to go be my guest, I won't. Anthony added, even if the grade is pink, the color is truly garish, and none of the bonuses it provides are legitimate. Xiao Bai, if you wish to go. You may do so. I certainly will not accompany you. After hearing their remarks, Mo Xiao Bai silently gazed at the tent with a large hole in it. Shall we capture some Kodo beasts and use their hides to patch this up? If we do not, we shall have to endure a draft in our tent tonight. Anthony and Zhao Qua exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement with Mo Xiao Bai. Subsequently, the trio of Mo Xiao Bai, Anthony, and Zhao Qua stealthily infiltrated the territory of the orcs under the cover of night, all in silence. When dawn broke, the Kodo beast cavalry of the orcs opened their eyes to discover that the Kodo beast beneath them had inexplicably transformed into straw effigies, and they themselves were left clad in nothing but their undergarments. Following this incident, an unwritten rule was established within the orc territory. Kodo beast riders were only permitted to count their numbers during the day and were not allowed to sleep at night. Meanwhile, Mo Xiao Bai, Zhao Qua, and Anthony, after a night of toil, successfully replaced all the materials of their military tents with Kodo beast hides, rendering them impervious to ordinary fire and boulders. Not long prior, Zheng Xiong, having been jolted back to reality by a box slammed by Zheng Tianwei, was gradually opening his eyes, surveying the desolate surroundings. Suddenly, without looking back, Zheng Xiong retrieved a white dew from his system space. Placing it behind him to deflect a sudden gunshot that had pierced through the void, clang! The shot propelled Zheng Xiong forward by a step, after which he executed a swift rightward slash aimed at the unidentified assailant lurking behind him. However, this attack met only empty A-I-R-A-T that moment. A familiar voice echoed from above Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong, what are you calling for, dear father? I have no candy for you, but would you like a big bag instead? Upon finishing his words, Zheng Xiong produced a gigantic clapping device from his system space. Lazy person's clapper quality. Orange description. A specially crafted clapper by a blacksmith who finds even applauding others a hassle. It produces a sound akin to clapping when swung. Effect. Clapping sound tide. Each swing generates a continuous clapping sound, inflicting 120 ongoing noise damage to targets within proximity, with greater swing intensity resulting in higher noise damage. Maximum 220. Effect. Slap in the face pop. When this equipment strikes a target's face, it inflicts 110 noise damage to the target's ears and explosive damage to their psyche. Armed with a dark red longsword, and Yushuan descended rapidly from above Zheng Xiong. Upon seeing the clapping device in Zheng Xiong's hand, she seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, abruptly halting above him, retreating in midair, and landing in front of Zheng Xiong. Once on the ground, and Yushuan stood up, sword drawn, ready to exchange pleasantries with Zheng Xiong, only to find that he had suddenly transformed into a wisp of white smoke and vanished. Observing this, and Yushuan warily scanned her surroundings, then plunged her sword into the ground, firmly gripping the hilt. Instantly, waves of tangible dark red sword energy surged around her, rapidly expanding outward. The dark red sword energy spread for 700 meters before reversing direction. And as it approached within 1 meter of Yushuan, it shot out once more. The second wave of dark red sword energy increased in height from 0.5 meter to 1 meter, accelerating and extending its range, continuing this back and forth until it ultimately grew to a height of 50 meters and exploded over a range of 7,000 meters before dissipating. Witnessing the dark red sword energy's repeated attempts to find its target without success, and Yushuan furiously bellowed, "Zheng Xiong, come out! You better show yourself!" As soon as Yushuan's words fell, Zheng Xiong suddenly appeared before her. At that moment, Zheng Xiong donned a colorless cloak, wielding the clapping device, and his formerly long hair was now completely shorn, resembling a shining full moon. Zheng Xiong extended a hand, angrily clutching Yushuan's collar, glaring fiercely at her. "Kid, you've landed yourself in deep trouble with that." Zheng Xiong struck Yushuan's face with the clapping device, delivering such force that the orange-quality device shattered into pieces. Yushuan, struck by Zheng Xiong's attack, instantly rolled her eyes back but quickly regained her composure. Once back to her senses, Yushuan unleashed her aura, attempting to repel Zheng Xiong. Zheng Xiong, watching in Yushuan's display of power, scoffed. You people keep recycling the same tricks. When cornered, you unleash your aura to push someone back and then attack. Since you can't push me back, do you intend to stab me with that hideous sword? Let me assure you, that's not going to happen. After saying this, Zheng Xiong seized the dark red sword from Yushuan's hand and tossed it into his system space, then unleashed a palm strike, aiming it in Yushuan's face. Zheng Xiong furrowed his brow, gazing at the dissipating figure of Yushuan in his grasp. Clang! Zheng Xiong drew his sword, successfully parrying Yushuan's sudden thrust. Yushuan appeared behind Zheng Xiong, lifting his head to regard him with a sinister smile, remarking, Zheng Xiong, despite your countless defenses, you have still fallen for my trap. Do you not feel the tumultuous surge of energy within you? A feverish heat enveloping your entire being? Upon hearing Yushuan's words, Zheng Xiong delivered a swift kick, sending Yushuan staggering back, before assessing his current condition. Character: Zheng Xiong, Awakening Level 1, Current Status: Potent Aphrodisiac, Active. Will expire in 30 minutes. If no solution is found, you will permanently lose exclusive male capabilities. Strength: 18.5 million. At this moment, you possess the power to utterly dominate all adversaries beneath the level of the fantasy sovereign. Yet should you encounter a dimension sovereign, you shall still face dire consequences. Agility: 15 million. Perhaps you should consider pursuing a career as a delivery person. Such speed is wasted otherwise. Mentality: 48 million. The epitome of spirited youth. That description surely fits you. Physique: 21 million. With such robust form, might you be interested in engaging in some thrilling enterprises? Description: you claim to be a forger, yet your mental acuity is remarkably high. Resembling that of a madman, you assert that you are mad, yet your thoughts lack any true pathology. So, what exactly are you? Skills: all-encompassing skills compendium. Click for details. This skill automatically integrates all learned skills, significantly enhancing their effects while greatly reducing consumption. After being kicked back, Yushuan nonchalantly brushed off the imprints on his clothing and proclaimed, "We stand upon the moon of the Tom and Jerry universe. And if memory serves, the soul woman therein is beyond your reach. Thus, Zheng Xiong, prepare to embrace your fate as a eunuch. Ha ha ha." With that, Yushuan turned to depart the Tom and Jerry universe. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the void, his back turned to Yushuan, with flowing white hair and a white petal insignia on his back. Yushuan's expression changed drastically at the sight of the man, and without uttering a word, he dashed towards Zheng Xiong, drawing a dagger from his waist in an attempt to use Zheng Xiong as a hostage. Just as Yushuan took a step forward, a transparent sword materialized at his throat. The chilling voice of Long Yushuan echoed behind him. "I initially bifurcated you to guard the realm of the dead, not to arrogantly pursue the reincarnation of the Supreme Commander. Given your behavior, your existence is no longer